The Man Without Qualities. By Robert Musil. A great event is in the making. Meeting some old acquaintances. Ulrich, who had been standing beside his cousin while she was speaking with Mesericher, asked her as soon as they were alone for a moment, "I'm sorry I arrived too late. How was your first encounter with Laddrangsel?" Diotima raised her heavy eyelashes to give him a single world-weary glance and dropped them again. "Delightful, of course. She'd been to see me. We'll arrange something or other this evening." As if it made any difference. "You see," Ulrich said, in the tone of their old conversations, as if to draw a final line under all that. Diotima turned her head and gave her cousin a quizzical look. "I told you already," Ulrich said. "Now it's almost all over," as if nothing had happened. He needed to talk. When he had got home that afternoon, Agatha had been there but soon left again. They had spoken only a few brief words before they came to Diotima's. Agatha had dressed with the aid of the gardener's wife. "I did warn you," Ulrich said. "Against what?" Diotima asked slowly. "Oh, I don't know. Against everything." In fact, he no longer knew himself what he had not warned her against: her ideas, her ambition, the parallel campaign, love, intellect, the Jubilee year, the world of business, her salon, her passions, against the dangers of sensibility and of casually letting things take their course, against letting herself go too far and holding herself too much in check, against adultery and marriage. There was nothing he had not warned her against. That's how she is, he thought. Everything she did looked ridiculous to him, yet she was so beautiful it made him sad. "I warned you," Ulrich repeated. "I hear that you're no longer interested in anything but the scientific approach to sexual problems." Diotima ignored this. "Do you think this Drangsel's protégé is really gifted?" she asked. "Certainly," Ulrich replied. "Gifted, young, undeveloped. His success and this woman will be the ruin of him. In this country newborn babies are ruined by being told that they are people with fabulous instincts that intellectual development would only rob them of. He sometimes comes up with good ideas, but can't let 10 minutes go by without making an ass of himself." He leaned over to say in her ear, "Do you know anything specific about that woman?" Diotima shook her head almost imperceptibly. "She's dangerously ambitious," Ulrich said. "But not uninteresting from the point of view of your current researches. Where beautiful women used to wear a fig leaf, she wears a laurel leaf. I hate women like that." Diotima did not laugh, nor even smile. She merely inclined her head toward the cousin. "And how do you find him as a man?" he asked. "Pathetic," Diotima whispered. "Like a lambkin running to premature fat." "What of it? The beauty of the male is only a secondary sexual characteristic," Ulrich said. "What's primarily exciting about him is the expectation of his success. 10 years from now Fuamall will be an international celebrity, Drangsel's connections will take care of that, and then she'll marry him. If he remains a celebrity, it'll be a happy marriage." Diotima bethought herself and gravely corrected him. "Happiness in marriage depends on factors one cannot judge without first subjecting oneself to a certain discipline." Then she abandoned him as a proud ship abandons the quay alongside which it has lain. Her duties as hostess bore her away from him with the barest nod, not even a glance, as she cast off her moorings. But she did not mean it unkindly. On the contrary, Ulrich's voice had affected her like an old tune from her youth. She even wondered privately what she might learn about him by subjecting his sexuality to the illumination of a scientific study. Odd enough, in all her detailed research into these problems, she had never thought of connecting them with him. Ulrich looked up, and through a gap in the festive tumult a kind of optical channel through which Diotima's gaze might have preceded his own just before she had taken her somewhat abrupt departure he saw, in the room beyond the next, Paul Arnheim in conversation with Fuamall, with Frau Drangsel standing benignly by. She had brought the two men together. Arnheim was holding the hand with a cigar raised, as though in an unconscious gesture of self-defense, but he was smiling most engagingly. Fuamall was talking vivaciously, holding his cigar with 2 fingers and sucking at it between sentences with the greed of a calf butting its muzzle at the maternal udder. Ulrich could have imagined what they were talking about, but he didn't bother. He stayed where he was, in happy isolation, looking around for his sister. He discovered her in a group of men who were mostly strangers to him, and a cool chill ran through him despite his distractedness. But just then Sturm von Board poked him gently in the ribs with a fingertip, and at the same moment Hofrat Professor Schwung approached him on the other side but was stopped a few steps away by the intervention of one of his colleagues from the capital. "So there you are at last." The general murmured in relief. "The minister wants to know what an ethos is." "Why an ethos?" "I don't know." "What's an ethos?" "An eternal truth," Ulrich defined, "that is neither eternal nor true, but valid for a time to serve as a standard for people to go by. It's a philosophical and sociological term, and not often used." "Aha, that'll be it," the general said. "Arnheim, you see, was claiming that the proposition man is good is only an ethos." Fuamall replied that he didn't know what an ethos was. "But man is good, and that's an eternal truth." Then Lonsdorff said, "Quite right. There can't really be any evil people, since no one can possibly will evil, these people are only misguided. People are rather nervous these days because in times like these we have so many skeptics who won't believe in anything solid. I couldn't help thinking he should have been with us this afternoon. Anyway, he also thinks that people who won't realize what's good for them have to be forced to." And so the minister wants to know what an ethos is. RLL just dash over to him and come right back. Don't budge, so I can find you again. There's something else I must talk with you about, urgently, and then RLL take you to the minister. Before Ulrich could ask for particulars, Tutsi slipped a hand around his arm in passing, saying, "We haven't seen you here in ages." Then he went on, "Do you remember my prediction that we'd have a pacifist invasion to deal with?" So saying, he gazed cordially into the general's eyes. But Stumm was in a hurry and merely said that though his ethos as an officer was of another kind, any sincere conviction. The rest of this sentence vanished with him. Because he always found Tutsi irritating, which is not conducive to good thinking. The section chief blinked gaily at the general's retreating form and then turned back to the cousin. "That business with the oil fields is only a blind, of course," he said. Ulrich looked at him in surprise. "You don't mean to say you haven't heard about the oil fields?" Tutsi asked. "I have," Ulrich answered. "I was merely surprised that you knew about them, and, not to be impolite, added, you really understood how to keep quiet about it." "I've known about them for quite some time," Tutsi said, flat-tailed. "That this fellow Fuhrmann is here this evening is of course Arnheim's doing, by way of Flensdorf. Have you read his books, incidentally?" Ulrich admitted that he had. "A dyed-in-the-wool pacifist," Tutsi said. "And Ladrangsel, as my wife calls her, mothers him so ambitiously that she'll kill for pacifism if she has to, even though it's not really her line, artists are her line." Tutsi paused to consider, then revealed to Ulrich, "Pacifism is the main thing, of course. The oil fields are only a red herring, that's why they're pushing Fuhrmann with his Pacify.sm, to make everyone think, aha, that's the red herring. And believe that what's behind it is the oil fields. Neatly done. But much too clever to fool anybody. For if Arnheim has the Gallus oil fields and a contract to supply the army, we naturally have to protect our frontier. We also have to install oil bases for the navy on the Adriatic, which will upset the Italians. But if we provoke our neighbors this way, the outcry for peace goes up, and so does the peace propaganda, and then when the Tsar steps forward with some idea about perpetual peace, he'll FLND the ground psychologically prepared for it. That's Arnheim's real objective. And you've something against it? Of course we have nothing against it, Tutsi said. But as you may remember, I've already explained to you why there's nothing so dangerous as peace at any price. We must defend ourselves against the dilettantes. But Arnheim is a munitions maker. Ulrich objected, smiling. Of course he is. Tutsi murmured with some exasperation. For heaven's sake, how can you be so naive about these things? He'll have his contract in his pocket. At most, our neighbors will arm too. Mark my words, at the crucial moment, he'll show his hand as a pacifist. Pacify.sm is a safe, dependable business for munitions makers. War is a risk. It seems to me the military doesn't really mean any harm, Ulrich said, trying to mollify him. They're only using the business with Arnheim to bring their artillery up to date, nothing more. Today the whole world is only arming for peace, after all, so it only seems right to let the Pacify.sts help. And how do these people imagine that's to be done? Tutsi inquired, ignoring the joke. I don't think they've got that far yet, for the present they're still searching their hearts. Naturally. Tutsi agreed crossly, as though this were just what he had expected. The military ought to stick to thinking about war and leave everything else to the department responsible. But before doing that, these gentlemen with their dilettantism would rather endanger the whole world. I tell you again, nothing is so dangerous in diplomacy as loose talk about peace. Every time the demand for peace has reached a certain pitch and was no longer to be contained, it's led straight to war. I can document that for you. Now Hofrat Professor Schwung had rid himself of his colleague and turned with great warmth to Ulrich for an introduction to their host. Ulrich obliged with the remark that one might say that this distinguished jurist condemned pacifism in the sphere of the penal code as ardently as the authoritative section chief did in the political arena. But good gracious. Tutsi protested, laughing, you've misunderstood me entirely. And Schwung too, after a moment's hesitation, was sufficiently reassured to join forces with him, saying that he would not like his view of diminished responsibility to be regarded as in any way bloodthirsty or inhumane. Quite the opposite. He said, spreading his voice in place of his arms like an old actor on the lecture platform. It is precisely the pacification of the human being that requires us to be strict. May I assume that the Herr Section Chief has heard something about my most recent current efforts in this matter? And he now turned directly to his host, who had heard nothing about the dispute as to whether the diminished responsibility of an insane criminal is based exclusively in his ideas or exclusively in his will, and thus hastened all the more politely to agree with everything Schwung said. Schwung, well satisfied with the effect he had produced, then began to praise the serious view of life to which this evening's gathering gave witness, and reported that he had often overheard in conversations here and there such expressions as manly severity and moral soundness. Our culture is far too infested with inferior types and moral imbeciles. He added by way of his own contribution, and asked, but what is the real purpose of this evening? As I passed some of the groups, I've been struck by how often I've heard positively Rousseistic sentiments about the innate goodness of man. Tutsi, to whom this question was principally addressed, merely smiled, but just then the general came back to Ulrich, and Ulrich, who wanted to give him the slip, introduced him to Schwung and called him the man best qualified among all those present to answer the question. Sturm von Board vehemently denied this, but neither Schwung nor even Tutsi would let him go. Ulrich was already beating a jubilant retreat, when he was grabbed by an old acquaintance, who said, "My wife and daughter are also here." It was Bank Director Leo Fissel. "Hans Sepp has passed his state exam," he said. "What do you say to that? All he has to do now is pass one more exam for his doctorate. We're all sitting in that camera over there." He pointed toward the farthest room. "We know too few people here. Nor have we seen anything of you for a long time. Your father, wasn't it? Hans Sepp got us the invitation for this evening. My wife was dead set on it, so you see the fellow isn't entirely hopeless. They're semi-officially engaged now, he and Gerda. You probably didn't know that, did you? But Gerda, you see, the girl, I don't even know whether she's in love with him or has just got it into her head that she is. Won't you come over and join us for a bit? Till be along later," Ulrich promised. "Please do," Fissel urged, and fell silent. Then he whispered, "Isn't that our host? Won't you introduce me? We haven't had the opportunity. We don't know either him or her." But when Ulrich made a move in that direction, Fissel held him back. "And how is the great philosopher? What's he up to?" he asked. "My wife and Gerda are of course mad about him. But what's this about the oil fields? The word now is that it was a false rumor, but I don't believe it. They always deny it. You know, it's the same as when my wife is annoyed with a maid, then I keep hearing that the maid is untruthful, immoral, impertinent, nothing but defects of character, you see? But when I quietly promise the girl a raise, just to have peace in the house, then her character suddenly disappears. No more talk about character, everything's suddenly in order, and my wife doesn't know why. Isn't it always like that? There's too much economic probability in those oil fields for the denials to be believed." And because Ulrich held his peace, while Fissel wanted to return to his wife as the glorious bearer of inside information, he began once more, "One has to admit it's very nice here. But my wife would like to know what all the strange talk is about. And who is this Fuamall anyway?" He added. "Gerda says he's a great poet, Hans Sepp says he's nothing but a careerist who's taken everyone in." Ulrich allowed that the truth probably lay somewhere in between. "Now, that's well put," Fissel said gratefully. "The truth always lies somewhere in between, which everyone forgets nowadays. They're all so extreme. I keep telling Hans Sepp that everyone's entitled to his opinions, but the only opinions that count are the ones that enable you to earn a living, because that means that other people appreciate your opinions too." There had been an impalpable but important change in Leo Fissel, but Ulrich unfortunately passed up the opportunity to look into it and merely hastened to leave Gerda's father with a group around Section Chief Tutsi. Here Sturm von Board had meanwhile grown eloquent, frustrated at his inability to pin Ulrich down, and so highly charged with things to say that they burst out by the shortest path. "How to account for this gathering tonight?" he cried, reiterating Hofrecht Schwung's question. "I would assert, in the same judicious spirit in which it was asked, not at all. I'm not joking, gentlemen," he went on, not without a touch of pride. "This very afternoon I happened to ask a young lady whom I had to show around the psychiatric clinic of our university what it was she was actually interested in seeing, so we could explain it properly, and she gave me a very witty answer, exceptionally thought-provoking. What she said was, if we stop to explain everything, we will never change anything in the world." Schwung shook his head in disapproval. "What she meant by that I don't really know." Sturm defended himself, "and I won't take responsibility for it, but you can't help feeling there is some truth in it. You see, I am, for instance, indebted to my friend here." He gave a polite nod in Ulrich's direction, who has so often given his grace, and thereby the parallel campaign too, the benefit of his thoughts, for a great deal of instruction. But what is taking shape here tonight is a certain distaste for instruction. Which brings me back to my first assertion. "But isn't what you want?" Tutsi said. "I mean, the word is that colleagues from the War Ministry hope to stimulate a patriotic decision here, a collection of public funds or some such thing, in order to bring our artillery up to strength. Naturally, a mere token demonstration, just to put some pressure on Parliament through public opinion. That is certainly my understanding of some things I've heard tonight." Hofrecht Schwung concurred. "It's much more complicated, Herr Section Chief," the General said. "And what about Dr. Arnheim?" Tutsi said bluntly. "If I may be quite candid, are you sure that Arnheim wants nothing more than the Galicia oil fields, which are tied up, as it were, with the artillery problem?" "I can only speak of myself and my part in it," Section Chief Sturm said, warding him off, then repeated, "and it's all much more complicated." "Naturally it's more complicated," Tutsi said, smiling. "Of course we need the guns," the General said, warming to the subject, "and it may indeed be advantageous to work with Arnheim along the lines you suggest. But I repeat that I can only speak from my point of view as a cultural officer, and as such I put it to you, what's the use of cannons without the spirit to go with them? And why, in that case, was so much importance attached to bringing in Herr Fuamall?" Tutsi asked ironically. "That is defeatism pure and simple. Permit me to disagree," the General said firmly, "but that is the spirit of the times. Nowadays the spirit of the times has two separate currents. His Grace he's standing over there with the Minister, I've just come from talking with them. His Grace, for instance, says that the call has to go out for action. That's what the times demand. And in fact people are much less enchanted with the great idea of humanity than they were, say, 100 years ago. On the other hand, there is of course something to be said for the point of view of loving mankind, but about that His Grace says that those who do not want what is good for them must in certain circumstances be forced to accept it. So His Grace is in favor of the one current, but without turning his back on the other. I don't quite follow that, Professor Schwung demurred. It's not easy to follow, Sturm readily admitted. Suppose we go back to the point that I see two currents at work in the mind of our period. The one states that man is good by nature, when he is left to himself, as it were. How do you mean good? Schwung interrupted. Who can possibly think in such naive terms nowadays? We're not living in the world of 18th century idealism. Well, I don't know about that. The general sounded rather neck-led. Just think of the pacifists, the vegetarians, the enemies of violence, the back-to-nature people, the anti-intellectuals, the conscientious objectors. Can't call them all to mind offhand, and all the people who put their faith in mankind, as it were, they all form one big current. But if you prefer, he added in that obliging way he had that made him so likable, we can just as easily start out from the opposite point of view. Suppose we start with the fact that people must be regimented because they never do the right thing of their own accord. We might find it easier to agree on that. The masses need a strong hand, they need leaders who can be tough with them and don't just talk. In a word, they need to be guided by the spirit of action. Human society consists, as it were, of only a small number of volunteers, who also have the necessary training, and of millions without any higher ambitions, who serve only because they must. Isn't that so, roughly speaking? And because experience has gradually forced us to recognize this fact even here in our campaign, the first current for what I've just been talking about is the second current. The first current, I say, is alarmed at the possibility that the great idea of love and faith in mankind might get lost altogether. Hence there were forces at work, you see, that have sent them all into our midst to save what can still be saved at the 11th hour. Which makes it all much easier to understand than we first thought. No. And what's going to happen then? Tutsi wanted to know. Nothing, I imagine, Sturm replied. We've had lots of currents in the campaign by now. But there's an intolerable contradiction between your two currents, protested Professor Schwung, who as a jurist could not bear such ambiguity. Not if you look at it closely, Sturm countered. The one current is of course also in favor of loving mankind, provided you change it first by force. They differ on a technicality, you might say. Now Director Fissel spoke up, as a latecomer to the discussion. I'm afraid I don't have a complete picture. But if I'm so, it seems to me that respect for humanity is basically on a higher level than its opposite. This evening I've heard some incredible sentiments not representative of this gathering, I'm sure, but still incredible sentiments about people of different convictions and above all of differing nationalities. With his chin clean-shaven between mutton chop whiskers and his tilted pince-nez, he looked like an English lord upholding the freedom of humanity and free trade. He did not mention that the disreputable sentiments in question were those of Hans Sepp, his prospective son-in-law, who was in his element in the second current of our times. Savage sentiments? The general asked helpfully. Extraordinarily savage, Fissel confined. Could they have been talking about toughening up? It's easy to misconstrue that kind of talk, Sturm said. No, Fissel exclaimed. Utterly nihilistic, positively revolutionary views. Perhaps you're out of touch with our rebellious younger generation, Herr Major General. I'm surprised that such people are admitted here at all. Revolutionary views? Sturm asked, not at all pleased, and smiling in as chilly a manner as his plump face would allow. I'm afraid I must admit, Herr Director, that I'm by no means an out-and-out opponent of revolutionary views. Short of an actual revolution, of course. There's often a good deal of idealism in that sort of thing. And as for admitting them here, our campaign, which is intended to draw the whole country together, has no right to turn away constructive forces, in whatever mode they may express themselves. Leo Fissel was silent. Professor Schwung was not much interested in the views of a dignitary who was outside the ranks of the civilian bureaucracy. Tutsi had been dreaming, first current. Seconds on current. It reminded him of two similar expressions, first réservoir, second réservoir, but he could not remember them precisely, or the conversation Ulrich in which they had come up, yet it stirred in him an incomprehensible jealousy of his wife, which was connected to this harmless general by intangible links he could not begin to disentangle. Awakened to reality by the silence, he wanted to show the representative of the military that he was not to be sidetracked by digressions. All in all, General, he began, the military party wants but, my dear section chief, there is no military party. Sturm immediately broke in. People are always talking about a military party, but by its very nature the military is above party. Let's say the military hierarchy, then, Tutsi replied, chafing at the interruption. You were saying that what the army needs is not just guns but the spirit to go with them. By what spirit will you be pleased to have your guns loaded? That's going too far, Section Chief Sturm protested. It all started with my being asked to explain tonight's gathering to these gentlemen, and I said one really couldn't explain anything. That's all I'm taking my stand on. If the spirit of the times really has two such currents as I have described, neither of them favors explanation. Today we favor instinctual energies, dark forces in the blood, and the like. I certainly don't go along with that, but there's something in it. At these words Musil began to fume again, finding it immoral for the military to even consider making terms with the anti-Semites in order to get their guns. Come now, Herr Director, Sturm tried to pacify him. In the first place, a little anti-Semitism more or less hardly matters when people are already so anti to begin with. The Germans anti the Czechs and the Magyars, the Czechs anti the Magyars and the Germans, and so on, everybody against everybody else. Second, if anyone has always been international, it has been the Austrian Army Officers' Corps. You need only look at the many Italian, French, Scottish, and Lord knows what other names. We even have an infantry general von Kahn, he's a corps commandant in Olmütz. All the same, I'm afraid you've bitten off more than you can chew. Tutsi broke in on this diversion. You're both internationalist and warm-minded, but you want to deal with the nationalist movements and the pacifists as well. That's almost more than a professional diplomat could manage. Conducting military politics with pacifism is the task confronting the greatest diplomatic experts in Europe at this moment. But we're not at all the ones who are playing politics. Sturm protested again, in a tone of weary complaint over so much misunderstanding. His Grace simply wanted to give capital and culture one last chance to join forces. That's the whole reason for this evening. Of course, if the civilian sector can't come to some kind of accord, we would find ourselves in a position. In what position? That would be interesting to hear, indeed. Tutsi cried, a bit too eager to fan the flame. Well, in a difficult position, of course, Sturm said with caution and modesty. While the four gentlemen were engaged in this discussion, Ulrich had long since unobtrusively slipped away to find Gerda, giving a wide berth to the group around his Grace and the minister to avoid a summons from that quarter. He caught sight of her from some way off, sitting by the wall beside her mother, who was gazing stiffly into the salon. Hans Sepp was standing at her other side, with an uneasy, defiant look. Since her last miserable encounter with Ulrich, Gerda had grown even thinner, looking more barren of feminine charms the closer he came, and yet, by the same measure, more banefully attractive, her head on those slack shoulders standing out against the room. When she caught sight of Ulrich her face flushed scarlet, only to turn paler than ever, and she made an involuntary movement with her upper body like someone with a sharp pain in the heart who is somehow unable to press a hand to the spot. He had a fleeting vision of the scene when, wildly intent on his animal advantage in having aroused her physically, he had abused her confusion. That body was sitting, visibly to him beneath her dress, receiving orders from her humiliated will to hold itself proudly high, but trembling the while. Gerda was not angry at him. He could see, but she wanted to be done with him at all costs. He unobtrusively slowed down, trying to savor this to the full, and this sensuous tarrying seemed in keeping with the relationship between these two people, who could never quite come together. When Ulrich was very close to her, aware of nothing now but the quivering in the uplifted face awaiting him, he felt in passing something weightless, like a shadow or a gust of warmth, and he perceived Benadia, who had passed by him in silence but hardly without intent, and in all probability had been following him. He bowed to her. The world is beautiful if one takes it as it is. For a second the naive contrast between the voluptuous and the meager, as expressed in these two women, loomed as large to him as that between pasture and rock at the timberline, and he felt himself stepping down from the parallel campaign, even though with a guilty smile. When Gerda saw this smile slowly sinking down toward her outstretched hand, her eyelids quivered. At this moment Diotima noticed that Arnheim was taking young Fuamol to meet his Grace and the War Minister, and, skilled tactician that she was, she thwarted all encounters by ordering the servants in with trays of refreshments. 37. A comparison. Such conversations as those just reported went on by the dozen, and they all had something in common, which is not easy to describe but that cannot be passed over if one lacks Privy Councillor Masrich's flair for giving a dazzling account of a party just by making lists, who was there, wearing what, and saying this and that, all those things that are, in fact, considered by many to be the truest narrative art. So Friedel Fuamol was not really being a miserable toady, which he never was, but merely finding the right word for the time and place when he said of Mesericher, while standing in front of him, he's really the Homer of our era. No, I mean it, he added, when Mesericher tried to brush it off. That epic, imperturbable and with which you link all persons and events strikes me as having real greatness. He had got hold of Mesericher because the editor of the Parliamentary and Social Gazette had been reluctant to leave without paying his respects to Arnheim, but this still did not get Fuamol's name into print among those present. Without going into the Flunner distinctions between idiots and cretins, suffice it to say that an idiot of a certain degree is not up to forming the concept parents, even though he has no trouble with the idea of father and mother. This same simple additive, and, was Mesericher's device for relating social phenomena to one another. Another point about idiots is that in the basic concreteness of their thinking they have something that is generally agreed to appeal to the emotions in a mysterious way, and poets appeal directly to the emotions in very much the same way, insofar as their minds run to palpable realities. And so, when Friedel Fuamol addressed Mesericher as a poet, he could just as well, that is, out of the same obscure, hovering feeling, which, in his case, was also tantamount to a sudden illumination, have called him an idiot, in a way that would have had considerable significance for all mankind. For the element common to both is a mental condition that cannot be spanned by far-reaching concepts, or refined by distinctions and abstractions, a mental state of the crudest pattern, expressed most clearly in the way it limits itself to the simplest of coordinating conjunctions, the helplessly additive and, which for those of meager mental capacity replaces more intricate relationships, and it may be said that our world, regardless of all its intellectual riches, is in a mental condition akin to idiocy. Indeed, there is no avoiding this conclusion if one tries to grasp as a totality what is going on in the world. Not that those who are the first to propound or who come to share such a view have a monopoly on intelligence. It simply doesn't depend in the least on the individual, or on the pursuits he is engaged in and which were indeed being engaged in, with more or with less shrewdness, by all those who had come to Diotimus on this evening. For when General Stumm von Board, for instance, during the pause caused by the arrival of refreshments, got into a conversation with His Grace in the course of which he argued in a genially obstinate and respectfully daring tone, with all due respect, Your Grace, permit me to disagree most strongly, there is more than mere presumption in people who are proud of their race, there is also something appealingly aristocratic. He knew precisely what he meant by these words, but not so precisely what he conveyed by them, for such civilities are wrapped in an extra something that is like a pair of thick gloves in which one must struggle to pick up a single match out of a full box. And Leo Fissel, who had not budged from Stumm's side after he noticed that the general was moving impatiently toward His Grace, added, people must be judged not by their race but on their merit. What His Grace replied was logical. Disregarding Director Fissel, who had only just been introduced to him, he answered Stumm, what does the middle class need race for? They've always been up in arms about a court chamberlain needing 16 noble lances tours, and now what are they doing themselves? Trying to ape it, and exaggerating it to boot. More than 16 ancestors is sheer snobbery. For His Grace was upset, and therefore it was quite logical for him to express himself in this fashion. Man is indisputably endowed with reason, the problem is only how he uses his reason in the company of others. His Grace was vexed by the intrusion of national elements into the parallel campaign, although he himself had brought it about. Various political and social considerations had driven him to it, he himself recognized only the national populace. His political friends had advised him, there's no harm in listening to what they have to say about race and purity and blood, who takes what anyone says seriously anyway. But they're talking about human beings as if they were beasts. Count Unsdorf had objected, he had a Catholic view of human dignity, which prevented him from seeing that the principles of the chicken farm and of horse breeding could be equally well applied to God's children, even though he was a great landowner. To this his friends had replied, come now, you've no need to brood about it. And anyhow it's probably better than they're talking about the good of mankind and all that revolutionary drivel from abroad, as they've been doing. His Grace had finally seen the light on this point. But His Grace was also vexed because this fellow Fuenmall, whom he had forced Diotima to invite, was merely bringing fresh confusion into the parallel campaign and was a disappointment to him. Baroness Waden had praised Fuenmall to the skies, and he had finally yielded to her insistence. You're quite right, Unsdorf had conceded. The way things are going just now, we can easily be accused of Germanizing. And there may be no harm, as you say, in inviting a poet who says that we have to love all mankind. But don't you see, I can't really spring that on Frau Tutsi. But the Baroness would not give an inch and must have found new and effective arguments, for at the end of their conversation Unsdorf had promised to make Diotima invite Fuenmall. Not that I like doing it, he had said, but a strong hand does need the right word to get its message across, I must agree with you there. And it's also true that things have been moving too slowly recently, we haven't had the right spirit. But now he was dissatisfied. His Grace was far from thinking that other people were stupid, even if he did think himself more intelligent than they were, and he could not comprehend why all these intelligent people taken together made such a poor impression on him. Indeed, life as a whole made this impression on him, as though all the intelligence in individuals and in official institutions among which he was known to count religion and science somehow added up to a state of total unaccountability. New ideas that one had not heard of before kept popping up, aroused passions, and then vanished again after running their course. People were always chasing after some leader or another, and stumbling from one superstition to the next, cheering His Majesty one day and giving the most disgusting incendiary speeches in Parliament the next, and none of it ever amounted to anything in the end. If this could be miniaturized by a factor of 1,000,000 and reduced, as it were, to the dimensions of a single head, the result would be precisely the image of the unaccountable, forgetful, ignorant conduct and the demented hopping around that had always been Count Unsdorf's image of a lunatic, although he had hitherto had little occasion to think about it. Glumly he stood here now, in the midst of the men surrounding him, and reflected that the whole idea of the parallel campaign had been to bring out the truth behind all this, and he found himself unable to formulate some vague idea about faith that was there in his mind. All he could feel was something as pleasantly soothing as the shade of a high wall, a church wall, presumably. Funny, he said to Ulrich, giving up his thought after a while. If you look at all this with some detachment, it somehow reminds you of starlings, you know, the way they flock together in autumn in the fruit trees. Ulrich had come back after seeing Gerda. Their conversation had not lived up to its promising beginning. Gerda had not managed to utter more than brief, laborious answers hacked off from something that stuck like a hard wedge in her breast, while Hans Sepp talked all the more. He had set himself up as a watchdog and let it be known at once that he was not to be intimidated by his decadent surroundings. You don't know the great racial theorist Brahms Huber? He had asked Ulrich. Where does he live? Ulrich had asked. Inchcarding on Allah, Hans Sepp had told him. What does he do? Ulrich had asked. What difference does that make? Hans had said. New people are coming to the top. He's a druggist. Ulrich had said to Gerda, I hear you're now formally engaged. And Gerda had replied, Brainschubbenman's the ruthless suppression of all alien races, that's surely less cruel than toleration and contempt. Her lip had trembled again as she forced out this sentence that was so badly patched together from broken bits of thought. Ulrich had merely looked at her and shaken his head. I don't understand that, he had said, holding out his hand to say goodbye, and now, standing beside Lunsdorf, he felt as innocent as a star in the infinity of space. But if you don't regard it with detachment, Count Lunsdorf slowly continued his new thought, after a pause, then it keeps circling around in your head like a dog trying to catch its tail. Now I've let my friends have their way with me, he added, and I've let the Baroness Waden have her way, and if you go around listening to what we're saying here, each separate bit sounds quite sensible, but in the nobler spiritual context we're looking for, it sounds really rambling and incoherent. Around the War Minister and Fuhrmann, whom Arnheim had brought over, a group had formed in which Fuhrmann was holding forth, loving all mankind, while a second, more distant group was collecting around Arnheim, who had moved away. In it Ulrich saw Hans Sepp and Gerda some while later. Fuhrmann could be heard proclaiming, we don't learn about life by studying it in books, but through kindness. We must believe in life. Frau Professor Drangsel stood ramrod straight behind him and pressed his point home by saying, after all, Goethe was no PhD. In her eyes, Fuhrmann bore a strong resemblance to Goethe. The War Minister also held himself very straight and smiled tenaciously, as he was accustomed to doing when graciously acknowledging the salute of parading troops. Count Lunsdorf asked Ulrich, tell me, who is this Fuhrmann? His father owns some factories in Hungary, Ulrich answered. I think it has something to do with phosphorus, since none of the workers lives past 40. Occupational disease, necrosis of the bone. I see, but the son? Lunsdorf was unmoved by the factory worker's fate. He was slated to go to the university, law, I believe. The father is a self-made man, and he took it hard that his son was not interested in studying. Why wasn't he interested in studying? Count Lunsdorf persisted, he was being very thorough today. Who knows? Ulrich shrugged. Probably fathers and sons. When the father is poor, the sons love money, when papa has money, the sons love mankind. Hasn't your Grace heard about the father-son problem in our day? Yes, I've heard about it. But why is Arnheim playing the patron to this young man? Has it anything to do with those oil fields? Your Grace knows about that? Ulrich exclaimed. Of course, I know everything, Lunsdorf said patiently. But what I still don't understand is this, that people should love each other, and that it takes a firm hand in government to make them do it, is nothing new. So why should it suddenly be a case of either, or? Ulrich answered, Your Grace has always wanted a spontaneous rallying cry rising from the entire nation, this is the form it's bound to take. Oh, that's not true. Count Lunsdorf disagreed spiritedly, but before he could go on they were interrupted by Sturm von Bardware coming from the Arnheim group with a burning question for Ulrich. Excuse me for interrupting, Your Grace, he said. But tell me, he turned to Ulrich, can one really claim that people are motivated entirely by their feelings and never by their reason? Ulrich stared at him blankly. There's one of those Marxists over there, Sturm explained, who seems to be claiming that a person's economic substructure entirely determines his ideological superstructure. And there's a psychoanalyst denying it and insisting that the ideological superstructure is entirely the product of man's instinctual substructure. It's not that simple, Ulrich said, hoping to wriggle out of it. That's just what I always say. It didn't do me a bit of good, though, the general answered promptly, keeping his eyes fixed on Ulrich. But now Lunsdorf entered the discussion. Now there, you see, he said to Ulrich, is something rather like the question I was about to raise myself. No matter whether the substructure is economic or sexual, well, what I wanted to say before is, why are people so unreliable in their superstructure? You know the common saying that the world is crazy, it is getting all too easy to believe it's true. That's the psychology of the masses, Your Grace. The learned general interposed again. So far as it applies to the masses it makes sense to me. The masses are moved only by their instincts, and of course that means by those instincts most individuals have in common, that's logical. That's to say, it's illogical, of course. The masses are illogical. They only use logic for window dressing. What they really let themselves be guided by is simply and solely suggestion. Give me the newspapers, the radio, the film industry, and maybe a few other avenues of cultural communication, and within a few years, as my friend Ulrich once said, I promise I'll turn people into cannibals. That's precisely why mankind needs strong leadership, as Your Grace knows far better than I do. But that even highly cultivated individuals are not motivated by logic in some circumstances is something I find it hard to believe, though Aimam says so. What on earth could Ulrich have offered his friend by way of support in this scattered debate? Like a bunch of weeds an angler catches on his hook instead of a fish, the general's question was baited with a tangled bunch of theories. Does a man follow only his feelings, doing, feeling, even thinking only that to which he is moved by unconscious currents of desire, or even by the milder breeze of pleasure, as we now assume? Or does he not rather act on the basis of reason, thought and will, as we also widely assume? Does he primarily follow certain instincts, such as the sexual instinct, as we assume? Or is it above all not the sexual instinct that dominates, but rather the psychological effect of economic conditions, as we also assume today? A creature as complicated as man can be seen from many different angles, and whatever one chooses as the axis in the theoretical picture, one gets only partial truths, from whose interpretation the level of truth slowly rises higher, or does it? Whenever a partial truth has been regarded as the only valid one, there has been a high price to pay. On the other hand, this partial truth would hardly have been discovered if it had not been overestimated. In this fashion the history of truth and the history of feeling are variously linked, but that of feeling remains obscure. Indeed, to Ulrich's way of thinking it was no history at all, but a wild jumble. Funny, for instance, that the religious ideas, meaning the passionate ideas, of the Middle Ages about the nature of man were based on a strong faith in man's reason and his will, while today many scholars, whose only passion is smoking too much, consider the emotions as the basis for all human activity. Such were the thoughts going through Ulrich's head, and he naturally did not feel like saying anything in response to the oratory of Stumm, who was in any case not waiting for an answer but only cooling off a bit before returning to Arnheim's group. Count Lonsdorff, Ulrich said mildly. Do you remember my old suggestion to establish a general secretariat for all those problems that need the soul as much as the mind for a solution? Indeed I do, Lonsdorff replied. I remember telling His Eminence about it, and his hearty laugh. But he did say that you had come too late. And yet it's the very thing you were feeling the lack of, Your Grace, Ulrich continued. You notice that the world no longer remembers today what it wanted yesterday, that its mood keeps changing for no perceptible reason, that it's in a constant uproar and never resolves anything, and if we imagined all this chaos of humanity brought together in a single head, we'd have a really unmistakable case of recognizable pathological symptoms that one would count as mental insufficiency. Absolutely right, cried Stumm von Bord, whose pride in everything he had learned that afternoon had welled up again. That's precisely the configuration of... Well, I can't think of the name of that mental disease at the moment. But that's it exactly. No, Ulrich said with a smile. It's surely not the description of any specific disease. The difference between a normal person and an insane one is precisely that the normal person has all the diseases of the mind, while the madman has only one. Brilliantly put. Stumm and Lonsdorff cried as with one voice, though in slightly different words, and then added in the same way, but what does that mean exactly? It means this, Ulrich stated. If I understand by morality the ordering of all those interrelations that include feeling, imagination, and the like, each of these takes its relative position from the others and in that way attains some sort of stability, but all of them together, in moral terms, don't get beyond the state of delusion. Come, that's going too far, Count Lonsdorff said good-naturedly. And the general said, but surely every man has to have his own morals, you can't order anyone to prefer a cat to a dog. Can one prescribe it, Your Grace? Ulrich asked intently. Well, in the old days, Count Lonsdorff said diplomatically, although he had been challenged in his religious conviction that the truth existed in every sphere. It was easier in the old days. But today? Then that leaves us in a permanent state of religious war, Ulrich pointed out. You call that a religious war? What else? Not bad. Quite a good characterization of modern life. Incidentally, I always knew that there's not such a bad Catholic secretly tucked away inside you. Trademark a very bad one, Ulrich said. I don't believe that God has been here yet, but that is still to come. But only if we pave the way for him more than we have so far. His Grace rejected this with the dignified words, that's over my head. A great event is in the making. But no one has noticed. The general, however, cried, I'm afraid I must get back to His Excellency the Minister at once, but you absolutely will have to explain all that to me. I won't let you off. I'll join you gentlemen again soon, if I may. Lonsdorff gave the impression of wanting to say something. His mind was clearly hard at work, but he and Ulrich had hardly been left alone for a moment when they found themselves surrounded by people borne toward them by the constant circulation of the guests and the charisma of His Grace. There could, of course, be no more talk about what Ulrich had just said, and no one besides him was giving it a thought, when an arm slipped into his from behind. It was Agathe. Have you found grounds for my defense yet? She asked in a maliciously caressing tone. Ulrich took a grip on her arm and drew her aside from the crowd around them. Can't we go home? Agathe asked. No, Ulrich said. I can't leave yet. I suppose, she teased him, that time's to come, for whose sake you're keeping yourself pure here, won't let you go? Ulrich pressed her arm. Isn't it greatly in my favor that I don't belong here but in jail? She whispered in his ear. They looked for a place where they could be alone. The party had reached the boiling point and was impelling the guests to constantly circulate. On the whole, however, the twofold grouping was still distinguishable. Around the Minister of War the talk was of peace and love, and around Mime, at the moment, about how the German love of peace flourished best in the shadow of German power. Mime lent a benevolent ear to this, because he never snubbed an honest opinion and was especially interested in new ones. He was worried that the deal for the oil fields might run into opposition in Parliament. He was certain of the unavoidable opposition of the Slavic contingent, and hoped he could count on the pro-German faction to support him. On the ministry level all seemed to be going well, except for a certain antagonism in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but he did not regard this as particularly significant. Tomorrow he was going to Budapest. There were plenty of hostile observers around him and other leading personages. They were easily spotted in that they always said yes to everything and were unfailingly polite, while the others tended to have different opinions. Tutsi was trying to win one of them over by asserting, what they're saying doesn't mean a thing. It never means anything. His listener, a member of parliament, believed him. But this did not change his mind, made up before he had come, that something fishy was going on here. His Grace, on the other hand, spoke up on behalf of the evening's seriousness by saying to another skeptic, "My dear sir, ever since 1848 even the revolutions have been brought about by nothing more than a lot of talk. It would be wrong to regard such differences as no more than acceptable variants on the otherwise usual monotony of life, and yet this error, with all its grave consequences, occurs almost as frequently as the expression it's a matter of feeling, without which our mental economy would be unthinkable. This indispensable phrase divides what must be in life from what can be. It sets apart, Ulrich said to Agatha, the given order of things from a private, personal preserve. It separates what has been rationalized from what is held to be irrational. As commonly used, it is an admission that we are forced to be humane on major counts, but being humane on minor counts is suspiciously arbitrary. We think life would be a prison if we were not free to choose between wine or water, religion or atheism, but nobody believes in the least that we have any real option in matters of feeling. On the contrary, we draw a line, ambiguous though it may be, between legitimate and illegitimate feelings. The feelings between Ulrich and Agatha were of the illegitimate kind. Although they did no more than talk about the party as, still arm in arm, they looked in vain for a private comer, while experiencing a wild and unacknowledged joy in being reunited after their estrangement. By contrast, the choice between loving all one's fellow human beings, or first annihilating some of them, obviously involved doubly legitimate feelings, or it would not have been so eagerly debated in Diotima's house and in the presence of his Grace, even though it also split the company into two spiteful parties. Ulrich maintained that invention of a matter of feeling had rendered the worst possible service to the cause of feeling, and as he undertook to describe to his sister the curious impression this evening's affair had awakened in him, he soon found himself saying things that unintentionally took up where their talk of the morning had broken off and were apparently intended to justify it. "I hardly know where to start," he said, "without boring you. May I tell you what I understand by morality?" "Please do," Agatha said. "Morality is regulation of conduct within a society, beginning with regulation of its inner impulses, that is, feelings and thoughts. That's a lot of progress in a few hours." Agatha replied with a laugh. "This morning you were still saying you didn't know what morality was." "Of course I don't. That doesn't stop me from giving you a dozen explanations. The oldest reason for it is that God revealed the order of life to us in all its details." "That would be the best," Agatha said. "But the most probable," Ulrich said emphatically, "is that morality, like every other form of order, arises through force and violence. A group of people that has seized power simply imposes on the rest those rules and principles that will secure their power. Morality thereby tends to favor those who brought it to power. At the same time, it sets an example in so doing. And at the same time reactions set in that cause it to change. This is of course too complicated to be described briefly, and while it by no means happens without thought, but then again not by means of thought, either, but rather empirically, what you get in the end is an infinite network that seems to span everything as independently as God's firmament. Now, everything relates to this self-contained circle, but this circle relates to nothing. In other words, everything is moral, but morality itself is not." "How charming of morality," Agatha said. "But do you know that I encountered a good person today?" The change of subject took Ulrich by surprise. But when Agatha began telling him of her meeting with Lindner, he first tried to find a place for it in his train of thought. "You can find good people here by the dozen too," he said, "but I'll tell you why the bad people are here as well, if you'll let me go on." As they talked they gradually edged their way out of the throng and reached the anteroom, and Ulrich had to think where they might come for refuge. Diotima's bedroom occurred to him, and also Rachel's little room, but he did not want to set foot in either of them again, so he and Agatha remained for the time being among the UN-peopled coats that were hanging there. Ulrich could not find a way to pick up the thread. "I really ought to start again from the beginning," he said, with an impatient, helpless gesture. Then suddenly he said, "You don't want to know whether you've done something good or bad, you're uneasy because you do both without a solid reason." Agatha nodded. He had taken both her hands in his. The matte sheen of his sister's skin, with its fragrance of plants unknown to him, rising before his eyes from the low neckline of her gown, lost for a moment all earthly connection. The motion of the blood pulsed from one hand into the other. A deep note from some other world seemed to enclose them both in a nowhere world of their own. He suddenly could not find the ideas to characterize it, he could not even get hold of those that had often served him before. Let's not act on the impulse of the moment but act out of the condition that lasts to the end. In such a way that it takes us to the center from which one cannot return to take anything back, not from the periphery and its constantly changing conditions, but out of the one, immutable happiness. Such phrases did come to mind, and he might well have used them if it had only been as conversation. But in the direct immediacy with which they were to be applied to this very moment between him and his sister, it was suddenly impossible. It left him helplessly agitated. But Agatha understood him clearly. and she should have been happy that for the first time the shell encasing her hard brother had cracked, exposing what was inside, like an egg that has fallen to the floor. To her surprise, however, her feelings this time were not quite ready to fall into step with his. Between morning and evening lay her curious encounter with Lindner, and although this man had merely aroused her wonder and curiosity, even this tiny grain sufficed to keep the unending mirroring of reclusive love from coming into play. Ulrich felt it in her hands even before she said anything, and Agatha made no answer. He guessed that this unexpected self-denial had something to do with the experience he had just had to listen to her describing. Abashed and confused by the rejection of his unanswered feelings, he said, shaking his head, "It's annoying how much you seem to expect from the goodness of such a man." "I suppose it is," Agatha admitted. He looked at her. He realized that this encounter meant more to his sister than the attentions paid to her by other men since she had been under his protection. He even knew this man slightly. Lindner was a public figure of sorts. He was the man who, at the very first session of the parallel campaign, had made the brief speech, resaved with embarrassing silence, hailing the historical moment or something similar, awkward, sincere, and pointless. On impulse Ulrich glanced around, but he did not recall seeing the man tonight, for he had not been asked again, as Ulrich knew. He must have come across him elsewhere from time to time. Probably at some learned society, and have read one or another of his publications, for as he concentrated his memory, ultramicroscopic traces of images from the past condensed like a repulsive viscous drop into his verdict, "That dreary ass." The more anyone wants to be taken seriously, the less one can take such a man seriously, any more than Professor Hagler. So he said to Agatha. Agatha met it with silence. She even pressed his hand. He felt, there is something quite contradictory here, but there's no stopping it. At this point people came into the anteroom, and the siblings drew slightly apart. "Shall I take you back in?" Ulrich asked. Agatha said no and looked around for an escape. It suddenly occurred to Ulrich that the only way they could get away from the other guests was by retreating to the kitchen. 3 batteries of glasses were being filled and trays loaded with cakes. The cook was bustling about with great zeal. Rachel and Solomon were waiting to be loaded up, standing apart and motionless and not whispering to each other as they used to do on such occasions. Little Rachel dropped a curtsy as they came in. Solomon merely saluted with his dark eyes, and Ulrich said, "It's too stuffy in there, can we get something to drink here?" He sat down with Agatha on the window seat and put a glass and a plate down for show so that in case anyone should see them it would look as if 2 old friends of the family were having a private chat. When they were seated, he said with a little sigh, "So it's merely a matter of feeling whether one finds such a Professor Lindner good or insufferable." Agatha was concentrating on unwrapping a piece of candy. "Which is to say," Ulrich went on, "that the feeling is neither true nor false. Feeling has remained a private matter. It remains at the mercy of suggestion, fantasy, or persuasion. You and I are no different from those people in there. Do you know what these people want? No. But does it matter? Perhaps it does. They are forming 2 parties, each of which is as right or as wrong as the other." Agatha said she could not help thinking that it was better to believe in human goodness than only in guns and politics, even if the manner of the belief was absurd. "What's he like, this man you met?" "Oh, that's impossible to say. He's good," his sister answered with a laugh. "You can no more depend on what looks good to you than on what looks good to Tonsdorf," Ulrich responded testily. Both their faces were tense with excitement and laughter. The easy flow of humorous civility blocked deeper countercurrents. Rachel sensed it at the roots of her hair, under her little cap, but she was feeling so miserable herself that her perception was much dimmer than it used to be, like a memory of better days. The lovely curve of her cheeks was a shade hollow, the black blaze of her eyes dulled with discouragement. Had Ulrich been in a mood to compare her beauty with that of his sister, he would have been bound to notice that Rachel's former dark brilliance had crumbled like a piece of coal that had been run over by a heavy truck. But he had no eyes for her now. She was pregnant, and no one knew it except Solomon, who showed no understanding of the disastrous reality and responded with nothing but childish romantic schemes. "For centuries now," Ulrich went on, "the world has known truth in thinking and accordingly, to a certain degree, rational freedom of thought. But during this same time the emotional life has had neither the strict discipline of truth nor any freedom of movement. For every moral system has, in its time, regulated the feelings, and rigidly too, but only insofar as certain basic principles and feelings were needed for whatever action it favored. The rest was left to individual whim, to the private play of emotions, to the random efforts of art, and to academic debate. So morality has adapted our feelings to the needs of moral systems and meanwhile neglected to develop them. Even though it depends on feelings, morality is, after all, the order and integrity of the emotional life." Here he broke off. He felt Rachel's fascinated stare on his animated face, even if she could no longer quite muster her former enthusiasm for the concerns of important people. "I suppose it's funny how I go on talking about morality even here in the kitchen," he said in embarrassment. Agatha was gazing at him intently and thoughtfully. He leaned over closer to his sister and added softly, with a flickering smile, "But it's only another way of expressing an impassioned state that takes up arms against the whole world." Without intending to, he was reenacting their confrontation of the morning, in which he had played the unpleasant role of the lecturing schoolmaster. He could not help it. For him morality was neither conformism nor philosophic wisdom, but living the infinite fullness of possibilities. He believed in morality's capacity for intensification, in stages of moral experience, And not merely, as most people do, in stages of moral understanding, as if it was something cut and dried for which people were just not pure enough. He believed in morality without believing in any specific moral system. Morality is generally understood to be a sort of police regulations for keeping life in order, and since life does not obey even these, they come to look as if they were really impossible to live up to, and accordingly, in this sorry way, not really an ideal either. But morality must not be reduced to this level. Morality is imagination. This was what he wanted to make Agatha see. And his second point was, imagination is not arbitrary. Once the imagination is left to caprice, there is a price to pay. The words twitched in his mouth. He was on the verge of bringing up the neglected difference between the way in which various historical periods have developed the rational mind in their own fashion and the way they have kept the moral imagination static and closed off, also in their own fashion. He was on the verge of talking about this because it results in a line that rises, despite all skepticism, more or less steadily through all of history's transformations, representing the rational mind and its patterns, and contrasting with a mound of broken shards of feelings, ideas, and potentials of life that were heaped up in layers just the way they were when they came into being, as eternal side issues, and that were always discarded. And also because a further result is that this finally adds up to any number of possibilities for forming an opinion one way or another, as soon as they are extended into the realm of principles, but that there is never a possibility of bringing them together. And because it follows that the various opinions lash out at each other since they have no way of communicating. And because it follows, finally, that the emotional life of mankind slops back and forth like water in an unsteady tub. Ulrich had an idea that had been haunting him all evening, an old idea of his, incidentally, but everything that had happened this evening had somehow simply confirmed it. And he wanted to show Agatha where her error lay and how it could be put right, if everyone agreed. Actually, it was only his painful intention to prove that one could not, on the whole, even trust the discoveries of one's own imagination. Agatha now said, with a little sigh, as a hard-pressed woman gets in one last, quick defensive move before surrendering, so one has to do everything on principle, is that it? And she looked at him, responding to his smile. But he answered, yes, but only on one principle. This was something quite different from what he had meant to say. It again came from the realm of the Siamese twins and the Millennium, where life grows in magical stillness like a flower, and even if it were not a mere flight of fancy, it pointed to the frontiers of thought, which are solitary and treacherous. Agatha's eyes were like split agate. If at this instant he had said only a little more, or touched her with his hand, something would have happened, something that was gone a moment later, before she even knew what it was. For Ulrich did not want to say any more. He took a knife and a piece of fruit and began to peel. He was happy because the distance that had separated him from his sister shortly before had melted into an immeasurable closeness, but he was also glad that at this moment they were interrupted. It was the general, who came peering into the kitchen with the sly glance of a patrol leader surprising the enemy encampment. Please forgive the intrusion, he called out as he entered, but as it's only a tete-a-tete with your brother, dear lady, it can't be too great a crime. And turning to Ulrich, he said, they're looking for you high and low. And Ulrich told the general what he had meant to say to Agatha. But first he asked, who are they? I was supposed to bring you to the minister. Stumm said reproachfully. Ulrich waved that aside. Well, it's too late anyway, the good-natured general said. The old boy just left. But on my own account, as soon as Madam has chosen some better company than yours, I shall have to interrogate you about what you meant with that religious war if you'll be so kind as to remember your own words. We were just talking about that, Ulrich said. How very interesting. The general exclaimed. Your sister is also interested in moral systems? It's all my brother talks about, Agatha corrected him, smiling. That was virtually the whole agenda this evening. Stumm sighed. Lunsdorf, for instance, said only a few minutes ago that morality is just as important as eating. I can't see it myself. So saying, he bent with relish over the candies Agatha handed him. It was supposed to be a joke. Agatha said, to comfort him, neither can I. An officer and a woman must have morals, but they don't like to talk about it. The general went on improvising. Don't you agree, dear lady? Rachel had brought him a kitchen chair, which he was zealously dusting off with her apron when these words of his stabbed her to the heart. She nearly broke into tears. Stumm was prompting Ulrich again. Now then, what's this about the religious war? But before Ulrich could say anything, he forestalled him, saying, actually, I have the feeling that your cousin is also prowling around looking for you, and I have my military training to thank for finding you first. So I must make the most of my time. Things are not going well in there. It's supposed to be our fault. And your cousin, how shall I put it? She's simply let go of the reins. Do you know what they've decided? Who decided? A lot of people have already left. Some have stayed and are paying very close attention. The general described the situation. There's no telling who is deciding. In that case it might be better if you told me first what they've decided, Ulrich said. Stumm von Borg shrugged his shoulders. All right. But luckily it's not a resolution in the sense of committee business. He elucidated. Since all the responsible people had left in time, thank heaven. So it's only what you might call a special interest proposal, a suggestion, or a minority vote. I shall take the line that we have no official knowledge of it. But you'd better tell your secretary to watch the minutes so none of this gets into the record. "Do forgive me," he said to Agatha, "for talking business like this." "But what happened?" She urged him on. Sturm made a wide, sweeping gesture. "Fuimall. If you remember the young man we really only invited because how shall I put it because he is an exponent of the spirit of the times, and because we had to invite the opposing exponents anyway. We had hoped that nevertheless, and with the added stimulus of intellectual debate, we'd be able to get down to talking about the thing G0 hat, unfortunately, really matter. Your brother knows about it, dear lady. The idea was to get the minister together with Lunsdorf and Arnheim, to see whether Lunsdorf has any objections to certain patriotic views. And all in all I'm not really dissatisfied." He turned confidentially to Ulrich. So far so good. But while this was going on, Fuimall and the others. Here Sturm felt obliged to add for Agatha's benefit. That is, the exponent of the view that man is basically a good and peace-loving creature who responds best to kindness, and those who expound approximately the opposite view, that it takes a strong hand and all that to keep order in the world. This Fuimall got into an argument with these others, and before anyone could stop them they had agreed on a joint proposal. A joint proposal? Ulrich was incredulous. That's right. Perhaps I seem to be making light of it. Sturm sounded rather pleased with himself at the unintended comic effect of his story, but nobody could have predicted anything of the sort. And if I tell you what their resolution was, you won't believe it. Since I was supposed to visit Moosbrugge this afternoon in a semi-official capacity, the whole ministry will refuse to believe that I wasn't the one who put them up to it. Here Ulrich burst out laughing, and he interrupted him the same way from time to time as Sturm went on with his story. Only Agatha understood why, while his friend commented somewhat huffily each time that he seemed to be wrought up. But what had happened corresponded far too much to the pattern Ulrich had just laid out for his sister for him not to find it hilarious. The Fuimall group had appeared on the scene at the very last moment to save what could still be saved. In such cases the object tends to be less clear than the intention. The young poet Friedel Fuimall, who was called Peepy by his intimates, and who went about trying to look like the young Schubert, for he doted on everything having to do with old Vienna, though he had been born in a small provincial town in Hungary, happened to believe in Austria's mission, and he believed besides mankind. It was obvious that an undertaking like the parallel campaign that did not include him would from the beginning have made him uneasy. How can a humanitarian project in an Austrian key, or an Austrian project in a humanitarian key, flourish without him? It is true that he had said this, with a shrug, only in private to his friend Frau Drangsel, but she, the widow of a celebrity and a credit to her country, as the hostess presiding over a spiritual beauty salon overshadowed only during the last year by diatomas, had repeated it to evil, influential person with whom she came in contact. Hence rumor had begun to make the rounds that the parallel campaign was in peril, unless. This unless and the peril naturally enough remained rather undimmed, for first diatoma had to be made to invite Fuimall, and after that one would see. But the news of some danger apparently connected with the patriotic campaign was noted by those alert politicians who acknowledged no fatherland, but only an ethnic motherfolk living in enforced wedlock with the state as an abused wife. They had long suspected that the parallel campaign would only produce some new form of oppression. And even though they were civil enough to conceal this suspicion, they attached far less importance to the intention of diverting it, for there had always been despairing humanists among the Germans, but as a whole there would always be oppressors and bureaucratic parasites! Than to the useful hint that even Germans admitted how dangerous their people's nationalism was. Consequently Frau Drangsel and the poet Fuimall felt buoyed up by sympathies for their aims, which they accepted without bothering to investigate, and Fuimall, who was a recognized man of feeling, was obsessed with the notion that something compelling about love and peace had to be said to the Minister of War in person. Why the Minister of War, and what he was expected to do about it, remained unclear, but the idea itself was so dazzlingly original and dramatic that it really needed no additional support. On this point they had even won the approval of Sturm von Board, the fickle general, whose devotion to culture sometimes took him to Frau Drangsel's salon. Unbeknownst to Diatoma, it was his doing, moreover, that the original perception of Arnheim the munitions maker as part of the danger gave way to the view of Arnheim the thinker as an important element of everything good. So far all had gone as befitted the participants, even including the fact that, despite Frau Drangsel's help, the minister's encounter with Fuimall unfolded as is usual in the course of human events, producing nothing more than some flashes of Fuimallian brilliance, to which His Excellency lent a tolerant ear. But Fuimall was far from spent, and because the troops he could summon to arms consisted of literary men young and old, councillors, Hofrat, librarians, and some pacifists, in short, people of all ages and in all sorts of positions, united in their feeling for their old fatherland and its mission in the world. A sentiment as readily marshaled in the cause of bringing back the historic three-horse omnibus as in that of Viennese porcelain, and because all these faithful had in the course of the evening made many diverse contacts with their opponents, who also did not go around showing their claws, many discussions had sprung up in which opinions crisscrossed wildly in all directions. Such was the temptation facing Fuimall when the Minister of War had finished with him and Frau Drangsel's attention had been distracted for a while through some unknown occurrence. Sturm von Board could only report that Fuimall had got into an extremely lively exchange with a young man who, from his description, might well have been Hans Sepp. The young man was in any case one of those who find a scapegoat on which to blame all the evils they cannot cope with themselves. Nationalist arrogance is only that special case of it in which honest conviction makes one choose a scapegoat not of one's own breed and as unlike oneself as possible. Now, everyone knows what a great relief it is when one is upset to work off one's anger on someone, even if it has nothing to do with him, but it is less well known that this also applies to love. For love, too, must often be worked off in the same way on someone not really involved, for lack of a more suitable outlet. Fuamall, for instance, was an industrious young man who could be quite unpleasant in the struggle for his own advantage, but his love-goat happened to be man, and the moment he thought of man in general, there was no restraining his unsatisfied benevolence. Hans Sepp, on the other hand, was basically a decent fellow who could not even bring himself to deceive Director Fissel, and so his scapegoat was non-German man, on whom he blamed everything beyond his power to change. Lord knows what they had started to talk to each other about. They must have instantly mounted their respective goats and charged at each other, for as Stumm put it, really no idea how it happened, suddenly they were surrounded, and the next minute there was a real crowd, and finally a Pharaoh still here was standing around them. Do you know what they were arguing about? Ulrich asked him. Stumm shrugged his shoulders. Fuamall shouted at the other fellow, you want to hate, but you can't do it. Because we're all born with love inside. Or something like that. And the other one shouted back at him, and you want to love? But that's something you're even less capable of. Well, I can't really say exactly, I had to hold myself a bit apart, because of my uniform. Oh, Ulrich said. I see the point. He turned to Agatha, trying to catch her eye. No, the point was the resolution. Stumm reminded him. That they were, ready to bite each other's heads off, and then, as if nothing had happened, they agreed to make common cause, and I do mean common. With his rounded eye, Stumm gave the impression of unwavering gravity. The minister left on the spot, he reported. But what was it they agreed on? Ulrich and Agatha asked. I can't exactly say, Stumm replied, because of course I took off myself before they were finished. Besides, it's always hard to remember that sort of thing clearly. It's something in favor of Muusbrugger and against the army. Muusbrugger? How on earth? Ulrich laughed again. How on earth? The general echoed venomously. It's easy for you to laugh, but I'm the one who's going to be called on the carpet for it. At the very least it'll mean days of paperwork. How does anyone know how on earth with such people? Maybe it was that old professor's fault, the one who was talking to everyone in favor of hanging and against leniency. Or it could have been because the Parpers have been making such a fuss again lately about the problem of that monster. Anyway, they were suddenly talking about him. This has got to be undone again, he declared with unwonted severity. At this moment a kitchen was invaded in quick succession by Amim, Diotima, and even Tutsi and Count Lensdorf. Amim had heard voices in the foyer. He had been on the point of slipping away quietly, hoping that the disturbance would enable him to escape another heart-to-heart talk with Diotima, and tomorrow he would be leaving town again for some time. But his curiosity made him glance into the kitchen, and since Agatha had seen him, politeness prevented him from withdrawing. Stumm instantly besieged him with questions about how things stood. I can even give it to you verbatim, Amim replied with a smile. Some of it was so quaint that I simply had to write it down on the sly. He drew a small card from his wallet and slowly read, deciphering his shorthand, the contents of the proposed manifesto. The patriotic campaign has passed the following resolution, as proposed by Herr Fuamall and Herr I didn't catch the other name. Any man may choose to die for his own ideas, but whoever induces men to die for ideas not their own is a murderer. That was the proposal, he added, and my impression was that it was final. That's it. The general exclaimed. That's the way I heard it too. They're enough to make you sick, these intellectual debates. Amim said gently, it's the desire of young people today for stability and leadership. But it wasn't only young people, Stumm said in disgust. Even bald heads were agreeing. Then it's a need for leadership in general, Amim said with a friendly nod. It's widespread these days. Incidentally, the resolution was borrowed from a recent book, if I remember rightly. Indeed? Stumm said. Yes, Arnheim said. And of course we'll pretend it never happened. But if we could find a way to direct the sentiment it expresses into some useful channel, it would certainly be of help. The general appeared somewhat relieved and, turning to Ulrich, asked, do you have any idea what could be done? Of course. Ulrich said. Arnheim's attention was diverted by Diotima. In that case, the general said in a low voice, fire away. I would prefer it if we could remain in control. You have to focus on what actually happened, Ulrich said, taking his time. These people aren't so far wrong, you know, when one of them accuses the other of wanting to love if he only could, and the other retorts that it's the same with wanting to hate. It's true of all the feelings. Hatred today has something companionable about it, and on the other hand, in order to feel what would really be love for another human being, I maintain, Ulrich said abruptly, that two such people have never yet existed. That's certainly most interesting, the general interrupted quickly, especially as I completely failed to understand how you can assert such a thing. But I have to write a protocol tomorrow about everything that happened here tonight, and I implore you to bear this in mind. In the army, what counts most is being able to report progress. A certain optimism is indispensable even in defeat, that's part of the profession. So how can I report what happened here as a step forward? Right, Ulrich advised him with a wink, that the moral imagination has taken its revenge. But you can't write that sort of thing in the military. Stumm replied indignantly. Then let's put it another way, Ulrich said seriously, and right, all creative periods have been serious. There is no profound happiness without a profound ethos. There is no morality that is not derived from a firm basis. There is no happiness that does not rest on a strong belief. Not even animals live without morality. But today human beings no longer know on what stump broken on this calmly flowing dictation too. My dear friend, I can speak of a troop's morale, or morale in battle, or a woman's morals, but always only in specific instances. I cannot discuss morality without such a restriction in a military report, any more than I could imagination or God Almighty. You know that as well as I do. Diotima saw Amime standing at the window of her kitchen, an oddly domestic sight after they had exchanged only a few circumspect words during the entire evening. Paradoxically, it only made her suddenly wish to continue her unfinished chat with Ulrich. Her mind was dominated by that comforting despair which, breaking in from several directions at once, had almost become sublimated into an amiable and serene state of expectation. The long-foreseen collapse of her counsel left her cold. Amime's faithlessness also left her, as she thought, almost equally indifferent. He looked at her as she came in, and for a moment it brought back the old feeling of a living space in which they were united. But she remembered that he had been avoiding her for weeks, and the thought sexual coward stiffened her knees again so that she could move toward him regally. Arnheim saw it, her seeing him, her faltering, the distance between them melting, over frozen roads connecting them in innumerable ways hovered an intimation that they might thaw out again. He had moved away from the others, but at the last moment both he and Diotima met that brought them together, Ulrich, General Stumm, and the rest, who were on the other side. In all its manifestations, from the inspired ideas of original thinkers to the kitsch that unites all peoples, what Ulrich called the moral imagination, or, more simply, feeling, has for centuries been in a state of ferment without turning into wine. Man is a being who cannot survive without enthusiasm. And enthusiasm is that state of mind in which all his feelings and thoughts have the same spirit. You think it is rather the opposite, that it is a condition in which one overpowering feeling of being carried away sweeps all the others along with it? You weren't going to say anything at all? Anyway, that's how it is. Or one way it is. But there is nothing to sustain such an enthusiasm. Feelings and thoughts become lasting only with each other's help, in their totality. They must somehow be aligned with each other and carry each other onward. And by every available means, through drugs, liquor, fantasies, hypnosis, faith, conviction, often even through the simplifying effect of stupidity, man is always trying to achieve a condition like it. He believes in ideas not because they are sometimes true but because he needs to believe, because he has to keep his feelings in order. Because he must have an illusion to stop up the gap between the walls of his life, through which his feelings would otherwise fly off in every direction. The answer is probably at least to seek the conditions of an authentic enthusiasm, instead of giving oneself up to transient delusory states. But although, all in all, the number of choices based on feeling is infinitely greater than those based on clear logic, and every event that moves mankind arises from the imagination, only the purely rational problems have achieved an objective order, while nothing deserving the name of a joint effort, or even hinting at any insight into the desperate need for it, has been done for the world of feeling and imagination. This was more or less what Ulrich said, interspersed with understandable protests from the general. All Ulrich saw in the events of the evening, even though they had been impetuous enough and were destined through malicious misrepresentation to have grave consequences, was the example of an infinite disorder. Fou and all seemed at this moment to matter to him as little as the love of mankind, nationalism as little as Fou and all, and Stumm was asking him in vain how to distill a sense of some tangible progress out of an attitude so very personal. Why don't you simply report, Ulrich responded, that it's the millennia war of religion. And that people have never been as unprepared to fight it as now, when the rubble of ineffectual feelings, which every period bequeaths to the next, has grown into mountains without anything being done about it. So the war ministry can sit back and serenely await the next mass catastrophe. Ulrich was foretelling the future, with no inkling of it. His concern was not with real events at all, he was struggling for his salvation. He was trying to throw in everything that could get in its way, and it was for that reason that he laughed so much and tried to mislead them into thinking he was joking and exaggerating. He was exaggerating for Agatha's benefit, carrying on his long-standing dialogue with her, not just this most recent one. Actually, he was throwing up a bulwark of ideas against her, knowing that in a certain place there was a little bolt, and that if this bolt were drawn back, everything would be flooded and buried by feeling. In truth he was thinking incessantly of this bolt. Diotima was standing near him and smiling. She sensed something of Ulrich's efforts on behalf of his sister, and was sadly moved. She forgot sexual enlightenment, and something in her opened up. It was doubtless the future, but in any case, her lips were slightly open too. Amime asked Ulrich, and you think that something might be done about it? The tone of his question suggested that he had caught the seriousness behind the exaggeration, but that he regarded even the seriousness as an exaggeration. Tutsi said to Diotima, something must in any case be done to prevent this affair from leaking out. Isn't it obvious? Ulrich said in reply to Amime. Today we are facing too many possibilities of feeling, too many possible ways of living. But isn't it like the kind of problem our intellect deals with whenever it is confronted with a vast number of facts and a history of the relevant theories? And for the intellect we have developed an open-ended but precise procedure, which I don't need to describe to you. Now tell me whether something of the kind isn't equally possible for the feelings. We certainly need to find out what we are here for. It's one of the main sources of all violence in the world. Earlier centuries tried to answer it with their own inadequate means, but the great age of empiricism has done nothing of its own, so far. Arnheim, who caught on quickly and liked to interrupt, laid his hand on Ulrich's shoulder as if to restrain him. This implies an increasing relationship with God, he said in a low tone of warning. Would that be so terrible? Ulrich asked, not without a hint of mockery at such premature alarm. But I haven't gone that far yet. Arnheim promptly checked himself and smiled. How delightful after a long absence to find someone unchanged. Such a rarity, these days, he said. He was genuinely glad. In fact, once he felt safe again behind his defensive front of benevolence. Ulrich might, after all, have very well taken him up on that rash offer of a position, and Arnheim was grateful that Ulrich, in his irresponsible intransigence, disdained touching the earth with his feet. We must have a talk about this sometime, he added cordially. It's not clear to me how you conceive of applying our theoretical attitude to practical affairs. Ulrich knew very well that it was still unclear. What he meant was not a life of research, or a life in the light of science, but a quest for feeling similar to a quest for truth, except that truth was not the issue here. He watched Arnheim moving over to Agathe. Diotima was standing the two. Tutsi and Count Unsdorf came and went. Agathe was chatting with everyone and thinking, why is he talking with all these people? He ought to have left with me. He's cheapening what he said to me. She liked many of the things she heard him say from across the room, and yet they hurt her. Everything that came from Ulrich was hurting her again, and for the second time that day she suddenly felt the need to get away from him. She despaired of ever being able, with her limitations, to be what he wanted, and the prospect that they would soon be going home like any other couple, gossiping about the evening behind them, was intolerable. Meanwhile Ulrich was ill-linking. Arnheim will never understand that. And he added, it is precisely in his feelings that the scientist is limited, and the practical man even more so. It's as necessary as having your legs thinly planted if you intend to lift something with your arms. In ordinary circumstances he was that way himself. The moment he began thinking about anything, even if it was about feeling itself, he was very cautious about letting any feeling into it. Agathe called this coldness, but he knew that in order to be wholly otherwise one has to be prepared to renounce life, as if on a mortal adventure, for one has no idea what its course will be. He was in the mood for it, and for the moment no longer feared it. He gazed for a long time at his sister, the lively play of conversation on the deeper, untouched face. He was about to ask her to leave with him, but before he could move, Stumm had come back and was intent on talking with him. The good general was fond of Ulrich. He had already forgiven him his witticisms about the war ministry, and was actually rather taken with the phrase religious war. It had such a festively military air, like oak leaves on a helmet, or shouts of hurrah on the emperor's birthday. With his arm pressed to Ulrich's, he steered him out of earshot of the others. You know, I like what you said about all events originating in the imagination, he said. Of course, that's more my private opinion than my official attitude, and he offered Ulrich a cigarette. I've got to go home, Ulrich said. Your sister is having a fine time. Don't disturb her, Stumm said. Arnheim's outdoing himself to pay court to her. But what I was going to say, the joy seems to have gone out of mankind's great ideas. You ought to put some life back into them. I mean, there's a new spirit in the air, and you're the man to take charge. What gives you that idea? Ulrich asked guardedly. That's how it strikes me. Stumm passed over it and went on intently, you're for order too, everything you say shows it. And so then I ask myself, which is more to the point, that man is good, or that he needs a firm hand? It's all tied in with our present day need to take a stand. I've already told you it would put my mind at rest if you would take charge of the campaign again. With all this talk, there's simply no knowing what may happen otherwise. Ulrich laughed. Do you know what I'm going to do now? I'm not coming here anymore, he said happily. But why? Stumm protested hotly. All those people will be right who've been saying that you've never been a real power. If I told them what I really think, they would really say so. Ulrich answered, laughing, and disengaged himself from his friend. Stumm was vexed, but then his good humor prevailed, and he said in parting, these things are so damned complicated. Sometimes I've actually thought it would be best if a real idiot came along to tackle all these insoluble problems. I mean some sort of Joan of Arc. A person like that might be able to help. Ulrich's eyes searched for his sister but did not find her. While he was asking Diotima about her, Unsdorf and Tutsi returned from the salon and announced that everyone was leaving. I said all along, his grace remarked cheerfully to the lady of the house, that what those people were saying was not what they really meant. And Frau Drangsel has come up with a really saving idea. We've decided to continue this evening's meeting another time. Fuimall, or whatever his name is, will read us some long poem he has written, so things will be much quieter. I of course took it upon myself, on account of the urgency, to say I was sure you'd agree. It was only then that Ulrich learned that Agathe had suddenly said goodbye and left the house without him. She had left word that she had not wanted to disturb him. From the posthumous papers. Preface. Musil did not finish The Man Without Qualities, although he often said he intended to. There is no way of telling from either the parts published in his lifetime or his posthumous papers how he would have done so, or indeed whether he could have done so to his own satisfaction. This is because of the novel's rigorously experimental structure, consisting of an open architecture that could be developed in many directions from any given point. The novel does contain coherent individual threads and incidents, but Musil finally rejected the idea of a plotted narrative whole. Therefore, while the drafts of the 20 chapters in Part 1 of From the Posthumous Papers carry on from where Into the Millennium left off, the material in Part 2 is not preliminary to a final version in the usual sense, but consists rather of notes, sketches, and drafts that Musil was keeping in suspension for possible use in some form at some place in the ultimate text, a version he never decided upon and that must forever remain the object of tantalizing speculation. We have a fortuitous, if unhappy, benchmark for this posthumous material. When Musil had to leave Vienna in 1938, he took with him into exile in Switzerland material that he considered most useful for his further work on The Man Without Qualities. Everything left behind in Vienna was destroyed during the war. A further loss was suffered when 2 of Musil's surviving notebooks were stolen from an editor's car in Italy in 1970, before they could be transcribed. The extent to which Musil regarded this novel as experimental was extraordinary. He had begun work on it in earnest in 1924 and was most reluctant when the urging of publishers and worsening external conditions forced him to publish parts of it in 1931 and 1933, pages 1130 in this edition. From his point of view, the entire text ought 12a middle dot preface to have remained open from the beginning until it had all been written and he could then revise the text as a whole. He complained that partial publication removed those parts of the novel from the possibility of further alteration, as well as distorting the shape, again, a never defined, open shape, he had in mind for the whole work. As it was, in 1938, in less than robust health and apparently apprehensive that he would again be forced into premature publication, he withdrew the first 20 chapters that appear in From the Posthumous Papers when they were already set in galleys, in order to rework them still further. These chapters were intended not to conclude the novel but to continue into the millennium. Like Goethe, Musil had a strange sense of having infinite time stretching out before him in which to complete his task. One is tempted to see in his solitary and stubborn pursuit of his ideal more than a little of Kafka's hunger artist. Musil's purpose in writing The Man Without Qualities was a moral one. He had set out to explore possibilities for the right life in a culture that had lost both its center and its bearings but could not tear itself away from its outworn forms and habits of thought, even while they were dissolving. Musil equated ethics and aesthetics, and was convinced that a union of precision and soul, the language and discoveries of science with one's inner life of perceptions and feelings, could be, and must be, achieved. He meant this novel to be experienced as a moral lever to move the world, as Emerson and Nietzsche intended their writing to be experienced, in such a way that, in Rilke's words, you must change your life. Musil's anguish becomes palpable as he pursues this search for the right life using the tools of scientific skepticism, while remaining all too aware of the apparently inherent limitations of human societies and, especially, of human matter. Fortunately, this anguish is leavened by a sparkling wit of language and situation, as when a character is described as wearing a wig of split hairs. The search for the right life leads to an increasing inwardness in the novel. Musil intended to Ulrich and Agathe somehow rejoin the world after the failure of their attempt to achieve a unia mystica, but as the reader will see, this was left completely up in the air among a welter of conflicting possibilities. Much of the material in Part Z consists of startlingly dramatic or even melodramatic nuclei. Preface A middle dot 13 that Musil weighed using at some point. He frequently inserts identical or slightly varied material in different places, obviously to try it out in alternative contexts, but without committing himself. Always an analytical thinker and a methodical worker, Musil used an elaborate and cryptic system of referencing and cross-reference in codes and notations, some of them still undeciphered, to remind himself of the many interconnections. These markings are ubiquitous, indicating how thoroughly the different parts of the work were simultaneously present in his mind. These codes are to be found in the German edition but have been suppressed here in the interest of readability. Among the experiments Musil tries out, for example, are the possibilities of Ulrich having sexual relations, sometimes aggressive and perverse, with his sister, Agathe, his cousin Dietima, and Clarisse, his friend Walter's wife. Moosbrugger, the sex murderer who haunts the entire novel, is somehow freed by Clarisse in one version, while Ulrich's attempt to free him himself, together with some hired criminals, fails in another. Moosbrugger is executed, and Hans Sepp commits suicide, under a train in one place, by gunshot in another. Ulrich's escape to the idyllic Italian island is now with Agathe, now with Clarisse. The idyll fails with Agathe, fails with Clarisse. Clarisse looms much larger in these drafts than in the main text. Here the stages of her growing insanity are carefully detailed. Ulrich appears crueler, more morally indolent, as his successive failures are recorded. Musil should not be identified with Ulrich, as is made quite clear here. In his role as narrator, Musil is usually critical of Ulrich. These posthumous papers also shed a great deal of light on Musil's concept of mysticism and the other condition. Musil had suffered a stroke in 1936, and the tone of Part 1 of From the Posthumous Papers, written after that, is markedly different from the earlier sections of the novel, quieter, strikingly inward, more difficult. The writing often of a rare beauty. In the selection of drafts, notes, and sketches presented in Part 2, which cover the span of time between 1920 and 1942, Musil makes clear how the faults of his characters are intended to mirror the larger faults of the age. As he says, these figures live on an arc without being able to close the circle. As the age comes unglued and spirals toward war, so do the characters spiral more clearly toward failure, helpless 14a middle. Breathlessness, madness, and suicide, even as they press forward in their firm belief in a better future, if only they could find the key. The Man Without Qualities is not a pessimistic work. The contents of From the Posthumous Papers have not been previously translated into English. Much of what is presented here became available in German for the first time only with the publication of the 1978 German edition of Musil's collected works. This new German edition is not definitive, but it completely supersedes the edition of the 1950s on which the first, incomplete, English translation was based. The guiding principle in selecting the material for translation in From the Posthumous Papers was to present to the English-speaking public in readable form the major narrative portions of the posthumous material in the 1978 German edition, as well as selections that illuminate Musil's methods of thinking and working. Scholarly completeness could not be the goal in any case, since the 1978 German edition offers only a major selection from the extant posthumous papers, together with some scholarly apparatus. There exists in manuscript even more material relating to the Man Without Qualities than is in the German edition. The various Musil research centers finished the painstaking process of transcribing these papers only in 1990, and this transcription, 34 megabytes of data, not all of it relating to the novel, has been made available in German on the CD-ROM disc committed in what follows. Aside from the cross-referencing codes, are 1. Longer repetitive variations of chapters or sections in which the changes are slight. Musil was an obsessive rewriter and polisher, and z. Many brief notes, jottings, and indications that are too sketchy to be informative except to the specialist. Except for galley drafts of the first 20 chapters, this material is for the most part not polished or written up in final form. Some of it is quite sketchy, some merely jotted notes. Over the years, Musil changed the names of some of his characters and switched others, and this can be confusing. The essence of the characters, however, seems to have been fixed from the early stages, so these name changes are purely verbal. Ulrich was originally called Anders, then called Achilles. The names, but not the characters, of Lindner and Maingust were reversed. Clarisse's brother is called Siegmund in the main text, Siegfried and Wotan here. In the interest of readability, the names, with one or two obvious exceptions, have been changed to be consistent with those used previously in the novel and are spelled out. Musil usually refers to them by their initials, as are most of the numerous other abbreviations. Given the fragmentary nature of the texts in Part 2, and for the sake of readability, elisions have not been indicated. With very minor exceptions, they are between selections, not within selections. Items between slashes or in parentheses are Musil's. Material in square brackets is mine. Double and triple ellipsis points in the text reproduce those in the German edition. The only major departure from the 1978 German edition in how this material appears has to do with the ordering of the contents of Part 2. The German edition presents this material in reverse chronology, beginning with what Musil was working on at his death and proceeding backward to the earliest sketches. It seems to me that since Musil was thinking about this material experimentally and not chronologically, such an ordering is not necessarily indicated, especially in the absence of the author's ultimate intentions about the work as a whole. A further problem was that in chronological order, whether forward or backward, the random mixture of elements in Part 2 of From the Posthumous Papers would put off the general reader, for whom this edition is intended. That would be unfortunate, since these pages contain some of Musil's most powerful and evocative writing. Rearranging the contents of Part 2 according to character groupings, narrative sections, and Musil's notes about the novel makes this material much more accessible, and given the author's experimental attitude toward these fragments, this rearrangement seems not unreasonable. Readers who wish to see this material presented in roughly chronological reverse order, some of it can be dated only approximately, should consult the German edition. The original choice of material to include here was made in extensive consultation with Professor Philip Payne of the University of Lancaster, England, to whom I would like to express my appreciation. I owe a profound debt of gratitude to Professor Adolf Fries, editor of the German edition, for his constant friendly encourage 16a middle. Prefacement and advice. Without his work, and without the unflagging patience and skill with which he and the various Musil research teams in Vienna, Klagenfurt, Saarbrücken, and Reading deciphered Musil's difficult manuscripts, no Musil edition would have been possible. And without the determination, persistence, fine German, and ear and eye for quality of Carol Janeway, Sophie Wilkinses and my editor at Nope, this translation would never have come to fruition. Burton Pike. Part 1. Musil had given chapters 39 through 58 to the printer. He revised them in galley proofs in 1937 to 1938, then withdrew them to work on them further. They were intended to continue into the millennium, of 1932 to 1933, but not concluded. After the encounter. As the man who had entered Agatha's life at the poet's grave, Professor August Lindner, climbed down toward the valley, what he saw opening before him were visions of salvation. If she had looked around at him after they parted, she would have been struck by the man's ramrod stiff walk dancing down the stony path, for it was a peculiarly cheerful, assertive, and yet nervous walk. Lindner carried his hat in one hand and occasionally passed the other hand through his hair, so free and happy did he feel. How few people, he said to himself, have a truly empathic soul. He depicted to himself a soul able to immerse itself completely in a fellow human being, feeling his inmost sorrows and lowering itself to his innermost weaknesses. What a prospect! He exclaimed to himself. What a miraculous proximity of divine mercy, what consolation, and what a day for celebration! But then he recalled how few people were even able to listen attentively to their fellow creatures, for he was one of those right-minded people who descend from the unimportant to the trivial without noticing the difference. How rarely, for instance, is the question "How are you?" meant seriously, he thought. You need only answer in detail how you really feel, and soon enough you find yourself looking into a bored and distracted face. Well, he had not been guilty of this error. According to his principles, the particular and indispensable doctrine of health for the strong was to protect the weak. Without such a benevolent, self-imposed limitation, the strong were all too easily susceptible to brutality, and culture, too, needed its acts of charity against the dangers inherent within itself. Whoever tries to tell us what universal education is supposed to be, he affirmed for himself through inner exclamation, mightily refreshed by a sudden lightning bolt loosed against his fellow pedagogue Haggara, should truly first be advised, experience what another person feels like. Knowing through empathy means 1,000 times more than knowing through books. He was evidently giving vent to an old difference of opinion, aimed on the one hand at the liberal concept of education and on the other at the wife of his professional brother, for Undna's glasses gazed around like two shields of a doubly potent warrior. He had been self-conscious in Agatha's presence, but if she were to see him now he would have seemed to her like a commander, but a commander of troops that were by no means frivolous. For a truly manly soul is ready to assist, and it is ready to assist because it is manly. He raised the question whether he had acted correctly toward the lovely woman, and answered himself, it would be a mistake if the proud demand for subordination to the law were to be left to those who are too weak for it, and it would be a depressing prospect if only mindless pedants were permitted to be the shapers and protectors of manners and morals. That is why the obligation is imposed upon the vital and strong to require discipline and limits from their instincts of energy and health. They must support the weak, shake up the thoughtless, and rein in the licentious. He had the impression he had done so. As the pious soul of the Salvation Army employs military uniform and customs, so had Leitner taken certain soldierly ways of thinking into his service. Indeed, he did not even flinch from concessions to the man of power Nietzsche, who was for middle-class minds of that time still a stumbling block, but for Leitner a whetstone as well. He was accustomed to say of Nietzsche that it could not be maintained that he was a bad person, but his doctrines were surely exaggerated and ill-equipped for life, the reason for this being that he rejected empathy, for Nietzsche had not recognized the marvelous counterbalancing gift of the weak person, which was to make the strong person gentle. And opposing to this his own experience, he thought with joyful purpose, truly great people do not pay homage to a sterile cult of the self, but call forth in others the feeling of their sublimity by bending down to them and indeed, if it comes to that, sacrificing themselves for them. Sure of victory and with an exposition of amicable censure that was meant to encourage them, he looked into the eyes of a pair of young lovers who, intricately intertwined, were coming up toward him. But it was a quite ordinary quipple, and the young idler who formed its male component squeezed his eyelids shut as he responded to this look of Undna's, abruptly stuck out his tongue, and said, "Naya." Undna, unprepared for this mockery and vulgar menace, was taken aback, but he acted as if he did not notice. He loved action, and his glance sought a policeman, who ought to have been in the vicinity to guarantee honor's public safety, but as he did so his foot struck a stone, and the sudden stumbling motion scared off a swarm of sparrows that had been regaling themselves at God's table over a pile of horse manure. The explosion of wings was like a warning shot, and he was just able at the last moment, before falling ignominiously, to hop over the double obstacle with a balletically disguised jump. He did not look back, and after a while was quite satisfied with himself. One must be hard as a diamond and tender as a mother, he thought, using an old precept from the 17th century. Since he also esteemed the virtue of modesty, at no other time would he have asserted anything like this in regard to himself, but there was something in Agatha that so excited his blood. Then again, it formed the negative pole of his emotions that this divinely tender female whom he had found in tears, as the angel had found the maiden in the dew. Oh! He did not want to be presumptuous, and yet how presumptuous yielding to the spirit of poetry does make one. And so he continued in a more restrained manner, that this wretched woman was on the point of breaking an oath placed in the hands of God, for that is how he regarded her desire for a divorce. Unfortunately, he had not made this forcefully clear when they had stood face to face. God, what nearness again in these words! Unfortunately, he had not presented this idea with sufficient firmness, he merely remembered having spoken to her in general about loose morals and ways of protecting oneself against them. Besides, the name of God had certainly not passed his lips, unless as a rhetorical flourish, and the spontaneity, the dispassionate, one might even say the irreverent, seriousness with which Agatha had asked him whether he believed in God offended him even now as he remembered it. For the truly pious soul does not permit himself to simply follow a whim and think of God with crude directness. Indeed, the moment Leitner thought of this unreasonable question he despised Agatha as if he had stepped on a snake. He resolved that if should ever be in the situation of repeating his admonitions to her, he would follow only the dictates of that powerful logic which is in keeping with earthly matters and which has been placed on earth for that purpose, because not every ill-bred person can be permitted to ask God to trouble himself on behalf of his long-established confusions, and so he began to make use of this logic straight away, and many expositions occurred to him that it would be appropriate to use to a person who has stumbled. For instance, that marriage is not a private affair but a public institution, that it has the sublime mission of evolving feelings of responsibility and empathy, and the task, which hardens a people, of exercising mankind in the bearing of difficult burdens, perhaps indeed, although it could only be adduced with the greatest tact, that precisely by lasting over a fairly long period of time, marriage constituted the best protection against the excesses of desire. He had an image of the human being, perhaps not wrongly, as a sack full of devils that had to be kept firmly tied shut, and he saw unshakable principles as the tie. How this dutiful man, whose corporeal part could not be said to project in any direction but height, had acquired the conviction that one had to rein oneself in at every step was indeed a riddle, which could only be solved, though then quite easily, when one knew its benefit. When he had reached the foot of the hill a procession of soldiers crossed his path, and he looked with tender compassion at the sweaty young men, who had shoved their caps back on their heads, and with faces dulled from exhaustion looked like a precise sign of dusty caterpillars. At the sight of these soldiers, his horror at the frivolity with which Agatha had dealt with the problem of divorce was dreamily softened by a joyful feeling that such a thing should be happening to his free-thinking colleague Hagar, and this stirring in any event served to remind him again of how indispensable it was to mistrust human nature. He therefore resolved to make ruthlessly plain to Agatha should the occasion actually, and through no fault of his own, arise that selfish energies could in the last analysis have only a destructive effect, and that she should subordinate her personal despair, however great it might be, to moral insight, and that the true basic touchstone of life is living together. But whether the occasion was once again to offer itself was evidently just the point toward which Lindner's mental powers were so excitedly urging him. There are many people with noble qualities, which are just not yet gathered into an unshakable conviction, he thought of saying to Agatha, but how should he do so if he did not see her again, and yet the thought that she might pay him a visit offended all his ideas about tender and chaste femininity. It simply has to be put before her as strongly as possible, and immediately. He resolved, and because he had arrived at this resolution he also no longer doubted that she really would appear. He strongly admonished himself to selflessly work through with her the reasons she would advance to excuse her behavior before he went on to convince her of her errors. With unwavering patience he would strike her to the heart, and after he had imagined that to himself too, a noble feeling of fraternal attention and solicitude came over his own heart, a consecration as between brother and sister, which, he noted, was to rest entirely on those relations that the sexes maintain with each other. Hardly any men, he cried out, edified, had the slightest notion how deep a need noble feminine natures have for the noble man, who simply deals with a human being in the woman without being immediately distracted by her exaggerated desire to please him sexually. These ideas must have given him wings, for he had no idea how he had got to the terminus of the trolley line, but suddenly there he was, and before getting in he took off his glasses in order to wipe them free of the condensation with which his heated inner processes had coated them. Then he swung himself into a comer, glanced around in the empty car, got his fare ready, looked into the conductor's face, and felt himself entirely at his post, ready to begin the return journey in that admirable communal institution called the municipal trolley. He discharged the fatigue of his walk with a contented yawn, in order to stiffen himself for new duties, and summed up the astonishing Dagger's sons to which he had surrendered himself in the sentence, forgetting oneself is the healthiest thing a human being can do. The do-gooder. Against the unpredictable stirrings of a passionate heart there is only one reliable remedy, strict and absolutely unremitting planning, and it was to this, which he had acquired early, that Lindner owed the successes of his life as well as the belief that he was by nature a man of strong passions and hard to discipline. He got up early in the morning, at the same hour summer and winter, and at a wash basin on a small iron table washed his face, neck, hands, and 1/7 of his body every day, a different seventh, of course, after which he rubbed the rest with a wet towel, so that the bath, the time-consuming and voluptuous procedure, could be limited to one evening every 2 weeks. There was in this a clever victory over matter, and whoever has had occasion to consider the inadequate washing facilities and uncomfortable beds that famous people who have entered his story have had to endure will hardly be able to dismiss the conjecture that there must be a connection between iron beds and iron people, even if we ought not exaggerate it, since otherwise we might soon be sleeping on beds of nails. So here, moreover, was an additional task for reflection, and after Lindner had washed himself in the glow of stimulating examples he also took advantage of drying himself off to do a few exercises by skillful manipulation of his towel, but only in moderation. It is, after all, a fateful mistake to base health on the animal part of one's person. It is, rather, intellectual and moral nobility that produce the body's capacity for resistance, and even if this does not always apply to the individual, it most certainly applies on a larger scale, for the power of a people is the consequence of the proper spirit, and not the other way around. Therefore Lindner had also bestowed upon his rubbings down a special and careful training, which avoided all the uncouth grabbing that constitutes the usual male idolatry but on the contrary involved the whole personality, by combining the movements of his body with uplifting inner tasks. He especially abhorred the perilous worship of smartness that, coming from abroad, was already hovering as an ideal before many in his fatherland, and distancing himself from this was an integral part of his morning exercises. He substituted for it, with great care, a statesmanlike attitude in the calisthenic application of his limbs, combining the tensing of his willpower with timely yielding, the overcoming of pain with common-sense humanity, and if perchance, in a concluding burst of courage, he jumped over an upside-down chair, he did so with as much reserve as self-confidence. Such an unfolding of the whole wealth of human talents made his calisthenics, in the few years since he had taken them up, true exercise is a virtue for him. That much can also be said in passing against the bane of transitory self-assertion that, under the slogan of body care, has taken possession of the healthy idea of sports, and there is even more to be said against the peculiarly feminine form of this bane, beauty care. Lindner flattered himself that in this, too, he was one of the few who knew how to properly apportion light and shadow, and thus, as he was ever ready to remove from the spirit of the times an unblemished kernel, he also recognized the moral obligation of appearing as healthy and agreeable as he possibly could. For his part, he carefully groomed his beard and hair every morning, kept his nails short and meticulously clean, put lotion on his skin and a little protective ointment on the feet that in the course of the day had to endure so much. Given all this, who would care to deny that it is lavishing too much attention on the body when a worldly woman spends her whole day at it? But if it really could not be otherwise, he gladly approached women tenderly, because among them might be wives of very wealthy men, and that bathwaters and facials, ointments and packs, ingenious treatments of hands and feet, masseurs and frizz, succeed one another in almost unbroken sequence. He advocated as a counterweight to such one-sided care of the body the concept of inner beauty care, inner care, for short, which he had formulated in a public speech. May cleanliness thus serve as an example to remind us of inner purity, rubbing with ointment, of obligations toward the soul, hand massage, of that fate by which we are bound, and to cure, that even in that which is more deeply concealed we should offer a fair aspect. Thus he transferred his image to women, but left it to them to adapt the details to the needs of their sex. Of course it might have happened that someone who was unprepared for the sight Lindner offered during his health and beauty worship and, even more, while he was washing and drying himself, might have been moved to laughter, for seen merely as physical gestures, his movements evoked the image of a multifariously turning and twisting swan's neck, which, moreover, consisted not of curves but of the sharp element of knees and elbows. The short-sighted eyes, freed from their spectacles, looked with a martyred expression into the distance, as if their gaze had been snipped off close to the eye, and beneath his beard his soft lips pouted with the pain of exertion. But whoever understood how to see spiritually might well experience the spectacle of seeing inner and outer forces begetting each other in rightly considered counterpoint, and if Lindner was thinking meanwhile of those poor women who spend hours in their bathrooms and dressing rooms and solipsistically inflame their imaginations through a cult of the body, he could seldom refrain from reflecting on how much good it would do them if they could once watch him. Handless and pure, they welcome the modern care of the body and go along with it because in their ignorance they do not suspect that such exaggerated attention devoted to their animal part might all too easily awaken in it claims that could destroy life unless strictly reined in. Indeed, Lindner transformed absolutely everything he came in contact with into a moral imperative, and whether he was in clothes or not, every hour of the day until he entered dreamless sleep was filled with some momentous content for which that hour had been permanently reserved. He slept for 7 hours, his teaching obligations, which the ministry had limited in consideration of his well-regarded writing activity, claimed 3 to 5 hours a day, in which was included the lecture on pedagogy he held twice weekly at the university. 5 consecutive hours, almost 20,000 in a decade, were reserved for reading, 2.5 served for the setting down on paper of his own articles, which flowed without pause like a clear spring from the inner rocks of his personality. Mealtimes claimed an hour every day. An hour was dedicated to a walk and simultaneously to the elucidation of major questions of life and profession, while another was dedicated to the travelling back and forth determined by his profession and consecrated also to what Lindner called his little musings, concentrating the mind on the content of an activity that had recently transpired or that was to come, while other fragments of time were reserved, in part permanently, in part alternating within the framework of the week, for dressing and undressing, gymnastics, letters, household affairs, official business, and profitable socializing. And it was only natural that this planning of his life not only was carried out along its more general disciplinary lines but also involved all sorts of particular anomalies, such as Sunday with its non-daily obligations, the longer cross-country hike that took place every 2 weeks, or the bathtub soak, and it was natural, too, for the plan to contain the doubling of daily activities that there has not yet been room to mention, to which belonged, by way of example, Lindner's association with his son at mealtimes, or the character training involved in patiently surmounting unforeseen difficulties while getting dressed at speed. Such calisthenics for the character are not only possible but also extremely useful, and Lindner had a spontaneous preference for them. In the small things I do right I see an image of all the big things that are done right in the world could already be read and go there, and in this sense a mealtime can serve as well as a task set by fate as the place for the fostering of self-control and for the victory over covetousness. Indeed, in the resistance of a collar button, inaccessible to all reflection, the mind that probes more deeply could even learn how to handle children. Lindner of course did not by any means regard Goethe as a model in everything, but what exquisite humility had he not derived from driving a nail into a wall with hammer blows, undertaking to mend a tom glove himself, or repair a bell that was out of order, if in doing these things he smashed his fingers or stuck himself, the resulting pain was outweighed, if not immediately then after a few horrible seconds, by joy at the industrious spirit of mankind that resides even in such trifling dexterities and their acquisition, although the cultivated person today imagines himself, to his general disadvantage, as above all that. He felt with pleasure the Goethean spirit resurrected in him, and enjoyed it all the more in that thanks to the methods of a more advanced age he also felt superior to the great classic master's practical dilettantism and his occasional delight in discreet dexterity. Leibniz was in fact free of idolatry of the old writer, who had lived in a world that was only halfway enlightened and therefore overestimated the Enlightenment, and he took Goethe as a model more in charming small things than in serious and great things, quite apart from the seductive minister's notorious sensuality. His admiration was therefore carefully meted out. There had nevertheless been evident in it for some time a remarkable peevishness that often stimulated Leibniz to reflection. He had always believed that his view of what was heroic was more proper than Goethe's. Leibniz did not think much of Scaevolas who stick their hands in the fire, Lucretias who run themselves through, or Judiths who chop the heads off the oppressors of their honor, themes that Goethe would have found meaningful any time, although he had never treated them. Indeed, Leibniz was convinced, in spite of the authority of the classics, that those men and women, who had committed crimes for their personal convictions, would nowadays belong not on a pedestal but rather in the courtroom. To their inclination to inflict severe bodily injury he opposed an internalized and social concept of courage. In thought and discourse he even went so far as to place a duly pondered entry on the subject into his class book, or the responsible reflection on how his housekeeper was to be blamed for precipitate eagerness, because in that state one should not be permitted to follow one's own passions only, but also had to take the other person's motives into account. And when he said such things he had the impression of looking back, in the well-fitting plain clothes of a later century, on the bombastic moral costume of an earlier one. He was by no means oblivious to the aura of absurdity that hovered around such examples, but he called it the laughter of the spiritual rabble, and he had two solid reasons for this. First, not only did he maintain that every occasion could be equally well exploited for the strengthening or weakening of human nature, but it seemed to him that occasions of the smaller kind were better suited for strengthening it than the large ones, since the human inclination to arrogance and vanity is involuntarily encouraged by the shining exercise of virtue, while its inconspicuous everyday exercise consists simply of pure, unsalted virtue. And second, systematic management of the people's moral good, an expression Leibniz loved, along with the military expression breeding and discipline, with its overtones of both peasantry and being fresh from the factory, would also not despise the small occasions, for the reason that the godless belief advanced by liberals and Freemasons that great human accomplishments arise so to speak out of nothing, even if it is called genius, was already at that time going out of fashion. The sharpened focus of public attention had already caused the hero, whom earlier times had made into a phenomenon of arrogance, to be recognized as a tireless toiler over details who prepares himself to be a discoverer through unremitting diligence in learning, as an athlete who must handle his body as cautiously as an opera singer his voice, and who as political rejuvenator of the people must always repeat the same thing at countless meetings. And of this Goethe, who all his life had remained a comfortable citizen aristocrat, had had no idea, while he, Leibniz, saw it coming. So it was comprehensible, too, that Leibniz thought he was protecting Goethe's better part against the ephemeral part when he preferred the considerate and companionable, which Goethe had possessed in such gratifying measure, to the tragic Goethe. It might also be argued that it did not happen without reflection when, for no other reason than that he was a pedant, he considered himself a person threatened by dangerous passions. Truly, it shortly afterward became one of the most popular human possibilities to subject oneself to a regimen, which may be applied with the same success to overweight as it is to politics and intellectual life. In a regimen, patience, obedience, regularity, equanimity, and other highly respectable qualities become the major components of the individual in his private, personal capacity, while everything that is unbridled, violent, addictive, and dangerous, which he, as a crazy romantic, cannot dispense with either, has its admirable center in the regimen. Apparently this remarkable inclination to submit oneself to a regimen, or lead a fatiguing, unpleasant, and sorry life according to the prescription of a doctor, athletic coach, or some other tyrant, although one could just as well ignore it with the same failure rate, is a result of the movement toward the worker warrior ant hill state toward which the world is moving. But here lay the boundary that Leibniz was not able to cross, nor could he see that far, because his Goethean heritage blocked it. To be sure, his piety was not of a sort that could not have been reconciled to this movement. He did leave the divine to God, and undiluted saintliness to the saints, but he could not grasp the thought of renouncing his personality, and there hovered before him as an ideal for the world a community of fully responsible moral personally ties, which as God's civil army would certainly have to struggle against the inconstancy of baser nature and make everyday life a shrine, but would also decorate this shrine with the masterpieces of art and science. Had someone counted Leibniz's division of the day, it would have struck him that whatever the version, it added up to only 23 hours, 60 minutes of a full day were lacking, and of these 60 minutes, 40 were invariably set aside for conversation and kindly investigation into the striving and nature of other people, as part of which he also counted visits to art exhibitions, concerts, and entertainments. He hated these events. Almost every time, their content affronted his mind, as he saw it. It was the infamous overwrought nerves of the age that were letting off steam in these overblown and aimless constructions, with their superfluous stimulants and genuine suffering, with their insatiability and inconstancy, their inquisitiveness and unavoidable moral decay. He even smiled disconcertedly into his scanty beard when on such occasions he saw ordinary men and women idolize culture with flushed cheeks. They did not know that the life force is enhanced by being circumscribed, not by being fragmented. They all suffered from the fear of not having time for everything, not knowing that having time means nothing more than not having any time for everything. Leibniz had realized that the bad nerves did not come from work and its pressure, which in our age are blamed for them, but but that on the contrary they came from culture and humanitarianism, from breaks in routine, the interruption of work, the free minutes in which the individual would like to live for himself and seek out something he can regard as beautiful, or fun, or important. These are the moments out of which the miasmas of impatience, unhappiness, and meaninglessness arise. This was what he felt, and if he had had his way, that is, according to the visions he had at such moments, he would sweep away all these art workshops with an iron broom, and festivals of labor and edification, tightly tied to daily activity, would take the place of such so-called spiritual events. It really would require no more than excising from an entire age those few minutes a day that owed their pathological existence to a falsely understood liberality. But beyond making a few allusions, he had never summoned up the decisiveness to stand up for this seriously and in public. Lindner suddenly looked up, for during these dreamy thoughts he had still been riding in the trolley. He felt irritated and depressed, as one does from being irresolute and blocked, and for a moment he had the confused impression that he had been thinking about Agatha the entire time. She was accorded the additional honor that an annoyance that had begun innocently as pleasure in Goethe now fused with her, although no reason for this could be discerned. From habit, Lindner now admonished himself. Dedicate part of your isolation to quiet reflection about your fellowman, especially if you should not be in accord with him. Perhaps you will then learn to better understand and utilize what repels you, and will know how to be indulgent toward his weaknesses and encourage his virtue, which may simply be overawed, he whispered with mute lips. This was one of the formulas he had coined against the dubious activities of so-called culture and in which he usually found the composure to bear them, but this did not happen, and this time it was apparently not righteousness that was missing. He pulled out his watch, which confirmed that he had accorded Agatha more time than was allotted. But he would not have been able to do so if in his daily schedule there had not been those 20 leftover minutes set aside for unavoidable slippage. He discovered that this loss account, this emergency supply of time, whose precious drops were the oil that lubricated his daily works, even on this unusual day, would still hold 10 spare minutes when he walked into his house. Did this cause his courage to grow? Another of his bits of wisdom occurred to him. For the second time this day, the more unshakable your patience becomes, said Lindner to Lindner, the more surely you will strike your opponent to the heart. And to strike to the heart was a pleasurable sensation, which also corresponded to the heroic in his nature, that those so struck never strike back was of no importance. 41. Brother and sister the next morning. Ulrich and his sister came to speak of this man once more when they saw each other again the morning after Agatha's sudden disappearance from their cousin's party. On the previous day Ulrich had left the excited and quarrelsome gathering soon after she had, but had not got around to asking her why she had up and left him, for she had locked herself in, and was either already sleeping or purposely ignoring the listener with his soft inquiry as to whether she was still awake. Thus the day she had met the curious stranger had closed just as capriciously as it had begun. Nor was any information to be had from her this morning. She herself did not know what her real feelings were. When she thought of her husband's letter, which had forced its way to her and which she had not been able to bring herself to read again, although from time to time she noticed it lying beside her, it seemed to her incredible that not even a day had passed since she had received it, so often had her condition changed in the meantime. Sometimes she thought the letter deserved the horror tag ghosts from the past, still, it really frightened her, too. And at times it aroused in her merely a slight unease of the kind that can be aroused by the unexpected sight of a clock that has stopped. At other times, she was plunged into futile brooding that the world from which this letter came was claiming to be the real world for her. That which inwardly did not so much as touch her surrounded her outwardly in an invisible web that was not yet broken. She involuntarily compared this with the things that had happened between her and her brother since the arrival of this letter. Above all, they had been conversations, and despite the fact that one of them had even brought her to think of suicide, its contents had been forgotten, though they were evidently still ready to reawaken, and not surmounted. So it really did not matter much what the subject of a conversation was, and pondering her heart-stopping present life against the letter, she had the impression of a profound, constant, incomparable, but powerless movement. From all this she felt this morning partly exhausted and disillusioned, and partly tender and restless, like a fever patient after his temperature has gone down. In this state of animated helplessness she said suddenly, to empathize in such a way that one truly experiences another person's mood must be indescribably difficult. To her surprise, Ulrich replied immediately, "There are people who imagine they can do it." He said this ill-humoredly and offensively, having only half understood her. Her words caused something to move aside and make room for an annoyance that had been left behind the day before, although he ought to find it contemptible. And so this conversation came to an end for the time being. The morning had brought a day of rain and confined brother and sister to their house. The leaves of the trees in front of the windows glistened desolately, like wet linoleum. The roadway behind the gaps in the foliage was as shiny as a rubber boot. The eyes could hardly get a hold on the wet view. Agatha was sorry for her remark, and no longer knew why she had made it. She sighed and began again. "Today the world reminds me of our nursery." She was alluding to the bare upper rooms in their father's house and the astonishing reunion they had both celebrated with them. That might be far-fetched, but she added, it's a person's first sadness, surrounded by his toys, that always keeps coming back. After the recent stretch of good weather, expectations had automatically been directed toward a lovely day, and this filled the mind with frustrated desire and impatient melancholy. Ulrich, too, now looked out the window. Behind the grey, streaming wall of water, will-o'-the-wisps of outings never taken, open green, and an endless world beckoned, and perhaps, too, the ghost of a desire to be alone once more and free again to move in any direction, the sweet pain of which is the story of the passion and also the resurrection of love. He turned to his sister with something of this still in the expression on his face, and asked her almost vehemently, "I'm surely not one of those people who can respond empathically to others?" "No, you really aren't," she responded, and smiled at him. "But just what such people presume," he went on, for it was only now that he understood how seriously her words had been meant, namely, that people can suffer together, is as impossible for them as it is for anyone else. At most they have a nursing skill in guessing what someone in need likes to hear, in which case they must know what would help him. Agatha objected. "Not at all," Ulrich asserted more stubbornly. "Apparently the only comfort they give is by talking. Whoever talks a lot discharges another person's sorrow drop by drop, the way rain discharges the electricity in a cloud. That's the well-known alleviation of every grief through talking." Agatha was silent. "People like your new friend," Ulrich now said provocatively, "perhaps work the way many cough remedies do. They don't get rid of the sore throat but soothe its irritation, and then it often heals by itself." In any other situation he could have expected his sister's assent, but Agatha, who since yesterday had been in a peculiar frame of mind because of her sudden weakness for a man whose worth Ulrich doubted, smiled unyieldingly and played with her fingers. Ulrich jumped up and said urgently, "But I know him, even if only fleetingly. I've heard him speak several times." "You even called him a vacuous fool," Agatha interjected. "And why not?" Ulrich defended it. "People like him know less than anyone about how to empathize with another person. They don't even know what it means. They simply don't feel the difficulty, the terrible equivocation, of this demand." Agatha then asked, "Why do you think the demand is equivocal?" Now Ulrich was silent. He even lit a cigarette to underline that he was not going to answer. They had, after all, talked about it enough yesterday. Agatha knew this too. She did not want to provoke any new explanations. These explanations were as enchanting and as devastating as looking at the sky when it forms grey, pink, and yellow cities of marble cloud. She thought, how fine it would be if he would only say, "I want to love you as myself, and I can love you that way better than any other woman because you are my sister." But because he was not about to say it, she took a small pair of scissors and carefully cut off a thread that was sticking out somewhere, as if this were at that moment the only thing in the entire world that deserved her full attention. Ulrich observed this with the same attention. She was at this instant more seductively present to all his senses than ever, and he guessed something of what she was hiding, even if not everything. For she meanwhile had time to resolve. If Ulrich could forget that she herself was laughing at the stranger who presumed he could be of help here, he was not going to find it out from her now. Moreover, she had a happy presentiment about Lindner. She did not know him. But that he had offered his assistance selflessly and wholeheartedly must have inspired confidence in her, for a joyous melody of the heart, a hard trumpet blast of will, confidence, and pride, which were in salutary opposition to her own state, now seemed to be playing for her and refreshing her beyond all the comedy of the situation. No matter how great difficulties may be, they mean nothing if one seriously wills oneself to deal with them. She thought, and was unexpectedly overcome by remorse, so that she now broke the silence in something of the way a flower is broken off so that two heads can bend over it, and added as a second question to her first, "Do you still remember that you always said that love thy neighbor is as different from an obligation as a cloudburst of bliss is from a drop of satisfaction?" She was astonished at the vehemence with which Ulrich answered her, "I'm not unaware of the irony of my situation. Since yesterday, and apparently always, I have done nothing but raise an army of reasons why this love for one's neighbor is no joy but a terribly magnificent, half impossible task. So nothing could be more understandable than that you're seeking protection with a person who has no idea about any of this, and in your position I'd do the same. But it's not true at all that I'm doing that." Agatha replied curtly. Ulrich could not keep himself from throwing her a glance that held as much gratitude as mistrust. "It's hardly worth the bother of talking about," he assured her. "I really didn't want to either." He hesitated a moment and then went on, "But look, if you do have to love someone else the way you love yourself, however much you love him, it really remains a self-deceiving lie, because you simply can't feel along with him how his head or his finger hurts. It is absolutely unbearable that one really can't be part of a person one loves, and it's an absolutely simple thing. That's the way the world is organized. We wear our animal skin with the hair inside and cannot shake it out. And this horror within the tenderness, this nightmare of coming to a standstill and getting close to one another, is something that the people who are conventionally correct, the let's be precise people, never experience. What they call their empathy is actually a substitute for it, which they use to make sure they didn't miss anything." Agatha forgot that she had just said something that was as close to a lie as a non-lie. She saw illuminated in Ulrich's words the disillusion of the vision of sharing in each other, before which the usual proofs of love, goodness, and sympathy lost their meaning, and she understood that this was the reason he spoke of the world more often than of himself, for if it was to be more than idle dreaming, one must remove oneself along with reality like a door from its hinges. At this moment she was far away from the man with the sparse beard and timid severity who wanted to do her good. But she couldn't say it. She merely looked at Ulrich and then looked away, without speaking. Then she did something or other, then they looked at each other again. After the shortest time the silence gave the impression of having lasted for hours. The dream of being two people and one, In truth, the effect of this fabrication was at many moments not unlike that of a dream that has stepped outside the boundaries of night, and now it was hovering in such a state of feeling between faith and denial, in which reason had nothing more to say. It was precisely the body's unalterable constitution by which feeling was referred back to reality. These bodies, since they loved each other, displayed their existence before the inquiring gaze, for surprises and delights that renewed themselves like a peacock's tail sweeping back and forth in currents of desire, but as soon as one's glance no longer lingered on the 100 eyes of the spectacle that love offers to love, but attempted to penetrate into the thinking and feeling being behind it, these bodies transformed themselves into horrible prisons. One found oneself again separated from the other, as so often before, not knowing what to say, because for everything that desire still had to say or repeat a far too remote, protective, covering gesture was needed, for which there was no solid foundation. And it was not long before the bodily motions, too, involuntarily grew slower and congealed. The rain beyond the windows was still filling the air with its twitching curtain of drops and the lullaby of sounds through whose monotony the sky-high desolation flowed downward. It seemed to Agatha that her body had been alone for centuries, and time flowed as if it were flowing with the water from the sky. The light in the room now was like that of a hollowed-out silver die. Blue, sweetish scarves of smoke from heedlessly burning cigarettes coiled around the two of them. She no longer knew whether she was tender and sensitive to the core of her being or impatient and out of sorts with her brother, whose stamina she admired. She sought out his eyes and found them hovering in this uncertain atmosphere like two dead moons. At the same instant something happened to her that seemed to come not from her will but from outside. The surging water beyond the windows suddenly became fleshy, like a fruit that has been sliced, and its swelling softness pressed between herself and Ulrich. Perhaps she was ashamed or even hated herself a little for it, but a completely sensual wantonness and not at all only what one calls an unleashing of the senses but also, and far more, a voluntary and unconstrained draining of the senses away from the world began to gain control over her. She was just able to anticipate it and even hide it from Ulrich by telling him with the speediest of all excuses that she had forgotten to take care of something, jumped up, and left the room. Up Jacob's ladder into a stranger's dwelling. Hardly had it been done when she resolved to look up the odd man who had offered her his help, and immediately carried out her resolution. She wanted to confess to him that she no longer had any idea what to do with herself. She had no clear picture of him. A person one has seen through tears that dried up in his company will not easily appear to someone the way he actually is. So on the way, she thought about him. She thought she was thinking clear-headedly, but actually it was fantasy. She hastened through the streets, bearing before her eyes the light from her brother's room. It had not been a proper kind of light at all, she considered. She should rather say that all the objects in the room had suddenly lost their composure, or a kind of understanding that they must certainly have otherwise had. But if it were the case that it was only she herself who had lost her composure, or her understanding, it would not have been limited just to her, for there had also been awakened in the objects a liberation that was astir with miracles. The next moment it would have peeled us out of our clothes like a silver knife, without our having moved a finger. She thought. She gradually let herself be calmed by the rain, whose harmless grey water bounced off her hat and down her coat, and her thoughts became more measured. This was perhaps helped, too, by the simple clothes she had hastily thrown on, for they directed her memory back to schoolgirl walks without an umbrella, and to guiltless states. As she walked she even thought unexpectedly of an innocent summer she had spent with a girlfriend and a friend's parents on a small island in the north. There, between the harsh splendors of sea and sky, she had discovered a seabird's nesting place, a hollow filled with white, soft bird feathers. And now she knew, the man to whom she was being drawn reminded her of this nesting place. The idea cheered her. At that time, to be sure, in view of the strict sincerity that is part of youth's need for experience, she would have hardly let it pass that at the thought of the softness and whiteness she would be abandoning herself to an unearthly shudder, as illogically, indeed as youthfully and immaturely, as she was now allowing to happen with such assiduity. This shudder was for Professor Lindner, but the unearthly was also for him. The intimation, amounting to certainty, that everything that happened to her was connected as in a fairy tale with something hidden was familiar to her from all the agitated periods of her life. She sensed it as a nearness, felt it behind her, and was inclined to wait for the hour of the miracle, when she would have nothing to do but close her eyes and lean back. But Ulrich did not see any help in unearthly dreaminess, and his attention seemed claimed mostly by transforming, with infinite slowness, unearthly content into an earthly one. In this Agatha recognized the reason why she had now left him for the third time within 24 hours, fleeing in the confused expectation of something that she had to take into her keeping and allow to rest from the afflictions, or perhaps just from the impatience, of her passions. But then as soon as she calmed down she was herself again, standing by his side and seeing in what he was teaching her all the possibilities for healing, and even now this lasted for a while. But as the memory of what had almost happened at home and yet not happened reasserted itself more vividly, she was again profoundly at a loss. First she wanted to convince herself that the infinite realm of the unimaginable would have come to their aid if they had stuck it out for another instant, then she reproached herself that she had not waited to see what Ulrich would do. Finally, however, she dreamed that the truest thing would have been simply to yield to love and make room for a place for overtaxed nature to rest on the dizzying Jacob's ladder they were climbing. But hardly had she made this concession than she thought of herself as one of those incompetent fairy tale creatures who cannot restrain themselves, and in their womanly weakness prematurely break silence or some other oath, causing everything to collapse amid thunderclaps. If her expectation now directed itself again toward the man who was to help her find counsel, he not only enjoyed the great advantage bestowed on order, certainty, kindly strictness, and composed behalf or by an undisciplined and desperate mode of conduct, but this stranger also had the particular quality of speaking about God with certainty and without feeling, as if he visited God's house daily and could announce that everything there that was mere passion and imagining was despised. So what might be awaiting her at Lindner's? While she was asking herself this, she set her feet more firmly on the ground as she walked, and breathed in the coldness of the rain so that she would become quite clear-headed, and then it started to seem highly probable to her that Ulrich, even though he judged Lindner one-sidedly, still judged him more correctly than she did, for before her conversations with Ulrich, when her impression of Lindner was still vivid, she herself had thought quite scornfully of this good man. She was amazed at her feet, which were taking her to him anyway, and she even took a bus going in the same direction so she would get there sooner. Shaken about among people who were like rough, wet pieces of laundry, she found it hard to hold on to her inner fantasy completely, but with an exasperated expression on her face she persevered, and protected it from being torn to shreds. She wanted to bring it whole to Lindner. She even disparaged it. Her whole relation to God, if that name was to be applied to such adventurousness at all, was limited to a twilight that opened up before her every time life became too oppressive and repulsive, or, which was new, too beautiful. Then she ran into it, seeking. That was all she could honestly say about it. And it had never led to anything, as she told herself with a sigh. But she noticed that she was now really curious about how her unknown man would extricate himself from this affair that was being confided to him, so to speak, as God's representative, for such a purpose. After all, some omniscience must have rubbed off on him from the great inaccessible one, because she had meanwhile firmly resolved, squeezed between all kinds of people, on no account to deliver a complete confession to him right away. But as she got out she discovered in herself, remarkably enough, the deeply concealed conviction that this time it would be different from before, and that she had also made up her mind to bring this whole incomprehensible fantasy out of the twilight and into the light on her own. Perhaps she would have quickly extinguished this overblown expression again if it had entered her consciousness at all, but all that was present there was not a word, but merely a surprised feeling that whirled her blood around as if it were fire. The man toward whom such passionate emotions and fantasies were en route was meanwhile sitting in the company of his son, Peter, at lunch, which he still ate, following a good rule of former times, at the actual hour of noon. There was no luxury in his surroundings, or, as it would be better to say in the German tongue, no excess, for the German word reveals the sense that the alien word obscures. Luxury also has the meaning of the superfluous and dispensable that idle wealth might accumulate. Excess, on the other hand, is not so much superfluous, to which extent it is synonymous with luxury, as it is overflowing, thus signifying a padding of existence that gently swells beyond its frame, or that surpluses and a sense of tus, literally, overflow. Trans. Magnanimity of European life which is lacking only for the extremely poor. Lindner discriminated between these two senses of luxury, and just as luxury in the first sense was absent from his home, it was present in the second. One already had this peculiar impression, although it could not be said where it came from, when the entry door opened and revealed a moderately large foyer. If one then looked around, none of the arrangements created to serve mankind through useful invention was lacking. An umbrella stand, soldered from sheet metal and painted with enamel, took care of umbrellas. A runner with a coarse weave removed from shoes the dirt that the mud brush might not have caught. 2 clothes brushes hung in a pouch on the wall, and the stand for hanging up outer garments was not missing either. A bulb illuminated the space, even a mirror was present, and all these utensils were lovingly maintained and promptly replaced when they were damaged. But the lamp had the lowest wattage by which one could just barely make things out, the clothes stand had only 3 hooks, the mirror encompassed only 4/5 of an adult face, and the thickness as well as the quality of the carpet was just great enough that one could feel the floor through it without sinking into softness. Even if it was futile to describe the spirit of the place through such details, one only needed to enter to feel overcome by a peculiar general atmosphere that was not strict and not lax, not prosperous and not poor, not spiced and not bland, but just something like a positive produced by 2 negatives, which might best be expressed in the term absence of prodigality. This by no means excluded, upon one's entering the inner rooms, a feeling for beauty, or indeed of coziness, which was everywhere in evidence. Choice prints hung framed on the walls, the window beside Lindner's desk was adorned with a colourful showpiece of glass representing a knight who, with a prim gesture, was liberating a maiden from a dragon, and in the choice of several painted vases that held lovely paper flowers, in the provision of an ashtray by the non-smoker, as well as in the many trifling details through which, as it were, a ray of sunshine falls into the serious circle of duty represented by the preservation and care of a household, Lindner had gladly allowed a liberal taste to prevail. Still, the 12-edged severity of the room's shape emerged everywhere as a reminder of the hardness of life, which one should not forget even in amenity, and wherever something stemming from mere lie at times that was undisciplined in a feminine way managed to break through this unity, a little cross-stitched table scarf, a pillow with roses, or the petticoat of a lark-shaped unity was strong enough to prevent the voluptuous element from being excessively obtrusive. Nevertheless, on this day, and not for the first time since the day before, Lindner appeared at mealtime nearly a quarter of an hour late. The table was set, the plates, 3 high at each place, looked at him with the frank glance of reproach, the little glass knife rests, from which knife, spoon, and fork stared like barrels from gun carriages, and the rolled-up napkins in their rings, were deployed like an army left in the lurch by its general. Lindner had hastily stuffed the mail, which he usually opened before the meal, in his pocket, and with a bad conscience hastened into the dining room, not knowing in his confusion what he was meeting with. It might well have been something like mistrust, since at the same moment, from the other side, and just as hastily as he, his son, Peter, entered as if he had only been waiting for his father to come in. 43. The do-gooder and the do-no-gooder, but Agad too. Peter was a quite presentable fellow of about 17, in whom Lindner's precipitous height had been infused and curtailed by a broadened body. He came up only as far as his father's shoulders, but his head, which was like a large, squarish round bowling ball, sat on a neck of taut flesh whose circumference would have served for one of Papa's thighs. Peter had tarried on the soccer field instead of in school, and had on the way home unfortunately got into conversation with a girl, from whom his manly beauty had wrung a half-promise to see him again. Thus late, he had secretly slunk into the house and to the door of the dining room, uncertain to the last minute how he was going to excuse himself, but to his surprise he had heard no one in the room, had rushed in, and, just on the point of assuming the bored expression of long waiting, was extremely embarrassed when he collided with his father. His red face flushed with still redder spots, and he immediately let loose an enormous flood of words, casting sidelong glances at his father when he thought he wasn't noticing, while looking him fearlessly in the eye when he felt his father's eyes on him. This was calculated behavior, and often called upon. Its purpose was to fulfill the mission of arousing the impression of a young man who was vacant and slack to the point of idiocy, and who would be capable of anything with the one exception of hiding something. But if that wasn't enough, Peter did not recoil from letting slip, apparently inadvertently, words disrespectful of his father or otherwise displeasing to him, which then had the effect of lightning rods attracting electricity and diverting it from dangerous paths. For Peter feared his father the way hell fears heaven, with the awe of stewing flesh upon which the spirit gazes down. He loved soccer, but even there he preferred to watch it with an expert expression and make portentous comments than to strain himself by playing. He wanted to become a pilot and achieve heroic feats someday. He did not, however, imagine this as a goal to be worked toward, but as a personal disposition, like creatures whose natural attribute it is that they will one day be able to fly. Nor did it influence him that his lack of inclination for work was in contradiction to the teachings of school. This son of a well-known pedagogue was not in the least interested in being respected by his teachers. It was enough for him to be physically the strongest in his class, and if one of his fellow pupils seemed to him too clever, he was ready to restore the balance of the relationship by a punch in the nose or stomach. As we know, one can lead a respected existence this way, but his behavior had the one disadvantage that he could not use it at home against his father. Indeed, that his father should find out as little about it as possible. For faced with this spiritual authority that had brought him up and held him in gentle embrace, Peter's vehemence collapsed into ailing attempts at rebellion, which Lindner Sr. called the pitiable cries of the desires. Intimately exposed since childhood to the best principles, Peter had a hard time denying their truth to himself and was able to satisfy his honor and valor only with the cunning of an Indian in avoiding open verbal warfare. He too, of course, used lots of words in order to adapt to his opponent, but he never descended to the need to speak the truth, which in his view was unmanly and garrulous. So this time, too, his assurances and grimaces bubbled forth at once, but they met with no reaction from his master. Professor Lindner had hastily made the sign of the cross over the soup and begun to eat, silent and crushed. At times, his eye rested briefly and distractedly on the part in his son's hair. On this day the part had been drawn through the thick, reddish-brown hair with comb, water, and a good deal of pomade, like a narrow-gauge railroad track through a reluctantly yielding forest thicket. Whenever Peter felt his father's glance resting on it, he lowered his head so as to cover with his chin the red, screaming a beautiful tie with which his tutor was not yet acquainted. For an instant later the eye could gently widen upon making such a discovery and the mouth follow it, and words would emerge about subjection, TQ, the slogans of clowns and fops, or social towdiness and servile vanity, which offended Peter. But this time nothing happened, and it was only a while later, when the plates were being changed, that Lindner said kindly and vaguely it was not even at all certain whether he was referring to the tie or whether his admonition was brought about by some unconsciously perceived sight. People who still have to struggle a lot with their vanity should avoid anything striking in their outward appearance. Peter took advantage of his father's unexpected absent-mindedness of character to produce a story about a poor grade he was chivalrously supposed to have received because, tested after a fellow pupil, he had deliberately made himself look unprepared in order not to outshine his comrade by demonstrating the incredible demands that were simply beyond the grasp of weaker pupils. Professor Lindner merely shook his head at this. But when the middle course had been taken away and dessert came on the table, he began cautiously and ruminatively, "Look, it's precisely in those years when the appetites are greatest that one can win the most momentous victories over oneself, not for instance by starving oneself in an unhealthy way but through occasionally renouncing a favorite dish after one has eaten enough." Peter was silent and showed no understanding of this, but his head was again vividly suffused with red up to his ears. "It would be wrong," his father continued, troubled, "if I wanted to punish you for this poor grade, because aside from the fact that you are lying childishly, you demonstrate such a lack of the concept of moral honor that one must first make the soil tillable in order for the punishment to have an effect on it. So I'm not asking anything of you except that you understand this yourself, and I'm sure that then you'll punish yourself." This was the moment for Peter to point animatedly to his weak health and also to the overwork that could have caused his recent failures in school and that rendered it impossible for him to steel his character by renouncing dessert. The French philosopher Professor Lindner replied calmly, was accustomed after dining, without particular inducement, to chew on a crust of dry bread instead of dessert, just to remember those who do not have even dry bread. It is an admirable trait, which reminds us that every exercise of abstemiousness and plainness has profound social significance. Peter had long had a most unfavorable impression of philosophy, but now his father added literature to his bad associations by continuing. The writer Tolstoy, too, says that abstemiousness is the first step toward freedom. Man has many slavish desires, and in order for the struggle against all of them to be successful, one must begin with the most elemental, the craving for food, idleness, and sensual desires. Professor Lindner was accustomed to pronounce any of these three terms, which occurred often in his admonitions, as impersonally as the others, and long before Peter had been able to connect anything specific with the expression sensual desires he had already been introduced to the struggle against them, alongside the struggles against idleness and the craving for food, without thinking about them any more than his father, who had no need to think further about them because he was certain that basic instruction in these struggles begins with self-determination. In this fashion it came about that on a day when Peter did not yet know sensual longing in its most desired form but was already slinking about its skirts, he was surprised for the first time by a sudden feeling of angry revolt against the loveless connection between it and idleness and the craving for food that his father was accustomed to make. He was not allowed to come straight out with this but had to lie, and cried, "I'm a plain and simple person and can't compare myself with writers and philosophers." Whereby, in spite of his agitation, he did not choose his words without reflection. His tutor did not respond. "I'm hungry," Peter added, still more passionately. Lindner put on a pained and scornful smile. "Till die if I don't get enough to eat." Peter was almost blubbering. The first response of the individual to all interventions and attacks from without occurs through the instrument of the voice. His father instructed him. And the pitiable cries of the desires, as Lindner called them, died away. On this particularly manly day Peter did not want to cry, but the necessity of developing the spirit for voluble verbal defense was a terrible burden to him. He could not think of anything more at all to say, and at this moment he even hated the lie because one had to speak in order to use it. Eagerness for murder alternated in his eyes with howls of complaint. When it had got to this point, Professor Lindner said to him kindly, "You must impose on yourself serious exercises in being silent, so that it is not the careless and ignorant person in you who speaks but the reflective and well-brought-up one, who utters words that bring joy and firmness." And then, with a friendly expression, he lapsed into reflection. "I have no better advice. If one wants to make others good," he finally revealed to his son the conclusion he had come to, than to be good oneself. Matthias Claudius says too, "I can't think of any other way except by being oneself the way one wants children to be." And with these words Professor Lindner amiably but decisively pushed away the dessert, although it was his favorite rice pudding with sugar and chocolate, without touching it, through such loving inexorability, forcing his son, who was gnashing his teeth, to do the same. At this moment the housekeeper came in to report that Agatha was there. August Lindner straightened up in confusion. "So she did come?" a horribly distinct mute voice said to him. He was prepared to feel indignant, but he was also ready to feel a fraternal gentleness that combined in sympathetic understanding with a delicate sense of moral action, and these two countercurrents, with an enormous train of principles, staged a wild chase through his entire body before he was able to utter the simple command to show the lady into the living room. "You wait for me here," he said to Peter severely, and hastily left. But Peter had noticed something unusual about his father's behavior. He just didn't know what. In any event, it gave him so much rash courage that after the latter's departure, and a brief hesitation, he scooped into his mouth a spoonful of the chocolate that was standing ready to be sprinkled, then a spoonful of sugar, and finally a big spoonful of pudding, chocolate, and sugar, a procedure he repeated several times before smoothing out all the dishes to cover his tracks. And Agatha sat for a while in the strange house and waited for Professor Lindner, for he was pacing back and forth in another room, collecting his thoughts before going to encounter the lovely and perilous female. She looked around and suddenly felt anxious, as if she had lost her way climbing among the branches of a dream tree and had to fear not being able to escape in one piece from its world of contorted wood and myriad leaves. A profusion of details confused her, and in the paltry taste they evinced there was a repellent acerbity intertwined in the most remarkable way with an opposite quality, for which, in her agitation, she could not immediately find words. The repulsion was perhaps reminiscent of the frozen stiffness of chalk drawings, but the room also looked as if it might smell in a grandmotherly, cloying way of medicines and ointments, and old-fashioned and unmanly ghosts, fixated with unpleasant maliciousness upon human suffering, were hovering within its walls. Agatha sniffed. And although the air held nothing more than her imaginings, she gradually found herself being led further and further backward by her feelings, until she remembered the rather anxious smell of heaven, that aroma of incense half-ed and emptied of its spices which clung to the scarves of the habits her teachers had once worn when she was a girl, being brought up together with little friends in a pious convent school without at all succumbing to piety herself. For as edifying as this odor may be for people who associate it with what is right, its effect on the hearts of growing, worldly-oriented, and resistant girls consisted in a vivid memory of smells of protest, just as ideas and first experiences were associated with a man's moustache or with his energetic cheeks, pungent with cologne and dusted with talc. God knows, even that odor does not deliver what it promises. And as Agatha sat on one of Lindner's renunciative upholstered chairs and waited, the empty smell of the world closed inescapably about her with the empty smell of heaven like two hollow hemispheres, and an intimation came over her that she was about to make up for a negligently endured class in the school of life. She knew now where she was. Afraid yet ready, she tried to adapt to these surroundings and think of the teachings from which she had perhaps let herself be diverted too soon. But her heart reared up at this docility like a horse that refuses to respond to encouragement, and began to run wild with terror, as happens in the presence of feelings that would like to warn her but can't find any words. Nevertheless, after a while she tried again, and in support thought of her father, who had been a liberal man and had always exhibited a somewhat superficial Enlightenment style and yet, in total contradiction, had made up his mind to send her to a convent school for her education. She was inclined to regard this as a kind of conciliatory sacrifice, an attempt, propelled by a secret insecurity, to do for once the opposite of what one thinks is one's firm conviction, and because she felt a kinship with any kind of inconsistency, the situation into which she had got herself seemed to her for an instant like a daughter's secret, unconscious act of repetition. But even this second, voluntarily encouraged shudder of piety did not last. Apparently she had definitively lost her ability to anchor her animated imaginings in a creed when she had been placed under that all too clerical care, for all she had to do was inspect her present surroundings again, and with a cruel instinct youth has for the distance separating the infinitude of a teaching from the finiteness of the teacher, which indeed easily leads one to deduce the master from the servant, the sight of the home surrounding her, in which she had imprisoned herself and settled full of expectation, suddenly and irresistibly impelled her to laughter. Yet she unconsciously dug her nails into the wood of the chair, for she was ashamed of her lack of resolution. What she most wanted to do was suddenly and as quickly as possible fling into the face of this unknown man everything that was oppressing her, if he would only finally deign to show himself. The criminal trafficking with her father's will absolutely unpardonable, if one regarded it undefiantly. Hagar's letters, distorting her image as horribly as a bad mirror without her being quite able to deny the likeness. Then, too, that she wanted to destroy this husband without actually killing him, that she had indeed once married him, but not really, only blinded by self-contempt. There were in her life nothing but unusual incompletions, and finally, bringing everything together, she would also have to talk about the presentiment that hovered between herself and Ulrich, and this she could never betray, under any circumstances. She felt as churlish as a child who is constantly expected to perform a task that is too difficult. Why was the light she sometimes glimpsed always immediately extinguished again, like a lantern bobbing through a vast darkness, its gleam alternately swallowed up and exposed? She was robbed of all resolution, and superfluously remembered that Ulrich had once said that whoever seeks this light has to cross an abyss that has no bottom and no bridge. Did he himself, therefore, in his inmost soul, not believe in the possibility of what it was they were seeking to get there? This was what she was thinking, and although she did not really dare to doubt, she still felt herself deeply shaken. So no one could help her except the abyss itself. This abyss was God. Oh, what did she know? With aversion and contempt she examined the tiny bridge that was supposed to lead across, the humility of the room, the pictures hung piously on the walls, everything feigning a confidential relationship with him. She was just as close to abasing herself as she was to turning away in horror. What she would probably most have liked to do was run away once more, but when she remembered that she always ran away she thought of Ulrich again and seemed to herself a terrible coward. The silence at home had been like the calm before a storm, and the pressure of what was approaching had catapulted her here. This was the way she saw it now, not without quite suppressing a smile, and it was also natural that something else Ulrich had said should occur to her, for he had said at some time or other, a person never finds himself total coward, because if something frightens him he runs just far enough away to consider himself a hero again. And so here she sat. 44. A mighty discussion. At this moment Lindner entered, having made up his mind to say as much as his visitor would, but once they found themselves face to face, things turned out differently. Agatha immediately went on the verbal attack, which to her surprise turned out to be far more ordinary than what led up to it would have indicated. "You will of course recall that I asked you to explain some things to me," she began. "Now I'm here. I still remember quite well what you said against my getting a divorce. Perhaps I've understood it even better since." They were sitting at a large round table, separated from each other by the entire span of its diameter. In relation to her final moments alone Agatha first felt herself, at the very beginning of this encounter, deep under water, but then on solid ground. She laid out the word divorce like a bait, although her curiosity to learn Lindner's opinion was genuine too. And Lindner actually answered at almost the same instant, "I know quite well why you are asking me for this explanation. People will have been murmuring to you your whole life long that a belief in the suprahuman, and obeying commandments that have their origin in this belief, belong to the Middle Ages. You have discovered that such fairy tales have been disposed of by science. But are you certain that's really the way it is?" Agatha noticed to her astonishment that at every third word or so, his lips puffed out like two assailants beneath his scanty beard. She gave no answer. "Have you thought about it?" Lindner continued severely. "Do you know the vast number of problems it involves? It's clear you don't. But you have a magnificent way of dismissing this with a wave of your hand, and you apparently don't even realize that you're simply acting under the influence of an external compulsion." He had plunged into danger. It was not clear what murmurers he had in mind. He felt himself carried away. His speech was a long tunnel he had bored right through a mountain in order to fall upon an idea, lies of free-thinking men, which was sparkling on the other side in a cocksure light. He was not thinking of either Ulrich or Hagra, but meant both of them, meant everyone. And even if you had thought about it, he exclaimed in an assertively rising voice, and were to be convinced of these mistaken doctrines that the body is nothing but a system of dead corpuscles, and the soul an interplay of glands, and society a ragbag of mechano-economic laws, and even if that were correct, which it is far from being, I would still deny that such a way of thinking knows anything about the truth of life. For what calls itself science doesn't have the slightest qualification to explicate by externals what lives within a human being as spiritual inner certainty. Life's truth is a knowledge with no beginning, and the facts of true life are not communicated by rational proof. Whoever lives and suffers has them within himself as the secret power of higher claims and as the living explanation of his self. Lindner had stood up. His eyes sparkled like two preachers in the high pulpit formed by his long legs. He looked down on Agatha omnipotently. Why is he talking so much right away? She thought. And what does he have against Ulrich? He hardly knows him, and yet he speaks against him openly. Then her feminine experience in the arousal of feelings told her more quickly and certainly than reflection would have done that Lindner was speaking this way only because, in some ridiculous fashion, he was jealous. She looked up at him with an enchanting smile. He stood before her tall, waveringly supple, and armed, and seemed to her like a bellicose giant grasshopper from some past geologic age. Good heavens! She thought. Now I'm going to say something that will annoy him all over again, and he'll chase after me again with his "Where am I? What game am I playing?" It confused her that Lindner irritated her to the point of laughter, and yet that she was not able to shrug off some of his individual expressions, like knowledge with no beginning or living explanation, such strange terms at present, but secretly familiar to her, as if she had always used them herself without being able to remember ever having heard them before. She thought, it's gruesome, but he's already planted some of his words in my heart like children. Lindner was aware of having made an impression on her, and this satisfaction conciliated him somewhat. He saw before him a young woman in whom agitation seemed to alternate precariously with feigned indifference, even boldness. Since he took himself for a scrupulous expert on a female soul, he did not allow himself to be put off by this, knowing as he did that in beautiful women there was an inordinately great temptation to be arrogant and vain. He could hardly ever observe a beautiful face without an admixture of pity. People so marked were, he was convinced, almost always martyrs to their shining outward aspect, which seduced them to self-conceit and its dragging train of cold-heartedness and superficiality. Still, it can also happen that a soul dwells behind a beautiful countenance, and how often has insecurity not taken refuge behind arrogance, or despair beneath frivolity? Often, indeed, this is true of particularly noble people, who are merely lacking the support of proper and unshakable convictions. And now Lindner was gradually and completely overcome once more with how the successful person has to put himself in the frame of mind of the slighted one, and as he did this he became aware that the form of Agatha's face and body possessed that delightful repose unique to the great and noble. Even her knee seemed to him, in the folds of its covering envelope, like the knee of Niobe. He was astonished that this specific image should force itself on him, since so far as he knew there was nothing in the least appropriate about it, but apparently the nobility of his moral pain had unilaterally come together in this image with the suspiciousness many children have, for he felt no less attracted than alarmed. He now noticed her breast too, which was breathing in small, rapid waves. He felt hot and bothered, and if his knowledge of the world had not come to his aid again he would even have felt at a loss, but at this moment of greatest captiousness it whispered to him that this bosom must enclose something unspoken, and that according to all he knew, this secret might well be connected with the divorce from his colleague Hagra, and this saved him from embarrassing foolishness by instantaneously offering the possibility of desiring the revelation of this secret instead of the bosom. He desired this with all his might, while the union of sin with the chivalric slaying of the dragon of sin hovered before his eyes in glowing colors, much as they glowed in the stained glass in his study. Agatha interrupted this rumination with a question she addressed to him in a temperate, even restrained tone, after she had regained her composure. You claimed that I was acting on insinuations, on external compulsion. What did you mean by that? Disconcerted, Lindner raised the glance that had been resting on her heart to her eyes. This had never happened to him before. He could no longer remember the last thing he had said. He had seen in this young woman a victim of the free-minded spirit that was confessing the age, and in his victorious joy had forgotten it. Agatha repeated her question slightly differently. I confided to you that I want a divorce from Professor Hagra, and you replied that I was acting under insinuating influences. It might be useful to me to find out what you understand by them. I repeat, none of the customary reasons is entirely apt, even my version has not been insurmountable, as the standards of the world go. I am merely convinced that they may not be surmounted but are to be immeasurably enlarged. By whom? That's just the problem you're supposed to help me solve. She again looked at him with a gentle smile that was a kind of horribly deeply collet and that exposed her in a bosom as if it were coffered by a mere wisp of black lace. Lindner involuntarily protected his eyes from the sight with a motion of his hand feigning some adjustment to his glasses. The truth was that courage played the same timid role in his view of the world as it did in the feelings he harbored toward Agatha. He was one of those people who have recognized that it greatly facilitates the victory of humility if one first flattens arrogance with a blow of one's fist, and his learned nature bade him fear no arrogance so bitterly as that of open-minded science, which reproaches faith with being unscientific. Had someone told him that the saints, with their empty and beseeching raised hands, were outmoded and in today's world would have to be portrayed grasping sabres, pistols, or even newer instruments in their fists, he would no doubt have been appalled, but he did not want to see the arms of knowledge withheld from faith. This was almost entirely an error, but he was not alone in committing it, and that was why he had assailed Agatha with words that would have merited an honourable place in his writings and presumably did but were out of place directed to the woman who was confiding in him. Since he now saw sitting modestly and reflectively before him the emissary of quarters of the world hostile to him, delivered into his hands by a benevolent or demonic fate, he felt this himself and was embarrassed how to respond. "Ah," he said, as generally and disparagingly as possible, and accidentally hitting not far from the mark, "I meant the spirit that runs everything today and makes young people afraid they might look stupid, even unscientific, if they don't go along with every modern superstition. How should I know what slogans are in their minds? Live life to the full. Say yes to life. Cultivate your personality. Freedom of thought and art. In any case, everything but the commandments of simple and eternal morality." The happy intensification stupid, even unscientific gladdened him with its subtlety and reinvigorated his combative spirit. "You will be surprised," he continued, "that in conversing with you I am placing such emphasis on science, without knowing whether you have occupied yourself with it a little or a lot not at all." Agatha interrupted him. "I'm just an ignorant woman." She emphasized it and seemed to be pleased with it, perhaps with a kind of non-sanctimoniousness. "But it's the world you move in." Undna corrected her emphatically. "And whether it's freedom in values or freedom in science, they both express the same thing, spirit that has been detached from morality." Agatha again felt these words as sober shadows that were, however, cast by something still darker in their vicinity. She was not minded to conceal her disappointment, but revealed it with a laugh. "Last time, you advised me not to think about myself, and now you're the one who is talking about me incessantly," she mockingly offered for the man standing before her to think about. He repeated, "You're afraid of seeming old-fashioned to yourself." Something in Agatha's eyes twitched angrily. "You leave me speechless. This certainly doesn't apply to Mel, and I say to you, you have been bought dear. Do not become the servants of man." The way he said this, which was in total contrast to his entire physical appearance, like a too heavy blossom on a weak stem, made Agatha brighten. She asked urgently and almost coarsely, "So what should I do?" "I was hoping you would give me a definite answer." Lindner swallowed and turned gloomy with earnestness. "Do what is your duty." "I don't know what my duty is." "Then you must seek duties out." "I don't know what duties are." Lindner smiled grimly. "There we have it. That's the liberation of the personality," he exclaimed. "Vain reflection. You can see it in yourself. When a person is free he is unhappy. When a person is free he's a phantom." He added, raising his voice somewhat more, out of embarrassment. But then he lowered it again, and concluded with conviction, "Duty is what mankind in proper self-awareness has erected against its own weakness. Duty is one and the same truth that all great personalities have acknowledged or pointed to. Duty is the work of the experience of centuries and the result of the visionary glance of the blessed. But what even the simplest person knows with precision in his inmost being, if only he lives an upright life, is duty too." That was a hymn with quivering candles. Agatha noted appreciatively. It was disagreeable that Lindner, too, felt that he had sung falsely. He ought to have said something else but didn't trust himself to recognize in what the deviation from the genuine voice of his heart consisted. He merely allowed himself the thought that this young creature must be deeply disappointed by her husband, since she was raging so impudently and bitterly against herself, and that in spite of all the censure she provoked, she would have been worthy of a stronger man, but he had the impression that a far more dangerous idea was on the point of succeeding this one. Agatha, meanwhile, slowly and very decisively shook her head, and with the spontaneous assurance with which an excited person is seduced by another into doing something that unbalances an already precarious situation completely, she continued, "But we're talking about my divorce. And why aren't you saying anything more about God today? Why don't you simply say to me, God orders you to stay with Professor Hagler? I can't honestly imagine that he would command such a thing." Lindner shrugged his tall shoulders indignantly. Indeed, as they rose he himself actually seemed to hover in the air. "I have never said a word to you about it. You're the only one who has tried to." He defended himself gruffly. "And for the rest, don't believe for a minute yet that God bothers himself with the tiny egoistic antics of our emotions. That's what his law is for, which we must follow. Or doesn't that seem heroic enough for you, since people today are always looking for what's personal? Well, in that case I'll set a higher heroism against your claims, heroic submission." Every word of this carried significantly more weight than a layperson really ought to permit himself, were it only in his thoughts. Agatha, in return, could only go on smiling in the face of such coarse derision if she did not want to be forced to stand up and break off the visit, and she smiled, of course, with such assured adroitness that Lindner felt himself goaded into ever greater confusion. He became aware that his inspirations were ominously rising and increasingly reinforcing a glowing intoxication that was robbing him of reflection and resounded with the will to break the obstinate mind and perhaps save the soul he saw facing him. "Our duty is painful," he exclaimed. "Our duty may be repulsive and disgusting. Don't think I have any intention of becoming your husband's lawyer, or that my nature is to stand by his side. But you must obey the law, because it is the only thing that bestows lasting peace on us and protects us from ourselves. Agath now laughed at him. She had guessed at the weapon, stemming from her divorce, that these effects put in her hand, and she turned the knife in the wound. I understand so little about all that, she said. But may I honestly confess an impression I have? When you're angry you get a little slippery. Oh, come on. Lindner retorted. He recoiled, his one desire not to concede such a thing at any price. He raised his voice defensively and entreated the sinning phantom sitting before him. The spirit must not submit itself to the flesh and all its charms and horrors. Not even in the form of disgust. And I say to you, even though you might find it painful to control the reluctance of the flesh, as the school of marriage has apparently asked of you, you are not simply permitted to run away from it. For there lives in man a desire for liberation, and we can no more be the slaves of our fleshly disgust than the slaves of our lust. This is obviously what you wanted to hear, since otherwise you would not have come to me. He concluded, no less grandiloquently than spitefully. He stood towering before Agath, the strands of his beard moved around his lips. He had never spoken such words to a woman before, with the exception of his own deceased wife, and his feelings toward her had been different. But now these feelings were intermingled with desire, as if he were swinging a whip in his fist to chastise the whole earth, yet they were simultaneously timid, as if he were being lofted like an escaped hat on the crest of the tornado of the sermon of repentance that had taken hold of him. There you go again, saying such remarkable things. Agath noted without passion, intending to shut off his insolence with a few dry words, but then she measured the enormous crash looming up before him and preferred to humble herself gently by holding back, so she continued, in a voice that had apparently suddenly been darkened by repentance, I came only because I wanted you to lead me. Lindner went on swinging his whip of words with confused zeal. He had some sense that Agath was deliberately leading him on, but he could not find a way out, and entrusted himself to the future. To be chained to a man for a lifetime without feeling any physical attraction is certainly a heavy sentence, he exclaimed. But hasn't one brought this on oneself, especially if the partner is unworthy, by not having paid enough attention to the signs of the inner life? There are many women who allow themselves to be deluded by external circumstances, and who knows if one is not being punished in order to be shaken up. Suddenly his voice cracked. Agath had been accompanying his words with assenting nods of her head, but imagining Hagar as a bewitching seducer was too much for her, and her merry eyes betrayed it. Lindner, driven crazy by this, blared in falsetto, for he that spares the rod hates his child, but whosoever loves it chastises it. His victim's resistance had now transformed this philosopher of life, dwelling in his lofty watchtower, into a poet of chastisement and the exciting conditions that went with it. He was intoxicated by a feeling he did not recognize, which emanated from an inner fusion of the moral reprimand with which he was goading his visitor and a provocation of all his manliness, a fusion that one might symbolically characterize, as he himself now saw, as lustful. But the arrogant conquering female, who was finally to have been driven from the empty vanity of her worldly beauty to despair, matter-of-factly picked up on his threats about the rod and quietly asked, who is going to punish me? Whom are you thinking of? Are you thinking of God? But it was unthinkable to say such a thing. Lindner suddenly lost his courage. His scalp prickled with sweat. It was absolutely impossible that the name of God should be uttered in such a context. His glance, extended like a two-tined fork, slowly withdrew from Agath. Agath felt it. So he can't do it either, she thought. She felt a reckless desire to go on tugging at this man until she heard from his mouth what he did not want to yield to her. But for now it was enough, the conversation had reached its outer limit. Agath understood that it had only been a passionate rhetorical subterfuge, heated to the point where it became transparent, and all to avoid mentioning the decisive point. Besides, Lindner, too, now knew that everything he had said, indeed everything that had got him worked up, even the excess itself, was only the product of his fear of excesses, the most dissolute aspect of which he considered to be the approach with the prying tools of mind and feeling to what ought to remain veiled in lofty abstractions, toward which this excessive young woman was obviously pushing him. He now named this to himself as an offense against the decency of faith. For in these moments the blood drained back out of Lindner's head and resumed its normal course. He awoke like a person who finds himself standing naked far from his front door, and remembered that he could not send Agath away without consolation and instruction. Breathing deeply, he stood back from her, stroked his beard, and said reproachfully, "You have a restless and over-imaginative nature. And you have a peculiar idea of gallantry." Agath responded coolly, for she had no desire to go on any longer. Lindner found it necessary to repair his standing by saying something more. "You should learn in the school of reality to take your subjectivity mercilessly in hand, for whoever is incapable of it will be overtaken by imagination and fantasy, and dragged to the ground." He paused, for this strange woman was still drawing the voice from his breast quite against his will. Woe to him who abandons morality. He is abandoning reality. He added softly. Agath shrugged her shoulders. "I hope next time you will come to us," she proposed. To that I must respond, never. Lindner protested, suddenly and now totally down to earth. "Your brother and I have differences of opinion about life that make it preferable for us to avoid contact," he added as excuse. "So I'm the one who will have to come studiously to the school of reality," Agath replied quietly. "No," Lindner insisted, but then in a remarkable fashion, almost menacingly, he blocked her path, for with those words she had got up to go. "That cannot be. You cannot put me in the ambiguous position toward my colleague Hagar of receiving your visits without his knowledge. Are you always as passionate as you are today? Agatha asked mockingly, thereby forcing him to make way for her. She now felt, at the end, spiritless but strengthened. The fear Lindner had betrayed drew her toward actions alien to her true condition, but while the demands her brother made demoralized her easily, this man gave her back the freedom to animate her inner self however she wanted, and it comforted her to confuse him. Did I perhaps compromise myself a little? Lindner asked himself after she had left. He stiffened his shoulders and marched up and down the room a few times. Finally he decided to continue seeing her, containing his malaise, which was quite pronounced. In soldierly words, one must set oneself to remain gallant in the face of every embarrassment. When Agatha got up to leave, Peter had slipped hurriedly away from the keyhole, where he had been listening, not without astonishment, to what his father had been up to with the big goose. 45. Beginning of a series of wondrous experiences. Shortly after this visit there was a repetition of the impossible that was already hovering almost physically around Agatha and Ulrich, and it truly came to pass without anything at all actually happening. Brother and sister were changing to go out for the evening. There was no one in the house to help Agatha aside from Ulrich. They had started late and had thus been in the greatest haste for a quarter of an hour, when a short pause intervened. Piece by piece, nearly all the ornaments of war a woman puts on for such occasions were strewn on the chair backs and surfaces of the room, and Agatha was in the act of bending over her foot with all the concentration that pulling on a thin silk stocking mounts. Ulrich was standing at her back. He saw her head, her neck, her shoulders, and this nearly naked back. Her body was curved over her raised knee, slightly to one side, and the tension of this process rounded three folds on her neck, which shot slender and merry through her clear skin like three arrows. The charming physicality of this painting, of the momentarily spreading stillness, seemed to have lost its frame and passed so abruptly and directly into Ulrich's body that he moved from the spot and, neither with the involuntariness of a banner being unfurled by the wind nor exactly with deliberate reflection, crept closer on tiptoe, surprised the bent-over figure, and with gentle ferocity bit into one of these arrows, while his arm closed tightly around his sister. Then Ulrich's teeth just as cautiously released his overpowered victim. His right hand had grabbed her knee, and while with his left arm he pressed her body to his, he pulled her upright with him on upward bounding tendons. Agatha cried out in fright. Up to this point everything had taken place as playfully and jokingly as much that had gone on before, and even if it was tinged with the colors of love, it was only with the actually shy intention of concealing love's unwonted dangerous nature beneath such cheerfully intimate dress. But when Agatha got over her fright, and felt herself not so much flying through the air as rather resting in it, suddenly liberated into weightlessness and directed instead by the gentle force of the gradually decelerating motion, it brought about one of those accidents beyond human control, in which she seemed to herself strangely soothed, indeed carried away from all earthly unrest. With a movement changing the balance of her body that she could never have repeated, she also brushed away the last silken thread of compulsion, turned in falling to her brother, continued, so to speak, her eyes as she fell, until she lay, sinking down, as a cloud of happiness in his arms. Ulrich bore her, gently pressing her body to his, through the darkening room to the window and placed her beside him in the mellow light of the evening, which flowed over her face like tears. Despite the energy everything demanded, and the force Ulrich had exercised on his sister, what they were doing seemed to them remarkably remote from energy and force. One might perhaps have been able, again, to compare it with the wondrous ardor of a painting, which for the hand that invades the frame to grasp it is nothing but a ridiculous painted surface. So, too, they had nothing in mind beyond what was taking place physically, which totally filled their consciousness, and yet, alongside its nature as a harmless, indeed, at the beginning, even coarse joke, which called all their muscles into play, this physical action possessed a second nature, which, with the greatest tenderness, paralyzed their limbs and at the same time ensnared them with an inexpressible sensitivity. Questioningly they flung their arms around each other's shoulders. The fraternal stature of their bodies communicated itself to them as if they were rising up from a single root. They looked into each other's eyes with as much curiosity as if they were seeing such things for the first time. And although they would not have been able to articulate what had really happened, since their part in it had been too pressing, they still believed they knew that they had just unexpectedly found themselves for an instant in the midst of the shared condition at whose border they had long been hesitating, which they had already described to each other so often but had so far only gazed at from outside. If they tested it soberly, and surreptitiously they both did, it sniffed hardly more than a bewitching accident and ought to have dissolved the next moment, or at least with the return of activity, into nothingness, and yet this did not happen. On the contrary, they left the window, turned on the lights, and resumed their preparations, only soon to relinquish them again, and without their having to say anything to each other, Ulrich went to the telephone and informed the house where they were expected that they were not coming. He was already dressed for the evening, but Agatha's gown was still hanging unfastened around her shoulders and she was just striving to impart some well-bred order to her hair. The technical resonance of his voice in the instrument and the connection to the world that had been established had not sobered Ulrich in the slightest. He sat down opposite his sister, who paused in what she was doing, and when their glances met, nothing was so certain as that the decision had been made and all prohibitions were now a matter of indifference to them. Their understanding announced itself to them with every breath, It was a defiantly endured agreement to finally redeem themselves from the ill humor of longing, and it was an agreement so sweetly suffered that the notions of making it a reality nearly tore themselves loose from them and united them already in imagination, as a storm whips a veil of foam on ahead of the waves, but a still greater desire bade them be calm, and they were incapable of touching each other again. They wanted to begin, but the gestures of the flesh had become impossible for them, and they felt an ineffable warning that had nothing to do with the commandments of morality. It seemed that from a more perfect, if still shadowy, union, of which they had already had a foretaste as in an ecstatic metaphor, a higher commandment had marked them out, a higher intimation, curiosity, or expectation had breathed upon them. Brother and sister now remained perplexed and thoughtful, and after they had calmed their feelings they hesitantly began to speak. Ulrich said, without thinking, the way one talks into thin air, "You are the moon." Agath understood. Ulrich said, "You have flown to the moon and it has given you back to me again." Agath said nothing. Moon conversations so consume one's whole heart. Ulrich said, "It's a figure of speech. We were beside ourselves, we exchanged bodies without even touching each other, our metaphors too." But what does a metaphor signify? A little something true with a good deal of exaggeration. And yet I was about to swear, impossible as it may be, that the exaggeration was quite small and the reality was becoming quite large. He said no more. He was thinking, what reality am I talking about? Is there a second one? If one here leaves the conversation between brother and sister in order to follow the possibilities of a comparison that had at least some part in determining their talk, it might well be said that this reality was truly most closely related to the quixotically altered reality of moonlit nights. But if one does not comprehend this reality either, if one sees in it merely an opportunity for some ecstatic foolishness that by day were better suppressed, then if one wanted to picture accurately what was actually happening one would have to summon up the totally incredible idea that there's a piece of earth where all feelings really do change like magic as soon as the empty busyness of day plunges into the all-experiencing corporeality of night. Not only do external relationships melt away and reform in the whispering enclosures of light and shadow, but the inner relationships, too, move closer together in a new way. The spoken word loses its self-will and acquires fraternal will. All affirmations express only a single surging experience. The night embraces all contradictions in its shimmering maternal arms, and in its bosom no word is false and no word true, but each is that incomparable birth of the spirit out of darkness that a person experiences in a new thought. In this way, every process on moonlit nights partakes of the nature of the unrepeatable, of the nature of the intensified, of the nature of selfless generosity and a stripping away of the self. Every imparting is a parting without envy. Every giving a receiving. Every conception multifariously interwoven in the excitement of the night. To be this way is the only access to the knowledge of what is unfolding. For in these nights the self holds nothing back, there is no condensation of possession on the self's surface, hardly a memory. The intensified self radiates into an unbounded selflessness. And these nights are filled with the insane feeling that something is about to happen that has never happened before, indeed that the impoverished reason of day cannot even conceive of. And it is not the mouth that pours out its adoration but the body, which, from head to foot, is stretched taut in exaltation above the darkness of the earth and beneath the light of the heavens, oscillating between two stars. And the whispering with one's companion is full of a quite unknown sensuality, which is not the sensuality of an individual human being but of all that is earthly, of all that penetrates perception and sensation, the suddenly revealed tenderness of the world that incessantly touches all our senses and is touched by them. Ulrich had indeed never been aware in himself of a particular preference for mouthing adorations in the moonlight, but as one ordinarily gulps life down without feeling, one sometimes has, much later, its ghostly taste on one's tongue, and in this way he suddenly felt everything he had missed in that effusiveness, all those nights he had spent heedless and lonely before he had known his sister, as silver poured over an endless hicket, as moonflecks in the grass, as laden apple trees, singing frost, and gilded black waters. These were only details, which did then, not coalesce and had never found an association, but which now arose like the commingled fragrance of many herbs from an intoxicating potion. And when he said this to Agath she felt it too. Ulrich finally summed up everything he had said with the assertion, what made us turn to each other from the very beginning can really be called a life of moonlit nights. And Agath breathed a deep sigh of relief. It did not matter what it meant, evidently it meant, and why don't you know a magic charm against its separating us at the last moment. She sighed so naturally and confidingly that she was not even aware of it herself. And this again led to a movement that inclined them toward each other and kept them apart. Every strong excitement that two people have shared to the end leaves behind in them the naked intimacy of exhaustion. If even arguing does this, then it is infinitely more true of tender feelings that dream out the very marrow to form a flute. So Ulrich, touched, would have almost embraced Agath when he heard her wordless complaint, as enchanted as a lover on the morning after the first tempests. His hand was already touching her shoulder, which was still bare, and at this touch she started, smiling, but in her eyes there reappeared immediately the unwished-for dissuasion. Strange images now arose in his mind, Agath behind bars, or fearfully motioning to him from a growing distance, torn from him by the sundering power of alien fists. Then again he was not only the one who was powerless and dismissed, but also the one who did this. Perhaps these were the eternal images of the doubts of love, merely consumed in the average life, then again, perhaps not. He would have liked to speak to her about this, But Agatha now looked away from him and toward the open window, and hesitantly stood up. The fever of love was in their bodies, but their bodies dared no repetition, and what was beyond the window, whose drapes stood almost open, had stolen away their imagination, without which the flesh is only brittle or despondent. When Agatha took the first steps in this direction, Ulrich, guessing her assent, turned out the light in order to free their gaze into the night. The moon had come up behind the tops of the spruce trees, whose greenly glimmering black stood out phlegmatically against the blue-gold heights and the palely twinkling distance. Agatha resentfully inspected this meaningful sliver of the world. "So nothing more than moonshine?" she asked. Ulrich looked at her without answering. Her blonde hair flamed in the semi-darkness against the whitish night, her lips were parted by shadows, her beauty was painful and irresistible. But evidently he was standing there in similar fashion before her gaze, with blue eye sockets in his white face, for she went on. "Do you know what you look like now? Like Pierrot Lunaire. It calls for prudence." She wanted to wrong him a little in her excitement, which almost made her weep. Ages ago, all useless young people had appeared to each other, painfully and peevishly, in the pale mask of the lunarily lonely Pierrot, powdered chalk quite except for the drop of blood-red lips and abandoned by a Columbine they had never possessed. This trivialized rather considerably the love for moonlit nights. But to his sister's initially growing grief, Ulrich willingly joined in. Even laugh, clown, laugh has already sent a chill of total recognition down the spines of thousands of Philistines when they hear it sung, he affirmed bitterly. But then he added softly, whispering, "This whole area of feeling really is highly questionable. And yet I would give all the memories of my life for the way you look right now." Agatha's hand had found Ulrich's. Ulrich continued softly and passionately, "To our time, the bliss of feeling means only the gluttony of feelings and has profaned being swept away by the moon into a sentimental debauch. It does not even begin to understand that this bliss must be either an incomprehensible mental disturbance or the fragment of another life." These words, precisely because they were perhaps an exaggeration, had the faith, and with it the wings, of adventure. "Good night," Agatha said unexpectedly, and took them with her. She had released herself and closed the drapes so hastily that the picture of the two of them standing in the moonlight disappeared as if at one blow, and before Ulrich could turn on the light she succeeded in finding her way out of the room. And Ulrich gave her yet more time. "Tonight you'll sleep as impatiently as before the start of a great outing," he called after her. "I hope so too," was what resounded by way of an answer in the closing of the door. Moonbeams by sunlight. When they saw each other again the next morning, it was, from a distance, the way one stumbles on an out-of-the-ordinary picture in an ordinary house, or even the way one catches sight of an important outdoor sculpture in the full haphazardness of nature. An island of meaning unexpectedly materializes in the senses, an elevation and condensing of the spirit from the watery fens of existence. But when they came up to each other they were embarrassed, and all that was to be felt in their glances, shading them with tender warmth, was the exhaustion of the previous night. Who knows, besides, whether love would be so admired if it did not cause fatigue? When they became aware of the unpleasant after-effects of the previous day's excitement, it made them happy again, as lovers are proud of having almost died from desire. Still, the joy they found in each other was not only such a feeling but also an arousal of the eye. Colors and shapes presented themselves as dissolved and unfathomable, and yet were sharply displayed, like a bouquet of flowers drifting on dark water. Their boundaries were more emphatically marked than usual, but in a way that made it impossible to say whether this lay in the clarity of their appearance or in the underlying agitation. The impression was as much part of the concise sphere of perception and attention as it was of the imprecise sphere of emotion, and this is just what caused this impression to hover between the internal and the external, the way a held breath hovers between inhalation and exhalation, and made it hard to discern, in peculiar opposition to its strength, whether it was part of the physical world or merely owed its origin to the heightening of inner empathy. Nor did either of them wish to make this distinction, for a kind of shame of reason held them back, and through the longish period that followed it also still forced them to keep their distance from each other, although their sensitivity was lasting and might well give rise to the belief that suddenly the course of the boundaries between them, as well as those between them and the world, had changed slightly. The weather had turned summery again, and they spent a lot of time outdoors. Flowers and shrubs were blooming in the garden. When Ulrich looked at a blossom which was not exactly an ingrained habit of this once impatient man, he now sometimes found no end to contemplation and, to say it all, no beginning either. If by chance he could name it, it was a redemption from the sea of infinity. Then the little golden stars on a bare cane signified forsythia, and those early leaves and umbels lilacs. But if he did not know the name he would call the garden rover, for then this old man would name an unknown name and everything was all right again, and the primordial magic by which possession of the correct name bestows protection from the untamed wildness of things demonstrated its calming power as it had 10,000 years ago. Still, it could happen differently. Ulrich could find himself abandoned and without a helper as he confronted such a little twig or flower, without even Agatha around to share his ignorance. Then it suddenly seemed to him quite impossible to understand the bright green of a young leaf, and the mysteriously outlined fullness of the form of a tiny flower cup became a circle of infinite diversion that nothing could interrupt. In addition, it was hardly possible for a man like him, unless he were lying to himself, which on Agatha's account could not be allowed to happen, to believe in an abashed rendezvous of nature, whose whisperings and upward glances, piety and mute music-making, are more the privilege of a special simplicity which imagines that hardly has it laid its head in the grass than God is already tickling its neck, although it has nothing against nature being bought and sold on a fruit exchange on weekdays. Ulrich despised this cut-rate mysticism of the cheapest price and praise, whose constant preoccupation with God is at bottom exceedingly immoral. He preferred instead to continue abandoning himself to the dizziness of finding the words to characterize a color distinct enough to reach out and take hold of, or to describe one of the shapes that had taken to speaking for themselves with such mindless compellingness. For in such a condition the word does not cut and the fruit remains on the branch, although one thinks it already in one's mouth. That is probably the first mystery of day-bright mysticism. And Ulrich tried to explain this to his sister, even if his ulterior motive was that it should not, some day, disappear like a delusion. But as he did so, the passionate condition was succeeded by another of a calmer, indeed sometimes almost absent-minded conversation which came to permeate their exchange and served each of them as a screen from the other, although they both saw through it completely. They usually lay in the garden on two large deck chairs, which they were constantly dragging around to follow the sun. This early summer sun was shining for the millionth time on the magic it works every year, and Ulrich said many things that just happened to pass through his mind and rounded themselves off cautiously like the moon, which was now quite pale and a little dirty, or like a soap bubble, and so it happened, and quite soon, that he came round to speaking of the confounded and frequently cursed absurdity that all understanding presupposes a kind of superficiality, a punch on for the surface, which is, moreover, expressed in the root of the word comprehend, to lay hold of, and has to do with primordial experiences having been understood not singly but one by the next and thereby unavoidably connected with one another more on the surface than in depth. He then continued, so if I maintain that this grass in front of us is green, it sounds quite definite, but I haven't actually said much. In truth no more than if I told you that some man passing by was a member of the green family. And for heaven's sake, there's no end of greens. It would be a lot better if I contented myself with recognizing that this grass is grass green, or even green like a lawn on which it has just rained a little. He squinted languidly across the fresh plot of grass illuminated by the sun and thought, at least this is how you would probably describe it, since you're good at making visual distinctions from judging dress materials. But I, on the other hand, could perhaps measure the color as well. I might guess it had a wavelength of 540 millionths of a millimeter, and then this green would apparently be captured and nailed to a specific point. But then it gets away from me again, because this ground color also has something material about it that can't be expressed in words of color at all, since it's different from the same green in silk or wool. And now we're back with the profound discovery that green grass is just grass green. Called as a witness, Agatha found it quite understandable that one could not understand anything, and responded, I suggest you teary looking at a mirror in the night, it's dark, it's black, you see almost nothing at all, and yet this nothing is something quite distinctly different from the nothing of the rest of the darkness. You sense the glass, the doubling of depth, some kind of remnant of the ability to shimmer, and yet you perceive nothing at all. Ulrich laughed at his sister's immediate readiness to cut knowledge's reputation down to size. He was far from thinking that concepts have no value, and knew quite well what they accomplish, even if he did not act accordingly. What he wanted to bring out was the inability to get hold of individual experiences, those experiences that for obvious reasons one has to go through alone and lonely, even when one is with another person. He repeated, the self never grasps its impressions and utterances singly, but always in context, in real or imagined, similar or dissimilar, harmony with something else, and so everything that has a name leans on everything else in regular rows, as a link in large and incalculable unities, one relying on another and all penetrated by a common tension. But for that reason, he suddenly went on, differently, if for some reason these associations fail and none of them addresses the internal series of orders, one is immediately left again to face an indescribable and inhuman creation, indeed a disavowed and formless one. With this they were back at their point of departure, but Agatha felt the dark creation above it, the abyss that was the universe, the God who was to help her. Her brother said, understanding gives way to irrepressible astonishment, and the smallest experience of this tiny blade of grass, or the gentle sounds when your lips over there utter a word becomes something incomparable, lonely as the world, possessed of an unfathomable selfishness and radiating a profound narcosis. He fell silent, irresolutely twisting a blade of grass in his hand, and at first listened with pleasure as Agatha, apparently as unplagued by introspection as she was by an intellectual education, restored some concreteness to the conversation. For she now responded, if it weren't so damp, I'd love to lie on the grass. Let's go away. It would be so nice to lie on a meadow and get back to nature as simply as a discarded shoe. But all that means is being released from all feelings, Ulrich objected. And God alone knows what would become of us if feelings did not appear in swarms, these loves and hates and sufferings and goodnesses that give the illusion of being unique to every individual. We would be bereft of all capacity to think and act, because our soul was created for whatever repeats itself over and over, and not for what lies outside the order of things. He was oppressed, thought he had stumbled into emptiness, and with an uneasy frown looked questioningly at his sister's face. But Agatha's face was even clearer than the air that enveloped it and played with her hair, as she gave a response from memory. I know not where I am, nor do I seek myself, nor do I want to know of it, nor will I have tidings. I am as immersed in the flowing spring of his love as if I were under the surface of the sea and could not feel or see from any side anything except water. Where's that from? Ulrich asked curiously, and only then discovered that she was holding in her hands a book she had taken from his own library. Agathe opened it for him and read aloud, without answering. I have transcended all my faculties up to the dark power. There I heard without sound, saw without light. Then my heart became both tumulus, my soul loveless, my mind formless, and my nature without being. Ulrich now recognized the volume and smiled, and only then did Agathe say, it's one of your books. Then, closing the book, she concluded from memory, are you yourself, or are you not? I know nothing of this, I am unaware of it, and I am unaware of myself. I am in love, but I know not with whom, I am neither faithful nor unfaithful. Therefore what am I? I am even unaware of my love, my heart is at the same time full of love and empty of love. Even in ordinary circumstances her excellent memory did not easily rework its recollections into ideas but preserved them in sensory isolation, the way one memorizes poems, for which reason there was always in her words an indescribable blending of body and soul, no matter how unobtrusively she uttered them. Ulrich called to mind the scene before his father's funeral, when she had spoken the incredibly beautiful lines of Shakespeare to him. How wild her nature is compared to mine. He thought. I haven't let myself say much today. He thought over the explanation of day-bright mysticism he had given her, all things considered. It was nothing more than his having conceded the possibility of transitory deviations from the accustomed and verified order of experience, and looked at this way. Her experiences were merely following a basic principle somewhat richer in feelings than that of ordinary experience and resembled small middle-class children who have stumbled into a troupe of AC tours. So he had not dared say any more, although for days every bit of space between himself and his sister had been filled with uncompleted happenings. And he slowly began to concern himself with the problem of whether there might not be more things that could be believed than he had admitted to himself. After the lively climax of their dialogue he and Agathe had let themselves fall back into their chairs, and the stillness of the garden closed over their fading words. Insofar as it has been said that Ulrich had begun to be preoccupied by a question, the correction must be made that many answers precede their questions, the way a person hastening along precedes his open, fluttering coat. What preoccupied Ulrich was a surprising notion. One that did not require belief but whose very appearance created astonishment and the impression that such an inspiration must never be allowed to be forgotten, which, considering the claims it asserted, was rather disquieting. Ulrich was accustomed to thinking not so much godlessly as God-free, which in the manner of science feigns to leave every possible turning to God to the emotions, because such a turning is not capable of furthering knowledge but can only seduce it into the impracticable. And even at this moment he did not in the least doubt that the way of science was the only correct way, since the most palpable successes of the human spirit had managed to come into being only since this spirit had got out of God's way. But the notion that had come upon him said, what if this self-same ungodliness turned out to be nothing but the contemporary path to God? Every age has had its own pathway of thought to him, corresponding to the energies of its most powerful minds. Would it not also be our destiny, the fate of an age of clever and entrepreneurial experience, to deny all dreams, legends, and ingeniously reasoned notions only because we, at the pinnacle of exploring and discovering the world, again turn to him and will begin to derive a relationship to him from a kind of experience that is just beginning? This conclusion was quite undemonstrable. Ulrich knew that, indeed, to most people it would appear as perverse, but that did not bother him. He himself really ought not to have thought it either. The scientific procedure which he had just finished explaining is legit aside from logic, in immersing the concepts it has gained from the surface, from experience, into the depths of phenomena and explaining the phenomena by the concepts, the depths by the surface. Everything on earth is laid waste and levelled in order to gain mastery over it, and the objection came to mind that one ought not extend this to the metaphysical. But Ulrich now contested this objection. The desert is an objection. It has always been the birthplace of heavenly visions, and besides, prospects that have not yet been attained cannot be pre-middle-doctored either. But it escaped him that he perhaps found himself in a soon kind of opposition to himself, or had stumbled on a direction leading away from his own. Paul calls faith the expectation of things hoped or unbelief in things not seen, a statement thought out to the point of radiant clarity, and Ulrich's opposition to the Pauline statement, which is one of the basic tenets of the educated person, was among the strongest he bore in his heart. Faith as a diminished form of knowing was abhorrent to his being. It is always against one's better. On the other hand, it had been given to him to recognize in the intimation to the best of one's knowledge a special condition and an area in which exploring minds could roam. That his opposition now weakened was later to cost him much effort. But for the moment he did not even notice it, for he was preoccupied and charmed by a swarm of incidental considerations. He singled out examples. Life was becoming more and more homogeneous and impersonal. Something mechanical, stereotypical, statistical, and serial was insinuating itself into every entertainment, excitement, recreation, even into the passions. The life will was spreading out and becoming shallow, like a river hesitating before its delta. The will to art had already become more or less suspicious, even to itself. It seemed as though the age was beginning to devalue individual life without being able to make up the loss through new collective achievements. This was the face it wore. And this face, which was so hard to understand, which he had once loved and had attempted to remold in the muddy crater of a deeply rumbling volume canoe, because he felt himself young, like 1,000 others, and from which he had turned away like these thousands because he could not gain control over this horribly contorted sight. This face was transfigured, becoming peaceful, deceptively beautiful, and radiant, by a single thought. For what if it were God himself who was devaluing the world? Would it not then again suddenly acquire meaning and desire? And would he not be forced to devalue it, if he were to come closer to it by the tiniest step? And would not perceiving even the anticipatory shadow of this already be the one real adventure? These considerations had the unreasonable consistency of a series of adventures and were so exotic in Ulrich's head that he thought he was dreaming. Now and then he cast a cautiously reconnoitering glance at his sister, as if apprehensive that she would perceive what he was up to, and several times he caught sight of her blonde head like light on light against the sky, and saw the air that was toying with her hair also playing with the clouds. When that happened, she too, raising herself up slightly, looked around in astonishment. She tried to imagine how it would be to be set free from all life's emotions. Even space, she thought, this always uniform, empty cube, now seemed changed. If she kept her eyes closed for a while and then opened them again, so that the garden met her glance untouched, as if it had just that moment been created, she noticed as clearly and disembodiedly as in a vision that the course that bound her to her brother was marked out among all the others. The garden stood around this line, and without anything having changed about the trees, walks, and other elements of the AC-to-R environment about this she could easily reassure herself if everything had been related to this connection to make an axis and was thereby invisibly changed in a visible way. It may sound paradoxical, but she could just as well have said that the world was sweeter here, perhaps, too, more sorrowful. What was remarkable was that one thought one was seeing it with one's eyes. There was, moreover, something striking in the way all the surrounding shapes stood there eerily abandoned but also, in an eerily ravishing way, full of life, so that they were like a gentle death, or a passionate swoon, as if something unnameable had just left them, and this lent them a distinctly human sensuality and openness. And as with this impression of space, something similar had happened with the feelings of time. That flowing ribbon, the rolling staircase with its uncanny incidental association with death, seemed at many moments to stand still and at many others to flow on without any associations at all. In the space of one single outward instant it might have disappeared into itself, without a trace of whether it had stopped for an hour or a minute. Once, Ulrich surprised his sister during these experiments, and probably had an inkling of them, for he said softly, smiling, "There, is a prophecy that a millennium is to the gods no longer than a blink of the eye." Then they both leaned back and continued listening to the dream discourse of the silence. Agatha was thinking, having brought all this about is all his doing, and yet he doubts every time he smiles. But the sun was falling in a constant stream of warmth as tenderly as a sleeping potion on his parted lips. Agatha felt it falling on her own, and knew herself at one with him. She tried to put herself in his place and guess his thoughts, which they had really decided they would not do because it was something that came from outside and not from their own creative participation, but as a deviation it was that much more secret. He doesn't want this to become just another love story, she thought, and added, that's not my inclination either. And immediately thereafter she thought, he will love no other woman after me, for this is no longer a love story, it is the very last love story there can be. And she added, we will be something like the last Mohicans of love. At the moment she was also capable of this tone toward herself, for if she summed things up quite honestly, this enchanted garden in which she found herself together with Ulrich was also, of course, more desire than reality. She did not really believe that the millennium could have begun, in spite of this name Ulrich had once bestowed on it, which had the sound of standing on solid ground. She even felt quite deserted by her powers of desire, and, wherever her dreams might have sprung from, she didn't know where it was. Bitterly sobered. She remembered that before Ulrich, she really had more easily been able to imagine a waking sleep, like the one in which her soul was now rocking, which was able to conduct her behind life, into a wakefulness after death, into the nearness of God, to powers that came to fetch her, or merely alongside life to a cessation of ideas and a transition into forests and meadows of imaginings. It had never become clear what that was. So now she made an effort to call up these old representations. But all she could remember was a hammock, stretched between two enormous fingers and rocked with an infinite patience, then a calm feeling of being towered over, as if by high trees, between which she felt raised up and removed from sight, and finally a nothingness, which in some incomprehensible way had a tangible content. All these were probably transitory images of suggestion and imagination in which her longing had found solace. But had they really been only passing and half-formed? To her astonishment, something quite remarkable slowly began to occur to Agatha. Truly, she thought, it's as one says, a light dawns. And it spreads the longer it lasts. For what she had once imagined seemed to be in almost everything that was now standing around her, calm and enduring, as often as she dispatched her glance to look. What she had imagined had soundlessly entered the world. God, to be sure, differently from the way a literally credulous person might have experienced it, stayed away from her adventure, but to make up for this she was, in this adventure, no longer alone. These were the only two changes that distinguished the fulfillment from the presentiment, and they were changes in favor of earthly naturalness. 47. Wanderings among people. In the time that followed they withdrew from their circle of AC acquaintances, astonishing them by turning down every invitation and not allowing themselves to be contacted in any way. They stayed at home a great deal, and when they went out they avoided places in which they might meet people of their social set, visiting places of entertainment and small theaters where they felt secure from such encounters, and whenever they left the house they generally simply followed the currents of the metropolis, which are an image of people's needs and, with the precision of tide tables, pile them up in specific places or suck them away, depending on the hour. It amused them to participate in a style of living that differed from their own and relieved them for a time of responsibility for their usual way of life. Never had the city in which they lived seemed to them at once so lovely and so strange. In their totality the houses presented a grand picture, even if singly or in particular they were not handsome at all. Diluted by the heat, noise streamed through the air like a river reaching to the rooftops. In the strong light, attenuated by the depths of the streets, people looked more passionate and mysterious than they presumably deserved. Everything sounded, looked, and smelled irreplaceable and unforgettable, as if it were signaling how it appeared to itself in all its momentariness, and brother and sister not unwillingly accepted this invitation to come toward the world. In doing so, they came upon an extraordinary discord. The experiences that they had not shared openly with each other separated them from other people, but the same problematic passion, which they continued to feel undiminished and which had come to grief not because of a taboo but because of some higher promise, had also transported them to a state that shared a similarity with the sultry intermissions of a physical union. The desire that could not find expression had again sunk back within the body, filling it with a tenderness as indefinable as one of the last days of autumn or first days of spring. It was, nonetheless, not at all as if they loved every person they saw, or everything that was going on. They merely felt the lovely shadow of how it would be falling on their hearts, and their hearts could neither fully believe in the mild delusion nor quite escape its pull. It seemed that through their conversations and their continents, through their expectation and its provisional limits, they had become sensitive to the barriers reality places before the emotions, and now perceived together the peculiarly double-sided nature of life, which dampens every higher aspiration with a lower one. This two-sided nature combines a retreat with every advance, a weakness with every strength, and gives no one a right that it does not take away from others, straightens out no tangle without creating new disorder, and even appears to evoke the sublime only in order to mistake it, an hour later, for the stale and trite. An absolutely indissoluble and profoundly necessary connection apparently combines all happy and cheerful human endeavors with the materialization of their opposites and makes life for intellectual people, beyond all dissension, hard to bear. The way the plus and minus sides of life adhere to each other has been judged in quite different ways. Pious misanthropists see in it an effluence of earthly decrepitude. Bulldog types life's juiciest fillet. The man in the street feels as comfortable within this contradiction as he does between his left and right hands, and people who are proper say that the world was not created in order to correspond to human expectations but it is the other way around. These ideas were created in order to correspond to the world, and why is it that they never bring it to pass in the sphere of the just and the beautiful? As mentioned, Ulrich was of the opinion that this state of affairs served the production and preservation of the middling condition of life, which more or less leaves it up to chance to mix human genius with human stupidity, as this condition itself also emerges from such a mixture. A long time ago he had expressed this by saying that the mind has no mind, and just recently, at Diotima's soiree, he had again talked about it at length as the great confusion of the emotions. But whether it had been recently or long ago, and no matter how obvious it might have been to continue the same thought, as soon as Ulrich began to do so he had the feeling that such words were coming from his mouth a few days too late. This time, he frequently found himself lacking in desire to occupy himself with things that did not directly concern him, for his soul was prepared to submit to the world with all its senses, however this might come out. His judgment was as good as disconnected from this altogether. Even whether something pleased him or not hardly mattered, for everything simply seized hold of him in a way that surpassed his capacity for understanding. This was as true for every general state of mind as for every particular and individual one. Indeed, at times it was entirely without thought, and corporeal. But when it had lasted a while and reached full measure, it became unpleasant or seemed ridiculous to him, and he was then ready, in a manner just as unfounded as the one in which he had first submitted, to retract that submission. And Agatha in her fashion was experiencing pretty much the same thing. At times, her conscience was oppressed, and expected or made for itself new oppressions from the world she had left behind but that nonetheless proclaimed itself in all its power all around her. In the manifold bustle that fills day and night there was probably not a single task in which she could participate with all her heart, and her failure to venture into anything should not be regarded with a certainty of blame or disdain, or even contempt. There was in this a remarkable peace. It might perhaps be said, to alter a proverb, that a bad conscience, as long as it is bad enough, may almost provide a better pillow on which to rest than a good one. The incessant ancillary activity in which the mind engages with a view to acquiring a good individual conscience as the final outcome of all the injustice in which it is embroiled is then abolished, leaving behind in mind and emotions a hectic independence. A tender loneliness, a sky-high arrogance, sometimes poured their splendor over these holidays from the world. Alongside one's own feelings the world could then appear clumsily bloated, like a captive balloon circled by swallows, or, mutatis mutandis, humble to a background as small as a forest at the periphery of one's field of vision. The offended civic obligations echoed like a distant and crudely intrusive noise. They were insignificant, if not unreal. A monstrous order, which is in the last analysis nothing but a monstrous absurdity, that was the world. And yet every detail Agatha encountered also had the tensed, high-wire-act nature of the once and never again, the nature of discovery, which is magical and admits of no repetition, and whenever she wanted to speak of this, she did so in the awareness that no word can be uttered twice without changing its meaning. So the attitude of brother and sister toward the world at this time was a not entirely irreproachable expression of confident benevolence, containing its own brand of parallel attraction and repulsion in a state of feeling that hovered like a rainbow, instead of these opposites combining in the stasis that corresponds to the self-confident state of every day. And something else was connected with this. In the days following that strange night, the tone of their conversations changed too. The echo of destiny faded, and the progression became freer and looser. Indeed, it sometimes volatilized in a playful fluttering of words. Still, this did not indicate a temporizing born of despondency as much as it indicated an unregulated broadening of the living foundations of their own adventure. They sought support in observing the ordinary ways in which life was carried on, and were secretly convinced that the equilibrium of this usual form of living was also a pretense. In this way it happened one day that their conversation took a direction in which, despite some fluctuation, it persisted. Ulrich asked, "What does the commandment 'Love thy neighbor as thyself' really mean?" "Love the person farthest away like thyself is what it means." Agatha responded with the tenderest forbearance, to which her brother had a right in questions of loving one's fellowman. But Ulrich was not satisfied. "And what does it mean to say love what you do not know? To love someone you don't know, although you might well be convinced that after you got acquainted you wouldn't like each other? So, in the last analysis, to love him although you know him?" He insisted more explicitly. "That's clearly the situation most people are in. But they don't let it bother them." Agatha replied. "They put doubt and confidence inside each other. They foresee nothing more in the commandment of love than the reasonable prohibition against hurting each other so long as it serves no purpose," Ulrich offered. But Agatha said that would be the insipid rule of thumb: what you don't want someone to do to you, don't do to anyone else, and it was impossible that the entire purpose of this high-mindedly passionate, cheerfully generous task could be to love a stranger without even asking who he was. Perhaps the word love here is only an expression that has taken far too great a swing to overcome the obstacles? Ulrich reflected. But Agatha insisted that it really did mean love him. And without any particular reason, and that it was not to be haggled over, so Ulrich yielded. "What it means is, love him in spite of what you know." He objected. "And before you know him." Agatha repeated and underlined it once again, "at least, without knowing him." But she stopped abruptly and looked at her brother, bewildered. "But what is it you really love in a person if you don't know him at all?" she asked impatiently. Thus the playful questions took on various forms as they sped back and forth. But Ulrich did not hasten to his sister's aid. He was of the opinion that to love something means to prefer it over other things, and that surely assumed a certain knowing. Almost everybody loves himself best, and knows himself least. Agatha threw in. "True love is independent of merit and reward," Ulrich confirmed, mimicking a moralizing tone and shrugging his shoulders. "Something's wrong here. A lot's wrong," he ventured. "And if you love everything? If you're supposed to love the whole world, the way you are today? What is it then that you're loving? You would say, nothing special." Agatha laughed. "Haven't you noticed, too, that today it's downright disturbing if you happen to meet a person who is so beautiful that you have to say something personal about it?" he asked her. "Then it's not a feeling about the real world and the real person," she said firmly. "So then we have to tackle the question as to what part of this person it's true of, or what metamorphosis and transformation of the real person and the real world," Ulrich said, softly but emphatically. After a short pause, Agatha answered, with a timid conscience, "Perhaps that is the real person?" But Ulrich hesitantly resisted this, shaking his head. Shining through the content of this inquiring assertion there was, no doubt, a profound obviousness. The breezes and delights of these days were so tender and merry that the impression arose spontaneously that man and world must be showing themselves as they really were. This transparency harbored a small, odd, supersensory shudder, such as is glimpsed in the flowing transparency of a brook, a transparency that allows the glance to see to the bottom but, when it arrives there, wavering, makes the mysterious colored stones look like fish scales, and beneath them what the glance had thought it was experiencing is truly concealed, without possibility of access. Agatha, surrounded by sunshine, needed only to disengage her glance a little to have the feeling of having stumbled into a supernatural domain. For the shortest interval she could easily imagine that she had come in contact with a higher truth and reality, or at least had come upon an aspect of existence where a little door behind the earth mysteriously indicated the way from the earthly garden into the beyond. But when she again limited the range of her glance to an ordinary span and let life's glare stream in on her once more, she saw whatever might actually happen to be there, perhaps a little flag being waved to and fro by a child's hand, merrily and without any kind of puzzled thought, a police wagon with prisoners, its black-green paint sparkling in the light, or a man with a colorful cap contentedly turning a pile of manure, or finally a company of soldiers, whose shouldered rifles were pointing their barrels at the sky. All this seemed to have had poured over it something related to love, and everyone also seemed more ready to open themselves to this feeling than usual. But to believe that the empire of love was now really happening would be just as difficult, Ulrich said, as imagining that at this moment no dog could bite or no person do anything evil. The same happened with all the other attempts at explanation, which had in common with this one that they opposed some kind of person who was far off and true to people who were everyday, earthbound, and bad and good, but at all events people as we know them. Brother and sister examined these ideal types one after the other, and could not believe in any of them. There was the feeling that on such festive days nature brought forth in her creatures all their hidden goodness and beauty. Then there were the more psychological explanations, that people in this transparent, nuptial air did not show themselves as different in some magical way, but still displayed themselves so as to be as lovable as they would like to be and saw themselves as being, sweating their egotism and inward-turned indulgence, as it were, out through their pores. And finally there is also the variation that people were showing their goodwill. To be sure, this cannot prevent them from doing evil, but emerges miraculously and unscathed on days like these from the evil will that usually governs them, like Jonah from the belly of the whale. But the most succinct explanation one heard was that this is the immortal part of man, which shimmers through the mortal part. All these imputations had in common that they located the real person in a part of him that, among the insubstantial remainder, does not come into play, and if the promise in contact with this real self was a process clearly directed upward, there was also a second, no less abundant group of explanations, which directed this process just as clearly downward. These were all those according to which man is supposed to have lost his natural innocence through intellectual arrogance and all kinds of misfortune brought upon him by civilization. There are, therefore, two genuine people, who appear to the mind with the greatest punctuality in the same, constantly recurring situations, yet both these types, the one a divine superman, the other an animal-like inframan, were on opposite sides of the person as he really is. Finally, Ulrich remarked dryly, the only trait that remains as common, and also very characteristic, is that even when he is being good, a person does not seek the true person in himself but takes himself to be something else plus or minus. But here brother and sister had arrived at a borderline case of that love for another that is so problematic and so gently entwines everything within it, and Agatha sighed in vexation, but not without charm. Then all that remains of all this is just a mood, she said, disappointed. The sun is shining. You get into a frame of mind. Ulrich added to this, the social instincts stretch themselves out in the sun like mercury in the thermometer tube, at the expense of the egotistic instincts, which otherwise hold them more or less in balance. Perhaps nothing else. So an unconscious craving like a schoolgirl's or schoolboy's. Agatha continued. They would like to kiss the whole world and have no idea why. So we can't say any more than that either? They had suddenly become tired of feeling, and it sometimes happened that in such a conversation, dealing only with their capacity for feeling, they neglected to use it. Also, because the surfeit of emotions that could nowhere find an outlet actually hurt, they sometimes got back at it with a little ingratitude. But when they had both spoken in this fashion, Agatha quickly looked sidelong at her brother. That would, she protested, be saying too little. The moment she said this, they both felt once more that they were not just relying on some subjective fantasy but were facing an invisible reality. Truth was hovering in the mood inundating them, reality was under the appearance, transformation of the world gazed out of the world like a shadow. The reality about which they felt so expectant was, to be sure, remarkably lacking a nucleus and only half comprehensible, and it was a long intimate half-truth, familiar and unfulfillable, that wooed credibility, not an everyday reality and truth for everyone, but a secret one for lovers. Obviously, it was not just caprice or delusion either, and its most mysterious insinuation whispered, just leave yourself to me without mistrust, and you'll discover the whole truth. Giving an account of this was so difficult because the language of love is a secret language and in its highest perfection is as silent as an embrace. The thought-secret language had the effect of making Agatha dimly recall that it was written somewhere, whosoever abides in love abides in God, and God in him. He who has not love does not know God. She did not know where. Ulrich on the other hand, because she had said before that it was just a mood, was considering an idea as sweetly temperate as the sound of a flute. One had only to assume that such a mood of being in love was not always just a transitory special state but was also, beyond its immediate occasion, capable of enduring and spreading. In other words, all you had to assume was that a person could be a lover alone and in accordance with his enduring being, in exactly the same way that he can be indifferent, and this would lead him to a totally changed way of life. Indeed, presumably it would take him to an entirely unfamiliar world that would be present in his mind without his having to be considered mentally ill. This thought, that everything could be made different by one small step, indeed just by a movement that the mind merely had to let happen, was extremely seductive. And suddenly Ulrich asked his sister with curiosity, what do you think would happen if we were to stop one of these people and say to him, brother, stay with us? Or stop, zero hastening soul. He would look at us flabbergasted, Agatha replied. And then unobtrusively double his pace, or call a policeman, Ulrich finished. He would probably think he'd fallen in with good-natured madmen, Agatha added. But if we were to yell at him, you criminal, you piece of nothing, he probably wouldn't consider us crazy, Ulrich noted with amusement, but would merely take us to be people who think differently, or members of a different party, who had turned angry at him. Agatha frowned, smiling, and then they both again gazed into the human current that was pulling them along and flowing against them. Together they felt again the self-forgetfulness and power, the happiness and goodness, the deep and elevated constraint, that predominate inside a vital human community, even if it is only the contingent community of a busy street, so that one does not believe that there could also be anything bad or divisive, and their own sense of existence, that sharply bounded and difficult having been placed here, that basic happiness and basic hostility, stood in marvelous contrast to this communal scene. They both thought the same, but they also thought differently, without its being obvious. They guessed each other's meaning, but sometimes they guessed wrongly. And gradually an indolence, indeed paralysis of thinking, emanated from this double-pearl juxtaposition on the oyster shell of the world. Ulrich called it rather scornfully, and they then parried it by laughing at each other, or about something. But when this happened again, Agatha said, "It always makes me so sad when we're forced to laugh at ourselves, and I don't know why I have to." Ulrich replied, "Nothing is funnier than opening one's eyes to reality when they're still filled with the inner soul." But Agatha did not pick up on this. She repeated, "Everything remains so uncertain. It seems to draw itself together and then extend itself again, without any shape. It penetrates no activity, and the inactivity becomes unbearable. I can't even say that I really love these people, or that I love these real people, as they are when we look at them. I'm afraid our own feelings are pretty unreal. But these people respond to each other in exactly the same way." Ulrich retorted. "They want to love each other, yet at the decisive moment they think antipathy is more natural and healthier. So it's the same for everyone. We feel that real life has snapped off a possible life. But then tell me," Agatha retorted angrily, "why love always needs a church or a bed?" "For heaven's sake," Ulrich soothed his companion with a laugh, "don't speak so openly." He touched her hand with his fingertips and went on, joking mysteriously, "All these people can also be called in public what you and I are in private. The unseparated but not united." It was not an assertion, merely a cajoling constellation of words, a joke, a candid little cloud of words, and they knew that feeling oneself chosen was the cheapest of all magic formulas and quite adult scent. Nevertheless, Ulrich's fraternal words slowly rose from the ground to a position above their heads. Agatha, too, now whispered jokingly, "Sometimes you feel your breath blow back from your veil still hot, like a pair of strange lips. That's how it sometimes seems to me. Call it illusion or reality that I'm you," was her response, and her gentle smile drew silence closed like a curtain after it as it died away. In such back-and-forth fashion they came to reproach the millions of loving couples who in their serious desire for certainty ask themselves 100 times a day whether they really and truly love each other, and how long it can last, who, however, don't have to fear conjuring up similar oddities. Love blinds. Or difficulties where they are not looked for. Another of these world-oriented discussions went like this. Then how would things stand when a love occurs between two so-called persons of different gender, which is as famous as it is gladly experienced? Ulrich objected. You probably are really partly in love with the person you think you're loving. But what you're mostly doing is simply making a puppet of him. Agatha interjected resentfully. In any event, what he says and thinks in the process also has its charm. As long as you love him. Because you love him. But not the other way round. If you've once understood how the other person means it, it's not only anger that's disarmed, as one always says, but for the most part love as well. Again it was Agatha who gave this passionate answer. Ulrich smiled. She must have banged her head pretty hard against this wall more than once. But at first you can like the other person's opinions, that's often involved in the beginning, the well-known marvelous agreeing about everything. Later, of course, you no longer understand it at all, he said placatingly, and asked, but deeds? Does love depend on deeds? Only insofar as they embody a person's sentiments. Or turn the imagination into a sort of monument. But didn't we just decide it wasn't so much a matter of sentiments? Ulrich recalled teasingly. It doesn't depend on anything at all, Agatha cried. Not on what the other person is, not on what he thinks, not on what he wants, and not on what he does. There are times when you despise a person but love him all the same. And there are times when you love a person and have the secret feeling that this person with a beard, or breasts, whom you think you've known for a long time and treasure, and who talks about himself incessantly, is really only visiting love. You could leave aside his sentiments and merits, you could change his destiny, you could give him a new beard or different legs, you could leave aside almost the whole person, and still love him. As far as you happen to love him at all, she added, mitigating her statement. Her voice had a deep ring, with a restless glitter buried in its depths like a flame. She sat down guiltily, having involuntarily jumped up from her chair in her zeal. Ulrich summed up the result in balanced fashion. Both contradictions are always present in form a team of four horses. You love a person because you know him and because you don't know him, and you know him because you love him and don't know him because you love him. And sometimes that grows strong enough to become quite palpable. Those are the well-known moments when Venus gazes through Apollo and Apollo through Venus at an empty scarecrow, and each is mightily surprised at having seen something there before. If, furthermore, love is stronger than astonishment, it comes to a struggle between them, and sometimes out of this struggle love emerges even if it is despairing, exhausted, and mortally wounded as the victor. But if love is not that strong, it leads to a battle between the people involved, to insults intended to make up for having been played for a simpleton, to terrible incursions of reality, to utter degradation. He had participated in this stormy weather of love often enough to be at ease describing it. Agatha interrupted him. But I FMD that these marital and extramarital affairs of honor are usually greatly overrated. She objected. Love as a whole is overrated. The maniac who in his delusion pulls a knife and stabs some innocent person who just happens to be standing in for his hallucination in love, he's the normal one. Ulrich said, and laughed. Agatha, too, smiled as she looked at him. Ulrich became serious. It's odd enough to have to think that there really are no two people who can agree spontaneously, without their opinions and convictions being more or less powerfully influenced, he noted thoughtfully, and for a while this gave the conversation a somewhat different turn. Brother and sister were sitting in Ulrich's room, on either side of their long, darkly shining desk of heavy wood, whose center was now empty because apparently Ulrich was not working on anything. Each of them had lazily posed an arm on the desk and was looking at a small papier-mâché horse standing in the vacant middle ground between them. Even in rational thinking, where everything has logical and objective connections, Ulrich went on, it's usually the case that you unreservedly recognize the superior conviction of someone else only if you have submitted to him in some way, whether as a model and guide, or as a friend or teacher. But without such a feeling, which has nothing to do with the case, every time you make someone else's opinion your own, it will only be with a silent reservation that you can do more with it than its originator, if indeed you weren't already out to show this fellow what unsuspected importance his idea really contained. Especially in art, most of us certainly know it would be impossible for us to do ourselves what we read, see, and hear, but we still have the patronizing awareness that if we were able to do any of these things, we could of course do them better. And perhaps it has to be that way, and lies in the active nature of the mind, which doesn't allow itself be filled up like an empty pot, Ulrich concluded, but actively appropriates everything, and literally has to make it part of itself. He would gladly have added something more that occurred to him, and it would not let him rest, so he was already giving vent to his scruple before Agatha had any chance to respond. But we should also ask ourselves, he suggested, what sort of life would arise if all this were not so unfavorable? Our feelings ultimately want to be handled quite roughly, it appears, but in the other borderline case when we assimilate someone else's sentiments without resistance, when we submit completely to someone else's feelings, indeed, when we reach a pure agreement with a second understanding, is there not a happiness that is pathologically tender, in fact almost anti-intellectual? And how could this light be produced without the shadow? This thought made him want to linger over the conversation, but although the idea was not entirely alien to Agatha either, she was occupied at the moment with smaller concerns. She looked at her brother for a while without speaking, struggling against what was coming over her, but then made up her mind to ask the offensive question, as casually as possible, whether that meant he had arrived at the considered conviction that even only two people could never be of one mind, and lovers under no circumstances whatever. Ulrich was almost at the point of expressing through a gesture that this was neither to be taken as real nor worth talking about, when he was struck by his sister's misplaced warmth. He had to suppress a smile at this suspicious inquisitiveness, but in doing so lost his own more serious inquisitiveness and fell back again into the interrupted many flow of his initial joking way of talking. You yourself began by belittling love, he replied. Let's leave it at that. Agatha agreed magnanimously. Let's leave it at people not agreeing, when they're in love. But in ordinary life, which is certainly nothing less than loving, you must admit that all kinds of people have similar convictions and that plays an enormous role. They only think they have them. Ulrich broke in. They agree with each other. The agreement is imposed on them. People are like a fire that immediately shoots out in all directions unless there's a stone on top. But aren't there, for instance, generally prevailing opinions? Agatha asked, intending to keep up with her brother. Now you're saying it yourself. He countered. Prevailing. Since it's necessary that we agree, innumerable arrangements of course exist to take care of the externals and delude us inwardly into thinking it so. In making us people of one mind, these arrangements aren't exactly subtle. Hypnotic suggestion, violence, intimidation, thoughtlessness, cowardice, and such things play a not inconsiderable role. The exercise of these arrangements is mostly alloyed with something base and corrupting. But if their influence stops for just a single moment, allowing reason to take over their affairs, you will very shortly see mankind start gabbling and fall to quarreling, the way the insane start running around when their warders aren't looking. Agatha recalled the walks in lovely weather where everything had been in unqualified harmony with everything else, and the people, even if they were apparently mistaken in believing that they loved each other, were at least very attentive to one another and filled with an almost solemn amiability and curiosity. It seemed appropriate to mention that love was, after all, the only thing in the world that made people of one mind, and that in every one of its varieties it did so from both sides voluntarily. But love is precisely one of the agreement machines. It has the lucky effect of making people blind. Ulrich objected. Love half the riddles about loving one's neighbor we've been trying to solve are already contained in this proposition. The most one might add is that love also enables one to see what isn't the, Agatha maintained, concluding reflectively, so really these two propositions contain everything you need in the world, in order to be happy despite it. In direct connection with this point, however, it was the tiny papier-mâché horse, standing between them all alone in the middle of the desk, that bore the sole responsibility for their conversation. It was hardly a hand's breadth high, its neck was daintily curved, the brown of its coat was as tender and full as the stomach of a 15-year-old girl who has almost, but not yet quite, eaten too much cake, and its mane and tail, its hooves and reins, were of one single, deepest black. It was a horse belonging to a court carriage, but as in leg and two gods often grow into one, it was also a candy box in the form of a horse. Ulrich had discovered this little horse in a suburban confectioner's window and had immediately acquired it, for he knew it from his childhood and had loved it so intensely back then that he could hardly recall whether he had ever owned it. Fortunately, such mercantile poems are sometimes preserved over several generations and merely wander with time from the centers of commerce to display windows in more modest parts of the city. Ulrich reverently installed this find on his desk, having already explained the significance of the species to his sister. The candy horse was a close relative of those circus animals, lions, tigers, horses, and dogs that had lived at the same time, the time of Ulrich's childhood, on the posters of traveling circuses, and could no more be summoned from the raging expressions of their palpable but one-dimensional existence into fully developed life than this little horse could jump through the glass pane of the shop window. Agatha had quickly understood this, for the confectioner's horse constituted part of the large family of children's fancies which are always chasing their desires with the zigzag flight of a butterfly, until at last they reach their goal only to find a lifeless object. And wandering back along childhood's paths of love, brother and sister had even opened the horse and, with the mixed feelings attending the unsealing of a crypt, found inside a variety of round, flat little tents strewn with grains of sugar, which they thought they had not seen for decades, and which they enjoyed with the cautious courage of explorers. In a distracted and pensive way, during the pause that had followed the last exchange with Ulrich, Agatha had been observing this small object with the magnetic soul that stood before them. In the far distances of this daydreaming, perhaps there also emerged from the river of words about similarities and differences in thinking, that idea of the unseparated but not united, and now this joined in a peculiar way with their companionship as children. Agatha finally landed on Time's other sure silence without knowing how long the interruption had lasted, and she picked up the conversation where it had left off by asking with direct vehemence, as if something had been forgotten, but not every love has to blind. Ulrich, too, was immediately ready to be pressed into service again in pursuit of the exchange of words that had rushed away, as if he were not sure how long he had been standing there distracted. "Let's go on," he suggested, and led with a random example, maternal love. "Doting, it's called," Agatha replied. "In any case, it loves blindly, loves in advance. Won't let anything distract it," Ulrich stated, immediately continuing, "and its opposite, a child's love? Is that love at all?" Agatha asked. "There's a lot of selfishness and instinctive need for protection and such things in it," Ulrich ventured, but added that it could also be, at least at certain stages, a real passion. Next, he asked about the love of friends. They were again agreed, youth was the only time for passionate friendships. "Love of honor?" Ulrich asked. Agatha shrugged her shoulders. "Love of virtue?" She repeated the gesture, then thought it over and said, "Saints or martyrs might call it love. But then it's obviously a passion for overcoming the world, or something like that, as well," Ulrich interjected. "An oppositional passion, but in any case something containing a lot of complications." "But there can also be a lot of complications in love of honor," Agatha added. "Love of power?" Ulrich went on, assenting to her objection with only a nod of his head. "That's probably a contradiction in terms." "Perhaps," Ulrich agreed. "You might think that force and love are mutually exclusive. But they are an apostrophe T/Agatha exclaimed, having changed her mind in the meantime. "Look, to be compelled. For women especially, being loved and being compelled is no contradiction at all." Ulrich responded in contradictory ways to this reminder of the possibility of such experiences in his sister's past. On the one hand he desired an informed explanation, on the other, the primordial ignorance of the gods. Frowning, he thought over what his response should be, and finally said, clearly but hesitating involuntarily, "In that case the association of the words is indeed ambivalent. All power is laid low before love, and if it humiliates love, then let's not dwell on it," Agatha interrupted, and offered a new question, "Love of truth?" Since he hesitated, "You should know all about that," she added in jesting reproach. His long drawn-out efforts to be accurate sometimes made her impatient. But the conversation was already inhibited, and slowly it became diffuse. There, too, it's not easy to separate out the right concepts, Ulrich decided. You can love truth in many different ways, as honor, as power, as virtue, or also like pure spring water and the air you breathe, or like is that love? Agatha interrupted him again. That way you could love spinach too. And why not? Even being partial to something is a form of love. There are many transitions, Ulrich countered. And love of truth especially is one of the most contradictory tends. If the concept of truth is stronger, love is correspondingly less, and in the last analysis you can hardly call the honorable or even the utilitarian need for truth love, but if the concept of love is strong, what you might call the purest, highest love, then truth ceases to exist. Truth, unfortunately, arises in cold blood, Agatha remarked pointedly. To demand truth from a love is just as mistaken as demanding justice from anger, Ulrich agreed. Emotion is injurious there. Oh, perhaps that's only men's talk, Agatha protested. That's the way it is, love tolerates truth, but truth does not tolerate love, Ulrich confirmed. Love dissolves truth. But if it dissolves the truth, then it has no truth. Agatha asked this with the seriousness of the ignorant child who knows by heart the story it wants to hear repeated for the 20th time. A new truth begins, Ulrich said. As soon as a person encounters love not as some kind of experience but as life itself, or at least as a kind of life, he knows a swarm of truths. Whoever judges without love calls this opinions, personal views, subjectivity, whim, and for him that's all it is. But the one who loves knows about himself that he is not insensitive to truth, but oversensitive. He finds himself in a kind of ecstasy of thinking, where the words open up to their very centers. He understands in every way more than is necessary. He can hardly save himself from an inexhaustible flood. And he feels that every rational desire to understand can only banish it. I don't want to claim that this really is a different truth, for there is only one and the same truth, but it is 100 possibilities that are more important than truth. It is, to say it more clearly, something by means of which all truth loses the importance attributed to it. Perhaps one might say, truth is the unequivocal result of an attitude to life which we by no means feel unequivocally to be the true attitude. Ulrich, happy because he had finally achieved a more exact description, drew the conclusion, so apparently to be surrounded by a swarm of truths means nothing other than that the lover is open to everything that has been loved, and also willed, thought, and put down in words, open to all contradictions, which are after all those of sentient beings, open even to every shared experience, if a word exists that can lift it tenderly to the point of articulation. The distinctive signs of truth and morality have been suppressed for him by the gentle power of life stirring all around him. They remain present, but fruitfulness and fullness have out and overgrown them. For the lover, truth and deception are equally trivial, and yet this does not strike him as car price. Now, this is probably no more than a changed personal attitude, but I would say that it still finally depends on countless possibilities underlying whatever reality has conquered them, possibilities that could also have become realities. The lover awakens them. Everything suddenly appears different to him from what you think. Instead of a citizen of this world, he becomes a creature of countless worlds, but that is another reality. Agatha exclaimed. No, said Ulrich hesitantly. At least I don't know. It's merely the age-old opposition between knowledge and love, which has always been supposed to exist. Agatha gave him a confused but encouraging smile. No, Ulrich repeated. That's still not the right one. Her smile disappeared. So we have to pick up our business once again, otherwise we won't get to the end this way either, Agatha suggested with comic distress, and with a sigh she began anew. What is love of money? You said things like that weren't love at all, Ulrich interjected. But you said there were transitions, Agatha countered. Love of beauty? Ulrich asked, ignoring this. Love is also supposed to make an ugly person beautiful, Agatha replied, following a sudden inspiration. Do you love something because it's beautiful, or is it beautiful because it's loved? Ulrich found this question important but unpleasant. So he responded, perhaps beauty is nothing other than having been loved. If something was once loved, its ability to be no beautiful is directed outward. And beauty presumably arises in no other way but this, that something pleases a person who also has the power to give other people a kind of set of directions for repetition. Then he added sharply, nevertheless, men who, like friend Lindner, waylay beauty are simply funny. Love one's enemy? Agatha asked, smiling. Difficult, said Ulrich. Perhaps a leftover from magical religious cannibalism. Compared to that, loving life is simple, Agatha stated. No idea at all is connected with it, it's simply a blind instinct. Passion for hunting? Love of fatherland? Love of home? Necrophilia? Love of nature? Love of ponies? Idolatry? Puppy love? Hate love? Agatha shook them all out together, raising her arms in a circle and letting them fall to her lap with a gesture of discouragement. Ulrich answered with a shrug of the shoulders and a smile. Love becomes real in many ways and in the most varied connections. But what is the common denominator? What in all these loves is the essential fluid and what merely its crystallization? And what, especially, is that love? That can also occur spontaneously and fill the whole world? He asked, showing little hope of an answer. Even if someone were to compare the various forms more seriously, he went on, he would presumably find only as many emotions as there are external conditions and attitudes. Under all these circumstances one can love, but only because one can also despise or remain indifferent. In this way whatever is shared in common surfaces as something vaguely like love. But doesn't that just mean that full love doesn't correspond to experience? Agatha interrupted. But who questions that? That's the decisive point. If love exists, in order to become manifest it will be entirely different from everything it is alloyed with. Now Ulrich interrupted. What would it prove? As feeling and action, this love would have no limits, and therefore there is no attitude or behavior that would correspond to it. Agatha listened eagerly. She was waiting for a final word. And what do you do if there is no attitude or behavior? She asked. Ulrich understood her artless question. But he showed himself prepared for these reconnaissance expeditions to last even longer. He merely shrugged his shoulders resignedly and answered with a jest. It doesn't seem nearly so simple to love as nature would have us believe, just because she's provided every bungalow with the tools. 49. General von Stumm drops a bomb. Congress for World Peace. A soldier must not let anything deter him. So General Stumm von Board was the only person to push his way through to Ulrich and Agatha, but then he was perhaps the only person for whom they did not make it absolutely impossible, since even refugees from the world can see to it that their mail is forwarded to them periodically. And as he burst in to interrupt their continuing their conversation, he crowed, "It wasn't easy to penetrate all the perimeter defenses and fight my way into the fortress," gallantly kissed Agatha's hand, and, addressing himself to her in particular, said, "'Til be a famous man, just because I've seen you." Everyone is asking what event could have swallowed up the inseparables, and is asking after you, and in a certain sense I am the emissary of society, indeed of the fatherland, sent to discover the cause of your disappearance. Please excuse me if I appear importunate. Agatha bade him a polite welcome, but neither she nor her brother was immediately able to conceal their distractedness from their visitor, who stood before them as the embodiment of the weakness and imperfection of their dreams, and as General Stumm again stepped back from Agatha, a remarkable silence ensued. Agatha was standing on one long side of the desk, Ulrich on the other, and the general, like a suddenly becalmed sailing vessel, was at a point approximately halfway between them. Ulrich meant to come forward to meet his visitor, but could not stir from the spot. Stumm now noticed that he really had butted in, and considered how he might save the situation. The twisted beginnings of a friendly smile lay on all three faces. This stiff silence lasted barely a fraction of a second. It was just then that Stumm's glance fell on the small papier-mâché horse standing isolated among them, like a monument, in the center of the empty desk. Clicking his heels together, he pointed to it solemnly with the flat of his hand and exclaimed with relief, "But what's this? Do I perceive in this house the great animal idol? The holy animal, the revered deity of the cavalry?" At Stumm's remark, Ulrich's inhibition, too, dissolved, and moving quickly over to Stumm but at the same time turning toward his sister, he said animatedly, "Admittedly it's just a coach horse, but you have wonderfully guessed the rest. We were really just talking about idols and how they originate. Now tell me, what is it one loves? Which part, what reshaping and transformation does one love, when one loves one's neighbor without knowing him? In other words, to what extent is love dependent on the world and reality, and to what extent is it the other way round?" Stumm von Born had directed his glance questioningly to Agatha. "Ulrich is talking about this little thing," she assured him, somewhat disconcerted, pointing to the candy horse. "He used to have a passion for it." "That was, I hope, quite a long time ago," Stumm said in astonishment. "For if I'm not mistaken, it's a candy jar?" "It is not a candy jar." "French Stumm," Ulrich implored, seized by the disgraceful desire to chat with him about it. "If you fall in love with a saddle and harness that are too expensive for you, or a uniform or a pair of riding boots you see in a shop window, what are you in love with? You're being outrageous." "I don't love things like that," the general protested. "Don't deny it," Ulrich replied. "There are people who can dream day and night of a suit fabric or a piece of luggage they have seen in a shop. Everyone's known something like that, and the same thing will have happened to you, at least with your first lieutenant's uniform. And you'll have to admit that you might have no use for this material or this suitcase, and that you don't even have to be in the position of being able to really desire it, so nothing is easier than loving something before you know it and without knowing it. May I, moreover, remind you that you loved Diotomo at first sight?" This time, the general looked up cunningly. Agatha had in the meantime asked him to sit down and also procured a cigar for him, since her brother had forgotten his duty. Stumm, fringed with blue clouds, said innocently, "Since then she's become a textbook of love, and I didn't much like textbooks in school, either. But I still admire and respect this woman," he added with a dignified composure that was new to him. Ulrich, unfortunately, didn't notice it immediately. "All those things are idols," he went on, pursuing the questions he had directed at Stumm. "And now you see where they came from. The instincts embedded in our nature need only a minimum of external motivation and justification. They are enormous machines set in motion by a tiny switch. But they equip the object they are applied to with only as many ideas that can bear investigation as perhaps correspond to the flickering of light and shadow in the light of an emergency lamp stop." Stumm begged from his cloud of smoke. "What is object? Are you talking about the boots and that suitcase again?" "I'm speaking of passion. Of longing for Diotomo, just as much as longing for a forbidden cigarette. I want to make clear to you that every emotional relationship had the groundwork laid for it by preliminary perceptions and ideas that belong to reality, but that such a relationship also immediately conjures up perceptions and ideas that it fits out in its own way. In short, effect sets up the object the way it needs it to be. Indeed, it creates it so that the effect finally applies to an object that, having come about in such a way, is no longer recognizable. But effect isn't destined for knowledge, either, but really for passion. This object that is born of passion and hovers in it," Ulrich concluded, returning to his starting point, "is of course something different from the object on which it is outwardly fastened and which it can reach out to grasp, and this is therefore also true of love. I love you is mistaken, for you, this person who has evoked the passion and whom you can seize in your arms, is the one you think you love. The person evoked by passion, this wildly religious invention, is the one you really love, but it is a different person." "Listening to you," Agatha interrupted her brother with a reproach that betrayed her inner sympathies. "You might think you don't really love the real person, but really love an unreal person." "That's precisely what I meant to say, and I've also heard you saying much the same. But in reality both are ultimately one person. That's exactly the major complication, that the hovering image of the person you love has to be represented in every outward coaction by the person himself and is indeed one and the same. That's what leads to all the confusions that give the simple business of love such an excitingly ghostly quality. But perhaps it's only love that makes the real person entirely real. Perhaps he's not complete before then. But the boot or the suitcase you dream about is in reality none other than the one you could actually buy. Perhaps the suitcase only becomes completely real if you love it. In a word, we come to the question of what is real. Love's old question. Ulrich exclaimed impatiently, yet somehow satisfied. Oh, let's forget the suitcase. To the astonishment of both, it was the general's voice that interrupted their sparring. Stumm had comfortably squeezed one leg over the other, which, once achieved, lent him great security. Let's stay with the person, he went on, and praised Ulrich. So far you've said some things terrifically well. People always believe that nothing is easier than loving each other, and then you have to remind them every day. Dearest, it's not as easy as it is for the apple woman. In explanation of this more military than civilian expression, he turned politely to Agatha. The apple woman, dear lady, is an army expression for when someone thinks something is easier than it is, in higher mathematics. For example, when you're doing short division so short that, willy-nilly, you come up with a false result. Then the apple woman is held up to you, and it's applied the same way in other places as well, where an ordinary person might just say, that's not so simple. Now he turned back to Ulrich and continued, your doctrine of the two persons interests me a good deal, because I'm also always telling people that you can love people only in two parts, in theory, or, as you put it, as a hovering person, is the way you ought to love someone, as I see it, but in practice, you have to treat a person strictly and, in the last analysis, harshly too. That's the way it is between man and woman, and that's the way it is in life in general. The pacifists, for instance, with their love that has no soles on its shoes, haven't the slightest notion of this. The lieutenant knows 10 times as much about love as these dilettantes. Through his earnestness, through his carefully weighed manner of speaking, and not least through the boldness with which, despite Agatha's presence, he had condemned woman to obedience, Stumm von Board gave the impression of a man to whom something important had happened and who had striven, not without success, to master it. But Ulrich still had not grasped this, and proposed, well, you decide which person is truly worth loving and which is the walk-on part. That's too deep for me. Stumm stated calmly, and, inhaling from his cigar, added with the same composure, it's a pleasure to hear again how well you speak, but on the whole you speak in such a way that one really must ask oneself whether it's your only occupation. I must confess that after you disappeared I expected to find you, God knows, busy with more important matters. Stumm, this is important, Ulrich exclaimed. Because at least half the history of the world is a love story. Of course you have to take all the varieties of love together. The general nodded his resistance. That may well be. He barricaded himself behind the busyness of cutting and lighting a fresh cigar, and grumbled, but then the other half is a story of anger. And one shouldn't underestimate anger. I have been a specialist in love for some time, and I know. Now at last Ulrich understood that his friend had changed and, curious, asked him to tell what had befallen him. Stumm von Board looked at him for a while without answering, then looked at Agatha, and finally replied in a way that made it impossible to distinguish whether he was hesitating from irritation or enjoyment. Oh, it will hardly seem worth mentioning in comparison with your occupations. Just one thing has happened, the parallel campaign has found a goal. This news about something to which so much sympathy, even if counterfeit, had been accorded would have broken through even a fully guarded state of seclusion, and when Stumm saw the effect he had achieved he was reconciled with fortune, and found again for quite a while his old, guileless joy in spreading news. If you'd rather, I could just as well say, the parallel campaign has come to an end. He offered obligingly. It had happened quite incidentally, we all of us had got so used to nothing happening, while thinking that something ought to happen, Stumm related. And then all of a sudden, instead of a new proposal, someone brought the news that this coming autumn a Congress for World Peace is to meet, and here in Austria. That's odd, Ulrich said. What's odd? We didn't know the least thing about it. That's just what I mean. Well, you're not entirely off the track, Stumm von B9RD were agreed. It's even being asserted that the news was a plant from abroad. Lnsdorf and Tutsi went so far as to suspect that it might be a Russian plot against our patriotic campaign, if not ultimately even a German plot. For you must consider that we have 4 years before we have to be ready, so it's entirely possible that someone wants to rush us into something we hadn't planned. Beyond that, the different versions part company, but it's no longer possible to find out what the truth of the matter is, although of course we immediately wrote off everywhere to learn more. Remarkably enough, it seems that people all over already knew about this pacifistic congress, I assure you, in the whole world. And private individuals as well as newspaper and government offices. But it was assumed, or bandied about, that it emanated from us and was part of our great world campaign, and people were merely surprised because they couldn't get any kind of rational response from us to their questions and queries. Maybe someone was playing a joke on us. Tutsi was discreetly able to get hold of a few invitations to this peace congress. The signatures were quite naive forgeries, but the letter paper and the style were good as gold. Of course we then called in the police, who quickly discovered that the whole manner of execution pointed to a domestic origin, and in the course of this it emerged that there really are people here who would like to convene a World Peace Congress here in the autumn because some woman who has written a pacifist novel is going to celebrate her umpteenth birthday or, in case she's died, would have, but it quickly became clear that these people quite evidently had not the least connection with disseminating the material that was aimed at us, and so the origin of the affair has remained in the dark, Stumm said resignedly. But with the satisfaction that every well-told tale provides. The effortful exposition of the difficulties had drawn shadows over his face. But now the sun of his smile burst through this perplexity. And with a trace of scorn that was as unconstrained as it was candid, he added, "What's most remarkable is that everyone agreed that there should be such a Congress, or at least no one wanted to say no. And now I ask you, what are we to do, especially since we have already announced that we are undertaking something meant to serve as a model for the whole world and have constantly been spreading the slogan action around? For 2 weeks we've simply had to work like savages, so that retroactively at least it looks the way it would have looked prospectively, so to speak, under other circumstances. And so we showed ourselves equal to the organizational superiority of the Prussians, assuming that it was the Prussians. We're now calling it a preliminary celebration. The government is keeping an eye on the political part, and those of us in the campaign are working more on the ceremonial and cultural human aspects, because that is simply too burdensome for ministry. But what a strange story it is," Ulrich asserted seriously, although he had to laugh at this development. "A real accident of history," the general said with satisfaction. "Such mystifications have often been important." "And Diotima?" Ulrich inquired cautiously. "Well, she has speedily had to jettison Amor and Psyche and is now, together with a painter, designing the parade of regional costumes. It will be called, 'The Clans of Austria and Hungary Pay Homage to Internal and External Peace,'" Sturm reported, and now turned pleadingly toward Agatha as he noticed that she, too, was parting her lips to smile. "I entreat you, dear lady, please don't say anything against it, and don't permit any objection to it either," he begged. "For the parade of regional costumes, and apparently a military parade, are all that is definite so far about the festivities. The Tyrolean militia will march down the Ringstrasse, because they always look picturesque with their green suspenders, the rooster feathers in their hats, and their long beards, and then the beers and wines of the monarchy are to pay tribute to the beers and wines of the rest of the world. But even here there is still no unanimity on whether, for instance, only Austro-Hungarian beers and wines shall pay tribute to those of the rest of the world, which would allow the charming Austrian character to stand out more hospitably by renouncing a tribute from the other side, or whether the foreign beers and wines should be allowed to march along as well so that they can pay homage to ours, and whether they have to pay customs duties on them or not. At any rate, one thing is certain, that there never has been and never can be a parade in this country without people in old Germanic costumes sitting on carts with casks and on beer wagons drawn by horses, and I just can't imagine what it must have been like in the actual Middle Ages, when the Germanic costumes weren't yet old and wouldn't even have looked any older than a tuxedo does today." But after this question had been sufficiently appreciated, Ulrich asked a more delicate one. "I'd like to know what our non-German nationalities will say to the whole thing." "That's simple, they'll be in the parade," Sturm assured him cheerfully. "Because if they won't, we'll commandeer a regiment of Bohemian dragoons into the parade and make Hussite warriors out of them, and we'll drag in a regiment of Uhlans as the Polish liberators of Vienna from the Turks." "And what does Unsdorf say to these plans?" Ulrich asked hesitantly. Sturm placed his crossed leg beside the other and turned serious. "He's not exactly delighted," he conceded, relating that Count Unsdorf never used the word parade but, in the most stubborn way possible, insisted on calling it a demonstration. "He's apparently still thinking of the demonstrations he experienced," Ulrich said, and Sturm agreed. "He has often said to me," he reported, "whoever brings the masses into the street is taking a heavy responsibility upon himself, General. As if I could do anything for or against it. But you should also know that for some time we've been getting together fairly often, he and I." Sturm paused, as if he wanted to leave space for a question, but when neither Agatha nor Ulrich asked it, he went on cautiously, "You see, His Excellency ran into another demonstration. Quite recently, on a trip, he was nearly beaten up in B by the Czechs as well as the Germans." "But why?" Agatha exclaimed, intrigued, and Ulrich, too, showed his curiosity. "Because he is known as the bringer of peace," Sturm proclaimed. "Loving peace and people is not so simple in reality like with the apple woman." Agatha broke in, laughing. "I really wanted to say, like with the candy jar," Sturm corrected her, adding to this discreet reproach for Ulrich the observation on Unsdorf. "Still, a man like him, once he has made up his mind, will totally and completely exercise the office he has been given." "What office?" Ulrich asked. "Every office," the general stated. "On the festival reviewing stand he will sit beside the emperor, only in the event, of course, that his majesty sits on the reviewing stand, and, moreover, he is drafting the address of homage from our peoples, which he will hand to the all-highest ruler. But even if that should be all for the time being, I'm convinced it won't stay that way, because if he doesn't have any other worries, he creates such an active nature. By the way, he would like to speak with you," Sturm objected tentatively. Ulrich seemed not to have heard this, but had become alert. "Unsdorf is not given an office," he said mistrustfully. "He's been the knob on top of the flagstaff all his life." "Well," the general said reservedly, "I really didn't mean to say anything. Of course he isn't always was a high aristocrat. But look, for example, not long ago Tutsi took me aside and said to me confidentially, 'General, if a man brushes past me in a dark alley, I step aside, but if in the same situation he asks me in a friendly way what time it is, then I not only reach for my watch but grope for my gun too.' What do you say to that?" "What should I say to that? I don't see the connection." "That's just the government's caution," Sturm explained. "In relation to a World Peace Congress it thinks of all the possibilities, while Unsdorf has always been one to have his own ideas." Ulrich suddenly understood. So in a word, Unsdorf is to be removed from leadership because people are afraid of him? The general did not answer this directly. He asks you through me to please resume your friendly relations with your cousin Tutsi, in order to find out what's going on. I'm saying it straight out. He, of course, expressed it in a more reserved fashion, Sturm reported. And after a brief hesitation, he added by way of excuse, they're not telling him everything. But then that's the habit of ministries, we don't tell each other everything among ourselves either. What relationship did my brother really have with our cousin? Agatha wanted to know. Sturm, snared in friendly delusion that he was pleasantly joking, unsuspectingly assured her, he's one of her secret loves. Adding immediately to encourage Ulrich, I have no idea what happened between you, but she certainly regrets it. She says that you are such an indispensable bad patriot that all the enemies of the fatherland, whom we are trying to make feel at home here, must really love you. Isn't that nice of her? But of course she can't take the first step after you withdrew so willfully. From then on the leave-taking became rather monosyllabic, and Sturm was mightily oppressed at such a dim sunset after he had stood at the zenith. Thus it was that Ulrich and Agatha got to hear something that brightened their faces again and also brought a friendly blush to the general's cheeks. We've got rid of Fuhrmall, he reported, happy that he had remembered it in time and adding, full of scorn for that poet's love of mankind, in any event, it's become meaningless. Even the nauseating resolution from the last session, that no one should be forced to die for other people's ideas, whereas on the other hand everyone should die for his own, even this resolution, which would fundamentally ensure peace, had, as was now apparent, been dropped, along with everything belonging to the past, and at the general's instigation was no longer even on the agenda. We suppressed a journal that printed it. No one believes such exaggerated rumors anymore. Sturm added to this news, which seemed not quite clear in view of the preparations underway for a pacifistic congress. Agatha then intervened a little on behalf of the young people, and even Ulrich finally reminded his friend that the incident had not been Fuhrmall's fault. Sturm made no difficulties about this, and admitted that Fuhrmall, whom he had met at the house of his patroness, was a charming person. So full of sympathy with everything. And so spontaneously, absolutely, really good. He exclaimed appreciatively. But then he would most certainly be an estimable addition to this Congress. Ulrich again threw in. But Sturm, who had meanwhile been making serious preparations to leave, shook his head animatedly. No. I can't explain so briefly what's involved, he said resolutely, but this Congress ought not to be blown out of proportion. Agatha finds Ulrich's diary. While Ulrich was personally escorting the parting guest to the door, Agatha, defying an inner self-reproach, carried out something she had decided on with lightning speed. Even before Sturm's intrusion, and again a second time in his presence, her eye had been caught by a pile of loose papers lying in one of the drawers of the desk, on both occasions through a suppressed motion of her brother's, which had given the impression that he would have liked to refer to these papers during the conversation but could not make up his mind, indeed, deliberately refrained from doing so. Her intimacy with him had allowed her to sense this more than guess it on any substantive basis, and in the same way she also understood that this concealment must be connected with the two of them. So when he was barely out of the room she opened the drawer, doing so, whether it was justified or not, with that feeling which furthers quick decisions and does not admit moral scruples. But the notes that she took up in her hands, with many things crossed out, loosely connected and not always easily decipherable, immediately imposed a slower tempo on her passionate curiosity. Is love an emotion? This question may at first glance seem nonsensical, since it appears so certain that the entire nature of love is a process of feeling. The correct answer is the more surprising, for emotion is really the least part of love. Looked at merely as emotion, love is hardly as intense and overwhelming, and in any event not as strongly marked, as a toothache. The second, equally odd note ran, a man may love his dog and his wife. A child may love a dog more dearly than a man his wife. One person loves his profession, another politics. Mostly, we seem to love general conditions, I mean if we don't happen to hate them their inscrutable way of working in concert, which I might call their horse stall feeling. We are contentedly at home in our life the way a horse is in its stall. But what does it mean to bring all these things that are so disparate together under the same word, love? A primordial idea has settled in my mind, alongside doubt and derision. Everything in the world is love. Love is the gentle, divine nature of the world, covered by ashes but inextinguishable. I wouldn't know how to express what I understand by nature, but if I abandon myself to the idea as a whole without worrying about it, I feel it with a remarkably natural certainty. At least at moments. Agatha blushed, for the following entries began with her name. Agatha once showed me places in the Bible. I still vaguely remember how they ran and have decided to write them down. Everything that happens in love happens in God, for God is love. And a second says, love is from God, and whosoever loves God is born of God. Both these places stand in obvious contradiction to each other. In one, love comes from God. In the other, it is God. Therefore the attempts to express the relationship of love to the world seem fraught with difficulty even for the enlightened person. How should the uninstructed understanding not fail to grasp it? That I called love the nature of the world was nothing but an excuse. It leaves the choice entirely open to say that the pen and ink pot I am writing with consist of love in the moral realm of truth, or in the empirical realm of reality. But then how in reality? Would they then consist of love, or would they be its consequences, the embodying phenomenon or intimation? Are they already themselves love, Or is love only what they would be in their totality? Are they love by nature, or are we talking about a supernatural reality? And what about this in truth? Is it a truth for the more heightened understanding, or for the blessedly ignorant? Is it the truth of thinking, or an incomplete symbolic connection that will reveal its meaning completely only in the universality of mental events assembled around God? What of this have I expressed? More or less everything and nothing. I could also just as well have said about love that it is divine Rea Sun, the Neoplatonic Logos. Or just as well something else, love is the lap of the world, the gentle lap of unself-conscious happening. Or, again differently, zero sea off love, about which only the drowning man, not the ship-borne traveller, knows. All these elusive exclamations can transmit their meaning only because one is as untrustworthy as another. Most honest is the feeling, how tiny the earth is in space, and how man, mere nothing compared with the merest child, is thrown on the resources of love. But that is nothing more than the naked cry for love, without a trace of an answer. Yet I might perhaps speak in this way without exaggerating my words into emptiness. There is a condition in the world the sight of which is barred to us, but that things sometimes expose here or there when we FMD ourselves in a state that is excited in a particular way. And only in this state do we glimpse the things are made of love. And only in it, too, do we grasp what it signifies. And only this state is then real, and we would only then be true. That would be a description I would not have to retract in any part. But then, I also have nothing to add to it. Agatha was astonished. In these secret entries Ulrich was holding himself back much less than usual. And although she understood that he allowed himself to do this, even for himself, only under the reservation of secrecy, she still imagined she could see him before her, stirred and irresolute, in the act of opening his arms towards something. The notes went on, that, too, is a notion reason itself might almost chance upon, although to be sure only reason that has to some extent managed to get out of its passive position, imagining the all-loving as the eternal artist. He loves creation as long as he is creating it, but his love turns away from the finished portions. For the artist must also love what is most hateful in order to shape it, but what he has already shaped, even if it is good, cools him off. It becomes so bereft of love that he hardly still understands himself in it, and the moments when his love returns to delight in what it has done are rare and unpredictable. And so one could also think, what lords over us loves what it creates, but this love approaches and withdraws from the finished part of creation in a long ebbing flow and a short returning swell. This idea fits the fact that souls and things of the world are like dead people who are sometimes reawakened for seconds. Then came a few other quick entries, which looked as if they were only tentative. A lion under the morning sky. A unicorn in the moonlight. You have the choice between love's fire and rifle fire. Therefore there are at least two basic conditions, love and violence. And without doubt it is violence, not love, that keeps the world moving and from going to sleep. Here the assumption might also, of course, be woven in that the world has become sinful. Before, love and paradise. That means, the world as it is, sin. The possible world, love. Another dubious question, the philosophers imagine God as a philosopher, as pure spirit. Wouldn't it make sense, then, for officers to imagine him as an officer? But I, a mathematician, imagine the divine being as love? How did I arrive at that? And how are we to participate without more ado in one of the eternal artist's most intimate experiences? The writing broke off. But then Agatha's face was again suffused with a blush when, without raising her eyes, she took up the next page and read on. Lately Agatha and I have frequently had a remarkable experience. When we undertook our expeditions into town. When the weather is especially fine the world looks quite cheerful and harmonious, so that you really don't pay attention to how different all its component parts are, according to their age and nature. Everything stands and moves with the greatest naturalness. And yet, remarkably, there is in such an apparently incontrovertible condition of the present something that leads into a desert, something like an unsuccessful proposal of love, or some similar exposure, the moment one does not unreservedly participate in it. Along our way we find ourselves walking through the narrow violet blue streets of the city, which above, where they open to the light, bum like fire. Or we step out of this tactile blue into a square over which the sun freely pours its light, then the houses around the square stand looking taken back and, as it were, placed against the wall, but no less expressively, and as if someone had scratched them with the fine lines of an engraving tool, lines that make everything too distinct. And at such a moment we do not know whether all this self-fulfilled beauty excites us profoundly or has nothing at all to do with us. Both are the case. This beauty stands on a razor's edge between desire and grief. But does not the sight of beauty always have this effect of brightening the grief of ordinary life and darkening its gaiety? It seems that beauty belongs to a world whose depths hold neither grief nor gaiety. Perhaps in that world even beauty itself does not exist, but merely some kind of almost indescribable, cheerful grtya, and its name arises only through the refraction of its nameless splendor in our ordinary atmosphere. We are both seeking this world, Agatha and I, without yet being able to make up our minds. We move along its borders and cautiously enjoy the profound emanation at those points where it is still mingled with the powerful lights of every day and is almost invisible. It seemed as if Ulrich, through his sudden idea of speaking of an eternal artist, had been led to bring the question of beauty into his observations, especially since, for its part, beauty also expressed the oversensitivity that had arisen between brother and sister. But at the same time he had changed his manner of thinking. In this new sequence of entries he proceeded no longer from his dominant ideas as they faded down to the vanishing point of his experiences, but from the foreground, which was clearer but, in a few places that he noted, really too clear, and again almost permeable by the background. Thus Ulrich went on. I said to Agathe, apparently beauty is nothing other than having been loved. For to love something and beautify it is one and the same. And to propagate its love and make others see its beauty is also one and the same. That's why everything can appear beautiful, and everything beautiful, ugly. In both cases it will depend on us no less than it compels us from outside, because love has no causality and knows no fixed sequence. I'm not certain how much I've said about that, but it also explains this other impulse sign that we have so vividly on our walks. We look at people and want to share in the joy that is in their faces, but these faces also radiate a discomfiture and an almost uncanny repulsion. It emanates, too, from the houses, clothes, and everything that they have created for themselves. When I considered what the explanation for this might be, I was led to a further group of ideas, and threw that back to my first notes, which were apparently so fantastic. A city such as ours, lovely and old, with its superb architectural stamp, which over the course of ages has arisen from changing taste, is a single great witness to the capacity for loving and the incapacity for loving long. The proud sequence of this city's structures represent not only a great history but also a constant change in the Dirk from the posthumous papers A middle. 1227 of thought. Looked at in this manner, the city is a mutability that has become a chain of stone and that surveys itself differently every quarter century in order to be right, in the end, for eternal ages. Its mute eloquence is that of dead lips, and the more enchantingly seductive it is, the more violently it must evoke, in its most profound moment of pleasing and of expropriation, blind resistance and horror. It's ridiculous, but tempting. Agathe responded to that. In that case the swallowtail coats of these dawdlers, or the funny caps officers wear on their heads like pots, would have to be beautiful, for they are most decidedly loved by their owners and displayed for love, and enjoy the favor of women. We made a game of it too. In a kind of merry bad temper we enjoyed it to the utmost and for a while asked ourselves at every step, in opposition to life, what, for example, does the red on that dress over there mean by being so red? Or what are these blues and yellows and whites really doing on the collars of those uniforms? And why in God's name are the ladies' parasols round and not square? We asked ourselves what the Greek pediment of the Parliament building was after, with its legs astraddle? Either doing a split, as only a dancer or a pair of compasses can, or disseminating classical beauty. If you put yourself back that way into a preliminary state in which you are not touched by feelings, and where you do not infuse things with the emotions that they complacently expect, you destroy the faith and loyalty of existence. It's like watching someone eat silently, without sharing his appetite. You suddenly perceive only swallowing movements, which look in no way enviable. I call that cutting oneself off from the meaning of life. To clarify this, I might begin with how we unquestionably seek the firm and solid in life as urgently as a land animal that has fallen into the water. This makes us overestimate the significance of knowledge, justice, and reason, as well as the necessity of compulsion and violence. Perhaps I shouldn't say overestimate, but in any case, by far the greatest number of manifestations of our life rest on the mind's insecurity. Faith, supposition, assumption, intimation, wish, doubt, inclination, demand, prejudice, persuasion, exemplification, personal views, and other conditions of semi-certainty predominate among them. And because meaning, on this scale, lies roughly halfway between reasoning and capriciousness, I am applying its name to the whole. If what we express with words, no matter how magnificent they are, is mostly just a meaning, an opinion, then what we express without words is always one. Therefore I say, our reality, as far as it is dependent on us, is for the most part only an expression of opinion, although we ascribe every imaginable kind of importance to it. We may give our lives a specific manifestation in the stones of buildings, it is always done for the sake of a meaning we impute to it. We may kill or sacrifice ourselves, we are acting only on the basis of a supposition. I might even say that our passions are mere suppositions. How often we err in them, we can fall into them merely out of a longing for decisiveness. And also, doing something out of free will really assumes that it is merely being done at the instigation of an opinion. For some time Agathe and I have been sensitive to a certain hauntedness in the empirical world. Every detail in which our surroundings manifest themselves speaks to us. It means something. It shows that it has come into being with a purpose that is by no means fleeting. It is, to be sure, only an opinion, but it appears as a conviction. It is merely a sudden idea, but acts as if it were an unshakable will. Ages and centuries stand upright with legs firmly planted, but behind them a voice whispers, rubbish. Never has the hour struck, never has the time come. It seems to be willfulness, but it enables me to understand what I see if I note in addition, this opposition between the self-obsession that puffs out the chest of everything we have created in all its splendor, and the secret trait of being given up and abandoned, which likewise begins with the first minute, is wholly and completely in agreement with my calling everything merely an opinion. By this means we recognize that we are in a peculiar situation. For every attribution of meaning shows the same double peculiarity. As long as it is new it makes us impatient with every opposing meaning. When red parasols are having their day, blue ones are impossible, but something similar is also true of our convictions, yet it is the second peculiarity of every meaning that it is nevertheless given up with time. entirely of its own accord and just as surely, when it is no longer new. I once said that reality does away with itself. It could now be put like this: if man is for the most part only proclaiming meanings, he is never entirely and enduringly proclaiming himself, but even if he can never completely express himself, he will try it in the most various ways, and in doing so acquires a history. So he has a history only out of weakness, it seems to me, although the historians understandably enough consider the ability to make history a particular badge of distinction. Here Ulrich seems to have embarked on a digression, but he continued in this direction, and this is apparently the reason why I have to take note of this today. History happens, events happen, even art happens from a lack of happiness. But such a lack does not lie in circumstances, in other words, in their not allowing happiness to reach us, but in our emotions. Our feeling bears the cross of this double aspect: it suffers no other beside itself, and itself does not endure. By this means everything connected with it acquires the aspect of being valid for eternity, but we all nonetheless strive to abandon creations of our feelings and change the meanings that are expressed in them. For a feeling changes in the instant of its existence, it has no duration or identity, it must be consummated anew. Emotions are not only changeable and inconstant as they are well taken to be, but the instant they weren't, they would become so. They are not genuine when they last. They must always arise anew if they are to endure, and even in doing this they become different emotions. An anger that lasted 5 days would no longer be anger but be a mental disorder. It transforms itself into either forgiveness or preparations for revenge, and something similar goes on with all the emotions. Our emotions always seek a foothold in what they form and shape, and always find it for a while. But anger than I feel an impress and ghostliness in our surroundings, the reverse magnetism of two connected poles, the recall in the call, the mobility of supposedly fixed walls, we see and hear it suddenly. To have stumbled into a time seems to us like an adventure, and dubious company. We find ourselves in the enchanted forest. And although we cannot encompass our own, differently constituted feeling, indeed hardly know what it is, we suffer anxiety about it and would like to hold it fast. But how do you hold a feeling fast? How could one linger at the highest stage of rapture, if indeed there were any way of getting there at all? Basically this is the only question that preoccupies us. We have intimations of an emotion removed from the entropy of the other emotions. It stands like a miraculous, motionless shadow in flow before us. But would it not have to arrest the world in its course in order to exist? I arrive at the conclusion that it cannot be a feeling in the same sense as the other feelings. And suddenly Ulrich concluded, so I come back to the question, is love an emotion? I think not. Love is an ecstasy. And God himself, in order to be able to lastingly love the world and, with the love of God the artist, also embrace what has already happened, must be in a constant state of ecstasy. This is the only form in which he may be imagined. Here he had broken off this entry. Great changes. Ulrich had personally escorted the general out with the intention of discovering what he might have to say in confidence. As he accompanied him down the stairs, he sought at first to offer a harmless explanation for having distanced himself from Diotima and the others, so that the real reason would remain unstated. But Stumm was not satisfied, and asked, were you insulted? Not in the least. Then you had no right to. Stumm replied firmly. But the changes in the parallel campaign, about which in his withdrawal from the world Ulrich had not had the least inkling, now had an invigorating effect on him, as if a window had suddenly been thrown open in a stuffy hall, and he continued, I would still like to find out what's really going on. Since you've decided to open my eyes halfway, please finish the job. Stumm stopped, supporting his sword on the stone of the step, and raised his glance to his friend's face, a broad gesture, which from the posthumous papers A middle. 1231 lasted the longer in that Ulrich was standing one step higher. Nothing I'd like better, he said. That's the reason I came. Ulrich calmly began to interrogate him. Who's working against Lunsdorf? Tutsi and Diotima? Or the Ministry of War with you and Arnheim? My dear friend, you're stumbling through abysses. Stumm interrupted him. And blindly walking past the simple truth, the way all intellectuals seem to do. Above all, I beg you to be convinced that I have passed on Lunsdorf's wish to have you visit him and Diotima only as the most selfless favor, your officer's word of honor. The general's mood turned sunny. If you're going to remind me of the Spartan honor of my profession, you conjure up the danger that I really will start lying to you, for there might be an order from above that would obligate me to do so. So I'd rather give you my private word of honor, he said with dignity, and continued by way of explanation. I was even intending to confide to you that recently I have seen myself at times compelled to reflect upon such difficulties. I find myself lying often these days, with the ease of a hog wallowing in garbage. Suddenly he turned completely toward his more ill-fated friend and added the question, how does it happen that lying is so agreeable, assuming you have an excuse? Just speaking the truth seems absolutely unproductive and frivolous by comparison. If you could tell me that, it would be, straight out, one of the reasons I came to hunt you up. Then tell me honestly what's going on, Ulrich asked, unyielding. In total honesty, and also quite simply, I don't know. Stumm protested. But you have a mission. Ulrich probed. The general answered, in spite of your truly unfriendly disappearance, I have stepped over the corpse of my self-respect to confide this mission to you. But it is a partial mission. A teeny-com mission. I am now a little wheel. A tiny thread. A little Cupid who has been left with only a single arrow in his quiver. Ulrich observed the portly figure with the gold buttons. Stumm had definitely become more self-reliant. He did not wait for Ulrich's response but set himself in motion toward the door, his sword clanking on every step. And as the entry hall, whose noble furnishings would otherwise have instilled in him a reverence for the master of the house, arched up over the two of them as they came down, he said over his shoulder to this master, "It's clear you still have not quite grasped that the parallel campaign is now no longer a private or family undertaking but a political process of international stature. So now it's being run by the foreign minister?" Ulrich volleyed. "Apparently. And consequently Tutsi? Presumably, but I don't know," Stumm quickly added. "And of course he acts as if he knows nothing at all. You know what he's like, these diplomats pretend to be ignorant even when they really are." They walked through the front door, and the carriage drove up. Suddenly Stumm turned, confidingly and comically pleading, to Ulrich, "But that's why you should really start frequenting the house again, so that we have a quasi-confidant there." Ulrich smiled at this scheming, and laid his arm around the general's shoulder. He felt reminded of Diotima. "What is she up to?" he asked. "Does she now recognize the man in Tutsi? What she's up to?" The general responded, vexed. "She gives the impression of being irritated." And he added good-naturedly, to the discriminating glance, perhaps even a moving impression. "The Ministry of Education gives her hardly any other assignments than deciding whether the Patriotic Association Wiener Schnitzel should be allowed to march in the parade, or a group called roast beef with dumplings as well." Ulrich interrupted him suspiciously. "Now you're talking about the Ministry of Education? Weren't you just saying that the Foreign Ministry had appropriated the campaign? But look, maybe the Schnitzels are really the affair of the Interior Ministry. Or the Ministry of Trade? Who can predict?" Stumm instructed him. "But in any case, the Congress for World Peace as a whole belongs to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to the extent that it's not already owned by the two ministerial presidiums." Ulrich interrupted him again. "And the War Ministry is nowhere in your thoughts at all? Don't be so suspicious." Stumm said calmly. "Of course the War Ministry takes the most active interest in a Congress for World Peace, I would say no less an interest than police headquarters would take in an international Congress of anarchists. But you know what these civilian ministries are like, they won't grant even a toehold to the likes of us." "And?" Ulrich asked, for Stumm's innocence still made him suspicious. "There's no and," Stumm assured him. "You're rushing things. If a dangerous business involves several ministries, then one of them wants to either shove it off on, or take it away from, one of the others. In both cases the result of these efforts is the creation of an interministerial commission. You only need to remind yourself how many committees and subcommittees the parallel campaign had to create at the beginning, when Diotima was still in full command of its energies, and I can assure you that our blessed council was a still life compared with what's being worked up today." The carriage was waiting, the coachman sitting bolt upright on his coach box, but Stumm gazed irresolutely through the open vehicle into the bright green garden that opened beyond. "Perhaps you can give me a little known word with inter in it?" he asked, and toted up with prompting nods of his head. "Interesting, interministerial, international, intercurrent, intermediate, interpellation, interdicted, internal, and a few more, because now you hear them at the General Staff Mess more often than the word sausage. But if I were to come up with an entirely new word, I could create a sensation." Ulrich steered the general's thoughts back to Diotima. It made sense to him that the highest mandate came from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, from which it in all probability followed that the reins were in Tutsi's hands. But then, how could another ministry offend this powerful man's wife? At this question Stumm disconsolately shrugged his shoulders. "You still haven't got it through your head that the parallel campaign is an affair of state," he responded, adding spontaneously, "Tutsi is slyer than we thought. He himself would never have been able to ascribe such a thing to it, but interministerial technology has allowed him to hand over his wife to another ministry." Ulrich began to laugh softly. From the message clothed in these rather odd words he could vividly imagine both people, magnificent Diotima the power station, as Agath called her, and the smaller, spare section chief, for whom he had an absolutely inexplicable sympathy, although he knew Tutsi looked down on him. It was fear of the moon nights of the soul that drew him to this man's rational feelings, which were as dryly masculine as an empty cigarette case. And yet, when they had broken over the head of this diplomat, the sufferings of the soul had brought him to the point of seeing in everyone and everything only pacifist intrigues, for pacifism was for Tutsi the most intelligible representation of soulful tenderness. Ulrich recalled that Tutsi had finally come to regard Arnheim's increasingly open efforts concerning the Galicia oil fields, indeed, his efforts concerning his own wife, as merely a divertisement whose purpose was to deflect attention from a secret enterprise of a pacifistic nature. So greatly had the events in his house confused Tutsi. He must have suffered unbearably, and it was understandable. The spiritual passion that he found himself unexpectedly confronting not only offended his concept of honor, just as physical adultery would have done, but struck directly and contemptuously at his very ability to form concept, which in older men is the true retirement home of manly dignity. And Ulrich cheerfully continued his thought aloud. Apparently the moment his wife's patriotic campaign became the object of public teasing, Tutsi completely regained control over his lost mental faculties, as befits a high official. It must have been then at the latest that he recognized all over again that more things are going on in the lap of world history than would find room in a woman's lap, and your Congress for World Peace, which turned up like a foundling, will have woken him with a start. With coarse satisfaction, Ulrich depicted to himself the murky, ghost-ridden state that must have come first, and then this awakening, which perhaps did not even have to be associated with the feeling of awakening. For the moment the souls of Arnheim and Diotima, wandering around in veils, started to touch down in reality. Tutsi, freed from every haunting spirit, again found himself in that realm of necessity in which he had spent almost his entire life. So now he's getting rid of all those friends of his wife's who are saving the world and uplifting the fatherland. They always were a thorn inside, Ulrich exclaimed with great satisfaction, and turned queryingly to his companion. Stumm, portly and lost in thought, was still standing in the doorway. So far as I know, he told his wife that she owed it to him and his position, especially under these changed conditions, to bring the parallel campaign to an honorable conclusion. She would get a decoration. But she had to entrust herself to the protection and insights of the ministry he had selected for that purpose, he reported conscientiously. And so he's made peace with you, I mean, with the Ministry of War and Arnheim? It looks that way. Because of the Peace Congress. He seems to have argued with the government for support of the rapid modernization of our artillery, and with the Minister of War concerning the political consequences. It is said that he wants to push the necessary laws through Parliament with the help of the German parties, and for that reason is now cancelling a German line in domestic politics. Diotima told me that herself. Wait a minute. Ulrich interrupted. German line? I've forgotten everything. Quite simple. He always said that everything German was a misfortune for us, and now he's saying the opposite. Ulrich objected that Section Chief Tutsi never expressed himself so unambiguously. But he does to his wife, Stumm replied. And between her and me there's a kind of bond ordained by fate. Well, how do things stand between her and Arnheim? Asked Ulrich, who was at the moment more interested in Diotima than in the concerns of the government. He no longer needs her, and I suppose that's making his soul suffer. Stumm shook his head. That's apparently not so simple either, he declared with a sigh. Up to now he had answered Ulrich's questions conscientiously but without emotion, and perhaps for that very reason relatively sensibly. But since the mention of Diotima and Arnheim, he looked as if he wanted to come out with a quite different story, which seemed to him more important than Tutsi's finding himself. You might have long thought that Arnheim had enough of her, he now began. But they're great souls. It may be that you can understand something about such souls, but they are them. You can't say, was there something between them or was there nothing between them? Today they still talk the way they used to, except that you have the feeling, now there definitely isn't anything between them. They're always talking in what you might call last words. Ulrich, remembering what Benadia, the practitioner of love, had told him about its theoretician, Diotima, held up to Stumm's own, more measured statement that Diotima was a manual of love. The general smiled thoughtfully at this. Perhaps we aren't judging it from a broad enough perspective, he generalized discreetly. Let me preface this by saying that before her I never heard a woman talk that way, and when she starts talking, it's like having ice bags all over me. Besides, she's doing this less often now. But when it occurs to her even today she speaks, for instance, of this World Peace Congress as a panerotic human experience, and then I feel myself all of a sudden unmanned by her cleverness. And he intensified the significance of his words by a brief pause. There must be something in it, some need, some so-called characteristic of the age, because even in the War Ministry they're beginning to talk that way now. Since this Congress has turned up, you can hear officers of the General Staff talking about love of peace and love of mankind the way they talk about the Model 7 machine gun or the Model 82 medical supply wagon. It's absolutely nauseating. Is that why you called yourself a disappointed specialist in love just now? Ulrich interjected. Yes, my friend. You have to excuse me, I couldn't stand hearing you talk so one-sidedly. But officially I derive great profit from all these things. And you no longer have any enthusiasm for the parallel campaign, for the celebration of great ideas, and such things? Ulrich probed out of curiosity. Even such an experienced woman as your cousin has had enough of culture, the general replied. I mean culture for its own sake? Besides, even the greatest idea can't stop your ears from getting boxed. But it can cause someone else's getting his ears boxed next time. That's right, Stumm conceded. But only if you use the spirit for something, not if you serve it selflessly. Then he looked up at Ulrich, curious to enjoy along with him the effect of his next words, and lowering his voice expectantly, certain of success, he added, but even if I would like to, I can't anymore, I've been removed. I'm impressed. Ulrich exclaimed, instinctively acknowledging the insight of the military authorities. But then he followed another sudden idea and said quickly, Tutsi got you into this mess. Not a bit of it. Stumm protested, sure of himself. Up to this point the conversation had taken place in the vicinity of the door, and besides the two men there was a third participant who was waiting for them to finish, staring straight ahead so motionlessly that for him the world stopped between the ears of two pairs of horses. Only his fists in their white cotton gloves, through which the reins ran, surreptitiously moved in irregular, soothing rhythms, because the horses, not quite so accessible to military discipline as Beopel, were getting more and more bored with waiting, and were pulling impatiently at their harnesses. At last the general commanded this man to take the carriage to the gate and exercise the horses there until he got in. He then invited Ulrich to walk through the garden on foot, so that he could fill him in properly about what had gone on, without being overheard. But Ulrich thought he saw vividly what it was all about, and at first didn't let Stumm get a word in. "It makes no difference whether Tutsi took you out of the game or not," he said, "for in this matter you are, if you will excuse me, only a minor figure. What's important is that almost at the very moment when he began to get suspicious on account of the Congress and began to face a difficult and onerous test, he simplified his political as well as his personal situation the quickest way he could. He went to work like a sea captain who hears of a big storm coming and doesn't let himself be influenced by the still dreaming ocean. Tutsi has now allied himself with what repelled him before Arnheim, your military policies, the German line, and he would also have allied himself with the efforts of his wife if, in the circumstances, it had not been more useful to wreck them. I don't know how I should put it. Is it that life becomes easy if one doesn't bother with emotions but merely keeps to one's goal, or is it a murderous enjoyment to calculate with the emotions instead of suffering from them? It seems to me I know what the devil felt when he threw a fistful of salt into life's ambrosia. The general was all fired up. "But that's what I told you at the beginning," he exclaimed. "I only happened to be talking about lies, but genuine malice is, in all its forms, an extraordinarily exciting thing. Even Lonsdorff, for instance, has rediscovered a predilection for realpolitik and says, realpolitik is the opposite of what you would like to do." Ulrich went on, "What makes the difference is that before, Tutsi was always confused by what Diotima and Arnheim were talking about together, but now it can only make him happy, because the loquacity of people who aren't able to seal off their feelings always gives a third person all sorts of footholds. He no longer needs to tend to it with his inner ear, which he was never good at, but only with the outer, and that's roughly the difference between swallowing a disgusting snake or beating it to death." "What?" Stumm asked. "Swallowing it or beating it to death. No, that bit about the ears. I meant to say, it was fortunate for him that he retreated from the inward side of feeling to the outward side. But perhaps that might still not make sense to you, it's just an idea I have." "No, you put it very well," Stumm protested. "But why are we using others as examples? Diotima and Arnheim are great souls, and for that reason alone it'll never work right." They were strolling along the path but had not got very far, the general stopped. "And what happened to me isn't just an army story," he informed his admired friend. Ulrich realized he hadn't given him a chance to speak, and apologized. "So you didn't fall on account of Tutsi?" he asked politely. "A general may perhaps stumble over a civilian minister, but not over a civilian section chief," Stumm reported proudly and matter-of-factly. "I believe I stumbled over an idea." And he began to tell his story. To her displeasure, Agathe is confronted with a historical synopsis of the psychology of the emotions. Agathe, meanwhile, had come upon a new group of pages, in which her brother's notes continued in a quite different manner. It appeared that he had suddenly made up his mind to ascertain what an emotion was, and to do this conceptually and in a dry fashion. He also must have called up all manner of things from his memory, or read them specifically for this purpose, for the papers were covered with notes relating in part to the history and in part to the analysis of the concept of the emotions. Altogether, it formed a collection of fragments whose inner coherence was not immediately apparent. Agathe first found a hint about what had moved him to do this in the phrase "a matter of emotion," which was written in the margin at the beginning, for she now remembered the conversation, with its profound oscillations that bared the foundations of the soul, which she and her brother had had on this subject in their cousin's house. And she could see that if one wanted to find out what a matter of emotions was, one had to ask oneself, whether one liked it or not, what emotion was. This served her as a guide, for the entries began by saying that everything that happens among people has its origin either in feelings or in the privation of feelings, but without regard to that, an answer to the question of what an emotion was could not be gained with certainty from the entire immense literature that had grappled with the issue, for even the most recent accomplishments, which Ulrich really did think were advances, called for an active trust of no small degree. As far as Agathe could see, he had not taken psychoanalysis into account, and this surprised her at first, for like all people stimulated by literature, she had heard it spoken of more than other kinds of psychology. Ulrich said he was leaving it out not because he didn't recognize the considerable merits of this significant theory, which was full of new concepts and had been the first to teach how many things could be brought together that in all earlier periods had been anarchic private experience, but because its method was not really appropriate to his present purpose in a way that would be worthy of its quite demanding self-awareness. He laid out as his task, first, to compare the existing major answers to the question of what emotion is, and went on to note that on the whole, only 3 answers could be ascertained, none of which stood out so clearly as to entirely negate the others. Then followed sketches that were meant to work this out. The oldest but today still quite prevalent way of representing feeling proceeds from the conviction that clear distinctions can be made among the state of feeling, its causes, and its effects. This method understands by the emotions a variety of inner experiences that are fundamentally distinct from other kinds, and these are, according to this view, sensation, thinking, and willing. This view is popular and has long been traditional, and it is natural for it to regard emotion as a state. This is not necessary, but it comes about under the vague impression of the perception that at every moment of an emotion, and in the middle of its dynamic changes, we can not only distinguish that we are feeling but also experience, as something apparently static, that we are persisting in a state of feeling. The more modern way of representing emotion, on the other hand, proceeds from the observation that it is most intimately associated with action and expression. and it follows both that this view is inclined to consider emotion as a process and that it does not direct its attention to emotion alone but sees it as a whole, together with its origin and forms of expression. This approach originated in physiology and biology, and its efforts were first directed at a physiological explanation of spiritual processes or, more emphatically, at the physical totality in which spiritual manifestations are also involved. The results of this can be summarized as the second main answer to the problem of the nature of emotion. But directing the thirst for knowledge toward the whole instead of its constituent elements, and toward reality instead of a preconceived notion, also distinguishes the more recent psychological investigations of emotion from the old kinds, except that its aims and leading ideas are naturally derived from its own discipline. This leads these recent investigations to yield a third answer to the problem of what emotion is, an answer that builds on the others as well as standing on its own. This third answer, however, is no longer in any way part of a retrospective view, because it marks the beginning of insight into the concept formation currently underway or regarded as possible. I wish to add, since I mentioned earlier the question of whether emotion is a state or a process, that this question actually plays just about no role at all in the developments I have outlined, unless it be that of a weakness common to all views, which is perhaps not entirely unfounded. If I imagine an emotion, as seems natural in the older manner, as something constant that has an effect both inwardly and outwardly, and also receives input from both directions, then I am obviously faced with not just one emotion but an indeterminate number of alternating emotions. For these subcategories of emotion, language rarely has a plural at its disposal. It knows no envies, angers, or spites. For language these are internal variations of an emotion, or emotion in various stages of development, but without question a sequence of stages points just as much toward a process as does a sequence of emotions. If, on the other hand, which would accord with this and also seem to be closer to the contemporary view, one feels that one is looking at a process, then the doubt as to what emotion really is, and where something stops belonging to itself and becomes part of its causes, consequences, or accompanying circumstances, is not to be solved so easily. In a later place I shall come back to this, for such a divided answer customarily indicates a fault in the way the question is put, and it will, I think, become clear that the question of whether emotion is a state or a process is really an illusory one, behind which another question is lurking. For the sake of this possibility, about which I can't make up my mind, I will let this question stand. I will now continue following the original doctrine of emotion, which distinguishes four major actions or basic states of the soul. It goes back to classical antiquity and is presumably a dignified remnant of antiquity's belief that the world consists of the four elements earth, air, fire, and water. In any event, one often hears mention even today of four particular classes of elements of consciousness that cannot be reduced to each other, and in the class of emotion the two feelings pleasure and lack of pleasure usually occupy a privileged position, for they are supposed to be either the only ones, or at least the only ones involving emotions that are not in any way alloyed with anything else. In truth they are perhaps not emotions at all but only a coloration and shading of feelings in which have been preserved the original distinction between attraction and flight, and probably also the opposition between succeeding and failing, and other contrasts of the originally so symmetrical conduct of life as well. Life, when it succeeds, is pleasurable. Aristotle said it long before Nietzsche and our time. Kant, too, said that pleasure is the feeling of furthering life, pain that of hindering it. And Spinoza called pleasure the transition in man from lesser to greater perfection. Pleasure has always had this somewhat exaggerated reputation of being an ultimate explanation, not least on the part of those who have suspected it of deception. But it can really arouse laughter in the case of thinkers who are not quite major and yet are suspiciously passionate. Here let me cite from a contemporary manual a lovely passage of which I would not like to lose a single word, what appears to be more different in kind than, for example, joy over an elegant solution to a mathematical problem and joy over a good lunch. And yet both are, as pure emotion, one dot and the same, namely pleasure. Also let me add a passage from a court decision that was actually handed down just a few days ago. The purpose of compensation is to bestow upon the injured party the possibility of acquiring the feelings of pleasure corresponding to his usual circumstances, which balance the absence of pleasure caused by the injury and its consequences. Applied to the present case, it already follows from the limited choice of feelings of pleasure that corresponds to the age of 2¼ years, and the ease of providing means for them, that the compensation sought is too high. The penetrating clarity expressed in both these examples permits the respectful observation that pleasure and the absence of pleasure will long remain as the core of the doctrine of feeling. If I look around further, I discover that this doctrine that carefully weighs pleasure and the absence of pleasure understands by mixed feelings the connection of the elements of pleasure and lack of pleasure with the other elements of consciousness, meaning by these grief, composure, anger, and other things upon which lay people place such high value that they would gladly find out more about them beyond the mere name. General states of feeling such as liveliness or depression, in which mixed feelings of the same kind predominate, are called unity of an emotional situation. Affect is what this connection calls an emotional situation that occurs suddenly and violently, and such a situation that is, moreover, chronic it calls passion. Were theories to have a moral, the moral of this doctrine would be more or less contained in the words, if you take small steps at the beginning, you can take big leaps later on. But in distinctions such as these, whether there is just one pleasure and lack of pleasure or perhaps several, whether beside pleasure and the absence of pleasure there are not also other basic oppositions, for instance whether relaxation and tension are not such. This bears the majestic title of singularistic and pluralistic theory, whether an emotion might change and whether, if it changes, it then becomes a different emotion, whether an emotion, should it consist of a sequence of feelings, stands in relation to these the way genus stands in relation to species, or the cause to its causes, whether the stages an emotion passes through, assuming it is itself a state, are conditions of a single state or different states, and therefore different emotions, whether an emotion can bring about a change in itself through the actions and thoughts it produces, or whether in this talk about the effect of an emotion something as figurative and barely real is meant as if one were to say that the rolling out of a sheet of steel affects its thinning, or a spreading out of clouds the overcasting of the sky. In such distinctions traditional psychology has achieved much that ought not to be underestimated. Of course one might then ask whether love is a substance or a quality, and what is involved with regard to love in terms of hesity and quiddity, but is one ever certain of not having to raise this question yet again? All such questions contain a highly useful sense of ordering, although considering the unconstrained nature of emotions, this seems slightly ridiculous and is not able to help us much with regard to how emotions determine our actions. This logical grammatical sense of order, like a pharmacy equipped with its 100 little drawers and labels, is a remnant of the medieval, Aristotelian scholastic observation of nature, whose magnificent logic came to grief not so much on account of the experiences people had with it as on account of those they had without it. It is particularly the fault of the developing natural sciences and their AW kind of understanding, which placed the question of what is real ahead of the question of what is logical, yet no less, too, the misfortune that nature appears to have been waiting for just such a lack of philosophy in order to let itself be discovered, and responded with an alacrity that is by no means yet exhausted. Nevertheless, so long as this development has not brought forth the new cosmic philosophical egg, it is still useful even today to feed it occasionally from the old bowl, as one does with laying hens. And this is especially true for the psychology of the emotions. For in its buttoned-up logical investiture it was, ultimately, completely unproductive, but the opposite is only too true for the psychologists of emotion who came after, for in regard to this relation between logical raiment and productivity, they have been, at least in the fine years of their youth, well-nigh sans culottes. What should I call to mind from these beginnings for more general advantage? Above all that this more recent psychology began with the beneficent sympathy that the medical faculty has always had for the philosophical faculty, and it cleared away the older psychology of emotion by totally ceasing to speak of emotions and beginning to talk instead about instincts, instinctive acts, and effects. Not that talk of man as a being ruled by his instincts and effects was new, it became the new medicine because from then on man was exclusively to be so regarded. The advantage consisted in the prospect of reducing the higher human attitude of inspiration to the general invigorated attitude constructed on the basis of the powerful natural constraints of hunger, sex, persecution, and other fundamental conditions of life to which the soul is adapted. The sequences of actions these determine are called instinctive drives, and these arise without thinking or purpose whenever a stimulus brings the relevant group of stimuli into play, and these are similarly activated in all animals of the same species, often, too, in both animal and man. The individual but almost invariable hereditary dispositions for this are called drives, and the term effect is usually associated in this connection with a rather vague notion according to which the effect is supposed to be the experience or the experienced aspect of the instinctive action and of drives stimulated to action. This also mostly assumes, either emphatically or discreetly, that all human actions are instinctive actions, or combinations from among such actions, and that our emotions are effects or parts or combinations of effects. Today I leafed through several textbooks of medical psychology in order to refresh my memory, but not one of their thematic indexes had a mention of the word emotion, and it is really no mean accomplishment for a psychology of the emotions not to contain any emotions. This is the extent to which, even now, a more or less emphatic intention dominates in many circles to substitute scientific concepts meant to be as concrete as possible for the useless spiritual observation of the soul. And however one would originally have liked emotions to be nothing more than sensations in the bowels or wrists, which led to such assertions as that fear consists of an accelerated heartbeat and shallow breathing, or that thinking is an inner speaking and thus really a stimulation of the larynx. What is honored and esteemed today is the purified concept that reduces all inner life to chains of reflexes and the like, and this serves a large and successful school by way of example as the only permissible task of explaining the soul. So if the scientific goal may be said to be a broad and wherever possible ironclad anchoring in the realm of nature, there is still blended with it a peculiar exuberance, which can be roughly expressed in the proposition, what stands low stands firm. In the overcoming of a theological philosophy of nature, this was once an exuberance of denial, a bearish speculation in human values. Men preferred to see himself as a thread in the weave of the world's carpet rather than as someone standing on this carpet, and it is easy to understand how a devilish, degrading desire for soullessness also rubbed off on the emptiness of the soul when it straggled noisily into its materialistic adolescence. This was later held against it in religiously straight-laced fashion by all the pious enemies of scientific thinking, but its innermost essence was nothing more than a good-natured gloomy romanticism, unoffended child's love for God, and therefore also for his image, a love that in the abuse of this image still has unconscious after effects today. But it is always dangerous when a source of ideas is forgotten without this being noticed, and thus many things that had merely derived their unabashed certainty from it were preserved in just as unabashed a state in medical psychology. This gave rise in places to a condition of neglect involving precisely the basic concepts, and not least the concepts of instinct, affect, and instinctive action. Even the question of what a drive is, and which or how many there are, is answered not only quite disparately but without any kind of trepidation. I had an exposition before me that distinguished among the drive groups of taking in food, sexuality, and protection against danger. Another, which I compared with it, adduced a life drive, an assertion drive, and 5 more. For a long time psychoanalysis, which incidentally is also a psychology of drives, seems to recognize only a single drive. And so it continues. Even the relationship between instinctive action and affect has been determined with equally great disparities. Everybody does seem to be in agreement that affect is the experience of instinctive action, but as to whether in this process the entire instinctive action is experienced as affect, including external behavior, or only the internal event, or parts of it, or parts of the external and internal process in a particular combination, sometimes one of these claims is advanced, sometimes the other, and sometimes both simultaneously. Not even what I wrote before from memory without protest, that an instinctive action happens without intention or reflection, is correct all the time. Is it then surprising if what comes to light behind the physiological explanations of our behavior is ultimately, quite often, nothing but the familiar idea that we let our behavior be steered by chain reflexes, secretions, and the mysteries of the body simply because we were seeking pleasure and avoiding its opposite? And not only in psychology, also in biology and even in political economy, in short, wherever a basis is sought for an attitude or a behavior, pleasure and its lack are still playing this role. In other words, two feelings so paltry that it is hard to think of anything more simple-minded. The far more diversified idea of satisfying a drive would indeed be capable of offering a more colorful picture, but the old habit is so strong that one can sometimes even read that the drives strive for satisfaction because this fulfillment is pleasure, which is about the same as considering the exhaust pipe the operative part of a motor. And so at the end Ulrich had also come to mention the problem of simplicity, although it was doubtless a digression. What is so attractive, so specially tempting to the mind, that it finds it necessary to reduce the world of emotions to pleasure and its lack, or to the simplest psychological processes? Why does it grant a higher explanatory value to something psychological, the simpler it is? Why a greater value to something physiological chemical than to something psychological? And finally, why does it assign the highest value of all to reducing things to the movement of physical atoms? This seldom happens for logical reasons, rather it happens half-consciously, but in some way or other this prejudice is usually operating. Upon what, in other words, rests this faith that nature's mystery has to be simple? There are, first, 2 distinctions to be made. The splitting up of the complex into the simple and the minuscule is a habit in everyday life justified by utilitarian experience. It teaches us to dance by imparting the steps, and it teaches that we understand a thing better after we have taken it apart and screwed it together again. Science, on the other hand, uses simplicity really only as an intermediate step. Even what appears as an exception subordinates itself to this. For ultimately science does not reduce the complex to the simple but reduces the particularity of the individual case to the generally valid laws that are its goal, and which are not so much simple as they are general and summarizing. It is only through their application, that is to say at second hand, that they simplify the variety of events. And so everywhere in life 2 simplicities contrast with each other. What it is beforehand and what it becomes afterward are simple in different senses. What it is beforehand, whatever that may be, is mostly simple because it lacks content and form, and therefore is generally foolish, or it has not yet been grasped. But what becomes simple, whether it be an idea or an act or even will, both entails and participates in the power of truth and capability that compel what is confusingly varied. These simplicities are usually confused with each other. It happens in the pious talk of the simplicity and innocence of nature. It happens in the belief that a simple morality is closer in all circumstances to the eternal than a complicated one. It happens, too, in the confusion between raw will and a strong will. When Agatha had read this far she thought she heard Ulrich's returning steps on the garden gravel and hastily shoved all the papers back into the drawer. But when she was sure that her hearing had deceived her, and ascertained that her brother was still lingering in the garden, she took the papers out again and read on a bit further. The D&L reports. When General Sturm von Board began expounding in the garden why he thought he had stumbled over an idea, it soon became evident that he was talking with the joy that a well-rehearsed subject provides. It began, he reported, with his receiving the expected recon account of the hasty resolution that had forced the Minister of War to flee Diotima's house. I predicted the whole thing. Sturm protested confidently, adding more modestly, except for what came afterward. For in spite of all countermeasures, a whiff of the distressing incident had got through to the newspapers, and had surfaced again during the riots of which Wilnsdorf became the sacrificial lamb. But on Count Wilnsdorf's way back from his Bohemian landholdings, in a city where he was trying to catch the train, Sturm now spelled out what he had already indicated in Agatha's presence. His carriage had happened to get caught between the 2 fronts of a political encounter, and Sturm described what happened next in the following manner. Of course their demonstrations were about something entirely different, some regulation or other concerning the use of local national languages in the state agencies, or an issue like that, something people have got so upset about so often that it's hard to get excited about it anymore. So all that was going on was that the German-speaking inhabitants were standing on one side of the street shouting shame. At those across the way, who wanted other languages and were shouting disgrace. At the Germans, and nothing further might have happened. But Ullensdorf is famous as a peacemaker. He wants the national minorities living under the monarchy to be a national people, as he's always saying. And you know, too, if I may say so here where no one can hear us, the two dogs often growl around each other in a general way, but the moment someone tries to calm them they jump at each other's throats. So as soon as Ullensdorf was recognized, it gave a tremendous impetus to everyone's emotions. They began asking in chorus, in two languages, what's going on with the commission to establish the desires of the concerned sections of the populace, Your Excellency? And then they shouted, you fake peace abroad, and in your own house you're a murderer. Do you remember the story that's told about him that once, 100 years ago, when he was much younger, a coquette he was with died during the night? This was what they were alluding to, people are saying now. And all this happened on account of that stupid resolution that you should let yourself be killed for your own ideas but not for other people's, a stupid resolution that doesn't even exist because I kept it out of the minutes. But obviously word got around, and because we had refused to allow it, now all of us are suspected of being murderers of the people. It's totally irrational, but ultimately logical. Ulrich was struck by this distinction. The general shrugged his shoulders. It originated with the Minister of War himself. Because when he had me called in after the Rohr-Tutsis, he said to me, my dear Stumm, you shouldn't have let it get so far. I responded as well as I could about the spirit of the times, and that this spirit needs a form of expression and, on the other hand, a footing too. In a word, I tried to prove to him how important it is to look for an idea in the times and get excited about it, even if just now it happens to be two ideas that contradict each other and give each other apoplexy, so that at any given moment it's impossible to know what's going to develop. But he said to me, my dear Stumm, you're a philosopher. But it's a general's job to know. If you lead a brigade into a skirmish, the enemy doesn't confide in you what his intentions are and how strong he is. Whereupon he ordered me once and for all to keep my mouth shut. Stumm interrupted his tale to draw breath, and went on, that's why, as soon as the Ullensdorf business came up on top of that, I immediately asked to speak to the minister, because I could see that the parallel campaign would be blamed again, and I wanted to forestall it. Your Excellency. I began. What the populace did was irrational, but that might have been expected, because it always is. That's why in such cases I never regard it as reason, but as passion, fantasies, slogans, and the like. But aside from this, even that wouldn't have helped, because Count Ullensdorf is a stubborn old fellow who won't listen to anything. This is more or less what I said, and the Minister of War listened the whole time, nodding but not saying anything. But then he either forgot what he had just been chewing me out about or must have been in a really bad temper, because he suddenly said, you are indeed a philosopher, Stumm. I'm not in the least interested in either His Excellency or the people, but you say reason here and logic there as if they were one and the same, and I must point out to you that they are not one and the same. Reason is something a civilian can have but can get along without. But what you have to confront reason with which I must demand from my generals is logic. Ordinary people have no logic, but they have to be made to feel it over them. And that was the end of the discussion, Stumm von Borg concluded. I can't say I understand that at all, Ulrich remarked, but it seems to me that on the whole, your second highest generalissimo was treating you not ungraciously. They were strolling up and down the garden paths, and Stumm now walked a few paces without replying, but then stopped so violently that the gravel crunched beneath his boots. You don't understand? He exclaimed, and added, at first I didn't understand either. But little by little the whole range of just how right His Excellency the Minister of War was dawned on me. And why is he right? Because the Minister of War is always right. If there should be a scandal at Diotima's, I can't leave before he does, and I can't divine the future of Mars either. It's an unreasonable thing to ask of me. Nor can I fall into disgrace, as in Ullensdorf's case, for something with which I have as little connection as I do with the birth of my blessed grandmother. But still, the Minister of War is right when he imputes all that to me, because one's superior is always right, that both is and isn't a banality. Now do you understand? No, Ulrich said. But look, Stumm implored. You're just trying to make things difficult for me because you don't feel involved, or because you have a feeling for justice, or for some such reason, and you won't admit that this is something a lot more serious. But really you remember quite well, because when you were in the army, people said to you all the time that an officer must be able to think logically. In our eyes, logic is what distinguishes the military from the civilian mind. But does logic mean reason? No. Reason is what the army rabbi or chaplain or the fellow from the military archives has. But logic is not reason. Logic means acting honorably in all circumstances, but consistently, ruthlessly, and without emotion, and don't let anything confuse you. Because the world isn't ruled by reason but must be dominated by iron logic, even if the world has been full of idle chatter since it began. That's what the Minister of War was giving me to understand. You will object that in me it didn't fall upon the most barren ground, because it's nothing more than the old tried and true mentality of the military mind. Since then I've got more of that back, and you can't deny it. We must be prepared to strike before we all start talking about eternal peace. We must first repair our omissions and weaknesses so as not to be at a disadvantage when we join the Universal Brotherhood. And our spirit is not ready to strike. It's never ready. The civilian mind is a highly significant back and forth, and up and down, and you once called it the millennia. War of faith, but we can't let that destroy us. Somebody has to be the who, as we say in the military, has initiative and takes over the leadership, and that's the vocation of one's superior. I see that now myself, and I'm not entirely certain whether before, in my sympathy for every spiritual endeavor, I wasn't sometimes carried away. Ulrich asked, and what would have happened if you hadn't realized that? Would you have been discharged? No, that wouldn't have happened, Sturm corrected him. Presuming, of course, that I still showed no deficiency in military feeling toward power relationships. But they would have given me an infantry brigade in Ladismuskite or Nobel instead of letting me continue at the crossroads of military power and civilian enlightenment and still be of some use to the culture we all share. They had now gone back and forth several times on the path between the house and the gate, near which the carriage was waiting, and this time, too, the general turned around before they reached the gate. You mistrust me, he complained. You haven't even asked me what actually happened when the Peace Congress suddenly materialized. Well, what did happen? The Minister of War called you in again, and what did he say? No. He didn't say anything. I waited a week, but he said nothing more, Sturm replied. And after a moment of silence he couldn't restrain himself any longer and proclaimed, but they took Report D away from me. What is Report D? Ulrich asked, although he had some idea. Report Diatoma, of course, Sturm responded with pained pleasure. In a ministry, a report is prepared for every important question, and that had to be done when Diatoma began to use the gatherings at her house for a patriotic notion and after we found out about Arnheim's active involvement. This report was assigned to me, as you will doubtless have noticed, and so I was asked what name it should be given, because you can't just stick such a thing in a row like something in medical supplies or when you do a commissary course, and the name Tutsi couldn't be mentioned for interministerial liaisons. But I couldn't think of anything appropriate either, so finally, in order not to say either too much or too little, I proposed calling it Report D. For me, D was Diatoma, but no one knew that, and for the others it sounded really terrific, like the name of a directory, or maybe even like a secret to which only the General Staff has access. It was one of my best ideas, Sturm concluded, adding with a sigh. At that time I was still allowed to have ideas. But he did not seem entirely cheered up, and when Ulrich, whose mood of falling back into the world was almost used up, or at least its oral supply of talkativeness was pretty well consumed, now fell into silence after an appreciative smile, Sturm began to complain anew. You don't trust me. After what I've said, you think I'm a militarist. But on my honor, I fight against it, and I don't want to simply drop all those things I believed in for so long. It's these magnificent ideas that really make people out of soldiers. I tell you, my friend, when I think about it I feel like a widower whose better half has died first. He warmed up again. The Republic of Minds is of course just as disorderly as any other republic, but what a blessing is the superb idea that no person is in sole possession of the truth and that there are a host of ideas that haven't yet even been discovered, perhaps because of the very lack of order that prevails among them. This makes me an innovator in the military. Of course, in the General Staff they called me and my Report D the Mobile Searchlight Battery, on account of the variety of my suggestions, but they really liked the cornucopia I was emptying. And all that's over? Not unconditionally, but I've lost a lot of my confidence in my mind, Sturm grumbled, seeking consolation. You're right about that, Ulrich said dryly. Now you're saying that too? I've always said it. I always warned you, even before the minister did. Mind is only moderately suited to governing. Sturm wanted to avoid a lecture, so he said, that's what I've always thought too. Ulrich went on, the mind is geared into life like a wheel, which it drives and by which it is also driven. But Sturm let him go no further. If you should suspect, he interrupted, that such external circumstances were decisive for me, you would be humiliating me. It's also a matter of a spiritual purification. Report D was, moreover, taken from me with great respect. The minister called me in to tell me himself that it was necessary because the chief of the General Staff wanted a personal report on the Congress for World Peace, and so they immediately took the whole business out of the Office for Military Development and attached it to the information offices of the Evidence Bureau, the Espionage Department. Ulrich interjected, suddenly animated again. Who else? Whoever doesn't know what he wants himself at least has to know what everyone else wants. And I ask you, what business does the General Staff have at a Congress for World Peace? To interfere with it would be barbarous, and to encourage it in a pacifist way would be unmilitary. So they observe it. Who is it who said readiness is all? Well, whoever it was knew something about the military. Sturm had forgotten his sorrow. He twisted his legs from side to side, trying to cut off a flower with the scabbard of his sword. I'm just afraid it will be too hard for them and they'll beg me on their knees to come back and take over my report, he said. After all, you and I know from having been at it for nearly a year how such a congress of ideas splits up into proofs and counterproofs. Do you really believe, disregarding for the moment the special difficulties of governing, that it's only the mind that can produce order, so to speak? He had now given up his preoccupation with the flower and, frowning and holding the scabbard in his hand, gazed urgently into his friend's face. Ulrich smiled at him and said nothing. Sturm let the sabre drop because he needed the fingertips of both white-gloved hands for the delicate determination of an idea. You must understand what I mean when I make a distinction between mind and logic. Logic is order. and there must be order. That is the officer's basic principle, and I bow down to it. But on what basis order is established doesn't make the slightest bit of difference. That's mind or, as the Minister of War put it in a rather old-fashioned way, reason, and that's not the officer's business. But the officer mistrusts the ability of civilian life to become reasonable by itself, no matter what the ideas are by which it's always trying to do so. Because whatever mind there has ever been at any time, in the end it's always led to war. Thus Stumm explained his new insights and scruples, and Ulrich summarized them involuntarily in allusion to a well-known saying when he asked, "So you really mean to say that war is an element of God's ordained ordering of the world?" "That's talking on too high a plane." Stumm agreed, with some reservation. "I ask myself straight out whether mind isn't simply dispensable. For if I'm to handle a person with spurs and bridle, like an animal, then I also have to have a part of the animal in me, because a really good rider stands closer to his steed than he does. For example, to the philosophy of law. The Prussians call this the scoundrel everyone carries inside himself, and constrain it with a Spartan spirit. But speaking as an Austrian general, I'd rather put it that the better, finer, and more ordered a nation is, the less it needs the mind, and in a perfect state it wouldn't be needed at all. I take this to be a really tough paradox. And by the way, who said what you just said? Who's it from?" Moltke. "He said that man's noblest virtues, courage, renunciation, conscientiousness, and readiness to sacrifice really develop only in war, and that without war the world would bog down in apathetic materialism." "Well," Stumm exclaimed. "That's interesting too. He's said something I sometimes think myself." But Moltke says in another letter to the same person, and therefore almost in the same breath, that even a victorious war is a misfortune for the nation. Ulrich offered for consideration. "You see, mind pinched him." Stumm replied, convinced. "I've never read a line of him. He always seemed much less than greater than militaristic for me. And you can really take my word for it that I've always been an anti-militarist. All my life I've believed that today no one believes in war anymore. You only make yourself look ridiculous if you say you do. And I don't want you to think I've changed because I'm different now." He had motioned the carriage over and already set his foot on the running board, but hesitated and looked at Ulrich entreatingly. "I have remained true to myself," he went on. "But if before I loved the civilian mind with the feelings of a young girl, I now love it, if I may put it this way, more like a mature woman. It's not ideal, it won't even let itself be made coherent, all of a piece. That's why I've told you, and not just today but for a long time, that one has to treat people with kindness as well as with a firm hand, one has to both love them and treat them shabbily, in order for things to come out properly. And that's ultimately no more than the military state of mind that rises above parties and is supposed to distinguish the soldier. I'm not claiming any personal merit here, but I want to show you that this conviction was what was speaking out of me before. Now you're going to repeat that the Civil War of '66 came about because all Germans declared themselves brothers," Ulrich said, smiling. "Yes, of course," Stumm confirmed. "And now on top of that if everybody is declaring themselves brothers. That makes me ask, what's going to come of it? What really happens so unexpectedly. Here we brooded for almost a whole year, and then it turned out quite differently. And so it seems to be my fate that while I was busily investigating the mind led me back to the military. Still, if you consider everything I've said, you'll find that I don't identify myself with anything but find something true in everything. That's the essence, more or less, of what we've been talking about." After looking at his watch, Stumm started to give the sign to leave, for his pleasure at having unburdened himself was so intense that he had forgotten everything else. But Ulrich amicably laid his hand on him and said, "You still haven't told me what your newest little job is." Stumm held back. "Today there's no more time. I have to go." But Ulrich held him by one of the gold buttons gleaming on his stomach, and wouldn't let go until Stumm gave in. Stumm fished for Ulrich's head and pulled his ear to his mouth. "Well, in strictest confidence," he whispered, "Lunsdorf. I take it he's to be done away with, you political assassin." Ulrich whispered back, but so openly that Stumm, offended, pointed to the coachman. They decided to speak aloud but avoid naming names. "Let me think about it," Ulrich proposed, "and see for myself whether I still know something about the world you move in." He brought down the last Minister of Culture, and after the recent insult he received, one has to assume that he will bring down the current one as well. But that would be, momentarily, an unpleasant disturbance, and this has to be precluded. And, for whatever reason, he still clings firmly to the conviction that the Germans are the biggest threat to the nation, that Baron Wisniewski, whom the Germans can't stand, is the man best suited to beat the drum among them, that the government ought not to have changed course, and so on. Stumm could have interrupted Ulrich but had been content to list 10, only now intervening. But it was under him in the campaign that the slogan "Action" came about, while everyone else was just saying it's a new spirit. He was saying to everyone who didn't like to hear it, something must be done. And he can't be brought down, he's not in a government. And the parallel campaign has been, so to speak, shot out from under him, Ulrich said. So now the danger is that he'll start something else. The general went on. But what can you do about it? Ulrich asked, curious. Well, I've been assigned the mission of diverting him a little and, if you like, also watching over him a bit. A reportel, you coy deceiver. That's what you can call it between us, but of course it doesn't have an official name. My mission is simply to sit on Lunsdorf's neck. This time Sturm wanted to enjoy the name too, but again he whispered it like a tick. Those were the minister's own gracious words. But he must have also given you a goal to aim for? The general laughed. Talk. I'm to talk with him. Go along with everything he's thinking, and talk so much about it that he will, we hope, wear himself out and not do anything rash. Suck him dry, the minister told me, and called it an honorable mission and a demonstration of his confidence. And if you were to ask me whether that's all, I can only respond, it's a lot. Our old excellency is a person of enormous culture, and tremendously interesting. He had given the coachman the sign to start, and called back, the rest next time. I'm counting on you. It was only as the coach was rolling away that the idea occurred to Ulrich that Sturm might also have had the intention of rendering him innocuous, since he had once been suspected of being able to lead Count Lunsdorf's mind off on some quite extravagant fancy. 54. Naive description of how an emotion originates. Agatha had gone on to read a large part of the pages that followed. They did not, at first, contain anything of the promised exposition of the current development of the concept of emotion, for before Ulrich gave a summary of these views, from which he hoped to derive the greatest benefit, he had, in his own words, sought to present the origin and growth of an emotion as naively, clumsily spelling it out with his finger, as it might appear to a layman not unpracticed in matters of the intellect. This entry went on, we are accustomed to regard emotion as something that has causes and consequences, and I want to limit myself to saying that the cause is an external stimulus. But of course appropriate circumstances are part of this stimulus as well, which is to say appropriate external, but also internal, circumstances, and inner readiness, and it is this trinity that actually decides whether and how this stimulus will be responded to. For whether an emotion occurs all at once or protractedly, how it expands and runs its course, what ideas it entails, and indeed what emotion it is, ordinarily depend no less on the previous state of the person experiencing the emotion and his environment than they do on the stimulus. This is no doubt self-evident in the case of the condition of the person experiencing the emotion, in other words, his temperament, character, age, education, predispositions, principles, prior experience, and present tense, although these states have no definite boundaries and lose themselves in the person's being and destiny. But the external environment too, indeed simply knowing about it or implicitly assuming it, can also suppress or favor an emotion. Social life offers innumerable examples of this, for in every situation there are appropriate and inappropriate emotions, and emotions also change with time. André Gion, with what groups of emotions predominate in public and in private life, or at least which ones are favored and which suppressed. It is even the case that periods rich in emotion and poor in emotion have succeeded one another. Add to all this that external and internal circumstances, along with the stimulus this can easily be measured, are not independent of each other. For the internal state has been adapted to the external state and its emotional stimuli, and is therefore dependent on them as well, and the external state must have been assimilated in some fashion or other, in such a way that its manifestation depends on the inner state before a disturbance of this equilibrium evokes a new emotion, and this new emotion either paves the way for a new equalization or is one itself. But in the same way, the stimulus, too, does not ordinarily work directly but works only by virtue of being assimilated, and the inner state again only carries out this assimilation on the basis of perceptions with which the beginnings of the excitation must already have been associated. Aside from that, the stimulus capable of arousing an emotion is connected with the emotion insofar as what stimulates, for instance, a starving person is a matter of indifference to a person who has been insulted, and vice versa. Similar complications result when the subsequent process is to be described seriatim. Thus even the question of when an emotion is present cannot be answered, although according to the basic view by which it is to be affected and then produce an effect itself, it must be assumed that there is such a point in time. But the arousing stimulus does not actually strike an existing state, like the ball in the mechanical contraption that sets off a sequence of consequences like falling dominoes, but continues in time, calling forth a fresh supply of inner forces that both work according to its sense and vary its effect. And just as little does the emotion, once present, dissipate immediately in its effects, nor does it itself remain the same even for an instant, resting, as it were, in the middle between the processes it assimilates and transmits. It is connected with a constant changing in everything to which it has connection internally and externally, and also receives reactions from both directions. It is a characteristic endeavor of the emotions to actively, often passionately, vary the stimuli to which they owe their origin, and to eliminate or abet them, and the major directions of life are those toward the outside and from the outside. That is why anger already contains the counterattack, desire the approach, and fear the transition to flight, to paralysis, or something between both in the scream. But an emotion also receives more than a little of its particularity and content through the retroactive effect of this active behavior. The well-known statement of an American psychologist that we do not weep because we're sad, but are sad because we weep might be an exaggeration, yet it is certain that we don't just act the way we feel, but we also soon learn to feel the way we act, for whatever reasons. A familiar example of this back-and-forth pathway is a pair of dogs who begin to romp playfully but end up in a bloody fight. A similar phenomenon can be observed in children and simple people. And is not, ultimately, the entire lovely theatricality of life such an example at large, with its half-momentous, half-empty gestures of honor and being honored, of menacing, civility, strictness, and everything else, all gestures of wanting to represent something and of the representation that sets judgment aside and influences the emotions directly. Even the military drill is part of this, based as it is on the effect that a behavior imposed for a long time finally produces the emotions from which it was supposed to have sprung. More important than this reacting to an action, in this and other examples, is that an experience changes its meaning if its course happens to veer from the sphere of the particular forces that steered it at the beginning into the sphere of other mental connections. For what is going on internally is similar to what is happening externally. The emotion pushes inside, it grabs hold of the whole person, as colloquial language not inappropriately has it, it suppresses what doesn't suit it and supports whatever can offer it nourishment. In a psychiatric textbook, I came across strange names for this, switching energy and switching work. But in this process the emotion also stimulates the inner sphere to turn toward it. The inner readiness not already expended in the first instant gradually pushes toward the emotion, and the emotion will be completely taken over from within as soon as it gets hold of the stronger energies in ideas, memories, or principles, or in other stored up energy, and these will change it in such a way that it becomes hard to decide whether one should speak of a moving or of a being moved. But if, through such processes, an emotion has reached its high point, the same processes must weaken and dilute it again as well. For emotions and experiences will then crisscross the region of this climax, but no longer subordinate themselves to it completely. Indeed, they will finally displace it. This countercurrent of satiety and erosion really begins when the emotion first arises. The fact that the emotion spreads indicates not only an expansion of its power but, at the same time, a relaxation of the needs from which it arose or of which it makes use. This can also be observed in relation to the action, for emotion not only intensifies in the action, but also relaxes in it, and its satiety, if it is not disturbed by another emotion, can proceed to the point of excess, that is to say, to the point where a new emotion occurs. One thing deserves special mention. So long as an emotion subjugates the internal aspect, it comes in contact with activities that contribute to experiencing and understanding the external world, and thus the emotion will be able to partly pattern the world as we understand it according to its own pattern and sense, in order to be reinforced within itself through the reactive aspect. Examples of this are well known. A violent feeling blinds one towards something that uninvolved observers perceive and causes one to see things others don't. For the melancholy person, everything is gloomy. He punishes with disregard anything that might cheer him up. The cheerful person sees the world in bright colors and is not capable of perceiving anything that might disturb this. The lover meets the most evil natures with trusting confidence, and the suspicious person not only finds his mistrust confirmed on every side, but these confirmations also seek him out to plague him. In this way every emotion, if it attains a certain strength and duration, creates its own world, a selective and personal world, and this plays no small role in human relations. Here, too, is where our notorious inconsistency and our changeable opinions belong. Here Ulrich had drawn a line and briefly reverted to the question of whether an emotion was a state or a process. The question's peculiarity now clearly emerged as illusory. What followed took up, in summary and continuing fashion, where the previous description had left off, proceeding from the customary idea that emotion is a state that emanates from a cause and produces consequences. I was led in my exposition to a description that doubtless does represent a process if the result is observed over a fairly long stretch. But if I then proceed from the total impression of a process and try to grasp this idea, I see just as clearly that the sequence between neighboring elements, the one after another that is an essential part of a process, is everywhere missing. Indeed, every indication of a sequence in a particular direction is missing. On the contrary, it points to a mutual dependence and presupposition between the individual steps, and even to the image of effects that appear to precede their causes. Nor do any temporal relationships appear anywhere in the description, and all this points, for a variety of reasons, to emotion being a state. So strictly speaking I can merely say of an emotion that it seems to be a state as much as it is a process, or that it appears to be neither a state nor a process. One statement can be justified as easily as the other. But even that depends, as can easily be shown, at least as much on the manner of description as on what is described. For it is not a particular idiosyncrasy of mental activity, let alone that of emotion, but occurs also in other areas in describing nature. For instance, everywhere where there is talk of a system and its elements, or of a whole and its parts, that in one person's view can appear as a state while another person sees it as a process. Even the duration of a process is associated for us with the concept of a state. I could probably not say that the logic of this double idea formation is clear, but apparently it has more to do with the distinction between states and processes belonging to the way thinking expresses itself in language than it does with a scientific picture presented by facts, a picture that states and processes might improve but might also, perhaps, allow to disappear behind something else. The German language says, anger is in me, and it says, I am in anger, ich bin in Zorn. It says, I am angry, I feel angry, ich fühle mich zornig. It says, I am in love, ich bin verliebt, and I have fallen in love, ich habe mich verliebt. The names the language has given to the emotions probably point back frequently, in its history, to languages having been affected by the impression of actions and through dangerous or obvious attitudes toward actions. Nevertheless, language talks of an emotion as, in one case, a state embracing various processes, in another as of a process consisting of a series of states. As the examples show, it also includes quite directly in its forms of expression, Various though these may be, the idea formations of the individual and of external and internal, and in all this the language behaves as capriciously and unpredictably as if it had always intended to substantiate the disorder of German emotions. This heterogeneity of the linguistic picture of our emotions, which rose from impressive but incomplete experiences, is still reflected today in the idea formation of science, especially when these ideas are taken more in breadth than in depth. There are psychological theories in which the T appears as the most certain element, present in every movement of the mind, but especially in the emotion of what is capable of being experienced, and there are other theories that completely ignore the T and regard only the relationships between expressions as capable of being experienced, describing them as if they were phenomena in a force field, whose origin is left out of account. There are also ego psychologies and psychologies without the ego. But other distinctions, too, are occasionally formulated. Thus emotion may appear in one place as a process that runs through the relation of an T to the external world, in another as a special case and state of connectedness, and so forth, distinctions that, given a more conceptual orientation of the thirst for knowledge, easily press to the fore so long as the truth is not clear. Much is here still left to opinion, even if one takes the greatest care to distinguish opinion from the facts. It seems clear to us that an emotion takes shape not just anywhere in the world but within a living being, and that it is T who feels, or feels stimulation within itself. Something is clearly going on within me when I feel, and I am also changing my state. Also, though the emotion brings about a more intense relation to the external world than does a sense perception, it seems to me to be more inward than a sense perception. That is one group of impressions. On the other hand, a stand taken by the entire person is associated with the emotion as well, and that is another group. I know about emotion, in distinction to sense perception, that it concerns all of me more than sense perception does. Also, it is only by means of an individual person that an emotion brings something about externally, whether it is because the person acts or because he begins to see the world differently. Indeed, it cannot even be maintained that an emotion is an internal change in a person without the addition that it causes changes in his relation to the external world. So does the being and becoming of an emotion take place in us, or to us, or by means of us? This leads me back to my own description. And if I may give credence to its disinterestedness, the relationships it discreetly illuminates once again reinforce the same thing. My emotion rises inside me and outside me, it changes from the inside and the outside, it changes the world directly from inside and indirectly, that is through my behavior, from outside, and it is therefore, even if this contradicts our prejudice, simultaneously inside and outside, or at least so entangled with both that the question as to what in an emotion is internal and what external, and what in it is T and what the world, becomes almost meaningless. This must somehow furnish the basic facts, and can do so expeditiously, for, expressed in rather measured words, it merely states that in every active feeling a double direction is experienced that imparts to it the nature of a transitory phenomenon, inward, or back to the individual, and outward, or toward the object with which it is concerned. What, on the other hand, inward and outward are, and even more what it means to belong to the T or the world, in other words what stands at the end of both directions and would therefore be necessary to permit us to understand their presence completely. This is of course not to be clearly grasped in the first experience of it, and its origin is no clearer than anything else one experiences without knowing how. It is only through continuing experience and investigation that a genuine concept for this can be developed. That is why a psychology that considers it important that it be a real science of experience will treat these concepts and proceed no differently from the way such a science does with the concepts of state and process, and the closely related ideas of the individual person, the mind, and the one, but also complete ideas of inward and outward, will appear in it as something to be explained, and not as something by whose aid one immediately explains something else. The everyday wisdom of psychology agrees with this remarkably well, for we usually assume in advance, without thinking about it much, that a person who shows himself in a way that corresponds to a specific emotion really feels that way. So it not seldom happens, perhaps it even happens quite often, that an external behavior, together with the emotions it embraces, will be comprehended directly as being all of a piece, and with great certainty. We first experience directly, as a whole, whether the attitude of a being approaching us is friendly or hostile, and the consideration whether this impression is correct comes, at best, afterward. What approaches us in the first impression is not something that might perhaps prove to be awful. What we feel is the awfulness itself, even if an instant later the impression should turn out to be mistaken. And if we succeed in reconstituting the first impression, this apparent reversal permits us to also discern a rational sequence of experiences, such as that something is beautiful and charming, or shameful or nauseating. This has even been preserved in a double usage of language we meet with every day, when we say that we consider something awful, delightful, or the like, emphasizing thereby that the emotions depend on the person, just as much as we say that something is awful, delightful, and the like, emphasizing that the origin of our emotions is rooted as a quality in objects and events. This doubleness or even amphibian ambiguity of the emotions supports the idea that they are to be observed not only within us, but also in the external world. With these last observations Ulrich had already arrived at the third answer to the question of how the concept of emotion is to be determined, or, more reservedly, at the opinion on this question that prevails today. 55. Feeling and behavior. The precariousness of emotion. The school of theoretical psychology most successful at the moment treats emotions and the actions associated with emotions as an indissoluble entity. What we feel when we act is for this psychology one aspect, and how we act with feeling the other aspect, of one and the same process. Contemporary psychology investigates both as a unit. For theories in this category, emotion is in their terms an internal and external behavior, event, and action, and because this bringing together of emotion and behavior has proved itself quite well, the question of how the two sides are to be ultimately separated again and distinguished from each other has become for the time being almost secondary. That is why instead of a single answer there is a whole bundle of answers, and this bundle is rather untidy. We are sometimes told that emotion is simply identical with the internal and external events, but we are usually merely told that these events are to be considered equivalent to the emotion. Sometimes emotion is called, rather vaguely, the total process, sometimes merely internal action, behavior, course, or event. Sometimes it also seems that two concepts of emotion are being used side by side, one in which emotion would be in a broader sense the whole, the other in which it would be, in a narrower sense, a partial experience that in some rather hazy way stamps its name, indeed its nature, on the whole. And sometimes people seem to follow the conjecture that one and the same thing, which presents itself to obsexvation as a complex process, becomes an emotion when it is experienced. In other words, the emotion would then be the experience, the result, and, so to speak, what the process yields in consciousness. The origin of these contradictions is no doubt always the same. For every such description of an emotion exhibits components, preponderantly in the plural, that are obviously not emotions, because they are actually known and equally respected as sensation, comprehension, idea, will, or an external process, such as can be experienced at any time, and which also participate exactly as they are in the total experience. But in and above all this there is also just as clearly something that seems in and of itself to be emotion in the simplest and most unmistakable sense, and nothing else, neither acting, nor a process of thinking, nor anything else. That's why all these explanations can be summarized in two categories. They characterize the emotion either as an aspect, a component, or a force of the total process, or else as the becoming aware of this process, its inner result, or something similar, expressions in which one can see clearly enough the embarrassment for want of better ones. The most peculiar idea in these theories is that at first they leave vague the relation of the emotion to everything it is not, but with which it is filled, but they make it appear quite probable that this connection is in any case, and however it might be thought of otherwise, so constituted that it admits of no discontinuous changes, and that everything changes, so to speak, in the same breath. It can be thought of in terms of the example of melody. In melody the notes have their independent existence and can be recognized individually, and their propinquity, their simultaneity, their sequence, and whatever else can be heard are not abstract concepts but an overflowing sensory exposition. But although all these elements can be heard singly in spite of their connectedness, they can also be heard connectedly, for that is precisely what melody is, and if the melody is heard, it is not that there is something new in addition to the notes, intervals, and rhythms, but something with them. The melody is not a supplement but a second-order phenomenon, a special form of existence, under which the form of the individual existences can just barely be discerned, and this is also true of emotion in relation to ideas, movements, sensations, intentions, and mute forces that unite in it. And as sensitive as a melody is to any change in its components, so that it immediately takes on another form or is destroyed entirely, so can an emotion be sensitive to an action or an interfering idea. In whatever relationship the emotion may therefore stand to internal and external behavior, this demonstrates how any change in this behavior could correspond to a change in the emotion, and vice versa, as if they were the two sides of a page. There are many model and experimental examples that confirm the broad extent of this theoretical idea, and other examples outside science that this idea fitfully illuminates, whether apparently or actually. I would like to retain one of these. The fervor of many portraits, and there are portraits, not just pictures, even of things, consists not least in that in them the individual existence opens up toward itself inwardly and closes itself off from the rest of the world. For the independent forms of life, even if they represent themselves as relatively hermetic, always have common links with the dispersive circle of a constantly changing environment. So when I took Agatha on my arm and we both took ourselves out of the frame of our lives and felt united in another frame, perhaps something similar was happening with our emotions. I didn't know what hers were, nor she mine, but they were only there for each other, hanging open and clinging to each other while all other dependency disappeared, and that is why we said we were outside the world and in ourselves, and used the odd comparison with a picture for this animated holding back and stopping short, this true homecoming and this becoming a unity of alien parts. So the peculiar thought I am talking about teaches that the alterations and modulations of the emotion, and those of the internal and external behavior, can correspond to each other point for point without the emotion having to be equated with the behavior or with part of it, or without anything else having to be maintained about the emotion beyond its possessing qualities that also have their civic rights elsewhere in nature. This result has the advantage of not interfering with the natural distinction between an emotion and an event, and yet bridges them in such a way that the distinction loses its significance. It demonstrates in the most general fashion how the spheres of two actions, which can remain totally unlike one another, may yet be delineated in each other. This obviously gives the question of how, then, an emotion is supposed to consist of other mental, indeed even of physical processes, an entirely new and remarkable term, but this only explains how every change in the behavior corresponds to a change in the emotion, and vice versa, and not what really leads to such changes as take place during the entire duration of the emotion. In that case, the emotion would appear to be merely the echo of its accompanying action, and this action would be the mirror image of the emotion, so it would be hard to understand their reciprocally changing each other. Here, consequently, the second major idea that can be derived from the newly opened up science of the emotions begins. I would like to call it the idea of shaping and consolidating. This idea is based on several notions and considerations. Since I would like to clarify it for myself, let me first go back to our saying that an emotion brings about a behavior, and the behavior reacts on the emotion, for this crude observation easily allows a better one to counter it, that between both there is, rather, a relationship of mutual reinforcement and resonance, a rampant swelling into each other, which also, to be sure, brings about mutual change in both components. The emotion is translated into the language of the accession, and the action into the language of the emotion. As with every translation, something new is added and some things are lost in the process. Among the simplest relationships, the familiar expression that one's limbs are paralyzed with fear already speaks of this, for it could just as well be maintained that the fear is paralyzed by the limbs. A distinction such as the one between rigid with terror and trembling with fear rests entirely on this second case. And what is claimed by the simplest movement of expression is also true of the comprehensive emotional action. In other words, an emotion changes not just as a consequence of the action it evokes, but already within the action by which it is assimilated in a particular way, repeated, and changed, in the course of which both the emotion and the action mutually shape and consolidate themselves. Ideas, desires, and impulses of all sorts also enter into an emotion in this way, and the emotion enters them. But such a relationship of course presupposes a differentiation in the interaction in which the lead should alternate sequentially, so that now feeling, now acting, dominates, now a resolve, scruple, or idea becomes dominant and makes a contribution that carries all the components forward in a common direction. So this relationship is contained in the idea of a mutual shaping and consolidation, and it is this idea that really makes it complete. On the other side, the unity described previously must at the same time be able to assimilate changes and yet still have the ability to maintain its identity as a more or less defined emotional action, but it must also be able to exclude, for it assimilates influences from within and without or fends them off. Up to now, all I know of this unity is the law of its completed state. Therefore the origins of these influences must also be able to be adduced and ultimately explained, thanks to which providence or arrangement it happens that they enter into what is going on in the sense of a common development. Now, in all probability a particular ability to endure and be resuscitated, a solidity and degree of solidity, and thus finally also a particular energy, cannot be ascribed to the unity alone, to the structure as such. The mere shape of the event, nor is it very likely that there exist other internal participatory energies that focus specifically on this. On the other hand, it is probable that these energies play nothing more than a secondary role, for our emotions and ideas probably also control the same numerous, instantaneous internal relationships and the same enduring dispositions, inclinations, principles, intentions, and needs that produce our actions as well as our emotions and ideas. Our emotions and ideas are the storage batteries of these elements, and it is to be assumed that the energies to which they give rise somehow bring about the shaping and consolidation of the emotions. How that happens I will try to make clear by means of a widely held prejudice. The opinion is often voiced that there is some kind of interrelation among an emotion, the object to which it is directed, and the action that connects them. The idea is that it would then be more comprehensible that these form a unified whole, that they succeed one another, and so on. The heart of the matter is that a particular drive or a particular emotion, for example, hunger and the instinct for food, are directed not at random objects and actions but primarily, of course, at those that promise satisfaction. A sonata is of no help to a starving person, but food is, that is to say, something belonging to a more or less specific category of objects and events, and this gives rise to the appearance of this category and this state of stimulation always being connected. There is some truth in this, but no more mysterious a truth than that to eat soup we use a spoon and not a fork. We do so because it seems to us appropriate, and it is nothing but this commonplace appearing to be appropriate that fulfills the task of mediating among an emotion, its object, the concomitant actions, ideas, decisions, and those deeper impulses that for the most part elude observation. If we act with an intention, or from a desire, or for a purpose, for instance, to help or hurt someone, it seems natural to us that our action is determined by the demand that it be appropriate, but beyond that it can turn out in many different ways. The same is true for every emotion. An emotion, too, longs for everything that seems suited to satisfying it, in which process this characteristic will be sometimes more tightly, sometimes more loosely, related, and precisely this looser connection is the natural path to shaping and consolidation. For it occasionally happens even to the drives that they go astray, and wherever an emotion is at its peak, it then happens that an action is merely attempted, that an intention or an idea is thrown in that later turns out to be inappropriate and is dropped, and that the emotion enters the sphere of a source of energy, or this sphere enters that of the emotion, from which it frees itself again. So in the course of the event not everything is shaped and consolidated, a great deal is also abandoned. In other words, there is also a shaping without consolidation, and this constitutes an indispensable part of the consolidating arrangement. For since everything that seems appropriate to serve the directing energies can be absorbed by the unity of the emotional behavior, but only so much of this is retained as is really appropriate, there enter of themselves into the feeling, acting, and thinking the common trait, succession, and duration which make it comprehensible that the feeling, acting, and thinking mutually and increasingly consolidate and shape themselves. The weak point of this explanation lies where the precisely described unity that arises at the end is supposed to be connected to the unknown and vaguely bounded sphere of the impulses that lies at the beginning. This sphere is hardly anything other than what is embraced by the essences person and t according to the proportion of their involvement, about which we know little. But if one considers that in the moment of an emotion even what is most inward can be recast, then it will not seem unthinkable that in such a moment the shaped unity of the action, too, can reach that point. If one considers, on the other hand, how much has to happen beforehand in order to prepare such a success as a person giving up principles and habits, one will have to desist from every idea that concentrates on the momentary effect. And if one were, finally, to be satisfied by saying that other laws and connections are valid for the area of the source than for the outlet, where the emotion becomes perceivable as internal and external action, then one would again come up against the insufficiency that we have no idea at all according to what law the transition from the causative forces to the resulting product could come about. Perhaps the postulation of a Lopes, general unity that embraces the entire process can be combined with this, in that it would ultimately enable a specific and solid unity to emerge, but this action extends beyond psychology, and for the time being extends beyond our abilities too. This knowledge, that in the process of an emotion from its source to its appearance a unity is indicated, but that it cannot be said when and how this unity assumes the closed form that is supposed to characterize the emotion's completely developed behavior, and in analyzing which I used the articulation of a melody as example, this quite negative knowledge permits, remarkably, an idea to be brought in by means of which the deferred answer to the question of how the concept of the emotion appears in more recent research comes to a singular conclusion. This is the admission that the actual event corresponds neither in its entirety nor in its final form to the mental image that has been made of it. This is usefully demonstrated by a kind of double negative. One says to oneself, perhaps the pure unity that theoretically represents the law of the completed emotion never exists. Indeed, it may not even be at all possible for it to exist, because it would be so completely cut off inside its own compass that it would not be able to assimilate any more influences of any other kind. But, one now says to oneself, there never is such a completely circumscribed emotion. In other words, emotions never occur purely, but always only in an approximating actualization. And in still other words, the process of shaping and consolidating never ends. But this is nothing other than what presently characterizes psychological thinking everywhere. Moreover, one sees in the basic mental concepts only ideational patterns according to which the internal action can be ordered, but one no longer expects that it is really constructed out of such elements, like a picture printed by the four-color process. In truth, according to this view, the pure nature of the emotion, of the idea, of sensation, and of the will are as little to be met with in the internal world as are the thread of a current or a difficult point in the outer world. There is merely an interwoven whole, which sometimes seems to will and sometimes to think because this or that quality predominates. The names of the individual emotions therefore characterize only types, which approximate real experiences without corresponding to them entirely, and with this, a guiding principle with the following content, even if this is rather crudely put, takes the place of the axiom of the older psychology by which the emotion, as one of the elemental experiences, was supposed to have an unalterable nature, or to be experienced in a way that distinguished it once and for all from other experiences. There are no experiences that are from the beginning distinct emotions, or even emotions at all. There are merely experiences that are destined to become emotion and to become a distinct emotion. This also gives the idea of arrangement and consolidation the significance that in this process emotion and behavior not only form, consolidate, and, as far as it is given them, determine. It is in this process that the emotion originates in the first place, so that it is never this or that specific emotion that is present at the beginning, say, in a weak state together with its mode of action, but only something that is appropriate and has been destined to become such an emotion and action, which, however, it never becomes in a pure state. But of course this something is not completely random, since it is understood to be something that from the start and by disposition is intended or appropriate to becoming an emotion, and, moreover, a specific emotion. For in the final analysis anger is not fatigue, and apparently not in the first analysis either, and just as little are satiety and hunger to be confused, even in their early stages. Therefore at the beginning something unfinished, a start, a nucleus, something like an emotion and things associated with that emotion, will already be present. I would like to call it a feeling that is not yet an emotion, but it is better to present an example, and for that I will take the relatively simple one of physical pain inflicted externally. This pain can be a locally restricted sensation that penetrates or burns in one spot and is unpleasant but alien. But this sensation can also flare up and overwhelm the entire person with affliction. Often, too, at the beginning there is merely an empty spot at the place, from which it is only in the following moments that sensation or emotion wells up. It is not only children who at the beginning often do not know whether something hurts. Earlier, one assumed that in these cases an emotion is superimposed on the sensation, but today one prefers to suppose that a nucleus of experience, originally as little a sensation as it is an emotion, can develop equally well into the one as the other. Also already part of this original stability of experience is the beginning of an instinctive or reflex action, a shrinking back, collapsing, fending off, or a spontaneous counterattack, and because this more or less involves the entire person, it will also involve an internal flight or fight condition, in other words a coloration of the emotion by the kind of fear or attack. This proceeds of course even more strongly from the drives triggered, for not only are these dispositions for a purposive action but, once aroused, they also produce non-specific mental states, which we characterize as moods of fearfulness or irritability, or in other cases of being in love, of sensitivity, and so forth. Even not acting and not being able to do anything has such an emotional coloration, but the drives are for the most part connected with a more or less definite will formation, and this leads to an inquiry into the situation that is in itself a confrontation and therefore has an aggressive coloration. But this inquiry can also have the effect of coolness and calm, or if the pain is quite severe, it does not take place, and one suddenly avoids its source. So even this example goes back and forth from the very beginning between sensation, emotion, automatic response, will, flight, defense, attack, pain, anger, curiosity, and being coolly collected, and thereby demonstrates that what is present is not so much the original state of a single emotion as rather varying beginnings of several, succeeding or complementing one another. This gives to the assertion that a feeling is present, but not yet an emotion, the sense that the disposition to an emotion is always present but that it does not need to be realized, and that a beginning is always present but it can come out later to have served as the beginning of a different emotion. The peculiar manner in which the emotion is from the beginning both present and not present can be expressed in the comparison that one must imagine its development as the image of a forest, and not as the image of a tree. A birch, for example, remains itself from its germination to its death, but on the other hand, a birch forest can begin as a mixed forest. It becomes a birch forest as soon as birch trees as the result of causes that can be quite varied predominate in it, and the departures from the pure stamp of the birch type are no longer significant. It is the same with the emotion, and this is always open to misunderstanding, with the action connected to the emotion. They always have their particular characteristics, but these change with everything that adheres to them until, with growing certitude, they take on the marks of a familiar emotion and deserve its name, which always retains a trace of free judgment. But emotion and the action of emotion can also depart from this type and approximate another. This is not unusual, because an emotion can waver and, in any event, goes through various stages. What distinguishes this from the ordinary view is that in the ordinary view the emotion has validity as a specific experience, which we do not always recognize with certainty. On the other hand, the more recently established view ascribes the lack of certainty to the emotion and tries to understand it from its nature and to limit it concisely. There followed in an appendix individual examples that really ought to have been marginal notations but had been suppressed at the places they had been intended for in order not to interrupt the exposition. And so these stragglers that had dropped out of their context no longer belonged to a specific place, although they did belong to the whole and retained ideas that might possibly have some useful application for the whole. In the relation to love something, what carries such enormous distinctions as that between love of God and loving to go fishing is not the love but the something. The emotion itself, the devotion, anxiousness, desire, hurt, gnawing, in other words, loving does not admit a distinction. But it is just as certain that loving one's walking stick or honor is not apples and oranges only for the reason that these two things do not resemble each other, but also because the use we make of them, the circumstances in which they assume importance, in short, the entire group of experiences are different. It is from the non-interchangeability of a group of experiences that we derive the certainty of knowing our emotion. That is why we only truly recognize it after it has had some effect in the world and has been shaped by the world. We do not know what we feel before our action has made that decision. And where we say that our emotion is divided, we should rather say that it is not yet complete, or that we have not yet settled down. And where it appears as paradox or paradoxical combination, what we have is often something else. We say that the courageous person ignores pain. But in truth it is the bitter salt of pain that overflows in courageousness. And in the martyr it rises in flames to heaven. In the coward, on the contrary, the pain becomes unbearably concentrated through the anticipatory fear. The example of loathing is even clearer. Those feelings inflicted with violence are associated with it, which, if received voluntarily, are the most intense desire. Of course there are differing sources here, and also varying combinations, but what comes into being most particularly are various directions in which the predominant emotion develops. Because they are constantly fluid, emotions cannot be stopped, nor can they be looked at under the microscope. This means that the more closely we observe them, the less we know what it is we feel. Attention is already a change in the emotion. But if emotions were a mixture, this should really be most apparent at the moment when it is stopped, even if attention intervenes. Because the external action has no independent significance for the mind, emotions cannot be distinguished by it alone. Innumerable times we do not know what we feel, although we act vigorously and decisively. The enormous ambiguity of what a person does who is being observed mistrustfully or jealously rests on this lack of clarity. The emotion's lack of clarity does not, however, demonstrate its weakness, for emotions vanish precisely when feeling is at its height. Even at high degrees of intensity, emotions are extremely labile. See for instance the courage of despair, or happiness suddenly changing into pain. At this level they also bring about contradictory actions, like paralysis instead of flight, or being suffocated by one's own anger. But in quite violent excitation they lose, so to speak, their color, so that all that remains is a dead sensation of the accompanying physical manifestations, contraction of the skin, surging of the blood, blotting out of the senses. And what appears fully in these most intense stages is an absolute bedazzlement, so that it can be said that the shaping of the emotion, and with it the entire world of our emotions, is valid only in intermediate stages. In these average stages we of course recognize and name an emotion no differently from the way we do other phenomena that are in flux. To repeat this once again, to determine the distinction between hate and anger is as easy and as difficult as ascertaining the distinction between premeditated and unpremeditated murder, or between a basin and a bowl. Not that what is at work here is capriciousness in naming, but every aspect and deflection can be useful for comparison and concept formation. And so in this way the 101 kinds of love about which Agatha and I joked, not entirely without sorrow, are connected. The question of how it happens that such quite different things are characterized by the single word love has the same answer as the question of why we unhesitatingly talk of dinner forks, manure forks, tree branch forks, rifle forks, road forks, and other forks. Underlying all these fork impressions is a common forkness. It is not in them as a common nucleus, but it might almost be said that it is nothing more than a comparison possible for each of them. For they do not all even need to be similar to one another, it is already sufficient if one leads to another, if you go from one to the next, as long as the neighboring members are similar to one another. The more remote ones are then similar through the mediation of these proximate members. Indeed, even what constitutes the similarity, that which associates the neighboring members, can change in such a chain, and so one travels excitedly from one end of the path to the other, hardly knowing oneself how one has traversed it. But if we wish to regard, as we are inclined to do, the similarity existing among all kinds of love for its similarity to a kind of a love, which so to speak would sit as an armless and legless torso in the middle of them all, it would most likely be the same error as believing in a fork. And yet we have living witness for there really being such an emotion. It is merely difficult to determine the degree of this really. It is different from that of the real world. An emotion that is not an emotion for something, an emotion without desire, without preferment, without movement, without knowledge, without limits, an emotion to which no distinct behavior and action belongs, at least no behavior that is quite real. As truly as this emotion is not served with arms and legs, so truly have we encountered it again and again, and it has seemed to us more alive than life itself. Love is already too particular a name for this, even if it most intimately related to a love for which tenderness or inclination are expressions that are too obvious. It realizes itself in many different ways and in many connections, but it can never let itself be detached from this actualization, which always contaminates it. Thus has it appeared to us and vanished, an intimation that always remained the same. Apparently the dry reflections with which I have filled these pages have little to do with this, and yet I am almost certain that they have brought me to the right path to it. The do-gooder sings. Professor August Lindner sang. He was waiting for Agatha. Ah, the boy's eyes seem to me so crystal clear and lovely, and a something shines in them that captivates my heart. Ah, those sweet eyes glance at me, shining into mine. Were he to see his image, he would greet me tenderly. And this is why I yield myself to serve his eyes alone, for a something shines in them that captivates my heart. It had originally been a Spanish song. There was a small piano in the house, dating from Frau Lindner's time. It was occasionally devoted to the mission of rounding out the education and culture of son Peter, which had already led Peter to remove several strings. Lindner himself never used it, except possibly to strike a few solemn chords now and then, and although he had been pacing up and down in front of this sound machine for quite some time, it was only after cautiously making sure that the housekeeper as well as Peter was out of the house that he had let himself be carried away by this unwanted impulse. He was quite pleased with his voice, a high baritone obviously well suited to expressing emotion, and now Lindner had not closed the piano but was standing there thinking, leaning on it with his arm. His weightless leg crossed over his supporting leg. Agatha, who had already visited him several times, was over an hour late. The emptiness of the house, stemming in part from that fact and in part from the arrangements he had made, welled up in his consciousness as a culpable plan. He had found a soul of bedazzling richness, which he was making great efforts to save and which evoked the impression of confiding itself to his charge, and what man would not be charmed at finding something he had hardly expected to find, a tender female creature he could train according to his principles. But mixed in with this were deep notes of discontent. Lindner considered punctuality an obligation of conscience, placing it no lower than honesty and contractual obligations. People who made no punctual division of their time seemed to him pathologically scatterbrained, forcing their more serious fellow men, moreover, to lose parcels of their time along with them, and so he regarded them as worse than muggers. In such cases he took it as his duty to bring it to the attention of such beings, politely but unrelentingly, that his time did not belong to him but to his activity, and because white lies injure one's own mind, while people are not all equal, some being influential and some not, he had derived numerous character exercises from this. A host of their most powerful and malleable maxims now came to his mind and interfered with the gentle arousal brought on by the song. But no matter, he had not sung any religious songs since his student days, and enjoyed it with a circumspect frisson. What southern naivete, and what charm, he thought, emanate from such worldly lines. How delightfully and tenderly they relate to the boy Jesus. He tried to imitate the poem's artlessness in his mind, and arrived at the result. If I didn't know better, I'd be capable of believing that I feel a girl's chaste stirrings for her boy. So one might well say that a woman able to evoke such homage was reaching all that was noblest in man and must herself be a noble being. But here Lindner smiled with dissatisfaction and decided to close the lid of the piano. Then he did one of his arm exercises that further the harmony of the personality, and stopped again. An unpleasant thought had crossed his mind. She is unfeeling. He sighed behind gritted teeth. She would be laughing. He had in his face at this moment something that would have reminded his dear departed mother of the little boy under whose chin every morning she tied a big lovely bow before sending him off to school. This something might be called the complete absence of rough-hewn maleness. On this tall, slack, pipestem-legged apparition, the head sat as if speared on a lance over the roaring arena of his schoolmates, who jeered at the bow tie made by his mother's hand, and in anxiety dreams Professor Lindner even now sometimes saw himself standing that way and suffering for the good, the true, and the beautiful. But for this very reason he never conceded that roughness is an indispensable male characteristic, like gravel, which has to be mixed into mortar to give it strength, and especially since he had become the man he flattered himself to be, he saw in that early defect merely a confirmation of the fact that he had been born to improve the world, even if in modest measure. Today we are quite accustomed to the explanation that great orators arise from speech defects and heroes from weakness, in other words the explanation that our nature always first digs a ditch if it wants us to erect a mountain above it, and because the half-knowledgeable and half-savage people who chiefly determine the course of life are quick to proclaim nearly every stutterer a Demosthenes, it is that much easier, as a sign of intellectual good taste, to recognize that the only important thing about a Demosthenes was his original stuttering. But we have not yet succeeded in reducing the deeds of Hercules to his having been a sickly child, or the greatest achievements in the sprint and broad jump to flat-footedness, or courage to timidity, and so it must be conceded that there is something more to an exceptional talent than its omission. Thus Professor Lindner was by no means restricted to acknowledging that the raillery and blows he had feared as a child could be a cause of his intellectual development. Nevertheless, the current disposition of his principles and emotions did him the service of transforming every such impression that reached him from the bustle of the world into an intellectual triumph. Even his habit of weaving martial and sportive expressions into his speech, as well as his tendency to set the stamp of a strict and inflexible will on everything he said and did, had begun to develop to the degree that, as he grew up and lived among more mature companions, he was correspondingly removed from direct physical attacks. At the university, he had even joined one of the fraternities whose members wore their jackets, caps, boots, insignia, and sword just as picturesquely as the rowdies whom they despised, but made only peaceful use of them because their outlook forbade dueling. In this, Lindner's pleasure in a buffet for which no blood need be spilled had achieved its definitive form, but at the same time it gave witness that one can combine a noble temperament with the overflowing pulse of life, or, of course in other terms, that God enters man more easily when he imitates the devil who was there before him. So whenever Lindner approached his more compact son, Peter, as he was unfortunately often called upon to do, that yielding to the very idea of force made a person effeminate, or that the power of humility and the courage of renunciation are of greater value than physical strength and courage, he was not talking as a layman in questions of courage but enjoying the excitement of a conjurer who has succeeded in yoking demons to the service of the good. For although there was really nothing that could disturb his equilibrium at the height of well-being he had attained, he was marked by a disinclination to jokes and laughter bordering almost on anxiety as an injury that has healed leaves behind a limp even when he merely suspected their bare possibility. The tickling of jokes and humor, he was accustomed to instruct his son on the subject, originate in the sated comfort of life, in malice, and in idle fantasies, and they easily induce people to say things their better selves would condemn. On the other hand, the discipline that comes from stifling witty riposts and ideas is an admirable test of strength and an annealing test of will, and the more you use the silence you have struggled to master in order to look into your joke more closely, the better it turns out for the whole man. We usually see first, this standing admonition concluded, how many impulses to elevate oneself and demean others it conceals, how much coquetry and frivolity lie behind most jokes, how much refinement of sympathy they stifle in ourselves and others, indeed how much horrifying coarseness and mockery comes to light in the laughter we try to coax from an audience. As a result, Peter had to hide carefully from his father his youthful inclination to mockery and joking, but he was so inclined, and Professor Lindner often felt the breath of the evil spirit in his surroundings without being able to spot the poisonous phantom. It could go so far that the father would instill fear in the son with a subduing glance, while secretly fearing him himself, and when this happened he was reminded of something ineffable between his wife and himself while his plump spouse was still on earth. Being lord and master in his own house, establishing its atmosphere and knowing that his family surrounded him like a peaceful garden in which he had planted his principles, belonged for Lindner to the indispensable preconditions of happiness. But Frau Lindner, whom he had married shortly after he finished his studies, during which time he had been a lodger at her mother's, had unfortunately soon thereafter ceased to share his principles and put on an air of being reluctant to contradict him that irritated him more than contradiction itself. He could not forget having sometimes caught a glance from the corner of her eye while her mouth was obediently silent, and every time this happened he subsequently found himself in a situation that was not exactly proof against adverse comment. For instance, in a nightshirt that was too short, preaching that her dignity as a woman should preclude her finding any pleasure in the rough, loose young men who with their drunkenness and scrapes still dominated student life at that time and who accordingly were not as undesirable as lodgers as they ought to be. Woman's secret mockery is a chapter in itself, with the most intimate connections to her lack of understanding for those preoccupations of greatest importance to the male, and the moment Lindner remembered this, the mental processes that had until then been churning indistinctly within him uncorked the idea of Agatha. What would she be like to live with intimately? There is no question of her being what one might comfortably call a good person. She doesn't even try to hide it. He told himself, and a remark of hers that occurred to him in this connection, her laughing assertion that today the good people were no less responsible for the corruption of life than the bad ones, made his hair stand on end. But on the whole he had already extracted the obsessed teeth of these horrible views, even if every time they came up they upset him all over again, by once and for all declaring to himself, she has no conception of reality. For he thought of Agatha as a noble being, even though she was, for a daughter of Eve, full of venomous unrest. The proper attitude, however certain it may be for the believer, seemed to her the most intellectually unascertainable object, the solution of life's most extreme and difficult task. She seemed to have a dreamily confused idea of what was good and right, an idea inimical to order, with no more coherence than an accidental grouping of poems. Reality is alien to her. He repeated. If, for example, she knows something about love, how can she make such cynical statements about it as that it's impossible, and the like? Therefore she must be shown what real love is. But here Agatha presented new difficulties. Let him admit it fearlessly and courageously, she was offensive. She all too gladly tore down from its pedestal whatever you cautiously raised up, and if you found fault with her, her criticism knew no bounds and she made it clear that she was out to wound. There are such natures that rage against themselves and strike the hand bringing them succor, but a determined man will never allow his behavior to depend on the behavior of others. And at this moment what Lindner saw was the image of a peaceful man with a long beard, bending over a sick woman anxiously fending him off, and seeing in the depths of her heart a profound wound. The moment was far removed from logic, and so this did not mean that he was this man, but Lindner straightened up this he actually didn't reached for his beard, which in the meantime had lost a good deal of its fullness, and a nervous blush raced across his face. He had remembered that Agatha had the objectionable habit of instilling in him the belief, more than any other human being ever could have done, that she would like to share his most sublime and most secret feelings, indeed, that in her own constrained situation she was even waiting for a special effort of these feelings in order, once he had exposed the innermost treasures of his mind, to pour scorn on him. She was egging him on. Lindner admitted this to himself and could not have done otherwise, for there was a strange, restless feeling in his breast that one might have hard-heartedly compared, although he was far from thinking this, with hens milling about in a chicken coop. But then she could suddenly laugh in the most mysterious way, or say something profane and hard that cut him to the quick, as if she had been building him up only in order to cut him down. And had she not already done this today too, even before her arrival, Lindner asked himself, bringing him to such a pass with this piano? He looked at it, it stood there beside him like a housemaid with whom the master of the house had transgressed. He could not know what motivated Agatha to play this game with him, and she herself would not have been able to discuss it with anyone, not even, and especially, Ulrich. She was behaving capriciously, but to the extent that this means with changeable emotions, it was done intentionally and signified a shaking and loosening up of the emotions, the way a person weighed down by a delicious burden stretches his limbs. So the strange attraction that several times had secretly led her to Lindner had contained from the beginning an insubordination against Ulrich, or at least against complete dependence on him. The stranger distracted her thoughts a little and reminded her of the diversity of the world and of men. But this happened only so that she might feel her dependence on her brother that much more warmly, and was, moreover, the same Ulrich's secretiveness with his diary, which he kept locked away from her. Indeed, it was even the same as his general resolve to let reason stand beside emotion as well as above it, and also to judge. But while this took up his time, her impatience and stored-up tension was seeking an outlet, an adventure, about which it could not yet be said what path it would take, and to the degree that Ulrich inspired or depressed her, Lindner, to whom she felt superior, caused her to be forbearing or high-spirited. She won mastery over herself by missing the influence she exercised over him, and she needed this. But something else was also at work here. For there was between her and Ulrich at this time no talk either of her divorce and Hague arrest letters or of the rash or actually superstitious altering of the will in a moment of disorientation, an act that demanded restitution, either civic or miraculous. Agatha was sometimes oppressed by what she had done, and she knew, too, that in the disorder one leaves behind in a lower circle of life Ulrich did not see any favorable sign of the order one strives for in a higher sense. He had told her so openly enough, and even if she no longer remembered every detail of the conversation that had followed on the suspicions Hague had recently raised against her, she still found herself banished to a position of waiting between good and ill. Something, to be sure, was lifting all her qualities upward to a miraculous vindication, but she could not yet allow herself to believe in this, and so it was her offended, recalcitrant feeling of justice that also found expression in the quarrel with Lindner. She was very grateful to him for seeming to impute to her all the bad qualities that Hague, too, had discovered in her and for unintentionally calming her by the doctory way he looked while doing it. Lindner, who thus, in Hage's judgment, had never come to terms with himself, had now begun to pace restlessly back and forth in his room, subjecting the visits she was paying him to a severe and detailed examination. She seemed to like being here. She asked about many details of his house and his life, about his educational principles and his books. He was surely not mistaken in assuming that one would express so much interest in someone else's life only if one were drawn to share it. Of course, the way she had of expressing herself in the process would just have to be accepted as her idiosyncrasy. In this vein he recalled that she had once told him about a woman unpardonably a former mistress of her brother's whose head always became like a coconut, with the hair inside when she fell in love with a man, and Agatha had added the observation that that was the way she felt about his house. It was all so much of a piece that it really made one afraid for oneself. But the fear seemed to give her pleasure, and Lindner thought he recognized in this paradoxical trait the feminine psyche's anxious readiness to yield. The more so as she indicated to him that she remembered similar impressions from the beginning of her marriage. Now, it is only natural that a man like Lindner would more readily have thoughts of marriage than sinful ones. And so, both during and outside the periods he set aside for the problems of life, he had sometimes secretly allowed the idea to creep in that it would perhaps be good if the child Peter had a mother again, and now it also happened that instead of analyzing Agatha's behavior further, he stopped at one of its manifestations that secretly appealed to him. For in a profound anticipation of his destiny, Agatha had, from the beginning of their acquaintance, spoken of nothing with more passion than her divorce. There was no way he could sanction this sin, but he could also not prevent its advantages from emerging more clearly with each passing day, and in spite of his customary opinions about the nature of the tragic, he was inclined to find tragic the lot that compelled him to express bitter antipathy toward what he himself almost wished would happen. In addition, it happened that Agatha exploited this resistance mostly in order to indicate in her offensive way that she did not believe the truth of his conviction. He might trot out morality, place the church in front of it, pronounce all the principles that had been so ready to hand all his life. She smiled when she answered, and this smile reminded him of Frau Lindner's smile in the later years of their marriage, with the advantage that Agatha's possessed the unsettling power of the new and mysterious. It's Mona Lisa's smile. Lindner exclaimed to himself. Mockery in a pious face. And he was so dismayed and flattered by what he took to be a meaningful discovery that for the moment he was less able than usual to reject the arrogance ordinarily associated with this smile when she interrogated him on his belief in God. This unbeliever had no desire for missionary instruction. She wanted to stick her hand in the bubbling spring, and perhaps this was precisely the task reserved for him, once again to lift the stone covering the spring to permit her a little insight, with no one to protect him if it should come out otherwise, no matter how unpleasant, even alarming, this idea was to himself. And suddenly Lindner, although he was alone in the room, stamped his foot and said aloud, "Don't think for a minute that I don't understand you. And don't believe that the subjugation you detect in me comes from a creature subjugated from the beginning." As a matter of fact, the story of how Lindner had become what he was far more commonplace than he thought. It began with the possibility that he, too, might have become a different person, for he still remembered precisely the love he had as a child for geometry, for the way its beautiful, cleverly worked out proofs finally closed around the truth with a soft snap, delighting him as if he had caught a giant in a mousetrap. There had been no indication that he was particularly religious. Even today he was of the opinion that faiths had to be worked for, and not received as a gift in the cradle. What had made him a shining pupil in religion class was the same joy in knowing and in showing off his knowledge that he demonstrated in his other subjects. His inner being, of course, had already absorbed the ways in which religious tradition expressed itself, to which the only resistance was the civic sense he had developed early. This had once found unexpected expression in the single extraordinary hour his life had ever known. It had happened while he was preparing himself for his final school examinations. For weeks he had been driving himself, sitting evenings in his room studying, when all at once an incomprehensible change came over him. His body seemed to become as light toward the world as delicate paper ash, and he was filled with an unutterable joy, as if in the dark vault of his breast a candle had been lit and was diffusing its gentle glow into all his limbs, and before he could come to terms with such a notion, this light surrounded his head with a condition of radiance. It frightened him a lot, but it was nevertheless true that his head was emitting light. Then the marvelous intellectual clarity overwhelmed all his senses, and in it the world was reflected in broad horizons such as no natural eye could encompass. He glanced up and saw nothing but his half-lit room, so it was not a vision, but the impetus remained, even if it was in contradiction to his surroundings. He comforted himself that he was apparently experiencing this somehow only as a mental person, while his physical person was sitting somber and distinct on its chair and fully occupying its accustomed space, and so he remained for a while, having already got half accustomed to his dubious state, since one quickly grows used to the extraordinary as long as there is hope that it will be revealed as the product, even if a diabolical product, of order. But then something new happened, for he suddenly heard a voice, speaking quite clearly but moderately, as if it had already been speaking for some time, saying to him, "Lindner, where are you seeking me? Sister Taus et ego erotaus," which can be roughly translated, "Just become Lindner, and I will be with you." But it was not so much the content of this speech that dismayed the ambitious student, for it was possible that he had already heard or read it, or at least some of it, and then forgotten it, but rather its sensuous resonance, for this came so independently and surprisingly from the outside, and was of such an immediately convincing fullness and solidity, and had such a different sound from the dry sound of grim industriousness to which the night was tuned, that every attempt to reduce the phenomenon to inner exhaustion or inner overstimulation was uprooted in advance. That this explanation was so obvious, and yet its path blocked, of course increased his confusion, and when it also happened that with this confusion the conditioning lined his head and heart rose ever more gloriously and soon began to flow through his entire body, it got to be too much. He seized his head, shook it between his fists, jumped up from his chair, shouted no 3 times, and, almost screaming, managed to speak the first prayer he could think of, upon which the spell finally vanished and the future professor, mortally frightened, took refuge in bed. Soon afterward he passed his examinations with distinction and enrolled at the university. He did not feel in himself the inner calling to the clerical class nor, to answer Agad's foolish questions, had he felt it at any time in his life and was at that time not even entirely and unimpeachably a believer, for he, too, was visited by those doubts that any developing intellect cannot escape. But the mortal terror of the religious powers hiding within him did not leave him for the rest of his life. The longer ago it had been, the less, of course, he believed that God had really spoken to him, and he therefore began to fear the imagination as an unbridled power that can easily lead to mental derangement. His pessimism, too, to which man appeared in general as a threatened being, took on depth, and so his decision to become a pedagogue was in part probably the beginning of an as it were posthumous educating of those schoolmates who had tormented him, and in part, too, an educating of that evil spirit or irregular God who might possibly still be lurking in his thoracic cavity. But if it was not clear to him to what degree he was a believer, it quickly became clear that he was an opponent of unbelievers, and he trained himself to think with conviction that he was convinced, and that it was one's responsibility to be convinced. At the university, it was also easier for him to learn to recognize the weaknesses of a mind that is abandoned to freedom, in that he had only a rudimentary notion of the extent to which the condition of freedom is an innate part of the creative powers. It is difficult to summarize in a few words what was most characteristic of these weaknesses. It might be seen, for instance, in the ways that changes in living, but especially the results of thinking and experience itself, undermine those great edifices of thought aimed at a freestanding philosophical explanation of the world, whose last constructions were erected between the middle of the 18th and the middle of the 19th centuries, without the fullness of new knowledge the sciences brought to light almost every day having led to a new, solid, even if tentative way of thinking, indeed without the will to do so stirring seriously or publicly enough, so that the wealth of knowledge has become almost as oppressive as it is exhilarating. But one can also proceed quite generally from the premise that an extraordinary flourishing of property and culture had risen by insidious degrees to a creeping state of crisis, which, not long after this day when Lindner, recuperating from the more stressful parts of his personal reminiscences, was thinking about the errors of the world was to be interrupted by the first devastating blow. For assuming that someone came into the world in 1871, the year Germany was born, he would already have been able to perceive around the age of 30 that during his lifetime the length of railroads in Europe had tripled and in the whole world more than quadrupled, that postal service had tripled in extent and telegraph lines grown 7-fold, and much else had developed in the same way. The degree of efficiency of engines had risen from 50 to %, the kerosene lamp had been successively replaced by gaslight, gas mantle lamps, and electricity, producing ever newer forms of illumination. The horse team, which had maintained its position for millennia, was replaced by the motor car, and airplanes not only had appeared on the scene but were already out of their baby shoes. The average length of life, too, had markedly increased, thanks to progress in medicine and hygiene, and relations among peoples had become, since the last warring skirmishes, noticeably more gentle and confiding. The person experiencing all this might well believe that at last the long-awaited progress of mankind had arrived, and who would not like to think that proper for an age in which he himself is alive? But it appears that this civic and spiritual prosperity rested on assumptions that were quite specific and by no means everlasting, and today we are told that in those days there had been enormous new areas for farming and other natural riches that had just been appropriated, that there were defenseless colored peoples who had not yet been exploited, the reproach of exploitation was excused by the idea that it was a means of bestowing civilization upon them, and that there were also millions of white people living who, defenseless, were forced to pay the costs of industrial and mercantile progress, but once salved one's conscience with the firm and not even entirely unjustified faith that the dispossessed would be better off than before their dispossession. At any rate, the cornucopia from which physical and spiritual prosperity poured forth was so large and unbounded that its effects were invisible, and all one could see was the impression of increase with every achievement, and today it is simply impossible to conceive how natural it was at that time to believe in the permanence of this progress and to consider prosperity and intellect something that, like grass, springs up wherever it is not deliberately rooted out. Toward this confident bliss, this madness of growth, this fatefully exultant broad-mindedness, the pale, scrawny student Lindner, tormented even physically by his height, had a natural aversion, which expressed itself in an instinctive sensing of any error and an alert receptivity for any sign of life that gave evidence of this aversion. Of course, economics was not his field of specialization, and it was only later that he learned to evaluate these facts properly, but this made him all the more clairvoyant about the other aspect of this development, and the rot going on in a state of mind that initially had placed free trade, in the name of a free spirit, at the summit of human activities and then abandoned the free spirit to the free trade, and Lindner sniffed out the spiritual collapse that then indeed followed. This belief in doom, in the midst of a world comfortably ensconced in its own progress, was the most powerful of all his qualities, but this meant that he might also possibly have become a socialist, or one of those lowly and fatalistic people who meddle in politics with the greatest reluctance, even if they are full of bitterness toward everything, and to assure propagation of the intellect by keeping to the right path within their own narrow circle and personally do what is meaningful, while leaving the therapeutics of culture to the quacks. So when Lindner now asked himself how he had become the person he was, he could give the comforting answer that it had happened exactly the way one ordinarily enters a profession. Already in his last year at school he had belonged to a group whose agenda had been to criticize coolly and discreetly both the classical paganism that was half officially admired in the school and the modem spirit that was circulating in the world outside. Subsequently, repelled by the carefree student antics at the university, he had joined a fraternity in whose circles the influences of the political struggle were already beginning to displace the harmless conversations of youth, as a beard displaces a baby face. And when he got to be an upper-class man, the memorable occurrence applicable to every kind of thinking had dictatorially asserted itself, that the best support of faith is lack of faith, since lack of faith, observed and struggled against in others, always gives the believer occasion to feel himself zealous. From the hour when Lindner had resolutely told himself that religion, too, was a contrivance, chiefly for people and not for saints, peace had come over him. Between the desires to be a child and a servant of God, his choice had been made. There was, to be sure, in the enormous palace in which he wished to serve, an innermost sanctum where the miracles reposed and were preserved, and everyone thought of them occasionally, but none of his servants tarried long in this sanctum, they all lived just in front of it. Indeed, it was anxiously protected from the importunity of the uninitiated, which had involved experiences not of the happiest sort. This exerted a powerful appeal on Lindner. He made a distinction between arrogance and exaltation. The activity in the antechamber, with its dignified forms and myriad degrees of goings-on and subordinates, led him with admiration and ambition, and the outside work he now undertook himself, the exercise of influence on moral, political, and pedagogic organizations and the imbuing of science with religious principles, contained tasks on which he could spend not one but 1,000 lives, but rewarded him with that enduring dynamism harnessed to inner unchangeability which is the happiness of blessed minds, at least that is what he thought in contented hours, but perhaps he was confusing it with the happiness of political minds. And so from then on he joined associations, wrote pamphlets, delivered lectures, visited collections, made connections, and before he had left the university the recruit in the movement of the faithful had become a young man with a prominent place on the officers' list and influential patrons. So there was truly no need for a personality with such a broad base and such a clarified summit to allow itself to be intimidated by the saucy criticism of a young woman, and on returning to the present, Lindner drew out his watch and confirmed that Agatha had still not come, although it was almost time when Peter could return home. Nevertheless, he opened the piano again and, if he did not expose himself to the unfathomableness of the song, he did let his eyes roam again over its words, accompanying them with a soft whisper. In doing this he became aware for the first time that he was giving them a false emphasis that was far too emotional and not at all in accord with the music, which for all its charm was rather austere. He saw before him a Jesus child that was somehow by Murillo, which is to say that in some quite vague way, besides the black cherry eyes of that master's older beggar boys, it had their picturesque beggar's rags, so that all this child had in common with the Son of God and the Saviour was the touchingly humanized quality. But in a quite obviously overdone and really tasteless way. This made an unpleasant impression on him and again wove Agatha into his thoughts, for he recalled that she had once exclaimed that there was really nothing so peculiar as that the taste which had produced Gothic cathedrals and passionate devotion should have been succeeded by a taste that found pleasure in paper flowers, beading, little serrated covers, and simpering language, so that faith had become tasteless, and the faculty for giving a taste and smell to the ineffable was kept alive almost solely by non-believers or dubious people. Lindner told himself that Agatha was an aesthetic nature, meaning something that could not attain the seriousness of economics or morality but in certain cases could be quite stimulating, and this was one of them. Up to now Lindner had found the invention of paper flowers beautiful and sensible, but he suddenly decided to remove a bouquet of them that was standing on the table, hiding it for the time being behind his back. This happened almost spontaneously, and he was slightly dismayed by this action, but was under the impression that he probably knew how to provide an explanation for the peculiarity remarked on by Agatha, which she had let take its course, an explanation she would not have expected of him. A saying of the apostles occurred to him, though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not charity, I am become as sounding brass, or a tinkling cymbal. And glancing at the floor with puckered forehead, he considered that for many years everything he had done stood in relationship to eternal love. He belonged to a wondrous community of love and it was this that distinguished him from the ordinary intellectual in which nothing happened for which an allegorical connection to the eternal could not have been given, no matter how contingent and yoked to things earthly, indeed, nothing in which this connection would not have taken root as its inmost meaning, even if this did not always result in one's consciousness always being polished to a shine. But there is a powerful difference between the love one possesses as conviction and the love that possesses one, a distinction in freshness, he might say, even if, of course, the difference between purified knowledge and muddy turbulence was certainly just as justified. Lindner did not doubt that purified conviction deserved to be placed higher, but the older it is, the more it purifies itself, which is to say that it frees itself from the irregularities of the emotions that produced it, and gradually there remains not even the conviction of these passions but only the readiness to remember and be able to use them whenever they might be needed. This might explain why the works of the emotions wither away unless they are freshened once again by the immediate experience of love. Lindner was preoccupied with such almost heretical considerations when suddenly the bell shrilled. He shrugged his shoulders, closed the piano again, and excused himself to himself with the words, "Life needs not only worshippers but workers." 57. Truth and Ecstasy. Agatha had not finished reading the entries in her brother's diaries when for the second time she heard his steps on the gravel-strewn path beneath the windows, this time with unmistakable clarity. She made up her mind to penetrate his lair again, without his knowledge, at the first opportunity that presented itself. For however alien this way of viewing things was to her nature, she did want to get to know and understand it. Mixed in with this, too, was a little revenge, and she wanted to pay back secret with secret, and so did not want to be surprised. She hastily put the papers in order, replaced them, and erased eavesdropping trace that might have betrayed her new knowledge. Moreover, a glance at the time told her that she really ought to have left the house long since and was no doubt being awaited with some irritation elsewhere, something Ulrich might not know about. The double standard she was applying suddenly made her smile. She knew that her own lack of candor was not really prejudicial to loyalty, and that this lack was, moreover, much worse than Ulrich's. This was a spontaneous satisfaction that enabled her to part from her discovery notably reconciled. When her brother entered his study again he no longer found her there, but this did not surprise him. He had finally wandered back in, the people and circumstances he had been discussing with Stumm having so filled his mind that after the general left he had strolled about in the garden for some time. After long abstinence, a hastily drunk glass of wine can bring about a similar, merely alcoholic vivacity, behind whose colourful scene changes one remains gloomy and untouched, and so it had not even crossed his mind that the people in whose destinies he was again apparently so interested lived no great distance from him and could easily have been contacted. The actual connection with them had remained as paralysed as a cut muscle. Still, several memories formed an exception to this and had aroused thoughts to which there were even now bridges of feeling, although only quite fragmentary ones. For instance, what he had characterized as the return of Section Chief Tutsi from the inwardness of emotion to its external manipulation gave him the deeper pleasure of reminding himself that his diaries aimed at a distinction between these two aspects of emotion. But he also saw before him Diotima in her beauty, which was different from Agatha's, and it flattered him that Diotima was still thinking of him, although with all his heart he did not begrudge her chastisement at the hands of her husband in those moments when this heart again, so to speak, transformed itself into flesh. Of all the conversations he had had with her, he remembered the one in which she had postulated the possibility of occult powers arising in love. This insight had been vouchsafed her by her love for the rich man who also wanted to have soul, and this now led him to think of Amime as well. Ulrich still owed him an answer to the emotional offer that was to have brought him influence on the world of action, and this led him to wonder what could have become of the equally magniloquent and no less vague offer of marriage that had once enraptured Diotima. Presumably the same thing, Amime would keep his word if you reminded him of it, but would have no objection if you forgot. The scornful tension that had emerged on his face at the memory of Diotima's moment of glory relaxed again. It really would be quite decent of her not to keep a hold on Amime, he thought. A voice speaking reasonably in her overpopulated mind. At times, she had fits of sobriety and felt herself abandoned by the higher things, and then she would be quite nice. Ulrich had always harbored some small inclination for her in the midst of all his disinclination, and did not want to exclude the possibility that she herself might finally have realized what a ridiculous pair she and Amime made. She prepared to commit the sacrifice of adultery, Amime the sacrifice of marriage, so that again they would not come together, finally convincing themselves of something heavenly and unattainable in order to elevate themselves above the attainable. But when Benadia's story about Diotima's school of love occurred to him, he finally said to himself that there was still something unpleasant about her, and there was nothing to exclude her throwing her entire energy of love at him at some point. This was, more or less, how Ulrich let his thoughts run on after his conversation with Stumm, and it had seemed to him that this was how upstanding people had to think whenever they concerned themselves with one another in the traditional way, but he himself had got quite out of the habit. And when he entered the house all this had disappeared into nothingness. He hesitated a moment, again standing in front of his desk, took his diaries in his hands, and put them down again. He ruminated. In his papers a few observations about ecstatic conditions followed immediately after the exposition of the concept of the emotions, and he found this passage correct. An attitude entirely under the domination of a single emotion was indeed, as he had occasionally mentioned, already an ecstatic attitude. To fall under the sway of anger or fear is an ecstasy. The world as it looks to the eyes of a person who sees only red or only menace does not indeed last long, and that is why one does not speak of a world but speaks only of suggestions and illusions. But when masses succumb to this ecstasy, hallucinations of terrifying power and extent arise. A different kind of ecstasy, which he had also pointed out previously, was the ecstasy of the uttermost degree of feeling. When this is attained, action is no longer purposeful but on the contrary becomes uncertain, indeed often absurd. The world loses its colors in a kind of cold incandescence, and the self disappears except for its empty shell. This vanishing of hearing and seeing is doubtless, too, an impoverishing ecstasy and incidentally, all enraptured states of soul are poorer in diversity than the everyday one and becomes significant only through its link with orgiastic ecstasy or the transports of madness, with the state of unbearable physical exertions, dogged expressions of will, or intense suffering, for all of which it can become the final component. For the sake of brevity, Ulrich had, in these examples, telescoped the overflowing and desiccating forms offloading oneself, and not unjustly so, for if from another point of view the distinction is indeed a quite significant one, yet in consideration of the ultimate manifestations, the two forms come close to merging. The orgiastically enraptured person leaps to his ruin as into a light, and tearing or being torn to pieces are for him blazing acts of love and deeds of freedom in the same way that, for all the differences, the person who is deeply exhausted and embittered allows himself to fall to his catastrophe, receiving salvation in this final act. In other words, he too receives something that is sweetened by freedom and love. Thus action and suffering blend on the highest plane on which they can still be experienced. But this ecstasy of undivided sovereignty and of the crisis of an emotion are, of course, to a greater or lesser degree merely mental constructs, and true ecstasies whether mystical, martial, or those of love groups or other transported communities always presuppose a cluster of interrelated emotions and arise from a circle of ideas that reflects them. In less consolidated form, occasionally rigidifying and occasionally loosening up again, such unreal images of the world, formed in the sense of being particular groupings of ideas and feelings, as Welton's Koang, as personal tic, are so frequent in everyday life that most of them are not even regarded as ecstasies, although they are the preliminary stage of ecstasies in about the same way that a safety match in its box signifies the preliminary stage of a burning match. In his last entry, Ulrich had noted that a picture of the world whose nature is ecstatic also arises whenever the emotions and their subservient ideas are simply given priority over sobriety and reflection. It is the rapturous, emotional picture of the world, ecstatic life, that is periodically encountered in literature and to some extent also in reality, in larger or smaller social communes. But what was missing in this enumeration was precisely what for Ulrich was most important: the adducing of the one and only condition of soul and world which he considered an ecstasy that would be a worthy co-equal of reality. But his thoughts now digressed from the subject, for if he wanted to make up his mind about evaluating this most seductive of exceptions, it was absolutely necessary, and this was also brought home to him in that he had hesitatingly alternated between an ecstatic world and a mere picture of an ecstatic world, to first become acquainted with the link that exists between our emotions and what is real, that is to say, the world to which we, as opposed to the illusions of ecstasy, impart this value. But the standards by which we measure this world are those of the understanding, and the conditions under which this happens are likewise those of the understanding. But if increasingly greater discrimination of its limits and rights places great obstacles in the path of the intellect, possesses a peculiarity in specific relation to the emotions that is easily perceived and characterized. In order to understand, we must put aside our emotions to the greatest extent possible. We block them out in order to be objective, or we place ourselves in a state in which the abiding emotions neutralize each other, or we abandon ourselves to a group of cool feelings that, handled carefully, are themselves conducive to understanding. We draw upon what we apprehend in this clear-headed condition for comparison when in other cases we speak of delusions through the emotions, and then we have a zero condition, a neutralized state, in short, a specific situation of the emotions, the silent presupposition of experience and thought processes with whose aid we consider merely as subjective whatever other emotional states used to delude us. A millennium's experience has confirmed that we are most qualified to consistently satisfy reality if we place ourselves in this condition again and again, and that whoever wants not merely to understand but also to act also has need of this condition. Not even a boxer can do without objectivity, which in his case means staying cool, and inside the ropes he can as little afford to be angry as he can to lose his courage if he does not want to come out the loser. So our emotional attitude too, if it is to be adapted to reality, does not depend solely on the emotions governing us at the moment or on their submerged instinctual levels, but depends simultaneously on the enduring and recurrent emotional state that guarantees an understanding of reality and is usually as little visible as the air within which we breathe. This personal discovery of a connection that is usually not often taken into account had enticed Ulrich to thinking further about the relation of the emotions to reality. Here a distinction must be made between the sense perceptions and the emotions. The former also deceive, and clearly neither the sensuous image of the world that sense perceptions represent to us is the reality itself, nor is the mental image we infer from it independent of the human way of thinking, though it is independent of the subjective way of thinking. But although there is no tangible similarity between reality and even the most exact representation of it that we have indeed, there is, rather, an unbridgeable abyss of dissimilarity, and though we never get to see the original, yet we are able in some complex way to decide whether and under what conditions this image is correct. It is different with the emotions, for these present even the image falsely, to maintain the metaphor, and yet in so doing fulfill just as adequately the task of keeping us in harmony with reality, except that they do it in a different way. Perhaps this challenge of remaining in harmony with reality had a particular attraction for Ulrich, but aside from that, it is also the characteristic sign of everything that asserts itself in life, and can thus be derived from it an excellent shorthand formula and demonstration of whether the image that perception and reason give us of something is correct and true, even though this formula is not all-inclusive. We require that the consequences of the mental picture of reality we have constructed agree with the ideational image of the consequences that actually ensue in reality, and only then do we consider the understanding's image to be correct. In contrast to this, it can be said of the emotions that they have taken over the task of keeping us constantly in errors that constantly cancel one another out. And yet this is only the consequence of a division of labor in which the emotion that is served by the tools of the senses, and the thought processes that are heavily influenced by this emotion, develop and, briefly stated, have developed into sources of understanding, while the realm of the emotions themselves has been relegated to the role of more or less blind instigator, for in primeval times, Our emotions as well as our sensations sprang from the same root, an attitude that involved the entire creature when it came into contact with a stimulus. The division of labor that arose later can even now be expressed by the statement that the emotions do without understanding what we would do with understanding if we were ever to do anything without some instigation other than understanding. If one could only project an image of this feeling attitude, it would have to be this: we assume about the emotions that they color the correct picture of the world and distort and falsely represent it. Science as well as everyday attitudes number the emotions among the subjectivities. They assume that these attitudes merely alter the world we see, for they presume that an emotion dissipates after a short time and that the changes it has caused in a perception of the world will disappear, so that reality will, over a shorter or longer time, reassert itself. It seems to Ulrich quite remarkable that this sometimes paralyzed condition of the emotions, which forms the basis of both scientific investigation and everyday behavior, has a subsidiary counterpoint in that the cancelling of emotions is also encountered as a characteristic of earthly life. For the influence our emotions exercise on the mind's impartial representations, those things that maintain their validity as being true and indispensable, cancels itself out more or less completely over a long enough period of time, as well as over the breadth of matter that gets piled up, and the influence of the emotions on the mind's non-impartial representations, on those unsteady ideas and ideologies, thoughts, views, and mental attitudes born out of changeable emotions, which dominate historical life both sequentially and in juxtaposition, also cancels itself out, even if it does so in opposition to certainty, even if it cancels itself out to worse than nothing, to contingency, to impotent disorder and vacillation, in short, to what Ulrich exasperatedly called the business of the emotions. Now that he read it again, he would have liked to work out this point more precisely but couldn't, because the written train of thought that ended here, trailing off in a few further catchwords, required that he bring more important things to a conclusion. For if we project the intellectual image of the world, the one that corresponds to reality, even if it is always just an image, it is the right image, on the assumption of a specific state of the emotions, the question arises of what would happen if we were to be just as effectively controlled not by it but by other emotional states. That this question is not entirely nonsensical can be seen in that every strong affect distorts our image of the world in its own way, and a deeply melancholy person, or one who is constitutionally cheerful, could object to the fancies of a neutral and even-handed person, saying that it is not so much because of their blood that they are gloomy or cheerful as on account of their experiences in a world that is full of heavy gloom or heavenly frivolity. And so, however an image of the world may be imagined based on the predominance of an emotion or a group of emotions, including for instance the orgiastic, it can also be based on bringing emotions in general to the fore, as in the ecstatic and emotional frame of mind of an individual or a community. It is a normal everyday experience that the world is depicted differently on the basis of specific groups of ideas and that life is lived in different ways up to the point of obvious insanity. Ulrich was not in the least minded to consider that understanding was an error, or the world an illusion, and yet it seemed to him admissible to speak not only of an altered picture of the world but also of our world, if instead of the tangible emotion that serves adaptation to the world some other emotion predominates. This other world would be unreal in the sense that it would be deprived of almost all objectivity, it would contain no ideas, computations, decisions, and actions that were adapted to nature, and dissension among people would perhaps fail to appear for quite some time but, once present, would be almost impossible to heal. Ultimately, however, that would differ from our world only in degree, and about that possibility only the question can decide whether our humanity living under such conditions would still be capable of carrying on with its life, and whether it could achieve a certain stability in the coming and going of attacks from the outer world and in its own behavior. And there are many things that can be imagined as subtracted from reality or replaced by other things, without people being unable to live in a world so constituted. Many things are capable of reality and a world that do not occur in a particular reality or world. Ulrich was not exactly satisfied with this after he had written it down, for he did not want it to appear as if all these possible realities were equally justified. He stood up and paced back and forth in his study. Something was still missing, some kind of distinction between reality and full reality, or the distinction between reality for someone and real reality, or in other terms, an exposition of the distinctions of rank was missing between the claim to the validity of reality and world, and a motivation for our claiming a priority dependent on conditions impossible to fulfill for what seems to us to be real and true under all conditions, a priority that is true only under certain conditions. For on the one hand an animal, too, adapts splendidly to the world, and because it certainly does not do so in complete darkness of soul, there must be even in the animal something that corresponds to human ideas of world and reality without it having to be, on that account, even remotely similar, and on the other hand we don't possess true reality but can merely refine our ideas about it in an infinite, ongoing process, while in the hurly-burly of life we even use juxtaposed ideas of quite varying degrees of profundity, such as Ulrich himself had encountered in the course of this vexy hour in the example of a table and a lovely woman. But after having thought it over in approximately this fashion, Ulrich was rid of his restlessness and decided that it was enough, for what might still be said about this subject was not reserved for him, and not for this hour, either. He merely convinced himself once more that there was presumably nothing in his formulation that would be expected to impede a more precise exposition, and for honor's sake he wrote a few words to indicate what was missing. And when he had done this he completely interrupted his activity, looked out the window into the garden lying there in the late afternoon light, and even went down for a while in order to expose his head to the fresh air. He was almost afraid that he could now assert either too much or too little, for what was still waiting to be written down by him seemed to him more important than anything else. Ulrich and the two worlds of emotion. Where would be the best place to begin? Ulrich asked himself as he wandered around the garden, the sun burning his face and hands in one place, and the shadow of cooling leaves falling on them in another. Should I begin right away with every emotion existing in the world in binary fashion and bearing within itself the origin of two worlds as different from each other as day and night? Or would I do better to mention the significance that sobered feeling has for our image of the world, and then come conversely to the influence that the image of the world born from our actions and knowledge exercises on the picture of our emotions that we create for ourselves? Or should I say that there have already been states of ecstasy, which I have sketchily described as worlds in which emotions do not mutually cancel each other out? But even while he was asking himself these questions, he had already made up his mind to begin with everything at the same time, for the thought that made him so anxious that he had interrupted his writing had as many associations as an old friendship, and there was no longer any way of saying how or when it had arisen. While he was trying to put things in order, Ulrich had moved closer and closer to this thought, and it was only on his own account that he had taken it up. But now that he had come to the end, either clarity or emptiness would have to emerge behind the dispersing mists. The moment when he found the first decisive words was not a pleasant one. In every feeling there are two fundamentally opposed possibilities for development, which usually fuse into one, but they can also come into play individually, and that chiefly happens in a state of ecstasy. He proposed to call them, for the time being, the outer and the inner development, and to consider them from the most harmless side. He had a crowd of examples at his disposal: liking, love, anger, mistrust, generosity, disgust, envy, despair, fear, desire, and he mentally ordered them into a series. Then he set up a second series: affability, tenderness, irritation, suspicion, high-spiritedness, anxiety, and longing, lacking only those links for which he could not be any name, and then he compared the two series. One contained specific emotions, chiefly as they are aroused in us by a specific encounter; the second contained non-specific emotions, which are strongest when aroused by some unknown cause. And yet in both cases it was the same emotions, in one case in a general, in the other in a specific state. So I would say, Ulrich thought, that in each emotion there is a distinction to be made between a development toward specificity and a development toward non-specificity. But before doing that, it would first be better to list all the distinctions this involves. He could have toted up most of them in his sleep, but they will seem familiar to anyone who substitutes the word moods for the non-specific emotions from which Ulrich had formed his second series, although Ulrich deliberately avoided this term. For if one makes a distinction between emotion and mood, it is readily apparent that the specific emotion is always directed towards something, originates in a life situation, has a goal, and expresses itself in more or less straightforward behavior, while a mood demonstrates approximately the opposite of all these things. It is encompassing, aimless, widely dispersed, and idle, and no matter how clear it may be, it contains something indeterminate and stands ready to engulf any object without anything happening and without itself changing in the process. So a specific attitude towards something corresponds to the specific emotion, and a general attitude toward everything corresponds to the non-specific emotion. The one draws us into action, while the other merely allows us to participate from behind a colorful window. For a moment Ulrich dwelt on this distinction between how specific and non-specific emotions relate to the world. He said to himself, I will add this: whenever an emotion develops toward specificity, it focuses itself, so to speak, it constricts its purposiveness, and it finally ends up both internally and externally in something of a blind alley. It leads to an action or a resolve, and even if it should not cease to exist in one or the other, it continues on, as changed as water leaving a mill. If, on the other hand, it develops toward non-specificity, it apparently has no energy at all. But while the specifically developed emotion is reminiscent of a creature with grasping arms, the non-specific emotion changes the world in the same way the sky changes its colors, without desire or self, and in this fun objects and actions change like the clouds. The attitude of the non-specific emotion to the world has in it something magical and God help me in comparison to the specific attitude, something feminine. This is what Ulrich said to himself, and then something occurred to him that took him far afield, for of course it is chiefly the development toward a specific emotion that brings with it the fragility and instability of the life of the soul. That the moment of feeling can never be sustained, that emotions wilt more quickly than flowers, or transform themselves into paper flowers if one tries to preserve them, that happiness and will, art and conviction, pass away. All this depends on the specificity of the emotion, which always imposes on it a purposiveness and forces it into the pace of life that dissolves or changes it. On the other hand, the emotion that persists in its non-specificity and boundlessness is relatively impervious to change. A comparison occurred to him: the one dies like an individual, the other lasts like a kind or species. In this arrangement of the emotions there is perhaps repeated in reality, even if very indirectly, a general arrangement of life. He was not able to gauge this but did not stop over it, for he thought he saw the main argument more clearly than he ever had before. He was now ready to return to his study, but he waited, because he wanted to mull over the entire plan in his head before putting it down on paper. I spoke of two possibilities of development and two states of one and the same emotion, he reflected, but then there must also be present at the origin of the emotion, of course, something to initiate the process. and the drives that feed our soul with a life that is still close to animal blood actually demonstrate this bipartite disposition. A drive incites to action, and this appears to be its major task, but it also tunes the soul. If the drive has not yet found a target, its nebulous expanding and stretching become quite apparent. Indeed, there will be many people who see precisely this as the sign of an awakening drive, for example, the sex drive, but of course there is a longing of hunger and other drives. So the specific and the non-specific are present in the drive. I'll add, Ulrich thought, that the bodily organs that are involved when the external world arouses an effect in us can on other occasions produce this effect themselves if they receive a stimulus from within, and that's all it takes to arrive at a state of ecstasy. Then he reflected that according to the results of research, and especially after his discussion of these results in his diaries, it was also to be assumed that the impulse for one emotion can always serve for another emotion, too, and that no emotion, in the process of its shaping and strengthening, ever comes to an entirely specifiable end. But if that was true, then not only would no emotion ever attain its total specificity, but in all probability it would not attain perfect non-specificity either, and there was neither an entirely specific nor an entirely non-specific emotion. And in truth it almost always happens that both possibilities combine in a common reality, in which merely the characteristics of one or the other predominate. There is no mood that does not also include specific emotions that form and dissolve again, and there is no specific emotion that, at least where it can be said to radiate, seize, operate out of itself, extend itself, or operate on the world directly, without an external emotion, does not allow the characteristics of the non-specific emotion to peer through. There are certainly, however, emotions that closely approximate the one or the other. Of course the terms specific and non-specific involve the disadvantage that even a specific emotion is always insufficiently specified and is in this sense non-specific, but that should probably be easy to distinguish from significant non-specificity. So all that remains is to settle why the particularity of the non-specific emotion, and the whole development leading up to it, is taken to be less real than its counterpart, Ulrich thought. Nature contains both. So the different ways they are treated are probably connected with the external development of emotion being more important for us than the inner development, on with the direction of specificity meaning more to us than that of non-specificity. If this were not so, our life would truly have to be a different one than it is. It is an inescapable peculiarity of European culture that every minute the inner world is proclaimed the best and most profound thing life has to offer, without regard for the fact that this inner world is treated as merely an annex of the outer world. And how this is done is frankly the secret balance sheet of this culture, even though it is an open secret. The external world and a personality are set off against each other. The assumption is that the outer world stimulates in a person inner processes that must enable that person to respond in an appropriate fashion, and by mentally setting up this pathway leading from a change in the world through the change in a person to a further change in the world, one derives the peculiar ambiguity that permits us to honor the internal world as the true sphere of human grandeur and yet to presuppose that everything taking place within it has the ultimate task of flowing outward in the form of an orderly external action. The thought went through Ulrich's mind that it would be rewarding to consider our civilization's attitude toward religion and culture in this sense, but it seemed to him more important to keep to the direction his thoughts had been following. Instead of inner world, one could simply say emotions, for they in particular are in the ambiguous position of actually being this inwardness and yet are mostly treated as a shadow of the world outside, and this of course was involved with everything that Ulrich thought he could distinguish as the inner and non-specific development of emotions. This is already shown in that the expressions we use to describe inner governing processes are almost all derived from external processes, for we obviously transpose the active kind of external happening onto the differently constituted inner events even in representing the latter as an activity, whether we call it an emanation, a switching on or off, a taking hold, or something similar. For these images, derived from the outer world, have become accepted and current for the inner world only because we lack better ones to apprehend it. Even those scientific theories that describe the emotions as an interpenetration or juxtaposition on an equal footing of external and internal actions make a concession to this custom, precisely because they ordinarily speak of acting and overlook pure inwardness's remoteness from acting. And for these reasons alone, it is simply inevitable that the inner development of emotions usually appears to us as a mere annex to their external development, appears indeed to be its repetition and muddying, distinguishing itself from the outer development through less sharply defined forms and hazier connections, and thus evoking the somewhat neglected impression of being an incidental action. But of course what is at stake is not simply a form of expression or a mental priority. What we really feel is itself dependent on reality in hundreds of ways and is therefore also dependent on the specific and external development of emotions to which the development of inner and non-specific emotions subordinates itself, by which the latter are, as it were, blotted up. It shouldn't depend on the details, Ulrich resolved, yet it could probably be shown in every detail not only that the concept we create for ourselves is the task of service ably integrating its subjective element into our ideas about reality, but also that in feeling itself, both dispositions merge in a holistic process that unites their outer and inner development in very unequal fashion. Simply stated, we are acting beings. For our actions we need the security of thinking, therefore we also need emotions capable of being neutralized, and our feeling has taken on its characteristic form in that we integrate it into our image of reality, and not the other way around, as ecstatics do. Just for that reason, however, we must have within us the possibility of turning our feeling around and experiencing our world differently. He was now impatient to write, feeling confident that these ideas had to be subjected to a more intense scrutiny. Once in his study, he turned on the light, as the walls already lay in shadow. Nothing was to be heard of Agatha. He hesitated an instant before beginning. He was inhibited when he recollected that in his impatience to take shortcuts in laying out and sketching his idea he had used the concepts inner and outer, as well as individual and world, as if the distinction between both agencies of their emotions coincided with these representations. This was of course not so. The peculiar distinction Ulrich had made between the disposition for and the possibility of elaboration into specific and non-specific emotions, if allowed to prevail, cuts across the other distinctions. The emotions develop in one and the other fashion just as much outwardly and in the world as they do inwardly and in the individual. He pondered over a proper word for this, for he didn't much like the terms specific and non-specific, although they were indicative. The original difference in experience is most exposed and yet most expressive in that there is an externalizing of emotions as well as an inwardness both internal and external. He reflected, and was content for a moment, until he found these words, too, as unsatisfactory as all the authors, when he went on to try out a dozen. But this did not change his conviction, it only looked to him like a complication in the discussion he was embarking on, the result of language not having been created for this aspect of existence. If I go over everything once more and find it correct, it won't matter to me if all I end up talking about is our ordinary emotions and our other ones, he concluded. Smiling, he took down from a shelf a book that had a bookmark in it and wrote at the head of his own words these words of another: even if heaven, like the world, is subjected to a series of changing events, still the angels have neither concept nor conception of space and time. Although for them, too, everything that happens sequentially, in complete harmony with the world, they do not know what time means, because what prevails in heaven are neither years nor days, but changing states. Where there are years and days, suns prevail; where there are changes of state, conditions. Since the angels have no conception of time the way people do, they have no way of specifying time, they do not even know of its division into years, months, weeks, hours, into tomorrow, yesterday, and today. If they should hear a person speak of these things, and God has always linked angels with people, what they understand by them is states and the determination of states. Man's thinking begins with time. The angels with a state, so what for human beings is a natural idea is for the angels a spiritual one. All movement in the spiritual world is brought about through inner changes in state. When this troubled me, I was raised into the sphere of heaven to the consciousness of angels, and led by God through the realms of the firmament and conducted to the constellations of the universe, and all this in my mind, while my body remained in the same place. This is how all the angels moved from place to place, that is why there are for them no intervals, and consequently no distances either, but only states and changes in state. Every approach is a similarity of inner states, every distancing a dissimilarity. Spaces in heaven are nothing but external states, which correspond to the internal ones. In the spiritual world, everyone will appear visible to the other as soon as he has a yearning desire for the other's presence, for then he is placing himself in the other's state. Conversely, in the presence of disinclination he will distance himself from him. In the same way, someone who changes his abode in halls or gardens gets where he is going more quickly if he longs for the place, and more slowly if his longing is less. With astonishment I saw this happen often. And since the angels are not able to conceive of time, they also have a different idea of eternity than earthly people do. They understand by it an infinite state, not an infinite time. A few days earlier, Ulrich had accidentally come across this in a selection of the writings of Swedenborg he owned but had never read, and he had condensed it a little and copied down so much of it because he found it very pleasant to hear this old metaphysician and learned engineer who made no small impression on Goethe, and even on Kant, talking as confidently about heaven and the angels as if it were Stockholm and its inhabitants. It fit in so well with his own endeavor that the remaining differences, which were by no means insignificant, were brought into relief with uncanny clarity. It gave him great pleasure to seize on these differences and conjure forth in a new fashion from the more cautiously posited concepts of a later century the assertions dryly and hallucinatory in their premature self-certainty, but with the whimsical effect nevertheless of a seer. And so he wrote down what he had thought. Alternate draft versions. The following, our chapters, in corrected fair copy, are alternate versions of the preceding galley chapters. Alternates 47 and 4 joules have been omitted because the first differs in only minor details from Galley chapter 57, and the second closely parallels Galley chapter 4 joules. Musil was working on these during the last 2 years of his life, up to his sudden death on April 15, 1942. 49. Conversations on Love. Man, the speaking animal, is the only one that requires conversation even for his reproduction. And not only because he is always talking does he speak while that is going on too, but apparently his bliss in love is bound root and branch to his loquacity, and in so profoundly mysterious a fashion that it almost calls to mind those ancient sages according to whose philosophy God, man, and things arose from the logos, by which they variously understood a Holy Ghost, reason, and speaking. Now not even psychoanalysis and sociology have had anything of consequence to say about this, although both these modern sciences might well compete with Catholicism in intervening in everything human. So one must construct one's own explanation, that in love, conversations play an almost greater role than anything else. Love is the most garrulous of all emotions, and it consists largely of loquaciousness. If the person is young, These conversations that encompass everything are part of the phenomenon of growing up. If he is mature, they form his peacock's fan, which, even though it consists only of quills, unfolds the more vibrantly the later it happens. The reason might lie in the awakening of contemplative thinking through the emotions of love, and in its enduring connection with them, but this would only be putting off the problem for the moment, for even if the word contemplation is used almost as often as the word love, it is not any clearer. Whether, moreover, what bound Agatha and Ulrich together can be accused of being love or not is not to be decided on these grounds, although they spoke with each other insatiably. What they spoke about, too, turned round love, always and somehow, that is true. But what is true of every emotion is true of love, that its ardor expands more strongly in words the farther off action is, and what persuaded brother and sister, after the initial violent and obscure emotional experiences that had gone before, to give themselves over to conversations, and what seemed to them at times like a magic spell, was above all not knowing how they could act. But the timidity before their own emotions that was involved in this, and their curious penetration inward to this emotion from its periphery, sometimes caused these conversations to come out sounding more superficial than the depth that underlay them. Difficulties where they are not looked for. How do things stand with the example, as celebrated as it is happily experienced, of love between two so-called people of different sexes? It is a special case of the commandment to love thy neighbor without knowing what kind of person he is, and a test of the relationship that exists between love and reality. People make of each other the dolls with which they have already played in dreaming of love. And what the other thinks and really is has no influence on this at all. As long as one loves the other, and because one loves the other, everything is enchanting, but this is not true the other way around. Never has a woman loved a man because of his thoughts or opinions, or a man a woman on account of hers. These play only an important secondary role. Moreover, the same is true of thoughts as of anger. If one understands impartially what the other means, not only is anger disarmed, but most of the time, against its expectation, love as well. But, especially at the beginning, isn't what plays the major role being charmed by the concord of opinions? When the man hears the woman's voice, he hears himself being repeated by a marvelous submerged orchestra, and women are the most unconscious of ventriloquists, without its coming from their mouths. They hear themselves giving the cleverest answers. Each time it is like a small annunciation, a person emerges from the clouds at the side of another, and everything the one utters seems to the other a heavenly crown, custom fitted to his head. Later, of course, you feel like a drunk who has slept off his stupor. And then the deeds. Are not the deeds of love its loyalty, its sacrifices and attentions its most beautiful demonstration? But deeds, like all mute things, are ambiguous. If one thinks back on one's life as a dynamic chain of actions and events, it amounts to a play in which one has not noticed a single word of the dialogue and whose scenes have the same monotonous climaxes. So one does not love according to merit and reward, and in antiphony with the immortal spirits mortally in love. That one is not loved as one deserves is the sorrow of all old maids of both sexes. It was Agatha who gave this response. The uncannily beautiful where does it come from of love rose up from past loves in conjunction with the mild frenzy of injustice and even reconciled her to the lack of dignity and seriousness of which she sometimes complained because of her game with Professor Lindner, and which she was always ashamed of whenever she again found herself in Ulrich's vicinity. But Ulrich had begun the conversation, and in the course of it had become interested in pumping her for her memories, for her way of judging these delights was similar to his. She looked at him and laughed. Haven't you ever loved a person above everything, and despised yourself for it? I could say no, but I won't indignantly reject it out of hand, Ulrich said. It could have happened. Have you never loved a person, Agatha went on excitedly, despite the strangest conviction that this person, whether he has a beard or breasts, about whom you thought you knew everything and whom you esteem, and who talks incessantly about you and himself, is really only visiting love? You could leave out his thinking and his merits, give him a different destiny, furnish him with a different beard and different legs, you could almost leave him out, and you would still love him. That is, insofar as you love him at all. She added to soften it. Her voice had a deep resonance, with a restless glitter in its depths, as if from a fire. She sat down guiltily, because in her unintentional eagerness she had sprung up from her chair. Ulrich, too, felt somewhat guilty on account of this conversation, and smiled. He had not in the least intended to speak of love as one of those contemporary bifurcated emotions that the latest trend calls ambivalent, which amounts to saying that the soul, as is the case with swindlers, always winks with its left eye while pledging an oath with its right hand. He had only found it amusing that love, to arise and endure, does not depend on anything significant. That is, you love someone in spite of everything, and equally well on account of nothing, and that means either that the whole business is a fantasy or that this fantasy is the whole business, as the world is a hole in which no sparrow falls without the all-feeling one being aware of it. So it doesn't depend on anything at all. Agatha exclaimed by way of conclusion. Not on what a person is, not on what he thinks, not on what he wants, and not on what he does. It was clear to them that they were speaking of the security of the soul, or, since it might be well to avoid such a grand word, of the insecurity, which they using the term now with modest imprecision and in an overall sense felt in their souls. And that they were talking of love, in the course of which they reminded each other of its changeability and its art of metamorphosis, happened only because it is one of the most violent and distinctive emotions, and yet it is such a suspicious emotion before the stem throne of sovereign understanding that it causes even this understanding to waver. But here they had already found a beginning when they had scarcely begun strolling in the sunshine of loving one's neighbor, and mindful of the assertion that even in this gracious stupefaction you had no idea whether you really loved people, and whether you were loving real people, or whether, and by means of what qualities, you were being duped by a fantasy in the transformation. Ulrich showed himself assiduous in finding a verbal knot that would give him a handhold on the questionable relationship that exists between emotion and understanding, at least at the present moment and in the spirit of the idle conversation that had just died away. This always contains both contradictions. They form a four-horse team, he said. You love a person because you know him, and because you don't know him. And you understand him because you love him, and don't know him because you love him. And sometimes this reaches such a pitch that it suddenly becomes quite palpable. These are the notorious moments when Venus through Apollo, and Apollo through Venus, gaze at a hollow scarecrow and are mightily amazed that previously they had seen something else there. If love is stronger than this astonishment, a struggle arises between them, and sometimes love, albeit exhausted, despairing, and mortally wounded, emerges the victor. But if love is not so strong, it becomes a struggle between people who think themselves deceived. It comes to insults, crude intrusions of reality, incredible humiliations intended to make up for your having been the simpleton. He had experienced this stormy weather of love often enough to be able to describe it now quite comfortably. But Agav put an end to this. If you don't mind, I'd like to point out that these marital and extramarital affairs of honor are for the most part much overrated. She objected, and again tried to find a comfortable position. All love is overrated. The madman who in his derangement stabs with a knife and runs it through an innocent person who just happens to be standing where his hallucination is in love, he's normal. Ulrich declared, and laughed. Loving is not simple. A comfortable position and lackadaisical sunshine, which caresses without being importunate, facilitated these conversations. They were mostly conducted between two deck chairs that had been not so much moved into the protection and shade of the house as into the shaded light coming from the garden, its freedom modulated by the morning walls. One should not, of course, assume that the chairs were standing there because brother and sister stimulated by the sterility of their relationship, which in the ordinary sense was simply present but in a higher ANSA was perhaps threatening, might have had the intention of exchanging their opinions concerning the deceptive nature of love in Scopenharian Hindu fashion, and of defending themselves against the insane seductive workings of its drive to procreation by intellectually dismembering them. What dictated the choice of the half-shadowed, the protective, and the curiously withdrawn had a simpler explanation. The subject matter of the conversation was itself so constituted that in the infinite experience through which the notion of love first emerges distinctly, the most various associative pathways came to light, leading from one question to the next. Thus the two questions of how one loves the neighbor one does not know, and how one loves oneself, whom one knows even less, directed their curiosity to the question encompassing both, namely, how one loves at all, or, put differently, what love really is. At first glance this might seem rather precocious, and also an all too judicious question for a couple in love, but it gains in mental confusion as soon as one extends it to include millions of loving couples and their variety. These millions differ not only individually, which is their pride, but also according to their ways of acting, their object, and their relationship. There are times when one cannot speak of loving couples at all but can still speak of love, and other times, when one can talk of loving couples but not of love, in which case things proceed in rather more ordinary fashion. All in all, the word embraces as many contradictions as Sunday in a small country town, where the farm boys go to mass at 10 in the morning, visit the brothel in a side street at 11, and enter the tavern on the main square at noon to eat and drink. Is there any sense in trying to investigate such a word all the way around? But in using it one is acting unconsciously, as if despite all the differences there were some inherent common quality. Whether you love a walking stick or honor is 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, and it would not occur to anybody to name these things in the same breath if one weren't accustomed to so doing every day. Other kinds of games about things that are different and yet one and the same can be addressed with, loving the bottle, loving tobacco, and loving even worse poisons. Spinach and outdoor exercise. Sports or the mind. Truth. Wife, child, dog. Those only added to the list who spoke about God. Beauty, fatherland, and money. Nature, friend, profession, and life. Freedom. Success, power, justice, or simply the Tuesday one loves all these things. In short, there are almost as many things associated with love as there are ways of striving and speaking. But what are the distinctions, and what do these loves have in common? It might be useful to think of the word fork. There are eating forks, manure forks, tree branch forks, gun forks, road forks, and other forks, and what they all have in common is the shaping characteristic of forkness. This is the decisive experience. What is forked? The gestalt of the fork, in the most disparate things that are called by that name. If you proceed from these things, it turns out that they all belong to the same category. If you proceed from the initial imposition of forkness, it turns out that it is filled out and complemented by the impressions of the various specific forks. The common element is therefore a form or gestalt, and the differentiation lies first in the variety of forms it can assume, but then also in the objects having such a form, their purpose, and such things. But while every fork can be directly compared with every other, and is present to the senses, even if only in the form of a chalk line, or mentally, this is not the case with various shapes of love, and the entire usefulness of the example is limited to the question of whether here, too, corresponding to the forkness of forks, there is in all cases a decisive experience, a lovingness, a loving, and a lovekind. But love is not an object of sensory understanding that is to be grasped with a glance, or even with an emotion, but a moral event, in the way that premeditated murder, justice, or scorn is, and this means among other things that a multiply branching and variously supported chain of comparisons is possible among various examples of it, the more distant of which can be quite dissimilar to each other, indeed distinct from each other to the point of being opposite, and yet be connected through an association that echoes from one link to the next. Acting from love can thus go as far as hate, and yet the cause is not the much invoked ambivalence, the dichotomy of emotions, but precisely the full totality of life. Nevertheless, such a word might also have preceded the developing continuation of the conversation. For forks and other such innocent aids aside, sophisticated conversation knows nowadays how to handle the essence and nature of love without faltering, and yet to express itself as gripingly as if this kernel were concealed in all the various appearances of love the way forkness is contained in the manure fork or the salad fork. This leads one to say, and Ulrich and Agathe, too, could have been seduced into this by the general custom that the important thing in every kind of love is libido, or to say that it is eros. These two words do not have the same history, yet they are comparable, especially in the contemporary view. For when psychoanalysis, because an age that nowhere goes in for intellectual or spiritual depth is riveted to hear that it has a depth psychology, began to become an everyday philosophy and interrupted the middle class's lack of adventure, everything in sight was called libido, so that in the end one could as little say what this key and skeleton key idea was not as what it was. And much the same is true of eros, except that those who, with the greatest conviction, reduce all physical and spiritual worldly bonds to eros have regarded their eros the same way from the very beginning. It would be futile to translate libido as drive or desire, specifically sexual or pre-sexual drive or desire, or to translate eros, on the other hand, as spiritual, indeed suprasensory, tenderness. You would then have to add a specialized historical treatise. One's boredom with this makes ignorance a pleasure. But this is what determined in advance that the conversation conducted between two deck chairs did not take the direction indicated but found attraction and refreshment instead in the primitive and insufficient process of simply piling up as many examples as possible of what was called love and putting them side by side as in a game, indeed, to behave as ingenuously as possible and not despise even the least judicious examples. Comfortably chatting, they shared whatever examples occurred to them, and how they occurred to them, whether according to the emotion, according to the object it was directed at, or according to the action in which it expressed itself. But it was also an advantage first to take the procedure in hand and consider whether it merited the name of love in real or metaphorical terms, and to what extent. In this fashion many kinds of material from different areas were brought together. But spontaneously, the first thing they talked about was emotion, for the entire nature of love appears to be a process of feeling. All the more surprising is the response that emotion is the least part of love. For the completely inexperienced, it would be like sugar and toothache, not quite as sweet, and not quite as painful, and as restless as cattle plagued by horseflies. This comparison might not seem a masterpiece to anyone who is himself tormented by love, and yet the usual description is really not that much different, being torn by doubts and anxieties, pain and longing, and vague desires. Since olden times it seems that this description has not been able to specify the condition any more precisely. But this lack of emotional specificity is not characteristic only of love. Whether one is happy or sad is also not something one experiences as irrevocably and straightforwardly as one distinguishes smooth from rough, nor can other emotions be recognized any better purely by feeling or even touching them. For that reason an observation was appropriate at this point that they might have fleshed out as it deserved, on the unequal disposition and shaping of emotions. This was the term that Ulrich set out as its premise. He might also have said disposition, shaping, and consolidation. For he introduced it with the natural experience that every emotion involves a convincing certainty of itself that is obviously part of its nucleus, and he added that it must also be assumed, on equally general grounds, that the disparity of emotions began no less with this nucleus. You can hear this in his examples. Love for a friend has a different origin and different traits from love for a girl, love for a completely faded woman different ones from love for a saintly, reserved woman, and emotions such as, to remain with love, veneration, prurience, bondage, or the kinds of love and the kinds of antipathy that diverge even further from one another are already different in their very roots. If one allows both assumptions, then all emotions, from beginning to end, would have to be as solid and transparent as crystals. And yet no emotion is unmistakably what it appears to be, and neither self-observation nor the actions to which it gives rise provide any assurance about it. This distinction between the self-assurance and the uncertainty of emotions is surely not trifling. But if one observes the origin of the emotion in the context of its physiological as well as its social causes, this difference becomes quite natural. These causes awaken in general terms, as one might say, merely the kind of emotion, without determining it in detail, for corresponding to every drive and every external situation that sets it in motion is a whole bundle of emotions that might satisfy them. And whatever of this is initially present can be called the nucleus of the emotion that is still between being and non-being. If one wanted to describe this nucleus, however it might be constituted, one could not come up with anything more apt than that it is something that in the course of its development, and independently of a great deal that may or may not be relevant, will develop into the emotion it was intended to become. Thus every emotion has, besides its initial disposition, a destiny as well, and therefore, since what it later develops into is highly dependent on accruing conditions, there is no emotion that would unerringly be itself from the very beginning. Indeed, there is perhaps not even one that would indisputably and purely be an emotion. Put another way, it follows from this working together of disposition and shaping that in the field of the emotions what predominates are not their pure occurrence and its unequivocal fulfillment, but their progressive approximation and approximate fulfillment. Something similar is also true of everything that requires emotion in order to be understood. This was the end of the observation adduced by Ulrich, which contained approximately these explanations in this sequence. Hardly less brief and exaggerated than the assertion that emotion was the smallest part of love, it could also be said that because it was an emotion, it was not to be recognized by emotion. This, moreover, shed some light on the question of why he had called love a moral experience. The three chief shaping and consolidation were, however, the main cruxes connecting the ordered understanding of the phenomenon of emotions, at least according to a particular fundamental view, to which Ulrich not unwillingly turned whenever he had need of such an explanation. But at this stage, because working this out properly had made greater and more profound claims than he was willing to take upon himself, claims that led into the didactic sphere, he broke off what had been begun. The continuation reached out in two directions. According to the program of the conversation, it ought now to have been the turns of the object and the action of love to be discussed, in order to determine what it was in them that gave rise to their highly dissimilar man-life stations and to discover what, ultimately, love really is. This was why they had talked about the involvement of actions at the very beginning of the emotion in determining that emotion, which should be all the more repeatable in regard to what happened to it later. But Agatha asked an additional question. It might have been possible, and she had reasons, if not for distrust, at least to be afraid of it, that the explanation her brother had selected was really valid only for a weak emotion, or for an experience that wanted to have nothing to do with strong ones. Ulrich replied, not in the least. It is precisely when it is at its strongest that an emotion is most secure. In the greatest panic, one is paralyzed or screams instead of fleeing or defending oneself. In the greatest happiness there is often a peculiar pain. Great eagerness, too, can only harm, as one says. And in general it can be maintained that at the highest pitch of feeling the emotions fade and disappear as in a dazzling light. It may be that the entire world of emotions that we know is designed for only a middling kind of life and ceases at the highest stages, just as it does not begin at the lowest. An indirect part of this, too, is what you experience when you observe your feelings, especially when you examine them closely. They become indistinct and are hard to distinguish. But what they lose in clarity of strength they need to gain, at least to some degree, through clarity of attentiveness, and they don't do even that. This was Ulrich's reply, and this obliteration of the emotion juxtaposed in self-observation and in its ultimate arousal was not accidental. For in both conditions action is excluded or disturbed, and because the connection between feeling and acting is so close that many consider them a unit, it is not without significance that the two examples are complementary. But what he avoided saying was precisely what they both knew about it from their own experience, that in actuality a condition of mental effacement and physical helplessness can be combined with the highest stage of the emotion of love. This made him turn the conversation with some violence away from the significance that acting has for feeling, apparently with the intention of again bringing up the division of love according to objects. At first glance, this rather whimsical possibility also seemed better suited to bringing order to ambiguity. For if, to begin with an example, it is blasphemy to label love of God with the same word as love of fishing, this doubtless lies in the differences between the objects this love is aimed at, and the significance of the object can likewise be measured by other examples. What makes the enormous difference in this relationship of loving something is therefore not so much the love as rather the something. Thus there are objects that make love rich and happy, others that make it poor and sickly, as if it were due entirely to them. There are objects that must requite the love if it is to develop all its power and character, and there are others in which any similar demand would be meaningless from the outset. This decisively separates the connection to living beings from the connection to inanimate things, but, even inanimate, the object is the proper adversary of love, and its qualities influence those of love. The more disproportionate in value this adversary is, the more distorted, not to say passionately twisted, love itself becomes. Compare, Ulrich admonished, the healthy love of young people for each other with the ridiculously exaggerated love of the lonely person for a dog, cat, or dicky bird. Observe the passion between man and wife fade away, or become a nuisance like a rejected beggar, if it is not requited, or not fully requited. Don't forget, either, that in unequal associations, such as those between parents and children, or masters and servants, between a man and the object of his ambition or his vice, the relationship of requited love is the most uncertain, and without exception the fatal element. Wherever the governing natural exchange between the condition of love and its adversary is imperfect, love degenerates like unhealthy tissue. This idea seemed to have something special that attracted him. Ulrich would have expounded on it at length and with numerous examples, But while he was still thinking these over, something unanticipated, which quickened his intended line of thought with expectation like a pleasant fragrance coming across fields, appeared to direct his reflections almost inadvertently toward what in painting is called still life or, according to the contrary but just as fitting procedure of a foreign language, nature morti. It is somehow ridiculous for a person to prize a well-painted lobster, Ulrich continued without transition, highly polished grapes, and a hare strung up by the legs, always with a pheasant nearby, for human appetite is ridiculous, and painted appetite is even more ridiculous than natural appetite. They both had a feeling that this association reached back in more profound ways than were evident, and belonged to the continuation of what they had omitted to say about themselves. For in real still life objects, animals, plants, landscapes, and human bodies conjured up within the sphere of art something other than what they depict comes out, namely, the mysterious, demoniacal quality of painted life. There are famous pictures of this kind. So both knew what they were talking about. It would, however, be better to speak not of specific pictures but of a kind of picture, which, moreover, does not attract imitators but arises without rules from a flourish of creative activity. Agathe wanted to know how this could be recognized. Ulrich gave a sign refusing to indicate any definitive trait, but said slowly, smiling and without hesitation, the exciting, vague, infinite echo. And Agathe understood him. Somehow one a middle dot has the feeling of being on a beach. Small insects hum. The air bears 100 meadow scents. Thoughts and feelings stroll busily hand in hand. But before one's eyes lies the unanswering desert of the sea, and what is important on the shore loses itself in the monotonous motion of the endless view. She was thinking how all true still lifes can arouse this happy, insatiable sadness. The longer you look at them, the clearer it becomes that the things they depict seem to stand on the colorful shore of life, their eyes filled with monstrous things, their tongues paralyzed. Ulrich responded with another paraphrase. All still lifes really paint the world of the sixth day of creation, when God and the world were still by themselves, with no people. And to his sister's questioning smile he said, so what they arouse in people would probably be jealousy, secret inquisitiveness, and grief. That was almost an aperua and not a bad one. He noted it with displeasure, for he was not fond of these ideas machined like bullets and hastily gilded. But he did nothing to correct it, nor did he ask his sister to do so. For the strange resemblance to their own life was an obstacle that kept both of them from adequately expressing themselves about the uncanny art of the still life or nature morti. This resemblance played a great role in their lives. Without it being necessary to repeat in detail something reaching back to the shared memories of childhood that had been reawakened at their reunion and since then had given a strange cast to all their experiences and most of their conversations, it cannot be passed over in silence that the anesthetized trace of the still life was always to be felt in it. Spontaneously, therefore, and without accepting anything specific that might have guided them, they were led to turn their curiosity toward everything that might be akin to the nature of the still life, and something like the following exchange of words resulted, charging the conversation once more like a flywheel and giving it new energy. Having to beg for something before an imperturbable countenance that grants no response drives a person into a frenzy of despair, attack, on worthlessness. On the other hand, it is equally unnerving, but unspeakably beautiful, to kneel before an immovable countenance from which life was extinguished a few hours before, leaving behind an aura like a sunset. This second example is even a commonplace of the emotions, if ever anything could be said to be. The world speaks of the consecration and dignity of death. The poetic theme of the beloved on his bier has existed for hundreds, if not thousands of years. There is a whole body of related, especially lyric, poetry of death. This obviously has something adolescent about it. Who imagines that death bestows upon him the noblest of beloveds for his very own? The person who lacks the courage or the possibility of having a living one. A short line leads from this poetic immaturity to the horrors of conjuring up spirits and the dead. A second line leads to the abomination of actual necrophilia, perhaps a third to the pathological opposites of exhibitionism and coercion by violence. These comparisons may be strange, and in part they are extremely unappetizing. But if one does not allow oneself to be deterred but considers them from, as it were, a medical psychological viewpoint, there is one element they all have in common, an impossibility, an inability, an absence of natural courage or the courage for a natural life. They also supply the truth should one already be embarked on daring comparisons that silence, fainting, and every kind of incompleteness in the adversary is connected with the effect of mental exhaustion. What is especially repeated in this way, as was mentioned before, is that an adversary who is not on the same level distorts love. It is only necessary to add that it is not infrequently a distorted attitude of the emotion that bids it make a choice at all. And inversely, it would be the responding, living, acting partner who determines the emotions and keeps them in order, without which they degenerate into shadowboxing. But isn't the strange charm of the still life shadowboxing too? Indeed, almost an ethereal necrophilia. And yet there is also a similar shadowboxing in the glances of happy lovers as an expression of their highest feelings. They look into each other's eyes, can't tear themselves away, and pine in an infinite emotion that stretches like rubber. This was more or less how the exchange of words had begun, but at this point its thread was pretty much left hanging, and for quite a while before it was picked up again. For they had both really looked at each other, and this had caused them to lapse into silence. But if an observation is called for to explain this, and if it is necessary to justify such conversations once again and express their sense, perhaps this much could be said, which at this moment Ulrich understandably left as an unspoken idea, that loving was by no means as simple as nature would have us believe by bestowing on every bungler among her creatures the necessary tools. Breaths of a summer day. The sun, meanwhile, had risen higher. They had abandoned the chairs like stranded boats in the shallow shade near the house and were lying on the lawn in the garden, beneath the full depth of the summer day. They had been like this for quite some time, and although the circumstances had changed, this change hardly entered their consciousness. Not even the cessation of the conversation had accomplished this. It was left hanging, without a trace of a rift. A noiseless, streaming snowfall of lustreless blossoms, emanating from a group of trees whose flowering was done, hovered through the sunshine, and the breath that bore it was so gentle that not a leaf stirred. It cast no shadow on the green of the lawn, but this green seemed to darken from within like an eye. Extravagantly leaved by the young summer, the tender trees and bushes standing at the sides or forming the backdrop gave the impression of being amazed spectators who, surprised and spellbound in their gay attire, were participating in this funeral procession and celebration of nature. Spring and fall, speech and nature's silence, and the magic of life and death too, mingled in this picture. Hearts seemed to stop, removed from their breasts to join the silent procession through the air. My heart was taken from out my breast, a mystic had said. Agatha remembered it. She knew, too, that she herself had read this saying to Ulrich from one of his books. That had happened here in the garden, not far from the place where they were now. The recollection took shape. Other maxims too that she had recalled to his mind occurred to her. Are you it, or are you not it? I know not where I am, nor do I wish to know. I have transcended all my abilities but for the dark power. I am in love, and know not in whom. My heart is full of love and empty of love at the same time. Thus echoed in her again the laments of the mystics, into whose hearts God had penetrated as deeply as a thorn that no fingertips can grasp. She had read many such holy laments aloud to Ulrich at that time. Perhaps their rendering now was not exact. Memory behaves rather dictatorially with what it wishes to hear, but she understood what was meant, and made a resolve. As it now appeared at this moment of flowery procession, the garden had also once looked mysteriously abandoned and animated at the very hour when the mystical confession Ulrich had in his library had fallen into her hands. Time stood still, 1,000 years weighed as lightly as the opening and closing of an eye. She had attained the millennium. Perhaps God was even allowing his presence to be felt. And while she felt these things one after the other, although time was not supposed to exist any more, and while her brother, so that she should not suffer anxiety during this dream, was beside her, although space did not seem to exist any longer either, despite these contradictions, the world seemed filled with transfiguration in all its parts. What she had experienced since could not strike her as other than conversationally temperate by comparison with what had gone before, but what an expansion and reinforcement it gave to these later things as well, although it had lost the near-body heat warmth of the immediacy of the first inspiration. Under these circumstances Agatha decided to approach with deliberation the delight that had formerly, in an almost dreamlike way, befallen her in this garden. She did not know why she associated it with the name of the millennium. It was a word bright with feeling and almost as palpable as an object, yet it remained opaque to the understanding. That was why she could regard the idea as if the millennium could come to pass at any moment. It is also called the Empire of Love. Agatha knew the two, but only then did it occur to her that both names had been handed down since biblical times and signified the kingdom of God on earth, whose imminent arrival they indicated in a completely real sense. Moreover, Ulrich too, without on that account believing in the scriptures, sometimes employed these words as casually as his sister, and so she was not at all surprised that she seemed to know exactly how one should behave in the millennium. You must keep quite still, her inspiration told her. You cannot leave room for any kind of desire, not even the desire to question. You must also shed the judiciousness with which you perform tasks. You must deprive the mind of all tools and not allow it to be used as a tool. Knowledge is to be discarded by the mind, and willing, you must cast off reality and a longing to turn to it. You must keep to yourself until head, heart, and limbs are nothing but silence. But if, in this way, you attain the highest selflessness, then finally outer and inner will touch each other as if a wedge that had split the world had popped out. Perhaps this had not been premeditated in any clear way. But it seemed to her that if firmly willed, it must be attainable, and she pulled herself together as if she were trying to feign death. But it quickly proved as impossible to completely silence the impulses of thought, senses, and will as it had been in childhood not to commit any sins between confession and communion, and after a few efforts she completely abandoned the attempt. In the process, she discovered that she was only superficially holding fast to her purpose, and that her attention had long since slipped away. At the moment, it was occupied with a quite remote problem, a little monster of disaffection. She asked herself in the most foolish way, reveling in the very foolishness of it, was I really ever violent, mean, hateful, and unhappy? A man without a name came to mind. His name missing because she bore it herself and had carried it away with her. Whenever she thought of him, she felt her name like a scar, but she no longer harbored any hatred for Hagar, and now repeated her question with the somewhat melancholy obstinacy with which one gazes after a wave that has ebbed away. Where had the desire come from to do him mortal harm? She had almost lost it in her distraction, and appeared to think it was still to be found somewhere nearby. Moreover, Undna might really be seen as a substitution for this desire for hostility. She asked herself this, too, and thought of him fleetingly. Perhaps she found other things that had happened to her astonishing, young people always being more disposed to be surprised at how much they have already had to feel than older people, who have become accustomed to the changeability of life's passions and circumstances, like changes in the weather. But what could have so affected Agatha as this, that in the very moment of sudden change in her life, as its passions and conditions took flight, the stone-clear sky reached again into the marvelous river of emotions in which ignorant youth sees its reflection as both natural and sublime, and lifted from it enigmatically that state out of which she had just awakened. So her thoughts were still under the spell of the procession of flowers and death. They were, however, no longer moving with it to its rhythms of mute solemnity, agathously inking flittingly, as it might be called, in contrast to the frame of mind in which life lasts 1,000 years without a wing beating. This difference between two frames of mind was quite clear to her, and she recognized with some amazement how often just this difference, or something closely related to it, had already been touched on in her conversations with Ulrich. Involuntarily she turned toward him and, without losing sight of the spectacle unfolding around them, took a deep breath and asked, "Doesn't it seem to you, too, that in a moment like this, everything else seems feeble by comparison?" These few words dispersed the cloudy weight of silence and memory. For Ulrich, too, had been looking at the foam of blossoms sweeping by on their aimless journey, and because his thoughts and memories were tuned to the same string as those of his sister, he needed no further introduction to be told what would answer even her unspoken thoughts. He slowly stretched and replied, "I've been wanting to tell you something for a long time, even in the state when we were speaking of the meaning of still lifes, and every day, really, even if it doesn't hit the center of the target. There are, to draw the contrast sharply, two ways of living passionately, and two sorts of passionate people. In one case, you let out a howl of rage or misery or enthusiasm each time like a child, and get rid of your feelings in a trivial swirl of vertigo. In that case, and it is the usual one, emotion is ultimately the everyday intermediary of everyday life, and the more violent and easily aroused it is, the more this kind of life is reminiscent of the restlessness in a cage of wild animals at feeding time, when the meat has carried past the bars, and the satiated fatigue that follows. Don't you think? The other way of being passionate and acting is this: you hold to yourself and give no impetus whatever to the action toward which every emotion is straining. In this case, life becomes like a somewhat ghostly dream in which the emotions rise to the treetops, to the peaks of towers, to the apex of the sky. It's more than likely that that's what we were thinking of when we were pretending to discuss paintings and nothing but paintings." Agatha propped herself up, curious. "Didn't you once say," she asked, "that there are two fundamentally different possibilities for living and that they resemble different registers of emotion? One would be worldly emotion, which never finds peace or fulfillment, the other. I don't know whether you gave it a name, but it would probably have to be the emotion of a mystical feeling that resonates constantly but never achieves full reality." Although she spoke hesitantly, she had raced ahead too quickly, and finished with some embarrassment. But Ulrich recognized quite well what he seemed to have said. He swallowed as if he had something too hot in his mouth, and attempted a smile. He said, "If that's what I meant, I'll have to express myself less pretentiously now. So I'll simply use a familiar example and call the two kinds of passionate existence the appetitive and, as its counterpart, the non-appetitive, even if it sounds awkward. For in every person there is a hunger, and it behaves like a greedy animal, yet it is not a hunger but something ripening sweetly, like grapes in the autumn sun, free from greed and satiety. Indeed, in every one of his emotions, the one is like the other. In other words, a vegetable, perhaps even a vegetarian disposition alongside the animal one." There was a trace of amusement and teasing in this question of Agatha's. "Almost," Ulrich replied. "Perhaps the animalistic and the vegetative, understood as the basic opposition of desires, would even strike a philosopher as the most profound discovery. But would it make me want to be one? All I would venture is simply what I have said, and especially what I said last, that both kinds of passionate being have a model, perhaps even their origin, in every emotion. These two aspects can be distinguished in every emotion," he continued. But oddly, he then went on to speak only of what he understood by the appetitive. It urges to action, to motion, to enjoyment. Through its effect, emotion is transformed into a work, or into an idea and conviction, or into a disappointment. All these are ways in which it discharges, but they can also be forms of recharging, for in this manner the emotion changes, uses itself up, dissipates in its success and comes to an end, or it encapsulates itself in this success and transforms its vital energy into stored energy that gives up the vital energy later, and occasionally often with multiple interest. And doesn't this explain that the energetic activity of our everyday feelings and its feebleness, which you were so pleasantly sighing about, don't make any great difference to us, even if it is a profound difference? You may be all too right. Agatha agreed. My God, this entire work of the emotions, its worldly wealth, this wanting and rejoicing, activity and unfaithfulness, all only because of the existence of this drive. Including everything you experience and forget, think and passionately desire, and yet forget again. It's as beautiful as a tree full of apples of every color, but it's also formlessly monotonous, like a fairy thing that ripens and falls the same way each year. Ulrich nodded at his sister's answer, which exuded a breath of impetuousness and renunciation. The world has the appetitive part of the emotions to thank for all its works and all beauty and progress, but also all the unrest, and ultimately all its senseless running around. He corroborated. Do you know, by the way, that appetitive means simply the share that our innate drives have in every motion? Therefore, he added, what we have said is that it is the drives that the world has to thank for beauty and progress. And its chaotic restlessness, Agatha echoed. Usually that's exactly what one says, so it seems to me useful not to ignore the other. For that man should thank for his progress precisely what really belongs on the level of the animal is, at the very least, unexpected. He smiled as he said this. He, too, had propped himself up on his elbow, and he turned completely toward his sister, as if he wished to enlighten her, but he went on speaking hesitantly, like a person who first wants to be instructed by the words he is searching for. You were right to speak of an animalistic disposition, he said. Doubtless there are at its core the same few instincts as the animal has. This is quite clear in the major emotions, in hunger, anger, joy, willfulness, or love. The soul's veil barely covers the most naked desire. It seemed that he wanted to continue in the same vein. But although the conversation which had issued from a dream of nature, the sight of the parade of blossoms that still seemed to be drifting through the middle of their minds with a peculiar uneventfulness did not permit any misconstruing of the fateful question of the relation of brother and sister to each other, it was rather that from beginning to end the conversation was under the influence of this idea and dominated by the surreptitious notion of a happening without anything happening, and took place in a mood of gentle affliction, although this was the way it was. Finally the conversation had led to the opposite of such a pervasive idea and its emotional mood, to the point where Ulrich could not avoid emphasizing the constructive activity of strong drives alongside their disturbing activity. Such a clear indication of the drives, including the instinctive, and of the active person in general, for it signified that two might well be part of an Occidental, Western, Faustian life feeling, as it was called in the language of books, in contrast to everything that, according to the same self-fertilizing language, was supposed to be Oriental or Asiatic. He recalled these patronizing vogue words. But it was not his or his sister's intention, nor would it have been in keeping with their habits, to give a misleading significance to an experience that moved them deeply by employing such adventitious, poorly grounded notions. Rather, everything they discussed with each other was meant as true and real, even if it may have arisen from walking on clouds. That was why Ulrich had found it amusing to substitute an explanation of a scientific kind for the caressing fog of the emotions, and in truth he did so just because even if it appeared to abet the Faustian, the mind faithful to nature promised to exclude everything that was excessively fanciful. At least he had sketched out the basis for such an explanation. It was, of course, rather stranger that he had done so only for what he had labelled the appetitive aspect of emotions, but quite ignored how he could apply an analogous idea to the non-appetitive aspect, although at the beginning he had certainly considered them to be of equal importance. This did not come about without a reason. Whether the psychological and biological analysis of this aspect of emotion seemed harder to him, or whether he considered it in toto only a bothersome aid, both might have been the case. What chiefly influenced him was something else, of which he had, moreover, shown a glimpse since the moment when Agatha's sigh had betrayed the painful yet joyous opposition between the past restless passions of life and the apparently imperishable ones that were at home in the timeless stillness under the stream of blossoms. For to repeat what he had already repeated in various ways, not only are two dispositions discernible in every single emotion, through which, and in its own fashion, the emotion can be fleshed out to the point of passion, but there are also two sorts of people, or different periods of destiny within each person, which differ in that one or the other disposition predominates. He saw a great distinction here. People of the one sort, as already mentioned, reach out briskly for everything and set about everything. They rush over obstacles like a torrent, or foam into a new course. Their passions are strong and constantly changing, and the result is a strongly segmented career that leaves nothing behind but its own stormy passage. This was the sort of person Ulrich had had in mind with the concept of the appetitive when he had wanted to make it one major notion of the passionate life. For the other sort of person is, in contrast to this, nothing less than the corresponding opposite of the first kind. The second is timid, pensive, vague, has a hard time making up its mind, is full of dreams and longings, and internalized in its passion. Sometimes in ideas they were not now discussing, Ulrich also called this sort of person contemplative, a word that is ordinarily used in another sense and that perhaps has merely the tepid meaning of thoughtful, but for him it had more than this ordinary meaning, was indeed equivalent to the previously mentioned Oriental, non-Faustian. Perhaps a major distinction in life was marked in this contemplative aspect, and especially in conjunction with the appetitive as its opposite. This attracted Ulrich more vitally than a didactic rule. But it was also a satisfaction to him, this elementary possibility of explanation, that all such highly composite and demanding notions of life could be reduced to a dual classification found in every emotion. Of course it was also clear to him that both sorts of people under discussion could signify nothing other than a man without qualities, in contrast to one who has every quality that a man can show. The one sort could also be called a nihilist, who dreams of God's dreams, in opposition to the activist, who in his impatient mode of conduct is, however, also a kind of God dreamer and nothing less than a realist, who bestirs himself, clear about the world and active in it. Why, then, aren't we realists? Ulrich asked himself. Neither of them was, neither he nor she. Their ideas and their conduct had long left no doubt of that, but they were nihilists and activists, sometimes one and sometimes the other, whichever happened to come up. Further sketches a mentality directed toward the significant, and the beginning of a conversation on the subject. If you speak of the double-sided and disorderly way the human being is constituted, The assumption is that you think you can come up with a better one. A person who is a believer can do that, but Ulrich was not a believer. On the contrary, he suspected faith of inclining to the over-hasty, and whether the content of this spiritual attitude was an earthly inspiration or a super-earthly notion, even as a mechanism for the forward movement of the soul, it reminded him of the impotent attempts of the domestic chicken to fly. Only Agatha caused him to make an exception. He claimed to envy in her that she was able to believe precipitately and with ardor, and he sometimes felt the femininity of her lack of rational discretion as physically as he did one of those other sexual differentiations, knowledge of which rouses a dazzling bliss. He forgave her this unpredictability even when it really seemed to him unforgivable, as in her association with the ridiculous person of Professor Lindner, about whom there was much that his sister did not tell him. He felt the reticence of her bodily warmth beside him and was reminded of a passionate assertion which had it that no person is beautiful or ugly, good or bad, significant or soul-destroying in himself, but his value always depends on whether one believes in him or is skeptical of him. That was an extravagant observation, full of magnanimity but also undermined by vagueness, which allowed all sorts of inferences, and the hidden question of whether this observation was not ultimately traceable to the billy goat of credulity. This fellow Lindner, of whom he knew little more than his shadow, caused a wave to eddy up jealously in the rapid underground river of his thoughts. But Ulrich thought about this. He could not recall whether it had been Agatha who had made this observation or he himself. The one seemed as possible as the other. As a result of this heady confusion, the wave of jealousy ebbed over all spiritual and physical distinctions in a delicate foam, and he would have liked to voice what his real reservations were about every predisposition to faith. To believe something and to believe in something are spiritual conditions that derive their power from another condition, which they make use of or squander, but this other condition not only was, as seemed most obvious, the solid condition of knowledge but could, on the contrary, be an even more ephemeral state than that of faith itself, and that everything that moved his sister and him pointed precisely in this direction urged Ulrich to speak out, but his ideas were still far from the prospect of pledging himself to it, and therefore he said nothing, but rather changed the subject before he reached that point. Even a man of genius bears within himself a standard that could empower him to the judgment that in some totally inexplicable fashion things in the world go backward as well as forward, but who is such a man? Originally Ulrich had not had the slightest desire to think about it, but the problem would not let him go. He had no idea why. One must separate genius in general from genius as an individual superlative, he began, but still had not found the right expression. I sometimes used to think that the only two important species of humans were the geniuses and the blockheads, which don't intermingle very well. But people of the species genius, or people of genius, don't act to ally need to be geniuses. The genius one gapes at is actually born in the marketplace of the vanities, his splendor is radiated in the mirrors of the stupidity that surround him, it is always connected with something that bestows on it one merit the more, like money or medals. No matter how great his deserts, his appearance is really that of stuffed genius. Agatha interrupted him, curious about the other. Fine, but genius itself? If you pull out of the stuffed scarecrow what is just straw, it would probably have to be what's left, Ulrich said, but then bethought himself and added distrustfully, "Till never really know what genius is, or who should decide." A senate of wise men. Agatha said, smiling. She knew her brother's often quite idiosyncratic way of thinking, he had plagued her with it in many conversations. Her words were meant to remind him rather hypocritically of the famous demand of philosophy, which had not been followed in 2000 years, that the governance of the world ought to be entrusted to an academy of the wisest men. Ulrich nodded. That goes back to Plato. And if it could have been brought about, presumably a Platonist would have followed him as leader of the reigning spirit until one day God knows why the Platonists would have been seen as the true philosophers. That's the way it is, too, with what passes for genius. And what would the Platonists have made of the Platonists? And before that the Platonists of them, if not what every truth does with error, mercilessly rooted out. God proceeded cautiously when he directed that an elephant bring forth only another elephant, and a cat, but a philosopher produces a blind adherent and a counter-philosopher. So God himself had to decide what genius was. Agatha exclaimed impatiently, not without feeling a soft, proud shudder at this idea and awareness of its precipitate/childish/vehemence. I fear it bores him, Ulrich said. At least the Christian God. He's out for hearts, without caring whether they have a lot of understanding or a little. Moreover, I believe that there's a lot to be said for the Church's contempt for the genius of laymen. Agatha waited a bit, then she simply replied, you used to have a different opinion. I could answer you that the heathen belief that all ideas that move people rested beforehand in the divine spirit must have been quite beautiful, but it's hard to think of divine emanations, since among the things that mean a lot to us there are ideas called gun cotton or tires, Ulrich countered at once. But then he seemed to waver and to have grown tired of this jocular tone, and suddenly he revealed to his sister what she wanted to know. He said, I have always believed, and almost as if it's my nature to, that the spirit, because one feels its power in oneself, also imposes the obligation to make it carry weight in the world. I have believed that to live meaningfully is the only reward, and have wanted never to do anything that was indifferent. And the consequence of this for culture in general may seem an arrogant distortion but is unavoidably this, only genius is bearable, and average people have to be squeezed to either produce it or allow it to prevail. Mixed in with the thous and other things, something of this is also part of the general persuasion. It's really humiliating for me to have to respond that I never could say what genius was, and don't know now either, although just now I indicated casually that I would ascribe this quality less to a particular individual than to a human modality. He didn't seem to mean it so seriously, and Agatha carefully kept the conversation going when he fell silent. "Don't you yourself find it pretty easy to speak of an acrobat with genius?" she asked. "It seems that today the difficult, the unusual, and whatever is especially successful ordinarily figure in the notion. It began with singers, and if a singer who sings higher than the rest is called a genius, why not someone who jumps higher? By this reasoning you end up with the genius of a pointing dog, and people consider men who won't let themselves be intimidated by anything to be more worthy than a man who can tear his vocal cords out of his throat. Evidently, what's vague here is a twofold use of language, aside from the genius of success, which can be made to cover everything, so that even the stupidest joke can be, in its fashion, a work of genius. There is also the sublimity, dignity, or significance of what succeeds, in other words, some kind of ranking of genius. A cheerful expression had replaced the seriousness in Ulrich's eyes, so that Agatha asked what came next, which he seems to be suppressing. "It occurs to me that I once discussed the question of genius with our friend Stumm," Ulrich related, "and he insisted on the usefulness of distinguishing between a military and a civilian notion of genius. But to grasp this distinction, I'll probably have to tell you something about the world of the imperial and royal military. The companies of engineers (a) since he went on, are there to build fortifications and for similar work, and are made up of soldiers and subalterns and officers who don't have any particular future unless they pass a higher engineer/genius course, after which they land on the engineering/genius staff. So in the military, the engineer/genius staffer stands above the engineer/genius, says Stumm on board. And at the very top, of course, there is the general staff, because that is absolutely the cleverest thing God has done." So although Stumm always enjoys playing the anti-militarist, he tried to convince me that the proper usage of genius can really be found only in the military and is graded in steps, while all civilian chatter about genius is regrettably lacking in such order. And the way he twists everything so that you really see to the bottom of truth, it wouldn't be at all a bad idea for us to follow his primer. But what Ulrich added to this concerning the dissimilar notions of genius was aimed less at the highest degree of genius than at its basic form, the significant, whose doubtfulness seemed to him more painful and confusing. It seemed to him easier to arrive at a judgment about what a sense the German genie means both genius and engineer. Trans was exceptionally significant than about the significant in general. The first is merely a step beyond something whose value is already unquestioned, that is, something which is always grounded in a more or less traditional order of spiritual values. The latter, on the other hand, calls for taking the first step into an indefinite and infinite space, which offers almost no prospect of allowing a cogent distinction to be made between what is significant and what is not. So it is natural for language instead to have stuck with the genius of degree and success rather than with the genius value of what succeeds, yet it is also understandable that the custom that has developed of calling any aptitude that is hard to imitate genius is connected with a bad conscience, and of course none other than that of a dropped task or a forgotten duty. This scandalized the two of them in a joking and incidental way, but they went on speaking seriously. "This is clearest," Ulrich said to his sister, "when, although it mostly happens only by accident, one becomes conscious of an external sign to which scant attention is paid, namely, our habit of pronouncing the noun genie and its adjective, genial, differently, and not in a way to indicate that the adjective derives from the noun. As happens to everyone who is made aware of a practice to which scant attention is paid, Agatha was somewhat surprised. After my conversation with Stumm that time, I looked it up in Grimm's dictionary, Ulrich offered by way of excuse. The military word genie, in other words, the engineering soldier, came to us, of course, like many military expressions, from the French. In French, the art of the engineer is called le génie, and connected with it is Gene Corps, and du génie, and école du génie, as well as the English engine, the French engine, and the Italian ingegno macchina, the artful tool. The whole clan goes back to the late Latin ingenium, whose hard G became in its travels a soft G and whose fundamental connotation is dexterity and inventiveness, a summation, like the now rather old and creaky exposition, arts and crafts, with which official communications and inscriptions still sometimes bless us. From there a decayed path also leads to the soccer player of genius, indeed even to the hunting dog of genius or the steeplechase horse of genius, but it would be consistent to pronounce adjective and noun the same way. For there is a second genie and genial, whose meaning is likewise to be found in every language and does not derive from genium but from genius, the more than human, or at least, in reverence for mind and spirit, the culmination of what is human. I hardly need point out that for centuries these two meanings have been dreadfully confused and mixed up everywhere, in language as in life, and not only in German, but, characteristically, in German most of all, so that not being able to keep genius and ingenious apart can be called a particularly German problem. Moreover, it has in German a history that in one place affects me greatly. Agatha had followed this extended explanation, as is usual in such cases, with some mistrust and readiness for boredom, while waiting for a turn that would free her from this uncertainty. "Would you consider me a linguistic grouch if I were to propose that from now on we both start using the expression enspiriting?" Ulrich asked. A smile and a movement of her head spontaneously indicated his sister's resistance to this archaic term, which has fallen out of use and now bears the scent of old trunks and costumes. It is an archaic word, Ulrich admitted, but this would be a good occasion to use it. And as I said, I did read up on it. If it doesn't bother you to do this in the street, let me have a look at what else I can tell you about it. With a smile, he pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and deciphered various notes he had made in pencil. Goethe, he announced. Here I saw regret and penitence pushed to caricature, and because all passion replaces genius, really inspiriting. In another place, your inspiriting composure often advanced to meet me with magnificent enthusiasm. Wieland, the fruits of inspiriting hours. Hölderlin, the Greeks are still a beautiful, inspiriting, and happy people. And you'll find a similar inspiriting in Schleiermacher, in his earlier years. But already with Emmermann you find inspired economy and inspired debauchery. So that you already have the disconcerting transformation of the notion into the amidal kettle patching and slovenly, which is how inspired is understood today. He turned the piece of paper this way and that, stuck it back in his pocket, and then took it out once more for assistance. But its prehistory and preconditions are found earlier, he added. Kant was already criticizing the fashionable tone of a genius-like freedom in thinking and speaks with annoyance of genius men and genius apes. What annoyed him so much is a respectable piece of German intellectual history. For before him as well as after him people in Germany talked, partly ecstatically, partly disapprovingly, of genius surge, genius fever, storm of genius, leaps of genius, calls of genius, and screams of genius, and even philosophy's fingernails were not always clean, least of all when it believed it could suck the independent truth from its fingers. And how does Kant decide what a genius is? Agatha asked. All she associated with his famous name was that she remembered having heard that he surpassed everything. What he emphasized in the nature of genius was the creative element and originality, the spirit of originality, which has remained extraordinarily influential up to the present day, Ulrich replied. Goethe later was relying on Kant when he defined the geniative with the words, to have many objects present and easily relate the most remote ones to each other, this free of egotism and self-complacency. But that's a view that was very much designed for the achievements of reason, and it leads to the rather gymnastic conception of genius we have succumbed to. Agatha asked with laughing disbelief, so now do you know what genius and geniative are? Ulrich took the joshing with a shrug of his shoulders. Anyway, we've found that among Germans, if we don't see the strictly Kantian spirit of originality, we feel that eccentric and conspicuous behavior indicates genius, he said. 49. General von Stumm on genius. The conversation with Stumm that Ulrich mentioned had occurred at a chance meeting and had been brief. The general seemed worried. He did not indicate why, but he began to grumble over the nonsense that in civilian life there were so many geniuses. What is a genius, really? He asked. No one has ever called a general a genius. Except Napoleon, Ulrich interjected. Maybe him, Stumm admitted. But that appears to happen more because his whole evolution was paradoxical. Ulrich didn't know what to say to this. At your cousin's, I had lots of opportunity to meet people who are designated as geniuses, Stumm declared pensively, and went on. I believe I can tell you what a genius is, a person who not only enjoys great success but also, in some sense, has to get hold of his subject backward. And Stumm immediately expounded on this, using the great examples of psychoanalysis and the theory of relativity. In the old days it was also often true that you didn't know something, he began in his characteristic fashion. But you didn't think anything of it, and if it didn't happen during an examination it didn't harm anyone. But suddenly this was turned into the so-called unconscious, and now everyone's unconscious is the size of all the things he doesn't know, and it's much more important to know why you don't know something than what it is you don't know. Humanly speaking, this has, as one says, turned things topsy-turvy, and it's apparently a lot simpler too. Since Ulrich still did not react, Stumm went on, but the man who invented that also established the following law. You will remember that in the regiment one used to admonish the younger men when there had been too much barnyard talk by telling them, don't say it, just do it. And what's the opposite of that? In some sense, the challenge. If, because you're a civilized human being, you can't do what you want, at least talk it over with a learned man, for he will convince you that everything that exists rests on something that ought not to exist. Of course I can't judge this from a scientific point of view, but in any case you can see from this that the new rules are absolutely the reverse of those that prevailed before, and the man who introduced them is praised today as a top-notch genius. Since Ulrich was apparently still not convinced, and Stumm himself did not feel he had got where he wanted, he repeated his argument using relativity theory, as he conceived of it. Like me, you learned at school that everything that moves happens in space and time, was where his thinking started. But what is it like in practice? Permit me to say something quite ordinary. You are supposed to be with the front of your squadron at a particular place on the map at such and such a time. Or when you get the order, you're supposed to bring your cavalry from a formation to form a new front, which bears no relation at all to the straight lines on the exercise field. It happens in space and time, but it never happens without incident and never works out the way you want. I, at least, received 100 reprimands so long as I was with the troops. I tell you that candidly. Even at school I always, so to speak, resisted when I had to calculate a mechanical motion in space and time on the blackboard. So I found it a real inspiration of genius the instant I heard that someone had finally discovered that space and time are quite relative concepts, which change at every moment whenever they are put to serious use, although since the creation of the world they have been regarded as the solidest thing there is. That's why this man, and in my view quite rightly, is at least as famous as the other. But it can also be said of him that he's tethered the horse by its tail, which, at least today, is what more or less amounts to the fixed main idea of what a genius is. And that's what I would like to make you see, if you place any value on my experience, Stumm concluded. Ulrich, in his partiality for him, had conceded that the most important scientific teachings of the present had their eccentric aspects, or at least showed no fear of them. It might not mean much, but if one is so inclined, a sign can be seen in this as well. Fearless showiness, a predisposition for the paradoxical, self-starting ambition, surprise, and revision of everything on the basis of contradictory details that previously had hardly been noticed. All this had doubtless been part of the fashion in thinking for some time, for with their great achievements these things had just begun to crown precisely those fields where one would not have expected it and where one had been accustomed to the steady administration and constant increase of an enormous intellectual estate. But why? Stumm asked. How did it happen? Ulrich shrugged his shoulders. He thought of his own abandoned science, the broaching of its basic questions, their being skewered when their logic was checked out. It had not been much different with other sciences. They felt their edifices shaken through discoveries they had a hard time accommodating. That was the dispensation and the violence of truth. Nevertheless, it still seemed possible to speak of a boredom with everyday, never-ending progress, which up to now, and for the longest time, had been the ideal of real, silent faith amid the racket of all convictions. There was no denying a creeping doubt in all fields about the rightness of the bare, exact process of taking one step before another. That, too, might be a cause. Finally, Ulrich answered, perhaps it's simply the same as when you get tired, you need a prospect that refreshes you, or a shove in the back of your knees. Why not sit down instead? Stumm asked. I don't know. In any event, after the longish calm flowering of the mind, you prefer to flirt with revolution. Some such thing seems to be in the offing. By way of comparison, you might perhaps think of the prevailing disjointedness in the arts. I don't understand much about politics, but perhaps sometime in the future someone will say that this intellectual restlessness already held signs of a revolution. The hell you say? Stumm exclaimed, arts and revolutionary unrest reminding him of his impressions at diatomas. Perhaps only as a transition to a new stability to come. Ulrich said soothingly. That made no difference to Stumm. Since that tactless business in front of the war minister I've avoided diatomas parties, he related. Don't get me wrong, I have no objection whatever to all those geniuses we've been talking about, who are already preserved in amber, or if I do, it's only that the way they're revered seems to me exaggerated. But I really have it in for the rest of that rabble. And after a brief but obviously bitter moment he brought himself to ask the question, tell me honestly, is genius really so valuable? Ulrich had to smile, and disregarding what he had said before, he now mentioned the enormous, he even called it the magically simple-minded sense of release that one recognized in the solution to any kind of problem that the most talented and even the greatest specialists had vainly striven to find. Genius is the single unconditional human value, it is human value, he said. Without the involvement of genius there would not even be the animal group of the higher primates. In his eagerness, he even passionately praised that genius which he was later to call merely the genius of degree and dexterity, to the extent that it was not fundamentally genius by nature. Stumm nodded with satisfaction. I know, the invention of fire and the wheel, gunpowder and printing, and so on. In short, from log canoe to logarithms. But after he had demonstrated his sympathy he went on, now let me tell you something. And it's from the conversations at Diotima's, from Sophocles to Fuamall. Some young dolt once shouted that in complete seriousness. What bothers you about Sophocles? Ah. I don't know anything about him. But Fuamall. And here you are claiming that genius is an unconditional value. The touch of genius is the only moment in which that ugly and obdurate pupil of God, man, is beautiful and candid. Ulrich intensified his statement. But I did not say that it's easy to decide what's genius and what merely fantasy. I'm just saying that wherever a new value really enters the human game, genius is behind it. How can you know whether something is really a new value? Ulrich hesitated, smiling. And then, in any case, whether the value really is worth anything. Stumm added with curiosity and concern. You often feel it at first sight, Ulrich said. I've been told that people have been mistaken at first sight. The conversation faltered. Stumm was perhaps preparing a fundamentally different question. Ulrich said, you hear the first bars of Bach or Mozart, you read a page of Goethe or Corneille, and you know that you've touched genius. Maybe with Mozart and Goethe, because with them I already know that, but not with an unknown. The general protested. Do you believe it wouldn't have electrified you even when you were young? The enthusiasm of youth is in itself related to genius. What do you mean, in itself? But if you're really forcing me to answer, maybe an opera diva might have aroused my enthusiasm. And Alexander the Great, Caesar, and Napoleon excited me once too. But in itself, writers or composers of any kind have always left me cold. Ulrich beat a retreat, although he felt that he had merely got hold of a good argument from the wrong end. I meant to say that a young person, as he develops intellectually, sniffs out genius the way a migrating bird senses direction. but apparently that would be confusing things. For the young person has only the most limited access to what is significant. He has no particular sense of it, but only a sense for what excites him. He's not even looking for genius, but he's searching for himself and for whatever is an appropriate foothold for the shape of his biases. What speaks to him, he declared, is what's like him, in all the vagueness that goes along with it. It's more or less what he himself believes he can be, and has the same importance in his formation as the mirror, in which he gazes at himself happily, but by no means only out of vanity. That's why it's only to be expected of works of genius that they should have this effect on him. Usually it's contemporary things, and among those rather the ones that stimulate moods than those clearly formed by the intellect, just as he prefers mirrors that make his face thin or his shoulders broad to faithful ones. That may well be, Sturm agreed pensively. But do you believe that people get cleverer later on? There's no doubt that the mature person is more capable and has more experience in recognizing what is significant, but his mature personal aims and powers also force him to exclude many things. It's not that he refuses from lack of understanding but that he leaves things aside. That's it. Sturm exclaimed, relieved. He's not as limited as a young person, but I would say he's more circumscribed. And that has to be too. Whenever people like us associate with immature young people of the kind favored by your cousin, God knows we must be ready for anything and have the good sense not to understand half of what they're saying. You might well criticize them. But your cousin says they're geniuses. How do you prove the opposite? Ulrich would not have been disinclined to follow up this question as well. A genius is a person who finds a solution where many have looked for it in vain by doing something nobody before him thought of doing, he defined, in order finally to get on. Because he was curious himself. But Sturm declined. I can stick to the facts themselves, he commented. At Frau von Tutz's I've met enough critics and professors in person, and every time that one of the geniuses who improve life or art made assertions that were entirely too far out of line, I discreetly sought these experts' advice. Ulrich allowed himself to be distracted. And what was the result? Oh, they were always very respectful to me and said, you shouldn't bother your head about that, General. Of course that may be a kind of arrogance they have, for though they nervously praise all new artists, they nonetheless seem to imagine that these artists, in their own assertions, dangerously contradict each other, indeed that they feel something like blind rage toward each other, and that some are in they perhaps don't know what they're doing. And did you also find out what those sun-stricken minds that Diotima cools with laurel think about the critics and professors, to the extent these people don't praise them? Ulrich asked. As if the artists were the ones feeding these beasts of intellect with their flesh, and these beasts were the ones who would leave a mere struggle over bones as the final remains of all man's humanity. You've observed them well. Sturm agreed as a delighted connoisseur. But in the face of so much contradiction, how do you recognize whether you've really got hold of a genius or not? Ulrich asked logically. Sturm's answer was honest, if not compelling. I don't give a damn, he said. Ulrich looked at him in silence. If he wanted merely to engage in a rearguard skirmish and avoid problems that were more difficult than the circumstances warranted, then it was a mistake for him not to use this moment to disengage himself from the enemy, as good tactics would have dictated. But he himself did not know what mood he was in. So he finally said, nothing gives fake geniuses so much luck with the masses as the incomprehension that genuine geniuses ordinarily have for each other, and, following their example, the pseudo-genuine ones, lamp polishers can't clean Prometheus. At this conclusion Sturm looked up at him, uncomprehending but thoughtful. Don't misunderstand me, he added cautiously. Remember my eagerness when I was searching for a great idea for Diotima. I know what intellectual aristocracy is. Nor am I Count Lunsdorf, for whom that's always a kind of minor nobility. Just now, for example, you brilliantly defined what a genius is. How did it go? It finds a solution by doing something that hadn't occurred to anyone before. That really says the same thing I've been saying. The important thing is that a genius gets hold of his subject from the wrong end. But that's not intellectual aristocracy. And why isn't it intellectual aristocracy? Because the usual pole star of our age is that whatever the circumstances, what happens must be meaningful, but whether you call it genius or intellectual aristocracy, progress or, as you now often hear people say, a record, just doesn't matter much to our time. But then why did you mention intellectual aristocracy? Ulrich prompted impatiently. I can't really say precisely, for that very reason. Sturm defended himself. Anyway, he continued, thinking busily, perhaps you could say in a way that an intellectual aristocracy in particular is not permitted to leave character in peace. Aren't I right? Yes, you're right. Ulrich encouraged him, made aware for the first time this precise moment, quite incidentally, as it happened, to heed a distinction like the one between genius and dexterity. Yes, Sturm repeated thoughtfully. And then he asked, but what is character? Is it what helps a man develop the ideas that will distinguish him? Or is it what keeps him from having such ideas? For a man who has character doesn't do much flitting around. Ulrich decided to shrug his shoulders and smile. Presumably it's connected with what one is accustomed to calling great ideas, Sturm went on skeptically. And then intellectual aristocracy would be nothing except the possession of great ideas. But how does one recognize that an idea is great? There are so many geniuses, at least a couple in every profession. Indeed, it's a distinctive mark of our time that we have too many geniuses. How is one to understand them all and not overlook any? His painful familiarity with the question of what a really great idea was had brought him back to its role and genius. Ulrich shrugged again. There are of course some people, and I've met them, Stumm said, who never miss the smallest genius that can be dug up anywhere. Ulrich replied, those are the snobs and intellectual pretenders. The general, but Diotima is one of these people too. Ulrich, makes no difference. A person into whom everything he finds can be stuffed must be built with no shape of his own, like a sack. It's true, the general replied rather reproachfully, that you've often said that Diotima was a snob. And you've sometimes said it about Arnheim as well. But that made me imagine a snob to be someone who is quite stimulating. I've honestly tried hard to be one myself and not let anything slip past me. It's hard for me to suddenly hear you say that you can't even depend on a snob to understand genius. Because you said before that youth couldn't answer for it, nor age either. And then we discussed how geniuses don't, and critics not at all. Well then, genius will finally have to reveal itself to everyone of its own accord. That will happen in time, Ulrich soothed him, laughing. Most people believe that time naturally turns up what is significant. Yes, one hears that too. But tell me if you can, Stumm asked impatiently. I can understand that one is cleverer at 50 than one was at 20. But at 8 o'clock in the evening I'm no cleverer than I was at 8 in the morning, and that one should be cleverer after 1914 years than after 814, that I can't see either. This led them to go on a bit discussing the difficult subject of genius, the only thing, in Ulrich's opinion, that justified mankind, but at the same time the most exciting and confusing, because you never know whether you're looking at genius or at one of its half-baked imitations. What are its distinguishing characteristics? How is it passed on? Could it develop further if it were not constantly being thwarted? Is it, as Stumm had asked, such a desirable thing anyway? These were problems that for Stumm belonged to the beauty of the civilian mind and its scandalous disorder, while Ulrich, on the other hand, compared them with a weather forecast that not only didn't know whether it would be fair tomorrow but didn't know whether it had been fair yesterday either. For the judgment of what constitutes genius changes with the spirit of the times, assuming that anyone is interested in it at all, which by no means need be the mark of greatness of soul or of mind. Such puzzles would no doubt have been well worth solving, and so it came about in this part of the conversation that Stumm finally, after shaking his head a few times, proffered his observation about the engineering/genius staff that Ulrich later repeated to his sister. This explanation, that genius needed a genius staff, reminded him somewhat painfully, moreover, of what Ulrich himself had half-ironically called the General Secretariat of Precision and Soul, and Stumm did not neglect to remind him that he had last mentioned it in his own and Count Lonsdorff's presence during the unfortunate gathering at Diotima's. At that time you were demanding something quite similar, he held up to him, and if I'm not mistaken, it was a department for geniuses and the intellectual aristocracy. Ulrich nodded silently. For the intellectual aristocracy, Stumm continued, would ultimately be what ordinary geniuses don't have. No matter how you define them, our geniuses are geniuses and nothing more, nothing but specialists. Am I right? I can really understand why many people say, today there's no such thing as genius. Ulrich nodded again. A pause ensued. But there's one thing I'd like to know, Stumm asked with that hint of egotism that attaches to a recurrent perplexing thought, is it a reproach or a distinction that people never say about a general, he's a genius? Both. Both? Why both? I honestly don't know. Stumm was taken aback but, after thinking it over, said, you put that brilliantly. The people love an officer as long as they aren't stirred up, and he gets to know the people. The people couldn't care less about geniuses. But by the time he gets to be a general he has to be a specialist, and if he himself is a specialist genius he then falls into the category that there's no such thing as genius. So he never gets, as I would say if I spelled it out, to the point where the use of this wishy-washy term would be appropriate. Do you know, by the way, that I recently heard something really clever? I was at your cousin's, in the most intimate circle, although Arnheim is away, and we were discussing intellectual questions. Then someone pokes me in the ribs and explains Arnheim to me in a whisper. He's what you call a genius, he said. More than all the authors. A universal specialist. Why don't you say anything? Ulrich found nothing to say. The possibilities inherent in this point of view surprised me. Besides, you yourself happen to be such a kind of universal specialist. That's why you shouldn't neglect Arnheim so, because ultimately the parallel campaign might get its saving idea from him, and that could be dangerous. I would really much prefer that it came from you. And although Stumm had, finally, spoken far more than Ulrich, he took his leave with the words, as always, it's a pleasure talking with you, because you understand all these things de facto much better than everyone else. Genius as a problem. Ulrich had related this conversation to his sister. But even before that he had been speaking of difficulties connected with the notion of genius. What enticed him to do this? He had no intention of claiming to be a genius himself, or of politely inquiring about the conditions that would enable a person to become one. On the contrary, he was convinced that the powerful, exhausted ambition in his time for the vocation of genius was the expression not of intellectual or spiritual greatness but merely of an incongruity. But as all contemporary questions about life become impossibly entangled in an impenetrable thicket, so do the questions surrounding the idea of genius. which in part enticed one's thoughts to penetrate it and in part left them hung up on the difficulties. After he finished his report, Ulrich had immediately come back to this. Of course, whatever has genius must be significant, for genius is the significant accomplishment that originates under particularly distinctive conditions. But significant is not only the lesser but also the more general category. So the first thing was to inquire into this notion again. The words significant and significance themselves, like all terms that are much used, have different meanings. On the one hand, they are connected with the concepts of thinking and knowing. To say that something signifies or has this significance means that it points to, gives to understand, indicates, or can represent in specific cases, or simply generally, that it is the same as something else, or falls under the same heading and can be known and comprehended as the other. That is, of course, a relationship accessible to reason and involving the nature of reason, and in this manner anything and everything can signify something, as it can also be signified. On the other hand, the term signifying something is used as well in the sense of something having significance or being of significance. In this sense, too, nothing is excluded. Not only a thought can be significant, but also an act, a work, a personality, a position, a virtue, and even an individual quality of mind. The distinction between this and the other kind of signifying is that a particular rank and value is ascribed to what is significant. That something is significant means in this sense that it is more significant than other things, or simply that it is unusually significant. What decides this? The ascription gives one to understand that it belongs to a hierarchy, an order of mental powers that is aspired to, even should the attainable measure of order be in many things as undependable as it is strict in others. Does this hierarchy exist? It is the human spirit itself, named not as a natural concept but as the objective spirit. Agatha asked what this included. It is a notion that people more scientifically trained than she threw around so much that she ducked. Ulrich nearly emulated her. He found the word used far too much. At that period it was used so often in scientific and pseudo-scientific arguments that it simply revolved around itself. For heaven's sake. You're becoming profound, he retorted. The expression had inadvertently slipped from his own lips. Ordinarily, one understands by objective spirit the works of the spirit, the relatively constant share it deposits in the world through the most various signs, in opposition to the subjective spirit as individual quality and individual experience, or one understood by it, and this could not be entirely separated from the first kind, the Bible spirit, verifiable, constant in value, in opposition to the inspirations of mood and error. This touched two oppositions whose significance for Ulrich's life had certainly not been simply didactic but and this he was well aware of and had expressed often enough had become extremely alluring and worrisome. So what he meant had elements of both. A middle dot perhaps he could also have said to his sister that by objective spirit one understands everything that man has thought, dreamed, and desired, but, to do so means not looking at it as components of a spiritual, historical, or other temporal actual development, and certainly not as something spiritual suprasensimi either, but exclusively as itself, according to its own characteristic content and inner coherence. He could also have said, which appeared to contradict this but in the end came to the same thing, that it should be looked at with the reservation of all the contexts and orderings of which it is at all capable. For what something signifies or is in and of itself he equated with the result that coalesces out of the significances that could accrue to it under all possible conditions. But one merely needs to put this differently, simply saying that in and of itself, something would be precisely what it never is in and of itself, but rather is in relation to its circumstances, and likewise that its significance is everything that it could signify, so one merely has to turn the expression on its head for the scruple connected with it to immediately become obvious. For of course the usual procedure, on the contrary, is to assume, even if only from a usage of language, that what something is in and of itself, or what it signifies, forms the origin and nucleus of everything that can be expressed about it in mutable relationships. So it was a particular conception of the nature of the notion and of signifying by which Ulrich had let himself be guided, and particularly because it is not unfamiliar, it might also be stated something like this: whatever may be understood under the nature of the concept of a logical theory is in application, as a concept of something, nothing but the counter-value and the stored-up readiness for all possible true statements about that something. This principle, which inverts the procedure of logic, is empirical, that is, it reminds one, if one were to apply an already coined name to it, of that familiar line of philosophical thought, without, however, being meant in precisely the same sense. Ought Ulrich now to have explained to his companion what empiricism was in its earlier form and what it had become in its more modest, and perhaps improved, modem version? As often happens when an idea gains in correctness, the more finely honed process of thinking renounces false answers but also some more profound questions as well. What was baptized as empiricism in philosophical language was a doctrine that arbitrarily declared the really astonishing presence and unchangeable sway of laws in nature and in the rules of the intellect to be a deceptive view that originated in habituation to the frequent repetition of the same experiences. The approximate classical formula for this was, whatever repeats itself often enough seems to have to be so, and in this exaggerated form, which the 18th and 19th centuries bestowed upon it, this formula was a repercussion of the long antecedent theological speculation, that is, of the faith placed in God, of being able to explain his works with the aid of whatever one takes into one's head. Notions and ideas demonstrate, when they are dominant, the same inclination to let themselves be worshipped and to broadcast capricious judgments as people do, And that probably led, when empiricism was established in modern times, to the admixture of a rather superficial opposition to totally convinced rationalism, which then, when it came to power itself, bore some of the responsibility for a shallow materialistic nature and societal mentality that at times has become almost popular. Ulrich smiled when he thought of an example, but did not say why. For it was not reluctantly that one reproached empiricism, which was all too simple-minded and confined to its rules, that according to it the sun rises in the east and sets in the west for no other reason than that up till now it always has. And were he to betray this to his sister and ask her what she thought of it, she would probably answer arbitrarily, without bothering about the arguments and counter-arguments, that the sun might one day do it differently. This was why he smiled as he thought of this example, for the relationship between youth and empiricism seemed to him profoundly natural, and youth's inclination to want to experience everything itself, and to expect the most surprising discoveries, moved him to see this as the philosophy appropriate to youth. But from the assertion that awaiting the rising of the sun in the east every day merely has the security of a habit, it is only a step to asserting that all human knowledge is felt only subjectively under a particular time, or is indeed the presumption of a class or race, all of which has gradually become evident in European intellectual history. Apparently one should also add that approximately since the days of our great-grandfathers, a new kind of individuality has made its appearance. This is the type of the empirical man or empiricist, of the person of experience who has become such a familiar open question, the person who knows how to make from 100 of his own experiences 1,000 new ones, which, however, always remain within the same circle of experience, and who by this means created the gigantic, profitable in appearance monotony of the technical age. Empiricism as a philosophy might be taken as the philosophical children's disease of this type of person. Sketches for a continuation of the Galley chapters, 1938 and later 59 Night Talk. In his room he had lit one lamp after the other, as if the stimulating excess of illumination would make the words come more easily, and for a long time he wrote zealously. But after he had accomplished the most important part, he was overcome by the awareness that Agatha had not yet returned, and this became more and more disturbing. Ulrich did not allow that she was with Lindner, nor did he allow about these visits at all, but since that secret and his diaries were the only things they concealed from each other, he could surmise and also almost understand what she was doing. He did not take it more seriously than it deserved, and was more astonished at it than jealous. Then too, he ascribed responsibility for it to his own lack of resolution, insofar as she pursued ways of her own that he could not approve of. It nevertheless inhibited him more and more, and diminished the readiness for belief that was weaving his thoughts together, that in this hour of collectedness he did not even know where she was or why she was late. He decided to interrupt his work and go out, to escape the enervating influence of waiting, but with the intention of soon returning to his labors. As he left the house it occurred to him that going to the theatre not only would be the greatest diversion, but would also stimulate him, and so he went, although he was not dressed for it. He chose an inconspicuous seat and at first felt the great pleasure of coming into a performance that was already energetically underway. It justified his coming, for this dynamic mirroring of emotions familiar 100 times over, by which the theatre is accustomed to live under the pretext that this gives it meaning, reminded Ulrich of the value of the task he had left at home and renewed his desire to come to the end of the road that, proceeding from the origin of the emotions, ultimately had to lead to their significance. When he again directed his attention to the goings-on on stage, it occurred to him that most of the actors busily occupied up there, beautifully if meaninglessly imitating passions, bore titles such as Privy Councillor or Professor, for Ulrich was in the Hof Theatre, and this raised everything to the level of state comedy. So although he left the theatre before the end of the play, he nevertheless returned home with his spirits refreshed. He again turned on all the lights in his room, and it gave him pleasure to listen to himself writing in the porous stillness of the night. This time, when he had entered the house, all sorts of fleeting signs barely assimilated by his consciousness told him that Agatha had returned, but when he subsequently thought of it and everything was without a sound, he was afraid to look around him. Thus the night became late. He had been once more in the garden, which lay in complete darkness, as inhospitable, indeed as mortally hostile, as deep black ocean. Nevertheless, he had groped his way to a bench and persevered there for quite a while. It was difficult, even under these circumstances, to believe that what he was writing was important. But when he was again sitting in the light, he set to work to write to the end, as far as his plan extended this time. He didn't have far to go, but had hardly begun when a soft noise interrupted him. For Agatha, who had been in his room while he was at the theatre and had repeated this secret visit while he was in the garden, slipping out upon his return, hesitated a short while outside the door and now softly turned the knob. Agatha's entrance, she is wearing the historical lounging attire, etc. lets her hand glide over his head, sits with crossed legs on the sofa. Or, wrapper. Perhaps better. Describe it. Not transparent, on the contrary, heavy material. She was enveloped in a wrapper of old velvet material that reached to her ankles and looked like a completely dark end picture that had once been painted on a gold ground. Like a Magi landscape. Her ankles bare, the span of her foot as bare as her hand. Her slippers were of violet silk the colour of spindle tree fruit hanging on its bush in autumn. A collar of some soft weave, whose colour hovered between ivory, milk, and dull gilt silver. She had never worn this wrapper before, Ulrich did not recall it. Ibidem. When he is near her, Ulrich feels the flowing back into emotion of what is outside and what inside, and the vigorous action of the emotion. Also the sexual propensity, which belongs to a different sphere. The woman who becomes a guiding image in a different aspect and the woman who is the fulfillment of desire as examples of conceptions of different levels that in life exist side by side. She settles down on the sofa. Her torso comfortably supported and her legs drawn up beneath her so that only her foot peeks out beneath the hem that forms a wheel. Later she briskly changes position, but at the beginning her posture was thoughtful and her face serious. Read it. She informed her brother, like a chess player who, after a short pause for reflection, makes his first move. It seems to me you shouldn't have, he responded in the same manner. Agatha burst out laughing. It was disloyal of you to conceal it from me, she asserted boldly. If the description of the dress stays, don't have the laughing right after it. Ulrich listened to her voice and contemplated her beauty. These reflections make me understand more about myself than many years were able to previously, he said quite calmly. And they have nothing to do with me? Yes, it concerns you as well. But why then are you doing it secretly? Why haven't you ever told me about it? Why are you secretly visiting that man of tears, Lindner? Also to understand myself better. And anyway, he weeps tears of anger. Were you that today? Yes. Agatha looked steadily at her brother and noticed the resentment in his eyes. He strove to control himself and responded as tersely as possible, I don't like your doing that. I don't like doing it myself, Agatha said, continuing after a brief pause, but I like what you write. The beginning and the end, and what's in between too. I didn't understand everything, but I read it all. I think you could explain a lot of things to me, and because I'm afraid of straining myself, I'll believe a lot without any explanation at all. Post-datum. This is really an example of an inner form of cheerfulness as distinct from outer. She laughed again, and it pealed softly. She seemed to be laughing over nothing and only from joy, and although Ulrich could be quite sensitive to people's laughter when it was aroused by something, for then it sometimes seemed to him just as humdrum an occurrence as sneezing, it immediately enticed him into an impossible task, that of adequately describing this pleasant, unmotivated sound. If, into the bargain, one threw in a little poetic commonplace, the impression could then be compared with that of a small, low-tuned silver bell, a dark bass tone submerged in a soft overflowing sparkle. But while Ulrich was listening to these cheerful sounds spreading out in the quiet room, his eyes also thought they were seeing all its lamps burning that much more quietly as brightly. Precisely the simplest sensory impressions that populate the world occasionally have surprises in store when it comes to describing them, as if they came from another world. Influenced by this weakness, Ulrich suddenly felt a confession on his tongue about which he himself had not thought for goodness knew how long. I once made a devilish bet with our big cousin which I will never write down and which I don't think I ever told you about, he began to confess. He suspected that I would write books, and, as it seems to me, he considered books that did not praise his politics to be deleterious and those that did superfluous, aside from the historical literature and memoirs a diplomat customarily employs. But I swore to him that I would kill myself before I succumbed to the temptation of writing a book, and I really meant it. For what I was able to write would do nothing more than prove that one is able to live differently in some specific fashion, but that I should write a book about it would at the very least be the counterproof that I'm not able to live in that fashion. I didn't expect it would turn out differently. His sister had listened to him without stirring, without even a muscle in her face twitching. We can kill each other if it turns into a book, she said. But it seems to me we have less reason to than before. Ulrich involuntarily looked her in the eye. Rather more reason for the opposite, she went on. You can't yet say that, too, Ulrich objected calmly. Agatha found that the supporting pillow at her side needed rearranging, which turned her face away from him. Don't be angry with me, she replied from this posture, but even though I admire what you write, I still don't quite understand why you write. Indeed, sometimes I've found it enormously comical. You carefully dissect according to natural and moral laws the possibility of extending your hand. Why don't you simply reach out? It's ruinous simply to reach out. Did I ever tell you the story of the Major's wife? Agatha nodded mutely. It can't end the way that did. The small furrow appeared between Agatha's brows. The Major's wife was a commonplace person, she declared coolly. That's right. But whether one discovers a world or goes on a Don Quixote adventure doesn't depend, unfortunately, on the worth of the person in whose honor one embarks on the trip. Who knows? Agatha replied. A moment later she impatiently abandoned her comfortable position and sat down in the ordinary way right in front of her brother, as if she were going to test something. She looked at him, almost grimly, but said nothing. Well? Ulrich asked encouragingly, expecting an attack that was awaiting him. Doesn't everything you've written down, she pointed to the table and the papers lying on it, answer everything we've been asking ourselves so often and have been so uncertain about? I almost tee in less than so. I have the feeling that everything we've been discussing back and forth for so long is resolved in these papers. But why didn't you hit on it sooner? I'm even immodest enough to maintain that you've left us both in the dark for quite a while. We're still in the dark. You shouldn't overestimate these ideas. And it's been hard for me to open up to you. Sometimes in a dream you have delightful thoughts, but if you carry on with them after you wake up, they're ridiculous. Really? But if I've understood you correctly, you're certain that for every emotion there are two worlds and that it depends on us which one we wish to live in. Two images of the world. But only one reality. Within it, of course, you. can perhaps live in one way or the other. And that is when you apparently have the one or the other reality before you. Apparently, but totally. Apparently, and with no gaps. But if everything were living in this other way, wouldn't that be the millennium? Ulrich cautiously confirmed the possibility of this conclusion. So the intimation of this other world would also be what brought about belief in a paradise? Don't laugh at me, but it's made me conclude that in this way one would of necessity arrive in paradise just by living according to the other part of one's feelings, as you call it. Put correctly, paradise would then have to arrive on earth, Ulrich rectified. I'm not laughing at all. I just have to add, as far as one can. Or mysticism as anomalous psychology of normal life. You believe that mysticism is a secret through which we enter another world, but it is only, or even, the secret of living differently in our world. Oh? Yes, that's what you wrote. But didn't you even much earlier sometimes call it the concave, submerged world? Agatha ascertained. You spoke of an encompassing and unencompassed possibility of feeling as if they were old tales. Of gods and goddesses. Of two branches of development in life. Of moon nights and day. Of two inseparable twins. It is the answer to all our conversations, all our peculiarities. Agatha was pressing, but Ulrich yielded of his own accord. You can add anything you like, everything that has truly moved me has its explanation here. The victories that come from acting in the world, and the emotions that go with them, have always been alien to me, even if at times I felt an obligation to them. An apparently inactive state I called love, without loving a woman, was opposed in me to the processes of knowledge that gave me the passion rider has for his horse which I called the world of love because I couldn't love in the everyday world. We always imagined a different life before us. Agatha interrupted him animatedly. But it was hard for her to FMD the right words. At the beginning, although soon swept away by what she was saying, there was a little awkwardness in her voice, as when a boy tries to speak in a man's bass voice, or when a girl paints a moustache on her face, as she began, you know that I'm no shrinking touch me not. And I've often reproached myself for my so-called passions, which have always left me completely unmoved. I clearly felt that I was being moved by them only because I hadn't found what could truly move us. Possibly better this way, when she applied the expression touch me not to herself. She said Ulrich knew that she wasn't one and that she attached no importance to it. But also, that is, he knew, that she found her so-called passions most shameful after the fact. You scrape yourself like a cow against a tree, just as happily, and suddenly stop in the same bewilderment, she said. Ulrich, a person is passionate in two senses. A kind of appetitive sense, which reaches out for everything and undertakes everything, and another, which is timid, has a hard time making up its mind to do things, and is full of inexpressible longing. One probably has both within oneself. Agatha, the man with qualities and the man without qualities. Marvelous, marvelous. If someone understands you properly he has saved his life. What author wouldn't be flattered by such praise? Ulrich responded, it's not immaterial that we are talking about a passionate person in two quite different senses. We've become accustomed to applying the term chiefly to people we really ought to call lustful, to gluttons in every kind of passion, while we rather tend to regard people who are profoundly passionate within themselves as weak in effect, people who ascetically serve some sort of nobler passion of life. That leads to stupid mix-ups. Agatha, I'm reproached for acting badly. Who reproaches you? A little suspiciously, Agatha violently twitched her shoulders. Professor Hagler. Think of his letters. Indeed, I've often reproached myself for having done what I did with the will. We'll make amends for it, Ulrich intervened. What a situation to be in, feeling that you're not a good person and yet not wanting it any other way. You yourself once reproached me about this, and I was insulted. Ulrich interrupted her with an apologetic, defensive gesture. Probably, too, from the author, that it's important that they have now recognized that they've got to the center of their difficulties. Agatha, oh, you've often talked about morality. You've set before me at least 10 different definitions. Every time, listening to you was a totally new experience. But now I'm reproached for being immoral. I'm made to believe it myself, but for all that I'm an absolute marvel of morality. Ulrich, and why a marvel? Agatha, you showed me the way. The only condition I love and seek needs no morality, it is morality. Every twitch of the little toe that happens in it is moral. Am I right? Laughs, Ulrich, yes, you're right. Agatha, but first I want to ask you something else. Everything we've been talking about half jokingly and half seriously for the last few days, is it all settled? Ulrich, of course. Agatha, to love your neighbor as yourself is an ecstatic demand? Ulrich, it is the natural morality of mystic ecstasy, which teaches something that never quite fits the ordinary activity of our lives. Early Morning Walk Part 1. Around Clarissa's mouth laughter was struggling with the difficulties facing her. Her mouth kept opening and then pressing itself tightly shut. She had got up too early. Walter was still sleeping. She had hastily thrown on a light dress and gone outside. The singing of birds reached her from the woods through the empty morning stillness. The hemisphere of the sky had not yet filled with warmth. Even the light was still shallowly dispersed. It only reaches my ankles, Clarissa thought. The cock of the morning has just been wound up. Everything is before its time. Clarissa was deeply moved that she was wandering through the world before it was time. It almost made her cry. Without saying anything about it to Walter or Ulrich, Clarissa had been to the asylum a second time. Since then she had been especially sensitive. She applied everything she had seen or heard during her 2 visits to herself. 3 events especially preoccupied her. The first was that she had been addressed and greeted as the Emperor's son and a man. When this assertion had been repeated, she had quite distinctly felt her resistance to it yield, as if something ordinary that usually stood in the way of this royal quality was vanishing. And she was filled with an inexpressible desire. The second thing that excited her was that Mingast, too, was transforming himself, and was obviously using her and Walter's proximity in the process. Since she had surprised him in the vegetable garden, it might have been a few weeks ago and terrified him with her truly prophetic shout that she could transform herself too and also be a man. He had been avoiding her company. Since then she had not seen him often, even at meals. He locked himself in with his work or spent the whole day out of the house, and whenever he was hungry he secretly took something to eat from the pantry, without asking. It had been just a short time ago that she had succeeded in talking to him again alone. She had told him, "Walter has forbidden me to talk about how you're undergoing a transformation in our house," and had blinked her eyes. But even here Mingast kept himself concealed and acted surprised, indeed annoyed. He did not want to let her in on the secret he was busily working on. This seemed to be the explanation. But Clarisse had said to him, "Perhaps I'll steal a march on you." And she connected that with the first event. There was little reflection in this, and on that account its relation to reality was unclear, but what was clearly palpable was the lustful emergence of a different being from within the foundation of her own. Clarisse was now convinced that the insane people had found her out, that she had offered to Mingast that she could also be a man. And since then she had one secret more. When an invitation to repeat the interrupted visit did not arrive, either from the secretly resisting General von Sturm or from Ulrich, she had after long hesitation herself called Dr. Friedenthal and announced that she would visit him at the hospital. And the doctor had promptly found time for Clarisse. When she asked him immediately upon her arrival whether mad people did not know a great deal that healthy people could not even guess at, he smiled and shook his head, but gazed deeply into her eyes and answered in a tone of complacency. The doctors of the insane know a lot that healthy people don't even suspect. And when he had to go on his rounds he had offered to take Clarisse along, and to begin where they had stopped the last time. As if it were already a matter of course, Clarisse again slipped into the white doctor's coat that Friedenthal held for her. But and this was the third event that still excited Clarisse after the fact, and even more than the others she again did not get to see Moosbrugger. For something remarkable happened. They had left the last pavilion and were breathing in the spicy air of the grounds as they walked, during which Friedenthal ventured, "Now it's time for Moosbrugger." When again a guard came running up with a message. Friedenthal shrugged his shoulders and said, "Strange. It's not going to work out this time either. At this moment the director and the commissioner are with Moosbrugger. I can't take you with me." And after he had assured her on his own initiative that he would invite her to continue her visit at the first opportunity, he left with rapid strides, while the guard conducted Clarisse back to the street. Clarisse found it striking and extraordinary that her visits had twice come to nothing, and suspected that there was something behind it. She had the impression that she was intentionally not being allowed to see Moosbrugger and that a new excuse was being thought up each time, perhaps even with the purpose of making Moosbrugger disappear before she could get through to him. But when Clarisse thought this over again, she nearly cried. She had let herself be outsmarted and felt quite ashamed, for she had heard nothing from Friedenthal. But while she was getting so upset, she was also calming down again. A thought occurred to her that often preoccupied her now, that in the course of the history of mankind many great men had been spirited away and tortured by their contemporaries, and that in the madhouse many had even disappeared. They could neither defend themselves nor explain, because all they felt for their time was scorn. She thought. And she recalled Nietzsche, whom she idolized, with his great, sad moustache and grown totally mute behind it. But this gave her an uncanny feeling. What had just now insulted or provoked her, her defeat at the hands of the cunning doctor, was suddenly revealed to her as a sign that the destiny of such a great man might also have been preordained for her. Her eyes sought the direction in which the asylum lay, and she knew that she always felt this direction as something special, even when she wasn't thinking of it. It was extremely oppressive to feel oneself so at one with madmen, but she told herself that to put oneself on the level of the uncanny is to decide for genius. Meanwhile the sun had come up, and this made the landscape even emptier. It was green and cool, with bloody wisps. The world was still low, and reached up only to Clarisse's ankles on the little rise she was standing on. Here and there a bird's voice shrieked like a lost soul. Her narrow mouth expanded and smiled at the course of the morning. She stood girded round by her smile like the blessed Virgin on the earth embraced by semi-crescent moon. She mulled over what she should do. She was under the sway of a peculiar mood of sacrifice. Far too many things had recently been going through her head. She had repeatedly believed that it was now beginning with her, to do a great deed, something great with all her soul. But she did not know what. She only felt that something was imminent. She stood in fear of it, but felt a longing for the fearful. It hovered in the emptiness of the morning like a cross above her shoulders. But really it was more an active hurt. A great deed. A transformation. There was that idea again, so laden with associations. But, as it were, empty, like a rising first ball of light. And yet it was something active and aggressive. What it might be and her attempts to imagine it caromed through her head in all directions. The swallows, too, had meanwhile begun to dart back and forth through the air. Suddenly Clarisse became cheerful again, although the uncanniness did not entirely disappear. It occurred to her that she had got quite far away from her house. She turned around, and began to dance on the way. She stretched her arms straight out and lifted her knee. That was how she traversed the entire last part of her route. But before she got home, at a bend in the path, she came upon General von Sturm. Part 2, 1. Good morning, dear lady. How are things? He called already from a distance of 15 yards. Quite well, Clarisse replied with a stern face, in a toneless soft voice. 2. Sturm was in uniform, and his little round legs were ensconced in boots and dun-coloured riding breeches with a general's red stripes. At the ministry he militantly pretended that he sometimes went on long rides in the morning before work, but in reality he went strolling with Clarisse over the banks and meadows that surrounded her house. At this hour Walter was still sleeping, or had to busy himself with his clothes and breakfast in joyless haste so he wouldn't be late to the office, and if Walter peeked out of the window, filled with jealousy he saw the sun sparkling on the buttons and colours of a uniform, alongside which a red or blue summer dress was usually to be seen billowing in the wind, as happens in old paintings to the garments of angels in the exuberance of their descending. 3. Shall we go to the ski jump? Sturm asked cheerfully. The ski jump was a small quarry in the hills, and had nothing whatever to do with its name. But Sturm found this name, one that Clarisse had chosen, exquisite and dynamic. As if it were winter, he exclaimed. It makes me laugh every time. And you would doubtless, my dear lady, call a snowbank a summer hill? Clarisse liked being called my dear lady and immediately agreed to turn around with him, because once she had become accustomed to the general's company she found it quite agreeable. First, because he was, after all, a general, not nothing, like Ulrich and Maingust and Walter. She now loved everything that was important in the world. Then, because it had occurred to her that it was really a quite peculiar circumstance to be always carrying a sword around, an odd relation to the world that corresponded to the great and fearful feelings that at times I often preoccupied her. Further, she esteemed the voluble von Sturm because she unconsciously recognized that he did not, like the others, desire her in a way that, when she was not in the mood herself, demeaned her. There's something strangely pure about him, she had explained to her jealous husband. But as a final reason, she also needed a person with whom she could talk, for she was oppressed by myriad swarms of inner promptings that she had to keep to herself. And when the general was listening to her, she felt that everything she said and did was good. You have, my dear lady, the general would often assure her, something that sets you apart from all women I have had the honor of getting to know. You positively teach me energy, martial courage, and the conquering of Austrian negligence. He smiled as if it were a joke, but she clearly noticed that he meant some of it seriously. 4. But the major topic of their conversations was, as is also the rule in love, recollections of their common great experience, the visit to the insane asylum, and so this time Clarisse began to confide to the general that she had since been back a second time. With whom? The general inquired, relieved to have escaped a horrible mission. Alone, Clarisse said. Good God! Sturm exclaimed, and stopped, although they had only taken a few steps. Really alone? You don't let anything give you the creeps. And did you see anything special? He asked, curious. The murderer's house, Clarisse responded with a smile. This was the designation that Dr. Friedenthal, a good stage director, had used as they had walked across the soundless moss under the trees of the old garden toward a group of small buildings from which horrible cries came echoing toward them with remarkable regularity. Friedenthal, too, had smiled, and had told Clarisse, as Clarisse now told the general, that every inmate of this group of houses had killed at least one person, sometimes a number of people. And now they're screaming when it's too late. Sturm said in a tone of reproachful acquiescence in the way of the world. But Clarisse did not appreciate his response. She recalled that she, too, had asked what the cries meant. And Friedenthal had told her that they were manic fits, but he said this quite softly and cautiously, as if they were not to intrude. And just at that moment the gigantic guards had suddenly materialized around them and opened the reinforced doors, and Clarisse, repeating this and falling back into the mood, like being at an exciting play, softly whispered the term manic fits while looking meaningfully into the general's eyes. She turned away and walked on a few paces ahead, so that Sturm almost had to run to catch up with her. When he was at her side again, she asked him what he thought about modern painting, but before he could gather his impressions, she surprised him with the information that there was an astonishing correspondence between this painting and an architecture born from the spirit of the madhouse. The buildings are dice, and the patients live in hollowed-out concrete dice, she explained. There is a corridor through the middle, and cube-shaped cells left and right, and in each cell there is nothing but one person and the space around him. Even the bench he's sitting on is part of the wall. Of course all edges have been carefully rounded off so he can't hurt himself, she added with precision, for she had observed everything with the greatest attention. She found no words for what she really wanted to say. Since she had been surrounded by art all her life and had listened to the concerns expressed about art, this island had remained relatively resistant to the changes that had been slowly growing in other areas of her thinking, and especially since her own artistic activity did not spring directly from Parsine but was merely an appendix of her ambition and a consequence of the circumstances in which she lived. Her judgment in this area, despite the illness that had recently made new inroads on her personality, was no more perverse than is common, from time to time, in the development of art. She could, therefore, deal quite comfortably with an idea like purpose-oriented architecture or a manner of building deriving from the mission of an insane asylum, and it was only the peopling of these up-to-date dwellings with the insane that surprised her as a new concept and tickled her like a scent gindled in the nose. But Sturm von Border interrupted her with the modest observation that he had always imagined that cells for manics had to be padded. Clarisse became uncertain, for perhaps the cells had been made of light-colored rubber, and so she cut off his objection. Maybe in the old days, she said thinly. In the days of upholstered furniture and tassel drapes, maybe the cells were upholstered too. But today, when people think objectively and spatially, it's quite impossible. Cultural progress doesn't stop, even in insane asylums. But Sturm would rather have heard something about the manics themselves than be diverted by the problem of what connections there might be between them and painting and architecture, so he replied, most interesting. But now I'm really anxious to hear what happened in these modem spaces. You'll be surprised, Clarisse said. As quiet as a cemetery. Interesting. I recall that in the courtyard of murderers that we saw, it was that still for a few moments too. But this time only a single man had on a striped linen smock, Clarisse went on. A weak, little old man with blinking eyes. And suddenly she gave a loud laugh. He dreamed that his wife had deceived him, and when he woke up in the morning he beat her to death with a bootjack. Sturm laughed too. Right when he woke up? That's capital. He agreed. He was evidently in a hurry. And the others? Why do you say that he was the only one who had on a smock? Because the others were in black. They were quieter than the dead, Clarisse replied, overcome with seriousness. Murderers really don't seem to be merry people, Sturm hazarded. Oh, you're thinking of the Nutcracker. Clarisse said. For a moment the general did not know whom she meant. The one with nutcracker teeth who said to me that Vienna is a beautiful city. And what did this lot say to you? The general asked with a smile. But I told you, they were as silent as ghosts. But, my dear lady, Sturm excused himself, you can't call that manic. They were waiting for their attacks. What do you mean, waiting? It's strange to wait for an attack of mania the way you wait for an inspiring corps commander. And you say that they were dressed in black, ready to be reviewed, in a way? I'm afraid, dear lady, that you must have been mistaken in what you were seeing just then. I most humbly beg your pardon, but I am accustomed to imagining such things with the greatest precision. Clarisse, who found it not at all disagreeable that Sturm insisted on precision, for something was weighing her down that was not clear to her either, replied, Dr. Friedenthal explained it to me that way, and I can only repeat, General, that that's the way it was. There were 3 men waiting there, all 3 had on black suits, and their hair and beards were black. One was a doctor, the second a lawyer, and the third a wealthy businessman. They looked like political martyrs about to be shot. Why did they look that way? Asked the incredulous Sturm. Because they were wearing neither collar nor tie. Perhaps they had just arrived? No. Friedenthal said they had been in the asylum a long time, Clarisse asserted warmly. And yet that's the way they looked, as if they could stand up at any moment and go to the office or visit a patient. That's what was so strange. Well, it's all the same to me, Sturm responded, to turn the conversation, and yet with a nobility that was new to him, while at the same time he struck his boots aggressively with his riding crop. I've seen fools in uniform, and consider more people crazy than one might think I would. But I imagine manic as something more vivid, even if I concede that you can't ask of a person that he be manic all the time. But that all 3 were so quiet. I'm sorry I wasn't there myself, for I think this Dr. Friedenthal is capable of pulling the wool over a person's eyes. When he was speaking they listened quite mutely, Clarisse reported. You wouldn't have noticed that they were ill at all if you hadn't happened to meet them there. And imagine, as we were leaving, the one who was a doctor stood up and motioned me, with a truly chivalrous gesture, to go first, saying to Friedenthal, Doctor, you often bring visitors. You are always showing guests around. Today for a change I'll come with you too. And then of course those bullies, those toadies of guards, immediately the general began heatedly, even though he might have been more touched by the tragedy than the tragedy. No, they didn't grab him, Clarisse interrupted. It was really with the greatest respect that they kept him from following me. And I assure you, it was all so moving in this polite and silent fashion. As if the world were hung with heavy, precious fabrics, and the words one would like to say have no resonance. It's hard to understand these people. You'd have to live in an asylum yourself for a long time to be able to enter their world. What an exquisite idea. But God preserve us from it. Sturm responded quickly. You know, dear lady, that I am indebted to you for a pretty good insight into the value of shaking up the bourgeois spirit by means of illness and murder, but still, there are certain limits. With these words they had arrived at the hill that was their goal, and the general paused for breath before undertaking the pathless climb. Clarisse surveyed him with an expression of grateful solicitude and a tender mockery that she rarely showed. But one of them did have a fit. She informed him roguishly, the way one holds out a present that had been concealed. Well, so there. Sturm exclaimed. He could not think of anything else to say. But his mouth remained open as he mindlessly groped around for a word. Suddenly he beat against his boots again with his crop. But of course, the shouts. He added. Right at the beginning you spoke of the shouting you heard, and I overlooked that when you were talking about the deathly stillness. You tell a story so magnificently that one forgets everything. As we stood in front of the door from which shouts and a strange moaning alternated, Clarisse began, Friedenthal asked me once more whether I really wanted to go in. I was so excited I could hardly answer, but the guards paid no attention and began opening the doors. You may imagine, General, that at that moment I was terribly afraid, for I'm really only a woman. I had the feeling, when the door opens, the maniac is going to jump. Mel, one always hears that such mentally ill people have incredible strength, the General said by way of encouragement. Yes, but when the door was open and we all stood at the entrance, he paid absolutely no attention to us. Paid no attention? Sturm asked. None at all. He was almost as tall as Ulrich, and perhaps my age. He was standing in the middle of the cell, with his head bent forward and his legs apart. Like this. Clarisse imitated it. General, was he dressed in black too? Clarisse, no, stark naked. General, looks at Clarisse from head to toe. Thick strands of saliva were spread all over his young man's brownish blonde beard, the muscles literally jumped out of his scrawniness, he was naked, and his hair, I mean specific hairs, you present everything so vividly one understands it all. Sturm intervened soothingly. Were dully bright, shamelessly bright, he fixed us with them as if they were an eye that looks at you without noticing anything about you. Clarisse had reached the top, the General sat at her feet. From the ski jump one looked down on vineyards and meadows sloping away, on large and small houses that for a short distance rose in a jumble up the slope from below, and in one place the glance escaped into the charming depth of the hilly plateau that on the far horizon bordered high mountains. But if, like Sturm, you were sitting on a low tree stump, all you saw was an accidental hump of forest arching its back toward the sky, white clouds in the familiar, fatly drifting balls, and Clarisse. She stood with her legs apart in front of the General and mimicked a manic fit. She held one arm bent out at a right angle and stiffly locked to her body, with her head bent forward. She was executing with her torso in an unvarying sequence a jerky motion that formed a shallow forward circle, while she bent one finger after another as if she were counting. And she allowed each of these motions to be accompanied by a pantingly uttered cry, whose force, however, she considerately restrained. You can't imitate the essential part, she explained. That's the incredible strain with every motion, which gives an impression as if each time the person is tearing his body from a vice. But that's moral, the General exclaimed. You. Mo, that game of chance? Whoever guesses the right number of fingers wins. Except that you can't bend one finger after another but have to show as many as you think of on the spur of the moment. All our peasants on the Italian border play it. It really is Mora, said Clarisse, who had seen it on her travels. And he also did it the way you described. Well then, Mora, Sturm repeated with satisfaction. But I'd like to know where these insane people get their ideas, he added, and here commenced the strenuous part of the conversation. Clarisse sat down on the tree stump beside the General, a little apart from him so that she could, if need be, cast an eye on him, and each time this happened he had a ridiculous horrible feeling, as if he were being pinched by a stag beetle. She was prepared to explain for his benefit the emotional life of the insane as she herself understood it after much reflection. One of its most important elements, because she connected everything with herself, was the idea that the so-called mentally ill were some kind of geniuses who were spirited away and deprived of their rights, and for some reason that Clarisse had not yet discovered, this was something they were not able to defend themselves against. It was only natural that the General could not concur in this opinion, but this did not surprise either of them. I am willing to concede that such an idiot might occasionally guess something that the likes of us don't, Lamau, he protested. That's the way you imagine them being, they have a certain aura, but that they should think more than we healthy people know? Please, I beg to differ. Clarisse insisted seriously that people who were mentally healthy thought less than those who were mentally unhealthy. Have you ever strayed off a point, General, from A to B? She asked Sturm, and he was forced to agree that he had. Have you ever, then, done this the other way round, from B to A? She asked further, and Sturm had even less desire to deny it, after considering for a while what it meant, for it is part of a man's pride to think through for himself to the single thing called truth. But Clarisse reasoned, you see, and that's nothing but cowardice, this neat and orderly reflecting about things. On account of their cowardice men will never amount to anything. I've never heard that before, Sturm asserted dismissively. But he thought it over. Wouldn't that mean? Clarisse moved closer to him with her eyes. Surely some woman has whispered in your ear, you god-man? Sturm could not recall this happening, but he didn't want to admit it, so he merely made a gesture that could just as well mean unfortunately not, as trademark sick and tired of hearing it in words. He replied, many women are very high-strung. But what does that have to do with our conversation? Something of that sort is simply an exaggerated compliment. Do you remember the painter whose sketches the doctor showed us? Clarisse asked. Yes, of course. What he had painted was really magnificent. He was dissatisfied with Friedenthal because the doctor doesn't understand anything about art. Show it to this gentleman. He said, point into me, Clarisse went on, again suddenly casting her eye on the General. Do you believe it was merely a compliment that he addressed me as a man? It's just one of those ideas, Sturm said. Honestly, I've never thought about it. I would assume it's what's called an association, or an analogy, or something like that. He just had some reason or other to take you for a man. But does it give you pleasure to be taken for a man? Pleasure? No. But Although Sturm was convinced that with these last words he had explained something to Clarisse, he was still surprised by the warmth with which she exclaimed, "Terrific. Then I only need tell you that it has the same cause as in love when there's whispering about God-man. For the world is full of double beings." One should not of course believe that it was agreeable to Sturm when Clarisse talked this way. Shooting a cleft glance from eyes narrowed to slits, he was thinking, rather, whether it would not be more proper not to conduct such conversations in uniform, but to appear for the next walk in mufti. But on the other hand the good Sturm, who admired Clarisse with great caution, if not concealed terror, had the impetuous desire to understand this young woman who was so passionate, and also to be understood by her, for which reason he quickly discovered a good side to her assertion. He put it this way, that most things engulfing the world and people were indeed ambivalent, which accorded well with his newly acquired pessimism. He assuaged himself further by assuming that what was meant by God-man and man-woman was no different from what could be said about anybody, that he was a bit of a noble person and a bit of a rascal. Still, he preferred to steer the conversation back to the more natural view, and began to spin out his knowledge of analogies, comparisons, symbolic forms of expression, and the like. "Please excuse me and permit me, dear lady, to adopt your excitement for a moment and accept the idea that you really are a man," he began, advised by the guardian angel of intuition, and went on in the same fashion, "because then you would be able to imagine what it means for a lady to wear a heavy veil and show only a small part of her face, or, which is almost the same thing, for a ball gown to swirl up from the floor in a dance and expose an ankle. That's how it was just a few years ago, about the time I was a major, and such hints strike one much more strongly, I might almost say more passionately, than if one were to see the lady up to her knee with no obstacle in the way. Yes, obstacle is precisely the right word. Because that's how I would also describe what analogies or comparisons or symbols consist of. They present an obstacle to thinking, and in doing so arouse it more strongly than is usually the case. I believe that's what you mean when you say that there's something cowardly about ordinary reflection." But Clarisse meant nothing of the sort. "People have an obligation to get beyond mere hints," she asserted. "Quite remarkable," Sturm exclaimed, honestly moved. "Old Count Unsdorf says the same thing you do. Just recently I had a most profound discussion with that distinguished gentleman about metaphors and symbols, and in connection with the patriotic campaign he expressed precisely the opinion you did, that all of us have the obligation to reach out beyond the condition of metaphor to reality. I once wrote him a letter in which I asked him to do something about freeing Moosbrugger," Clarisse said. "You see, even then we already had two acquaintances in common without knowing it." And what was his response? For of course he couldn't do it. I mean, even if he could, he couldn't, because he's much too conservative and legalistic a gentleman. "But you could?" Clarisse asked. "No, whatever's in the madhouse can stay there. No matter how ambiguous it is. Caution, you know, is the mother of wisdom." "But what's this?" Clarisse asked, smiling, for she had discovered on the scabbard of the general's sword the woven double eagle, the emblem of the imperial and royal monarchy. "What's this double eagle? What do you mean? What should the double eagle be?" "It's the double eagle." "But what is a double eagle?" "An eagle with two heads. Only one-headed eagles fly round in the real world. So I'm pointing out to you that you're carrying on your sabre the symbol of a double being. I repeat, General, enchanting things are all based, it would appear, on primitive nonsense. General, PST. I shouldn't be listening to such things." Smiling. Walter and Clarisse's woodsy armistice. As they approached her house, she was accompanied by the theatrical illusion of being a person returning from a distant land. She had given up her dance but for some reason or other was humming in her head the melody "There my father Parsifal wore the crown, I his knight, Lohengrin my name." When she walked through the door and felt the violent transition from the morning, whose brightness had already become hard and warm, into the sleeping twilight of the vestibule, she thought she was caught in a trap. Under her light weight the steps she climbed emitted a barely audible sound. It echoed like the breath of a sigh. But nothing in the entire house responded. Clarisse cautiously turned the doorknob of the bedroom. Walter was still sleeping. She was greeted by light the color of milky coffee penetrating the curtains, and the nursery odor of the ending night. Walter's lips were sulky like a boy's, and warm. At the same time his face was simple, indeed impoverished. Much less was to be seen in it than was normally one's impression. Only a lustful need for power, otherwise not evident, was now visible. Standing motionless by his bed, Clarisse looked at her husband. He felt his sleep disturbed by her entrance and rolled over on his other side. She lingeringly enjoyed the superiority of the waking over the sleeping person. She felt the desire to kiss him or stroke him, or indeed to scare him, but could not make up her mind. She also did not want to expose herself to the danger associated with the bedroom, and finding Walter still sleeping had obviously found her unprepared. She tore off a piece from some wrapping paper from a purchase, which had been left lying on the table, and wrote on it in large letters, "I have paid a visit to the sleeper and await him in the woods." When Walter awoke shortly afterward and discovered the empty bed next to his, he dully read that something had gone on in the room while he was sleeping, looked at the clock, discovered the note, and quickly wiped away the cobwebs of sleep, for he had intended on this particular day to get up especially early and do some work. Since this was now no longer possible, he thought it proper, after thinking it over a bit, to put off the work, and although he saw himself forced to scrape his own breakfast together, he was soon standing in the best of spirits under the rays of the morning sun. He assumed that Clarisse was lurking in a hiding place and would materialize from ambush as soon as he entered the woods. He took the usual route, a wide dirt wheelbarrow path, which took about half an hour. It was a half-holiday, which is to say one of those days between holidays that do not officially count as holidays, on which account, remarkably enough, precisely those official agencies and the noble professions connected with them took the whole day off, while less responsible private people and businesses worked half the day. Things like this are said to have been sanctioned by history, and the consequence was that on this day Walter was permitted to walk like a private individual in an almost private nature, in which apart from him only a few unsupervised hens were running around. He stretched to see whether he might discover a bright-colored dress either at the edge of the woods or perhaps even coming toward him, but there was nothing to be seen, and although the walk had been lovely at the start, his pleasure in the exercise sank with the increasing heat. His rapid walking soaked his collar and the pores of his face until that unpleasant feeling of damp warmth set in which degrades the human body to a piece of laundry. Walter resolved to get into better shape for the outdoors again, allowed himself the excuse that perhaps he was merely dressed too warmly, was also doubtless anxious lest he might be coming down with something, and his thoughts, which had initially been quite animated, became in this fashion gradually incoherent and finally flopped, as it were, in time with his steps, while the path seemed never to end. At some point he thought, as a so-called normal person, one's thoughts are truly hardly less incoherent than a madman's. And then it occurred to him, moreover, one does say that it's insanely hot. And he smiled weakly that this turn of phrase was apparently not without foundation, since for example the changes a feverish temperature brings about in one's head are really somewhere between the symptoms of ordinary heat and those of mental disturbance. And so, without taking it entirely seriously, it might perhaps also be said of Clarisse that she had always been what one calls a crazy person without her having to be a sick one. Walter would very much have liked to know the answer to this question. Her brother and doctor claimed that there was not the slightest danger. But Walter believed he had known for a long time that Clarisse was already on the other side of a certain boundary. He sometimes had the feeling that she was merely still hovering around him as do departed souls, of whom it is said that they cannot immediately separate themselves from what they had loved. This idea was not unsuited to inflating his pride, for there were not many other people who would have been up to such a ghastly yet beautiful as he now called it struggle between love and horror. There were, to be sure, times when he felt irresolute. A sudden push or collapse could carry his wife away into the domain of the completely repellent and ugly, and that would still have been the least of it, for what if, in that case, she did not repel him? No, Walter assumed that she would have to repel him, for the debased mind was ugly. And Clarisse would then have to be put in an institution, for which there was not enough money. That was all quite depressing. Still, there had been times, when her soul was already, so to speak, fluttering in front of the window panes, when he had felt himself so bold that he had no desire to think whether he should pull her into him or rush out to her. Such thoughts made him forget the sunny, strenuous path, but finally also caused him to leave off thinking altogether, so that while he remained in animated motion he really had no content, or was filled with terribly ordinary contents, which he solemnly pondered. He walked along like a rhythm without notes, and when he bumped into Clarisse he almost stumbled over her. She, too, had at first followed the broad path, and had found at the edge of there was a small indentation where the spilled sunlight licked the shadows at every breath of wind, like a god dislicking an animal. Here the ground rose gently, and since she was lying on her back, she saw the world within a strange gimlet. Through some kind of kinship of shapes. The uncanny mood that on this day mixed particularly easily with her cheerfulness had again taken hold of her spirits, and gazing long and steadily into the horizontally perverse landscape she began to feel sadness, as if she had to assume the burden of a sorrow or a sin or a destiny. There was an enormous sense of abandonment, of anticipation, and an expectancy of sacrifice abroad in a world, of the kind she had found the first time she had gone out, when the day just reached her ankles. Her eyes involuntarily sought the place where, behind more distant slopes and not visible to her, the extensive buildings of the asylum for the insane must lie, and when she thought she had located them it calmed her, as it calms the lover to know the direction in which his thoughts can find his beloved. Her thoughts flew, but not in that direction. They're now crouching, having fallen quite silent, like huge blackbirds beside me in the sun, she thought, and the splendid yet melancholy feeling associated with this lasted until Clarisse caught sight of Walter in the distance. Then she had suddenly had enough of her sorrow, hid behind the trees, held her hand in front of her mouth like a funnel, and shouted, as loudly as she could, "Cuckoo!" She then straightened up and ran deeper into the woods, but immediately changed her mind again and threw herself down in the warm forest weeds beside the path Walter would have to use. His countenance then did come along, thinking itself unobserved, expressing nothing but an unconscious, gently animated attentiveness to the obstacles on the path, and this made his face very strange, indeed quite resolutely masculine, to look at. When he was unsuspectingly close, Clarisse stretched out her arm and reached for his foot, and this was the moment when Walter nearly fell and first caught sight of his wife, lying almost under his eyes and directing her smiling glance up at him. Despite some of his concerns, she did not look in the least ugly. Clarisse laughed. Walter sat down beside her on a tree stump and dried his neck with his handkerchief. "Clarisse," he began, and continued only after a pause, "I really meant to work today." "Meant?" Clarisse mocked. But for once it did not sting. The word whizzed from her tongue and mingled with the cheerful whirring of the flies that zoomed past their ears through the sun like small metal arrows. Walter replied, "Till admit that lately I haven't thought working was the right thing to do if you could just as well sniff the new flowers. Work is one-sided, it goes against one's duty to wholeness." Since he paused briefly, Clarisse threw a small pine cone that had come to hand up in the air a few times and caught it again. "Of course I'm also aware of the objections that could be raised against that," Walter asserted. Clarisse let the pine cone fall to the ground and asked animatedly, "So you're going to begin working again? Today we need an art that has brush strokes and musical intervals this big." She stretched her arms out 3 feet. "I don't have to begin that way right off," Walter objected. "Anyway, I still find the whole problematic of the individual artist off-putting. Today we need a problematic of the totality." But hardly had he uttered out the word problematic than it seemed to him quite overexcited in the stillness of the woods. He therefore added something new, but basically it's in no way a demand inimical to life that a person should paint something he loves, in the case of the landscape painter, nature. But a painter also paints his beloved, Clarisse threw in. One part of the painter loves, the other paints. Walter saw his beautiful new idea shrivel up. He was not in the mood to breathe new life into it. But he was still convinced that the idea was important and merely needed careful working out. And the singing of finches, the woodpeckers drumming, the humming of small insects, it didn't move him to work but rather dragged him down into an infinite abyss of indolence. "We're very much alike, you and one," he said with gratification. "There's hardly another couple like us. Others paint, make music, or write, and I refuse to. Basically that's as radical as your eagerness." Clarisse turned on her side, raised herself on her elbow, and opened her mouth for a furious response. "I'll set you free yet, all the way," she said quickly. Walter looked down at her tenderly. "What do you mean, really, when you say that we have to be saved from our sinful form?" he asked eagerly. This time Clarisse did not answer. She had the impression that if she were to speak now it would run away too quickly, and although she intended to say something, the woods confused her, for the woods were on her side. That was something that couldn't be expressed properly, although it was clear to see. Walter probed in the delicious wound. "Did you really talk about that again with Mayengast?" he asked in a way that demanded a response, yet hesitantly, indeed fearful that she might have done so although he had forbidden it. Clarisse lied, for she shook her head, but at the same time she smiled. "Can you still remember the time we took Mayengast's sins on ourselves?" he pursued further. He took her hand. But Clarisse only let him have a finger. It is a remarkable condition when a man has to remind himself with as much reluctance as willingness that nearly everything his beloved bestows on him has previously belonged to another. It may be the sign of a love that is all too strong, or perhaps the sign of a feeble soul, and sometimes Walter actually sought out this condition. He loved the 15 to 16-year-old Clarisse, who had never been taken with him completely and unreservedly, loved her almost more than the present Clarisse, and the memory of her caresses, which were perhaps the reflection of Mayengast's indecency, stirred him in a peculiar way more profoundly than, by comparison, the cool, unhampered quality of marriage. He found it almost agreeable knowing that Clarisse had a favouring side glance to spare for Ulrich and now entirely once again for the magnificently altered Mayengast, and the way in which these men had an unfavourable impact on her imagination magnified his longing for his wife the way the shadows of debauchery and desire under an eye make it appear larger. Of course men in whom jealousy will suffer nothing beside themselves, men, will not experience this, but his jealousy was full of love, and when that is the case, then the torture is so precise, so distinct, so alive, that it is almost the vicarious experiencing of desire. Whenever Walter imagined his wife in the act of giving herself to another man he felt more strongly than when he held her in his own arms, and, somewhat disconcerted, he thought by way of excuse, when I'm painting and I need to see the most subtle curvature of the lines of a face, I don't look at it directly but in a mirror. It really stung him that he was yielding to such thoughts in the woods, in the healthy world of nature, and the hand that held Clarisse's finger began to tremble. He had to say something, but it could not be what he was thinking. He joked in a strained way, "So now you want to take my sins upon yourself, but how are you going to do that?" He smiled, but Clarisse noticed a slight trembling spreading over his lips. This did not suit her just now, although it is always a marvelous spur to laughter, this image of the way a man who is dragging a much too large bale of useless thoughts along with him tries to stride through the small door to which he is drawn. She sat completely upright, looked at Walter with a mockingly serious glance, shook her head several times, and began reflectively, "Don't you believe that periods of depression alternate with periods of mania in the world? Urgent, disturbed, fruitful periods of upswing that bring in the new, alternating with sinful periods, despondent, depressed, bad centuries or decades. Periods in which the world approaches its bright ideal shape and periods where it sinks into its sinful form." Walter looked at her with alarm. "That's how it is, I just can't tell you which years," she continued, adding, "The upswing doesn't have to be beautiful, in fact, it has to shuck off a good deal, which may of course be beautiful. It can look like a disease. I'm convinced that from time to time humanity has to become mentally ill in order to attain the synthesis of a new and higher health." Walter refused to understand. Clarisse talked on. "People who are sensitive, like you and me, feel that. We're now living in a period of decline, and that's why you can't work either. In addition, there are sensual ages, and ages that turn away from sensuality. You must prepare yourself for suffering. Remarkably, it moved Walter that Clarisse had said you and me. She had not said that for a long time. And of course there are periods of transition, Clarisse went on. And figures like St. John, precursors, we may be two precursors. Now Walter responded. But you had your way and went to the insane asylum, now we really ought to be of one mind again. You mean that I ought not to go again? Clarisse interjected, and smiled. Don't go again. Walter pleaded. But he did so without conviction, he felt it himself. His plea was merely meant to cover him. Clarisse replied, all precursors complain about the spirit's lack of resolution because they don't yet have complete faith, but no one dares put an end to the irresolution. Even Maying Dust doesn't dare, she added. Walter asked, what is it you'd have to dare? You see, a whole people can't be insane, Clarisse said in an even softer voice. There is only individual insanity. When everyone is insane, then they are the healthy ones. Isn't that right? Therefore a whole people of the insane is the healthiest of people, you just have to treat them as a people, and not as sick people. And I tell you, the mad think more than the healthy do, and they lead a resolute life of a kind we never have the courage for. To be sure, they are forced to live this life in a sinner's form, or they can't yet do otherwise. Walter swallowed and asked, but what is this sinner's form? You talk about it so much, and a lot about transformation too, about taking sins upon oneself, about double beings and so much else, that I half understand and half don't understand. That goes around in circles, of course it goes around in circles, Clarisse smiled, and it was her embarrassed and rather excited smile. That can't be put in a few words, she replied. The insane are just double beings. Well, you said that before. But what does it mean? Walter probed, he wanted to know how she was feeling, without consideration for her. Clarisse reflected. In many depictions, Apollo is man and woman. On the other hand, the Apollo with the arrow was not the Apollo with the lyre, and the Diana of Ephesus wasn't the Diana of Athens. The Greek gods were double beings, and we've forgotten that, but we're double beings too. Walter said after a while, you're exaggerating. Of course the god is one thing when he's killing men and another when he's making music. That's not natural at all. Clarisse countered. You would be the same. You would only be excited in a different way. You're a little different here in the woods and in your room, but you're not a different person. I could say that you never transform yourself completely into what you do, but I don't want to say too much. We've lost the concepts for these processes. The ancients still had them, the Greeks, the people of Nietzsche. Yes, Walter said, perhaps one could be quite different from the way we are. And then he fell silent. Snapped a twig. They were both now lying on the ground, with their heads turned toward each other. Finally Walter asked, what sort of double being am I? Clarisse laughed. He took his twig and tickled her face. You are Billy Goat and Eagle, she said, and laughed again. I am not a Billy Goat. Walter protested sulkily. You're a Billy Goat with eagle's wings. Clarisse fleshed out her assertion. Did you just invent that? Walter asked. It had come to her on the spur of the moment, but she could add something to it that she had long known. Every person has an animal in which he can recognize his fate. Nietzsche had the eagle. Perhaps you mean what's called a totem. Do you know that for the Greeks specific animals were still associated with the gods, the wolf, the steer, the goose, the swan, the dog? You see. Clarisse said. I didn't know that at all, but it's true. And she suddenly added, do you know that sick people do disgusting things? Just like the man under my window that time. And she related the story of the old man on the ward who had winked at her and then behaved so indecently. A lovely story, that, and moreover in front of the general. Walter objected heatedly. You really mustn't go there again. Oh, come on, the general is just afraid of me. Clarisse defended herself. Why should he be afraid? I don't know. But you are too, and father was afraid, and Maying Dust is afraid of me too, Clarisse said. I seem to possess an accursed power, so that men who have something wrong with them are compelled to offer themselves to me. In a word, I tell you, sick people are double beings of God and Billy Goat. I'm afraid for you. Walter whispered more than spoke, softly and tenderly. But the sick ones aren't only double beings of God and goat, but also of child and man, and sadness and gaiety, Clarisse went on without paying attention. Walter shook his head. You seem to associate all men with goat. My God, that's true, I do. Clarisse defended it calmly. I carry the figure of the goat within myself too. The figure. Walter was a little scornful, but involuntarily, for the constant succession of ideas was making him tired. The image, the model, the daimon, call it what you like. Walter needed a rest. He wished to stop for a while, and replied, I will admit that in many respects people are double beings. Recent psychology, Clarisse interrupted him vehemently. Not psychology. You all think much too much. But didn't you claim that the insane think more than we healthy people do? Walter asked mechanically. Then I said it wrong. They think differently. More energetically. She replied, and went on, it doesn't make the slightest difference what one thinks, as soon as one acts, what one thought beforehand doesn't matter anymore. That's why I find it right not to go on talking but to go to the insane in their house, Just a minute. Walter begged. What is your double being? I am first of all man and woman. But you just said go to. That too. Too late's not the sort of thing you can measure with ruler and compass. No, that you can't. Walter moaned aloud, covering his eyes with his hands and clenching his hands into fists. As he lay there mute in this posture, Clarisse crept up to him, threw her arms around his shoulders, and kissed him from time to time. Walter lay motionless. Clarisse was whispering and murmuring something into his ear. She was telling him that the man under the window had been sent by the goat, and that the goat signified sensuality, which had everywhere separated itself from the rest of mankind. All people creep to each other in bed every night and leave the world where it is. This lower solution to the great powers of desire in people must finally be stopped, and then the goat would become the god. This was what Walter heard her say. And wasn't she right? Yet how did it happen that it pleased him? How did it happen that for a long time nothing else had pleased him? Not the paintings that he had earlier admired, not the masters of music whom he had loved, not the great poems, and not the mighty ideas. And that he now found pleasure in listening to Clarisse telling him something that anyone else would say was fantasy? These were the questions that went through Walter's mind. As long as his life had lain before him, he had felt it to be full of great desire and imagination. Since then, Eros had truly separated himself from it. Was there anything he still did body and soul? Was not everything he touched insignificant? Truly, love was gone from his fingertips, the tip of his tongue, his entrails, eyes, and ears, and what remained was merely ashes in the form of life, or, as he now expressed it rather magniloquently, dung in a polished glass, the goat. And beside him, at his ear, was Clarisse, a little bird that had suddenly begun to prophesy this in the woods. He could not find the suggestive, the commanding tone to point out to her where her ideas went too far and where they did not. She was full of images jumbled together. He, too, had been this full of images once, he persuaded himself. And of these great images, one has no idea which ones can be made into reality and which ones cannot. So every person bears within himself a leading ideal figure, Clarisse was now maintaining, but most people settle for living in the form of sin, and Walter found that it might well be said of him that he bore an ideal figure within himself, although he, perhaps even self-penitently, at least voluntarily, lived in ashes. The world also has an ideal figure. He found this image magnificent. Of course it did not explain anything, but what good is explanation? It expressed the will of humanity, striving upward again and again after every defeat. And it suddenly struck Walter that Clarisse had not kissed him voluntarily for at least a year, and that she was now doing it for the first time. 6. Breaths of a Summer Day. On the same morning, Agathe, impelled by moody contradictions left over from the previous night, said to her brother, "And why should it be possible to live a life in love? There are times when you live no less in anger, in hostility, or even in pride or hardness, and they don't claim to be a second world." "T'd prefer to say that one lives for love," Ulrich replied indolently. Our other emotions must inspire us to action in order that they last, that's what anchors them in reality. But it's usually that way in love too, Agathe objected. She felt as if she were swinging on a high branch that was threatening to break off under her any moment. But then why does every beginner swear to himself that it will last forever, even if he's beginning for the 10th time? Was her next question. Perhaps because it's so inconstant. One also swears eternal enmity. Perhaps because it's such a violent emotion. But there are emotions whose nature it is to last longer than others, loyalty, friendship, obedience, for example. I think because they are the expression of stable, indeed even moral, relationships. Your answers aren't very consistent. The interruptions and continuations of the conversation seemed to nestle in the shallow, lazy breaths of the summer day. Brother and sister lay, a little bleary-eyed and overtired, on garden chairs in the sunshine. After a while Agathe began again. Faith in God imposes no action, contains no prescribed relationships to other people, can be totally immoral, and yet it's a lasting emotion. Faith and love are related to each other, Ulrich remarked. Also, unlike all the other emotions, both have available their own manner of thinking, contemplation. That means a great deal, for it is not love and faith themselves that create the image of their world, contemplation does it for them. What is contemplation? I can't explain it. Or maybe, in a nutshell, a thinking by intimation. Or, in other words, the way we think when we're happy. The other emotions you named don't have this resource. You could also call it meditating. If you say that faith and love can move mountains, it means that they can entirely take the place of the mind. So the thought of the believer and the lover is intimation? The real inner manner of their thinking? Right. Ulrich confirmed, surprised. No reason to praise Mel, you said it yourself yesterday. His sister informed him. And just so that I'm sure, contemplation, then, is also the thinking that allows itself to be led not by our actual emotions but by our other ones. If you want to put it that way, yes. So that's the way one could think in a world of special people? Yesterday you used the term ecstatic society for it. Do you remember? Yes. Good. Why are you laughing now? Ulrich asked. Because Mephistopheles says, truth is proclaimed through the mouths of two witnesses. So two suffice. He's evidently wrong, Ulrich contradicted calmly. In his day, the joint insanity of two people, had not yet been recognized. A noiseless stream of weightless drifting blossoms, emanating from a group of trees whose flowering was done, drifted through the sunshine, and the breath that bore it was so gentle that not a leaf stirred. It cast no shadow on the green of the lawn, but this green seemed to darken from within like an eye. Extravagantly and tenderly leaved by the young summer, the trees and bushes standing in the wings or forming the backdrop gave the impression of being amazed spectators who, surprised and spellbound in their gay attire, were participating in this funeral procession and celebration of nature. Spring and fall, speech and nature's silence, life and death, mingled in this picture. Hearts seemed to stop, to have been removed from their breasts, in order to join this silent procession through the air. My heart was taken from out my breast, a mystic had said. Agatha cautiously abandoned herself to the enthusiasm that once before in this garden had almost led her to believe in the arrival of the millennium and under the image of which she imagined an ecstatic society. But she did not forget what she had learned since, in this kingdom, you must keep quite still. You cannot leave room for any kind of desire, not even the desire to ask questions. You must also shed the understanding with which you ordinarily perform tasks. You must strip the self of all inner tools. It seemed to her that walls and columns retreated to the side within her, and that the world was entering her eyes the way tears do. But she suddenly discovered that she was only superficially holding fast to this condition, and that her thoughts had long since slipped away from it. When she encountered them again, her thoughts were considering a quite remote problem, a little monster of disaffection. She was asking herself in the most foolish fashion, and intent on this foolishness, was I ever really impetuous and unhappy? A man without a name came to mind, whose name she bore, indeed had borne away from him, and she repeated her question with the mute, unmoving obstinacy with which one gazes after a wave that has ebbed away. Presumably, young people, whose lifespan is still short, are more disposed to be amazed at what they have already felt than older people, who have become accustomed to the changeability of life's passions and circumstances, except that the escape of feeling is also the stream in whose motion the stone heavens of mystic emotion are reflected, and for one of these reasons it was probably a supernaturally magnified astonishment that contained the question of where the hatred and violence she had felt against Hagar had come from. Where was the desire to hurt him? She was close to thinking she had lost it, like an object that must still be somewhere nearby. So Agatha's thoughts were doubtless still completely under the spell of the procession of flowers and death, but they were not moving with it, and in its mute and solemn way, but making little jumps here and there. It was not meditating she was indulging in, but a thinking, even if a thinking without rigor, a branching off and in a continuation of what had earlier been left unsaid in a fleeting exchange about the constancy of the emotions, without exactly wanting to be. She was still gripped by it, and she recalled an image that Ulrich had suggested on another occasion, and with greater sympathy, about this constancy and inconstancy of the emotions. She was thinking now that nothing was more remote from her than expressing her emotions in works, and apparently she was thinking for a moment of August Leibniz and meant good works, works of love, signs of love's practical orientation, such as he desired of her in vain, but by and large, she meant simply works and was thinking of Ulrich, who earlier had always spoken of spiritual work that one had to fashion out of everything, even if it was only a deeper breath. And that one derived a rule or created an idea for everything and felt responsible for the world also remained a matter of indifference to her most profound inclination. Her ambition was not tempted to sit in the master's saddle of a hobby horse. And finally, character was not the refuge of her emotions either, and when she confronted this question she received the answer, I never used to love what I felt so strongly that I would have wanted to be, so to speak, its cupboard for my entire life. And it occurred to her that for her emotions, insofar as they had been aroused by men, she had always chosen men whom she did not like with either all her soul or all her body. How pathetic! She thought cheerfully. Even then I weakened the desires, the pull toward reality in my emotions, and kept open the path to the magic kingdom. For wasn't that now Ulrich's theory about passion? Either howl like a child with rage and frustration or enthusiasm and get rid of it. Or abstain entirely from the pull toward the real, the active, and desire of any kind that Ix's emotion contains. What lies in between is the real kingdom of the emotions, its works and transformations, its being filled up with reality as lovely as a storeroom full of apples of Ix's hue, and absurdly monotonous too, like everything that fades and falls the same way with Ix's New Year. This was what she was thinking, and she tried to find her way back again to the emotion hovering silently through the world of nature. She kept her mind from turning toward anything in a specific way. She strained to shed all knowledge and desire, all utilitarian use of head and heart and limbs. You must be unegotistic in this most extreme sense, you have to strive to gain this mysterious unmediated relationship to outer and inner, she said to herself, and collected herself almost as if she wanted to feign death. But this seemed as impossible a task as it had been in childhood not to commit a sin between confession and communion, and finally she abandoned the effort entirely. What? She asked herself sulkily. Is a world in which one desires nothing perhaps not desirable? At this moment she was honestly suspicious of the world of ecstasy, and she urgently wanted to present this fundamental question that underlies all ascesis to her brother. He, however, seemed not to want to be disturbed by anything as he lay there enjoying his comfortable position and closed the narrow slit between his eyelids completely every time she looked over at him. So she abandoned her deck chair and stood irresolutely for a while, smiling, looking now at Ulrich, now at the garden. She stretched her legs and adjusted her skirt with small blows of her hand. Each one of these actions had a kind of rustic beauty, simple, healthy, instinctive, and it was this way either by chance or because her most recent thoughts had led her to be cheerful in a robust way. Her hair fell in a scallop at each side of her face, and the background, formed of trees and bushes that, from where she was standing, opened into depth, was a frame that positioned her image before earth and sky. This view, which Ulrich was enjoying, for he was secretly observing his sister, not only was attractive but soon became so much so that it suffered nothing else beside it that it would not have drawn in. Ulrich thought this time of the expression enhanced accountability for this enchanting image that was forming, not for the first time, between brother and sister. He extrapolated the term from a word that ages ago, in another charmed circle, had meant much to him, and truly, as there is a diminished sense of accountability, whose bewitched nature had formerly astounded him, and which is ultimately always stamped with the defect of senselessness, what seemed to be reigning here was an increased and intensified fullness of the senses, a high superabundance, indeed a distress, of such a kind that everything about Agatha and which was taking place cast a reflection on her that could not be grasped by sensory designations, and placed her in an aspect for which not only no word existed but also no expression or outlet of any kind. Every fold of her dress was so laden with powers, indeed it almost might be said with value, that it was impossible to imagine a greater happiness, but also no more uncertain adventure, than cautiously to touch this fold with the tips of one's fingers. She had now half turned away from her brother and was standing motionless, so that he could observe her freely. He knew that experiences of this kind had bound the two of them together for as long as they had known each other. He remembered the morning after his arrival at their father's house, when he had caught sight of her in woman's clothes for the first time. It had been at that time, too, that he had had the strange experience of seeing her standing in a grotto of rays of light, and this in addition, that she was a more beautiful repetition and alteration of his self. There were, moreover, many things connected with this that merely had a different external shape. For the painted circus animals that he had loved more ardently than real ones, the sight of his little sister dressed for a ball, her beauty kindling in him the longing to be her, then even the confectioner's horse that had lately been the object of a bantering conversation, all arose from the same enchantment, and now, when he again returned to the present, which was by no means droll, the most contradictory scruples about coming too close to one another, the staring at and bending over, the heavy figurative quality of many moments, the gliding into an equivocal we and the world feeling, and many other things, demonstrated to him the same forces and weaknesses. Involuntarily he reflected on these things. Common to all these experiences was that they received an emotion of the greatest force from an impossibility, from a failure and stagnation. That they were missing the bridge of action leading to and from the world, and finally, that they ended on a vanishingly narrow borderline between the greatest happiness and pathological behavior. Looked at in an unholy way, they were all somewhat reminiscent of a porcelain still life, and of a blind window, and of a dead-end street, and of the unending smile of wax dolls under glass and light, things that appear to have got stuck on the road between death and resurrection, unable to take a step either forward or backward. In bringing such examples to mind, Ulrich thought that they were also to be understood without mystery and myth. Such images entice our emotions, which are accustomed to act, and our sympathies, which are usually dispersed over many things, in a direction in which no progress is possible, and this might easily give rise to an experience of dammed-up significance that permits no access of any kind, so that it grows and grows in absolutely unbearable fashion. Externally, nothing new happens anymore, but the one thing is repeated again and again, Ulrich thought. And internally, it's as if we had henceforth only said, thought, and felt, one thing, one thing, one thing. But it's not entirely like that either. He interjected to himself. It's rather like a very slow and monotonous rhythm. And something new arises, bliss. A tormenting bliss one would like to give the slip to but can't. Is it bliss at all? Ulrich asked himself. It's an oppressive increase in the emotion that leaves all qualities behind. I could just as easily call it a congestion. Agatha did not seem to notice that she was being observed. And why does my happiness for it is happiness search out just such occasions and hiding places? Ulrich went on to ask again, with one small change. He could not keep from admitting to himself that separated out from the stream, such an emotion could also wash around a love for a dead person, whose countenance belongs with a more profound defenselessness than any living one to the glances which it cannot drive off. And his happening to think that in literature moody, necrophilic art thoughts were not exactly a rarity did not make it any better, but merely led him to reflect that the charming insanity of relating things, which combines all the soul's longing into the representation of a beautiful dead woman, has some kind of connection with a malevolent insanity in which a fétiche hairband, a shawl draws all the currents of body and soul to itself. And every fixed idea too, even one that is only overpowering in the ordinary sense, is accompanied by such an intensified usurpation. There was in this a kinship more or less crippled and not entirely pleasant, and Ulrich would not have been a man had not the twisted, slippery, lurking, lost nature of these relationships filled him with suspicion. To be sure, his spirits were lifted by the idea that there was nothing in the world that did not have some black sheep kin, for the world of health is composed of the same basic elements as the world of disease, it is only the proportions that differ. But when he cautiously directed his glance at Agatha and allowed it to drink from the sight of her, there still dominated in his feelings, in spite of their miserable sublimity, an uncanny absence of will, a marked displacement or being carried away into the vicinity of sleep, of death, of the image, of the immobile, the imprisoned, the powerless. Ideas drained away, every energetic drive dissipated, the unutterable paralyzed every limb, the world slipped away remote and unheeding, and the unstable armistice on the borderline between the enhanced and the diminished was barely to be borne any longer. But precisely with the entrance of this enormous draining away of power something different began, for their bodies seemed to be losing something of their boundaries, of which they no longer had any need. It's like the frenzy of the bee swarm that's trying to surround the queen, Ulrich thought silently. And finally the unavoidable discovery dawned on him, although he had so far avoided it, that all these strange, individual temptations of the emotions and emotional experiences, which intermingled and hovered within him like the shadows cast by the foliage of the restless tree when the sun is high, could be encompassed and understood at a single glance if he regarded his love for his sister as their origin. For evidently this emotion and this alone was the hero of his breaking down, of his blocked path, and of all the ambiguous adventures and detours associated with this. Even the psychology of the emotions, which he was pursuing on his own in his diaries, now seemed to him merely an attempt to conceal the love between him and his sister in a quixotic edifice of ideas. Did he, then, desire her? He was really astonished that he was confessing this to himself for the first time, and he now clearly saw the possibilities between which he had to make up his mind. Either he really had to believe that he was making ready for an adventure such as had never existed before, an adventure that he needed only to urge on and set out on with no second thoughts. Or he had to yield to his emotion, even should this feeling be unnatural, in the natural way, or forbid himself to, and was all he was accomplishing through his irresolution to become inventive in subterfuges? When he asked himself this second, rather contemptible question, he did not fail to ask the third it entailed: what was there to prevent him from doing what he wanted? A biological superstition, a moral one? In short, the judgment of others? Thinking of this, Ulrich felt such a violent boiling up of feeling against these others that he was even more surprised, especially as this sudden stab bore no relation to the gentle emotions with which he believed himself filled. But in reality what came to the fore was only something that had recently receded into the background. For his attachment to Agatha and his detachment from the world were always two sides of one and the same situation and inclination. Even in those years when he had almost never thought that he had a real sister, the concept of sister had had a magic effect on him. No doubt this happens often, and it is usually nothing very different from the soaring youthful form of that need for love which in the later condition of submission seeks out a bird, a cat, or a dog, at times too, probably, humanity or one's neighbor, because between the dust and heat of the struggle to live and life's games this need cannot truly unfold. Sometimes this need for love is already even in youthful of submission, of timidity toward life, and loneliness, and in that case the misty image of the sister takes on the shadow-boxing grace of the doppelganger, which transforms the anxiety of being abandoned by the world into the tenderness of lonely togetherness. And sometimes this ecstatic image is nothing but the crassest egotism and selfishness, that is to say an excessive wanting to be loved, which has entered into a jerry-built agreement with sweet selflessness. In all such cases, and Ulrich thought again of the case in which it transforms itself into a fellow human being and then dispenses with its ambiguity, but also with its little sister as a creation originating from the other part of emotion, from the uproar of this emotion and the desire to live differently, that's the way Ulrich would understand it now. But it probably is this only in the weak form of longing. But familiar with longing as he was, his mind was no less acquainted with struggle, and if he correctly understood his past, his precipitate turning toward Agatha had initially been a declaration of war against the world. Love is, moreover, always the revolt of a couple from the wisdom of the crowd. It could be said that in his case, the revolt had come first, but it could be said just as well that the core of all his criticism of the world was nothing so much as a knowing about love. So I am if a hermaphroditic monasticism is conceivable, why shouldn't this be in the dubious situation of having been, at bottom, a soldier with monastic inclinations, and ultimately a monk with soldierly inclinations who can't leave off swearing? He thought cheerfully, but still with astonishment, for he was made aware for perhaps the first time of the profound contradiction between his passion and the entire disposition of his nature. Even as he now looked at Agatha, he thought he perceived his conflict on the sea-bright surface of inwardness spreading out around her, as an evil, metallic reflection. He was so lost in these thoughts that he did not notice that she had for some time been curiously observing his eyes. Now she stepped up to her brother and mischievously passed her hand downward before his eyes, as if she wished to cut off his peculiar glance. And as if that were not sufficient, she grasped his arm and prepared to pull him up from his chair. Ulrich stood and looked around him the way a person does emerging from sleep. To think that at this very moment, hundreds of people are fighting for their lives. That ships are sinking, animals are attacking people, thousands of animals are being slaughtered by people. He said, half like someone looking back with a shudder from a blissful shore, half like a man who is sorry not to be part of it. You're certainly sorry not to be part of it? Agatha then did indeed ask. His smile denied it. But his words conceded the point. It's pleasant to think about how pleasant it is when I grasp with my whole hand a thing that I've merely been stroking for some time with the tip of a finger. His sister put her arm through his. Come, let's walk around a little, she proposed. In the hardness of his arm she felt the manly joy at everything savage. She pressed her fingernails against the unyielding muscles, seeking to hurt him. When he complained, she offered the explanation, in the infinite waters of bliss I'm clutching at the straw of evil. Why should you be the only one? She repeated her attack. Ulrich placated her with a smile. What your nails are doing to me is not a straw but a girder. They were walking meanwhile. had Agatha demonstrated the ability to guess his thoughts? Were the two of them twin clocks? When emotions are tuned to the same string, is it entirely natural to read emotions from each other's faces? It is at any rate an impressive game, so long as one does not miss the mark and crash. The loveliest assurance of the miracles enduring now lay in their motion, lay in the garden, which seemed to be sleeping in the sunshine, where the gravel crunched, the breeze freshened from time to time, and their bodies were bright and alert. For surmising oneself bound and feeling to everything the eye could see was as easy as the transparent air, and only when they stopped was it afterward as melancholy as a deep breath to take first steps again through this imagistic landscape. The words they exchanged meanwhile really signified nothing, but merely cradled them as they walked, like the childishly amused conversation a fountain has with itself, babbling gossip about eternity. But without their needing to say anything, they slowly turned into a path that led them near the boundary of their small garden kingdom, and it was evident that this was not happening for the first time. Where they came in sight of the street, rolling animatedly past beyond the high iron fence that was supported by a stone base, they abandoned the path, taking advantage of the cover of trees and bushes, and paused on a small rise, whose dry earth formed the place where several old trees stood. Here the picture of the resting pair was lost in the play of light and shadow, and there was almost no likelihood of their being discovered from the street, although they were so near it that the unsuspecting pedestrians made that exaggerated outward impression which is peculiar to everything one merely observes without in any way participating in it. The faces seemed like things, indeed even poorer than things, like flat discs, and if words were suddenly carried into the garden they had no sense, only an amplified sound such as hollow, decayed rooms have. But the two observers did not have long to wait before one person or another came still closer to their hiding place, whether it was someone stopping and looking in astonishment at all the green suddenly revealed along his course, or whether it was someone moved to stop by the favorable opportunity of resting something in his hand on the stone base of the fence for a moment, or to tie his shoelace on it, or whether in the short shadows of the fence pillars falling on the path it was two people stopped in conversation, with the others streaming past behind them. And the more accidentally this seemed to happen in single cases, the more clearly the invariable, unconscious, enduring effect of the fence detached itself from the variety and contingency of these manifold actions, invading the individual life like a trap. They both loved this game of cause and effect, which stood in scornful contrast to the game of souls they had discovered this place on the days when they, too, had strolled through the streets and talked about the difficulties of loving one's neighbor, and the contradictions of everyone loving everybody, and the fence, which separated them from the world but connected them with it visually, had seemed to them then the manifest image of the human world, not least of themselves, in short, the image of everything which Ulrich had once summarized in the terse expression the unseparated and not united. Most of this now seemed quite superfluous and a childish waste of time, as indeed its only mission had been to give them time and to gain from the observing game with the world the conviction that they had something in mind that concerned everyone and did not just spring from a personal need. Now they were much more secure, they knew more about their adventure. All individual questions were froth, beneath which lay the dark mirror of another possible way of life. Their great sympathy with each other and with others, and in general the fulfillment of the promises sunk into the world, promises that constantly emanate the peculiar mirage that life as it is strikes us as fragmented in every way by life as it might be. This fulfillment was never to be won from details but only from the totally different. The fence, however, had still preserved something of its course, prompting distinctness, and was at least able to beckon to a leave-taking. Agatha laid her hand, which had the light, dry warmth of the finest wool, on Ulrich's head, turned it in the direction of the street, let her hand fall to his shoulder, and tickled her brother's ear with her fingernail and no less with the words, "Now let's test our love for our neighbors once more, teacher. How would it be if today we tried to love one of them like ourselves? I don't love myself." Ulrich resisted in the same tone. "I even think that all the earlier energy I was so proud of was a running away from myself. So what you've sometimes said, that I'm your self-love in the form of a girl, is altogether not terribly flattering. Oh, on the contrary. You're another self-love, the other. Now, that you'll have to explain to me," Agatha commanded without looking up. "A good person has good defects and a bad one has bad virtues, so the one has a good self-love and the other a bad one. Obscure. But from a famous author from whom Christendom has learned a great deal, but unfortunately just not that. Not much clearer. Half a millennium before Christ. He taught that whoever does not love himself in the right way is not able to love others either. For the right love for oneself is also being naturally good to others. So self-love is not selfishness but being good. Did he really say that? Oh, I don't know, perhaps I'm putting the words in his mouth. He also taught that goodwill is not wanting the good but wanting something with goodness. He was a logician and natural philosopher, soldier and mystic, and, significantly, is supposed to have been the greatest teacher, and so it did not even escape him that morality can never be completely detached from mysticism. You're an insufferable exercise instructor who shows up in the morning, the cock crows, and one's supposed to hop to it. I'd rather sleep. No, you ought to help me. They lay on their stomachs on the ground, next to each other. If they raised their heads, they saw the street. If they didn't, they saw between pointed young blades of grass the drying fallen leaves from the high tree. Agatha asked, "So that's why it's love your neighbor as yourself? It could also be the other way around, love yourself as your neighbor." "Yes. And it's easy to love him not only less than oneself but also more. What's almost impossible is to love him and yourself in the same way. Compared with that, loving someone so much that you sacrifice yourself for him is positively a relief, Ulrich replied. For the moment, the conversation had taken on a playful tone that deftly stirred up profound questions, a tone to which they had become accustomed during their walks through the city, but really, and although since then nothing that could be counted as time had passed, they were deliberately imitating themselves, the way one casually immerses oneself again in a game one has outgrown. And Agatha remarked, so then love your neighbor as yourself also means, don't love your neighbor selflessly. Actually, yes, Ulrich conceded. And without agreeing with her incidental arguments against selfless goodness, which in male human form were courting her soul, he added, that's even quite important. For the people who talk of selfless goodness are teaching something that's better than selfishness and less than goodness. And Agatha asked, but when you fall in love the usual way, doesn't that inevitably involve desire and selflessness? Yes. And it really can't be said of self-love either that one desires oneself, or that one loves oneself selflessly. No, Ulrich said. Then what's called self-love may not be any kind of love at all? Agatha hazarded. That's as you take it, her brother replied. It's more a confiding in oneself, an instinctive caring for oneself, self-toleration. Agatha said, quite deliberately making a dissatisfied and slightly disgusted face, although she did not exactly know why. Why are we talking about it at all? Ulrich interjected. But we're talking about others. Agatha answered, and laughter at her brother and herself lit up her face. She had again directed her glance at the fence, drawing her brothers after her, and because their eyes were not focused on a specific distance, the host of vehicles and pedestrians swam past it. Where shall we begin? She asked, as if the rest were understood as a matter of course. You can't just do it on command. Ulrich objected. No. But we can try to just feel everything in some such way, and we can entrust ourselves to it more and more. That has to happen of itself. Let's help it along. Agatha proposed. For instance, let's stop talking and do nothing but look at them. That's all right with me, Ulrich agreed. For a short time they were silent, then something else occurred to Agatha. To love something in the ordinary sense means to prefer it to something else. So we must try to love one person and at the same time prevent ourselves from preferring him to others, she whispered. Keep quiet. You have to be quiet. Ulrich fended her off. Now they gazed out for a while again. But soon Agatha propped herself up on her elbow and looked despairingly at her brother. It's not working. As soon as I tried it, the people outside became like a river full of pale fish. We're dreadful idlers, she complained. Ulrich turned toward her, laughing. You're forgetting that striving for bliss isn't work. I've never done anything in my whole life, now I'd like something to happen. Let's do something good to someone. Agatha pleaded. Even doing good is a notion that doesn't occur at all in real goodness. It's only when the waves break that the ocean disintegrates into droplets. Ulrich countered. And what would it mean anyway to do something good in a situation in which you can't do anything but good? The anticipation, the heaviness of a feeling of victory, the confidence of powers that were for the moment at rest, allowed him to be playful with his seriousness. So you don't want to do anything? Agatha asked coolly. Of course I do. But the kingdom of love is in every respect the great entire reality. That's why the first thing you have to do is cut the arms and legs off your emotions, and then we'll see what can happen in spite of that. You make it sound like a machine, Agatha chided. You have to undertake it as a good experimenter, Ulrich contradicted her, unmoved. You have to try to circumscribe the decisive part. Agatha now offered serious resistance. We're not concluding some scientific investigation but, if you'll permit the expression, opening our hearts, she said with somewhat sarcastic sharpness. And also the point we'd have to start from has not been exactly new for some time, since the Gospels. Exclude hatred, resistance, strife from yourself, just don't believe that they exist. Don't blame, don't get angry, don't hold people responsible, don't defend yourself against anything. Don't struggle anymore, don't think or bargain, forget and unlearn denial. In this way fill every crack, every fissure, between you and them, love, fear, beg, and walk with them, and take everything that happens in time and space, whatever comes and goes, whatever is beautiful or disturbing, not as reality but as a word and metaphor of the Lord. That's how we should go to meet them. As usually happened, during this long and passionate and unusually resolute speech her face had taken on a deeper hue. Splendid. Every word a letter in a great scripture. Ulrich exclaimed appreciatively. And we, too, will have to gain courage. But such courage? Is that what you really want? Agatha subdued her zeal and denied it mutely and honestly. Not entirely. She added by way of explanation, so as not to deny it too much. It is the teaching of him who advised us to offer our left cheek if we have been struck on the right one. And that's probably the mildest transgression that ever was, Ulrich went on reflectively. But don't misunderstand one thing, that this message too, if carried out, is a psychological exercise. A particular behavior and a particular group of ideas and emotions are bound up in it together and mutually support each other. I mean everything in us that is suffering, enduring, tender, susceptible, protective, and yielding, in short, love. And it's so far from that to everything else, especially to whatever is hard, aggressive, and actively life-shaping, that these other emotions and ideas and the bitter necessities disappear from view entirely. That doesn't mean that they fade from reality, merely that you don't get angry at them, don't deny them, and that you forget knowing about them. So it's like a roof that the wind can get under and that can never stand for long, but one has faith in goodness. It's faith. You're forgetting that. Agatha interrupted. No, I'm not forgetting that, but that came along only later, through Paul. I made a note of his explanation. It runs, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And that's a gross, I'd almost say covetous, misunderstanding. The tenet of the kingdom that will come at the end of days would like to have something it can get hold of in place of the bliss that the Son of Man has already experienced on earth. It has been promised. Why are you running it down? Is it then worth nothing to be able to believe not merely with all one's soul but utterly, with parasol and clothes? But the breath of the Annunciation was not promise and faith but intimation. A condition in which one loves metaphors. A bolder condition than faith. And I'm not the first to notice this. The only thing that's been regarded as truly real for the bringer of salvation has been the experiencing of these foreshadowing metaphors of happy unresistingness and love. The miserable rest, which we call reality, natural, sturdy, dangerous life, has simply mirrored itself in his soul in a completely dematerialized way, like a picture puzzle. And by Jehovah and Jupiter! That assumes, first of all, civilization, because no one is so poor that robbers can't be found to murder him, and it assumes a desert in which there are indeed evil spirits, but no lions. Secondly, these high and happy tidings appear to have originated pretty much in ignorance of all contemporary civilizations. It is remote from the multiplicities of culture and the spirit, remote from doubts, but also from choice, remote from sickness but also from almost all discoveries that fight it. In short, it is remote from all the weaknesses, but also from all the advantages of human knowledge and capability, which even in its own time were by no means meager. And incidentally, that's why it also has rather simple notions of good and evil, beautiful and ugly. Now, the moment you make room for such objections and conditions, you'll also have to content yourself with my less simple procedure. Agatha argued against it anyway. You're forgetting one thing, she repeated, that this teaching claims to come from God, and in that case everything more complex that deviates from it is simply false or indifferent. Quiet, Ulrich said, placing a finger on his mouth. You can't talk about God in such a stubbornly physical way, as if he were sitting behind that bush over there the way he did in the year. All right, I can't, Agatha conceded. But let me tell you something, tool you yourself, when you're devising bliss on earth, are prepared to renounce science, tendencies in art, luxury, and everything people rush around for every day. Then why do you begrudge it so much to others? You're certainly right, Ulrich conceded. A dry twig had found its way into his hand, and he pensively poked the ground with it. They had slid down a little, so that once again only their heads peeked over the top of the rise, and that only when they lifted them. They lay beside each other on their stomachs like two marksmen who have forgotten what they were lying in wait for, and Agatha, touched by her brother's yielding, threw her arm around his neck and made a concession of her own. Look, what is it doing? She exclaimed, pointing with a finger to an ant beside his twig, which had attacked another ant. It's murdering, Ulrich ascertained coldly. Don't let it. Agatha pleaded, and in her excitement raised a leg to the sky so that it rose upside down over her knee. Ulrich proposed, try to take it metaphorically. You don't even have to rush to give it a particular significance, just take its own. Then it becomes like a dry breath of air, or the sulphurous smell of decaying foliage in autumn, some kind of volatizing drops of melancholy that make the soul's readiness for dissolution tremble. I can imagine that one could even get over one's own death amicably, but only because one dies just once and therefore regards it as especially important, because the understanding of saints and heroes is pretty lacking in glory in the face of nature's constant small confusions and their dissonances. Possibly, Ulrich, through faith. Agatha, intimation and metaphor won't do it either. Ulrich, exactly. While he was speaking, Agatha had taken the twig from his fingers and attempted to rescue the ant that had been attacked, with the result that she nearly crushed both, but finally she succeeded in separating them. With diminished vitality, the ant scrapped toward new adventures. Did that make any sense? Ulrich asked. I understand you to mean by that what we were trying to do by the fence is against nature and reason, Agatha answered. Why shouldn't I say it? Ulrich said. Anyway, I wanted to say to surprise you, the glory of God does not twitch an eyelid when calamity strikes. Perhaps too, life swallows corpses and filth without a shadow on its smile. And surely this man is charming as long as no moral demands are made on him. Ulrich stretched out irresponsibly in the sun. For they merely needed to change position slightly, they did not even have to stand up, in order for the world on which they had been eavesdropping to disappear and be replaced by a large lawn, bordered by rustling bushes, that stretched in a gentle incline down to their lovely old house and lay there in the full light of summer. They had given up the ants and offered themselves to the points of the sun's rays, half unawares. From time to time a cool breeze poured over them. The sun shines on the just and the unjust. Ulrich offered as benediction, in peaceable mockery. Love your enemies, for he maketh the sun to rise on the evil and on the good is the way it goes. Agatha contradicted him as softly as if she were merely confiding it to the air. Really? The way I say it, it would be wonderfully natural. But you've got it wrong. Are you sure? Where is it from anyway? The Bible, of course. I'll look it up in the house. I want to show you for once that I can be right too. He wanted to hold her back, but she was already on her feet beside him and hastened away. Ulrich closed his eyes. Then he opened and closed them again. Without Agatha, the solitude was bereft of everything, as if he were not in it himself. Then the steps returned. Great resounding footsteps in the silence, as in soft snow. Then the indescribable sense of nearness set in, and finally the nearness filled with a cheery laugh, prefacing the words, "It goes, love your enemies. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust." And where's it from? Nowhere else but the Sermon on the Mount that you seem to know so well, my friend. I feel I've been exposed as a bad theologian, Ulrich conceded with a smile, and asked, "Read it aloud." Agatha had a heavy Bible in her hands, not an especially old or precious thing, but in any case not a recent edition, and read, "Why ye have heard that it hath been said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor, and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you, and persecute you, that ye may be the children of your Father which is in heaven, for he maketh the sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust." "Do you know anything else?" Ulrich asked, eager to know. "Yes," Agatha went on. "It is written, Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment. But I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment. But whosoever shall say, Thou fool, shall be in danger of hellfire. And then this too, which you know so well, but I say unto you, that ye resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if any man will sue thee at the law and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also. And whosoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go with him tween." "Well, I don't like that," Ulrich said. Agatha thumbed through the pages. "Maybe you like this, a middle dot, and if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off, and cast it from thee, for it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell." Ulrich took the book from her and leafed through it himself. "A middle dot, there are even several variations," he exclaimed. Then he laid the book in the grass, pulled her beside him, and for some time said nothing. At last he replied, speaking seriously, "I'm like every man, or at least like that man. It's natural for me to apply this saying in reverse. If his hand offend thee, cut it off, and if you smite someone on the cheek, give him a hook to the heart too, just to make sure." The constellation of brother and sister, or the unseparated and not united. Even in those years when Ulrich had sought his path in life alone and not without bravado, the word sister had often been for him heavy with an undefined longing, although at that time he almost never thought that he possessed a real living sister. In this there was a contradiction pointing to disparate origins, which were indicated in many ways that brother and sister ordinarily discounted. Not that they necessarily saw it as false, but it counted as little in relationship to the truth they knew they were approaching as an intruding comer signifies in the sweep of a grandly curving wall. Without question, such things happen often. In many lives the unreal, invented sister is nothing other than a soaring youthful fond of need for love that later, in the condition of chillier dreams, contents itself with a bird or another animal, or turns toward humanity or one's neighbor. In the life of many others, this sister is adolescent timidity and loneliness, an invented doppelganger full of shadowboxing chan, which softens the anxieties of loneliness in the tenderness of a lonely togetherness. And of many natures it need merely be said that this image that they cherish so ecstatically is nothing but the crassest egotism and selfishness, an excessive liking to be loved that has entered into a genie-built agreement with sweet selflessness. But that many men and women bear the image of such a counterpart in their hearts there can be no doubt. It simply represents love and is always the sign of an unsatisfying and tense relation to the world. And it is not only those who are deficient or who are by nature without harmony who have such desires, balanced people have them too. And so Ulrich began to speak to his sister about an experience he had related to her once already, and repeated the story of the most unforgettable woman who, with the exception of Agatha herself, had ever crossed his path. She was a child woman, a girl of about 12, remarkably mature in her behavior, who had ridden in the same trolley car for a short distance with him and a companion, and had charmed him like a mysteriously bygone love poem whose traces are full of never-experienced bliss. Later, the flaming up of his infatuation had sometimes aroused doubts in him, for it was peculiar and admitted dubious inferences about himself. For that reason he did not relate the incident with feeling but spoke of the doubts, even though it was not without feeling that he generalized them. At that age, a girl quite often has more beautiful legs than she does later, he said. Their later sturdiness apparently comes from what they need to carry directly above them. In adolescence these legs are long and free and can run, and if their skirts expose the thigh in some activity, the curve already has something gently increasing. Oh, the crescent moon occurs to me, toward the end of its tender first virginal moon phase. That's how glorious they look. Later I sometimes investigated the reasons quite seriously. At that age hair has the softest sheen. The face shows its lovely naturalness. The eyes are like some smooth, never crumpled silk. The mind, destined in future to become petty and covetous, is still a pure flame without much brightness among obscure desires. And what at this age is certainly not yet beautiful, for instance? The childish tummy or the blind expression of the breast acquires through the clothing, to the extent that it cleverly simulates adulthood, and through the dreamy imprecision of love, a very thing that a charming stage mask can achieve. So if that's quite in order to admire such a creature, and how else should one do so than through a slight attack of love? And it's not at all against nature for a child to be the object of such feelings? Agatha asked. What would be against nature would be a straight-out lustful desire, Ulrich replied. But a person like that also drags the innocent or, in any event, unready and helpless creature into actions for which it has not designed. He must ignore the immaturity of the developing mind and body, and play the game of his passion with a mute and veiled opponent. No, he not only ignores whatever would get in his way, but brutally sweeps it aside. That's something quite different, with different consequences. But perhaps a touch of the perniciousness of this sweeping aside is already contained in the ignoring? Agatha objected. She might have been jealous of her brother's tissue of thoughts, at any rate, she resisted. I don't see any great distinction in whether one pays no attention to what might restrain one, or doesn't feel it. Ulrich countered, you're right and you're not right. I really just told the story because it's a preliminary stage of the love between brother and sister. Love between brother and sister? Agatha asked, and pretended to be astonished, as if she were hearing the term for the first time, but she was digging her nails into Ulrich's arm again, and perhaps she did so too strongly, and her fingers trembled. Ulrich, feeling as if 5 small warm wounds had opened side by side in his arm, suddenly said, the person whose strongest stimulation is associated with experiences each of which is, in some way or other, impossible, isn't interested in possible experiences. It may be that imagination is a way of fleeing from life, a refuge and a den of iniquity, as many maintain. I think that the story of the little girl, as well as all the other examples we've talked about, point not to an abnormality or a weakness but to a revulsion against the world and a strong recalcitrance, an excessive and over-passionate desire for love. He forgot that Agatha could know nothing of the other examples and equivocal comparisons with which his thoughts had previously associated this kind of love, for he now felt himself in the clear again and had overcome, for the time being, the anesthetizing taste, the transformation into the will-less and lifeless, that was part of his experience, so that the automatic reference slipped inadvertently through a gap in his thoughts. These thoughts were still oriented toward the more general aspect, with which his personal case could be compared as well as contrasted, and if in favor of the inner coherence of these ideas one leaves aside how they succeeded and shaped one another, what remained was a more or less impersonal content that looked something like this. For the articulation of life, hate might be just as important as love. There seem to be as many reasons to love the world as to detest it. Both instincts lie in human nature ready for use, their powers in unequal proportions, which vary in individuals. But there is no way of knowing how pleasure and bitterness balance each other in order to allow us to keep going on with our lives. The opinion we like to hear, that this calls for a preponderance of pleasure, is evidently false. For we also go on with our lives with bitterness, with an excess of unhappiness, hatred, or contempt for life, and proceed as surely as we would with a superabundance of happiness. But it occurred to Ulrich that both are extremes, the life-loving person as well as the person shadowed by animosity, and this is what led him to think of the complicated balance that is the usual one. Belonging to this balance of love and hate, for example, and thereby to the processes and structures with whose help they reach an accommodation, are justice and all other ways of observing moderation, but there belong to it no less the formation of fellowships of 2 or of vast numbers, combinations that are like feathered nests elaborately girdled with thorns. There belongs to it the certainty of God, and Ulrich knew that in this series the intellectual sensual structure of the sister ultimately also had its place as a most daring expedient. From what weakness of soul this dream drew its nourishment stood hindmost, and foremost stood, as its origin, a really superhuman disparity. And apparently it was for this reason that Ulrich had spoken of revulsion toward the world, for whoever knows the depth of good and evil passion experiences the falling away of every kind of agreement that mediates between them, and he had not spoken the way he did in order to gloss over the passion for his own flesh and blood. Without accounting for why he was doing so, he now told Agatha the second little story as well, which at the beginning seemed to have no connection at all with the first. I once came across it, and it is supposed to have actually happened in the time of the 30 Years' War, when individuals and peoples were thrown about in confusion, he began. Most of the peasants from one isolated group of farms had been snatched away to serve in the war, none of them returned, and the women managed the farms by themselves, which was tiring and vexatious for them. Then it happened that one of the men who had disappeared returned to the region, and after many adventures came to his wife. I'll say right off that it wasn't the right man but a tramp and a saver, who had shared camp and march for a few months with the missing and perhaps dead man, and had so successfully absorbed the other man's stories, when homesickness loosened his tongue, that he was able to pretend to be him. He knew the nicknames of wife and cow, and the names and habits of the neighbors, who moreover lived some distance away. He had a beard exactly like the other man's. He had a way of looking, with his 2 eyes of nondescript color, that one might easily think he wouldn't have done it much differently before, and although his voice sounded strange at first, it could certainly be explained by saying that one was now listening more closely than one had before. In short, the man knew how to imitate his predecessor trait for trait, the way a coarse and unlike portrait at first repeals but becomes more of a likeness the longer one remains alone with it, and finally takes over one's recollection entirely. I can imagine that, from time to time, Something like dread must have warned the woman that he was not her husband, but she wanted to have her man again, and perhaps just a man, and so the stranger became more and more established in his role. And how did it end? Agatha asked. I forget. Apparently the man must have been unmasked by some sort of accident. But man in general is never unmasked. His whole life long. You mean, one always only loves the stand-in for the right person? Or do you mean that when a person loves for the second time he doesn't confuse the two, but the image of the new one is in many places only an overpainting of the image of the first one? Agatha asked, with a charming yawn. I intended to say a lot more, and it is much more boring, Ulrich responded. Try to imagine someone, color-blind, for whom shades of brightness and shadow represent almost the entire world of colors. He can't see a single color and yet can apparently act so that no one notices, for what he can see represents for him what he can't. But what happens in this case in a particular area is what really happens to us all with reality. In our experiences and investigations, reality never appears otherwise than through a glass that partially transmits one's glance and partially reflects back the image of the viewer. If I observe the delicately flushed white of your hand, or feel the refractory inwardness of your flesh in my fingers, I have something real before me, but not in the way in which it is real, and just as little when I reduce it to its ultimate atoms and formulas. Then why make such an effort to reduce it to something loathsome? Do you recall what I said about the intellectual portrayal of nature, of its being an image without similarity? There are many quite different ways in which anything can be apprehended as the exact image of something else, but everything that occurs in this image, or results from it, must in just this one specific view always be a depiction of what investigating the original image demonstrates. If this also turns out to be the case where it could not have originally been foreseen, then the image is as justified as it can possibly be. That's a very general and quite unsensory notion of imageability. It presupposes a specific relationship of two areas, and gives to understand that it can be comprehended as a portrayal whenever it covers both areas without exception. In this sense, a mathematical formula can be the image of a natural process, just as much as a portrayal established by external sensory similarity. A theory can in its consequences accord with reality, and the effects of reality with theory. The cylinder in a music box is the portrayal of a way of singing, and an action portrays a fluctuating feeling. In mathematics, where for the sake of unsullied progression of thought one would most like to trust only what can be counted off on one's fingers, one usually speaks only of the precision of coordinates, which has to be possible point for point. But fundamentally, everything can also be regarded as a portrayal that is called correspondence, representability for some purpose, equal value and exchangeability, or equality in respect to something, or undifferentiability, or mutual appropriateness according to some kind of standard. A portrayal, therefore, is something like a relationship of complete correspondence in view of any particular such relationship. Agatha interrupted this exposition, which Ulrich was pronouncing listlessly and out of a sense of duty, with the admonition, "You could really get one of our modem painters fired up with all that. Well, why not?" He replied. Consider what sense there is in talking about fidelity to nature and similarity where the spatial is replaced by a surface, or the motley colors of life by metal or stone. That's why artists aren't entirely wrong to reject these notions of sensory imitation and similarity as photographic and, with the exception of a few traditional laws that go along with their medium and tools, why they recognize only inspiration, or some kind of theory that has been revealed to them. But the customers who are portrayed, who after the execution of these laws see themselves as victims of miscarriage of justice, mostly aren't. Ulrich paused. Although he had intended to speak about the logically strict notion of portrayal only in order to be able to derive from it its free but by no means random consequences, which dominate the various imagistic relationships that occur in life, he was now silent. Observing himself in this attempt left him dissatisfied. He had lately forgotten many things that had formerly been at the tips of his fingers, or to put it better, he had pushed them aside. Even the pointed expressions and concepts of his earlier profession, which he had used so often, were no longer viable for him, and in searching for them he not only felt an unpleasant dryness but was also afraid of talking like a bungler. You said that a color-blind person isn't missing anything when he looks at the world, Agatha encouraged him. Yes. Of course I oughtn't to have put it quite that way, Ulrich responded. It's still an obscure question altogether. Even if you limit yourself to the intellectual image that the understanding derives from something, in confronting the problem of whether it's true you come up against the greatest difficulties, although the air you ordinarily breathe is always dry and crystalline. However, the images we make for ourselves in life so we can act and feel rightly, or even act and feel energetically, aren't determined just by the understanding. Indeed, these images are often quite irrational and, according to rational standards, not at all accurate representations, and yet they must fulfill their purpose in order for us to remain in harmony with reality and with ourselves. They must also be precise and complete according to some kind of key or manual of images, and according to the notion that determines the manner in which they are portrayed, even if this notion leaves room for various methods. Agatha interrupted him excitedly. She had suddenly grasped the connection. So the false peasant was a portrayal of the real one? She asked. Ulrich nodded. Originally, an image always represented its object completely. It bestowed power over it. Whoever cut out the eyes or the heart of an image killed the person portrayed. Whoever secretly got hold of the image of an inaccessible beauty was able to conquer her. The name, too, is part of these images, and so one was able to conjure God with his name, which is equivalent to making him subservient. As you know, even today one makes off with secret remembrances, or gives oneself a ring with an engraved name, and wears pictures and locks of hair over one's heart as a talisman. In the course of time, something split off, but it has all sunk to the level of superstition, although one part has achieved the tedious dignity of photography, geometry, and such things. But just think of the hypnotized person, who with every sign of satisfaction bites into a potato that for him represents an apple, or think of your childhood dolls, which you loved more passionately the simpler they were and the less they looked like people, so you see that it doesn't depend on externalities, and you're back at the bolt-upright fetish column that represents a god. Couldn't you almost say that the more dissimilar an image is, the greater the passion for it as soon as we've attached ourselves to it? Agatha asked. Yes, absolutely. Ulrich agreed. Our reason, our perception, have separated themselves from our emotions in this matter. One could say that the most stirring representations always have something unlike. Smiling, he observed her from the side and added, when I'm not in your presence I don't see you before me in a way one would like to paint. It's rather as if you had glanced into some water and I was trying vainly to trace your image in the water with my finger. I maintain that it's only in different things that one sees properly and truly alike. Strange. His sister replied. I see you before me precisely. Perhaps because my memory is entirely too precise and dependent. Similarity of portrayal is an approximation of what the understanding finds real and equal. It is a concession to the understanding, Ulrich said agreeably, and went on in a conciliatory way, but besides that, there are also the images that address themselves to our emotions, and an image in art is, for example, a mixture of both demands. But if, beyond that, you wish to take it to the point where something portrays something else only for the emotions, you'll have to think of such examples as a flag flying, which at certain moments is an image of our honor, but you can only be talking about a symbol. You're no longer talking about images. Agatha interjected. Mental image, simile, metaphor, they shade into one another, Ulrich said. Even such examples as the image of a disease and the doctor's plan for curing it belong here. They must have imagination's inventive lack of precision, but the precision of executability as well. This flexible boundary between imagining the plan, and the image that endures in the face of reality, is important everywhere in life, but hard to find. How different we are. Agatha repeated thoughtfully. Ulrich parried the reproach with a smile. Very much so. I'm speaking of the lack of precision in taking something, or something, as of a divinity bestowing fruitfulness and life, and I'm trying to impart as much order to it as it will bear, and you don't notice that I've been talking for a long time about the truthful possibility of twins who are doppelgangers, who have two souls, but are one. He went on spiritedly, imagine twins who resemble each other interchangeably, place them before you, each in the same attitude, separated only by a wall indicated by a line to confirm that they are two independent beings. And in an uncanny augmentation, they can repeat themselves in whatever they do, so that you spontaneously assume the same about their inner processes. What's uncanny about this performance? That there's absolutely nothing by which we can distinguish them, and that yet they are two. That in everything we might undertake with them, one is as good as the other, although in the process something like a destiny is being fulfilled. In short, they are the same for us but not for themselves. Why are you playing such gruesome and spooky games with these twins? Agatha asked. Because it's a case that happens often. It's the case of mistaking things, of indifference, of perceiving and acting wholesale, of representability, in other words, a major chapter from the usages of life. I've only prettied it up in order to dramatize something for you. Now let me turn it around. Under what circumstances would the twins be two for us and one for themselves? Is that spooky too? Agatha pressed his arm and sighed. Then she admitted, if it's possible for two people to be the same for the world, it could also be that a person appears to us doubled. But you're making me speak nonsense. She added. Imagine two goldfish in a bowl, Ulrich asked. No. Agatha said firmly, but laughing at the same time. I'm not going along with any more of this. Please, imagine them. A large bowl in the shape of a ball, as you sometimes see in someone's living room. You can, incidentally, imagine the bowl to be as large as the boundaries of our property. And two reddish goldfish, moving their fins slowly up and down like veils. Let's leave aside whether they are really two or one. For each other, at least, they will be two, for the time being. Their jealousy over feeding and sex will see to that. They avoid each other, too, whenever they come too near each other. But I can well imagine that for me they can become one. I need only concentrate on this motion that slowly draws in upon itself and unfolds, and then this single shimmering creature becomes merely a dependent part of this common up and down motion. Now I ask when this might also happen to them, their goldfish? Agatha admonished. Not a group of dancers seafaring from supernatural delusions. They are you and I, her brother responded pensively, and that's why I would like to try to bring the comparison to a proper conclusion. It seems to me a soluble problem to imagine how the world glides past in its separate but united motion. It's no different from the world undulating past from a railway car going around curves, except that it happens twice over, so that at every one of the double being's moments, the world occupies two positions, which somehow must coincide in the soul. That means that the idea of getting from one to the other through some motion will never be associated with these double beings, the impulse sign of a distance existing between them will not rise, and more such things. I think I can imagine that one would also manage to be tolerably comfortable in such a world and could doubtless puzzle out in various ways the necessary constitution of the mental tools and procedures needed to make sense of things. Ulrich stopped for a moment and reflected. He had become aware of many objections, and the possibility of overcoming them also suggested itself. He smiled guiltily. Then he said, but if we assume that the constitution of that other world is the same as ours, the task is much easier. Both hovering creatures will then feel themselves as one without being bothered by the difference in their perception and without there being any need of a higher geometry or physiology to attain it, as long as you are simply willing to believe that spiritually they are bound to each other more firmly than they are to the world. If anything at all important that they share is infinitely stronger than the difference of their experiences, if it bridges these differences and doesn't even let them reach awareness, if the disturbances reaching them from the world aren't worth being aware of, then it will happen. And a shared suggestion can have this effect, or a sweet indolence and imprecision of the habits of receptiveness, which mix everything up, or a one-sided tension and exaltation that allows only what is desired to get through. One thing, it seems to me, as good as the next. Now Agatha laughed at him. Then why did I have to march through all that precision about the conditions of portrayal? She asked. Ulrich shrugged his shoulders. It's all interconnected, he answered, falling silent. He himself knew that with all his efforts he had nowhere made a breach, and their variety confused his recollection. He foresaw that they would repeat themselves. But he was tired. And as the world becomes snugly heavy in the evaporating light and draws all its limbs up to itself, so did Agatha's nearness again force its way physically among his thoughts while his mind was giving up. They had both become accustomed to conducting such difficult conversations, and for rather a long time these had already been such a mixture of the pulsating power of the imagination, and the vain utmost effort of the understanding to secure it, that it was nothing new for either of them at one time to hope for a resolution, at another to allow their own words to rock them to sleep, much as one listens to the childishly happy conversation of a fountain, babbling to itself happily about eternity. In this condition Ulrich now belatedly thought of something, and again had recourse to his carefully prepared parable. It's amazingly simple, but at the same time strange, and I don't know how to present it to you convincingly, he said. You see that cloud over there in a somewhat different position than I do, and also presumably in a different way, and we've discussed how whatever you see and do and what occurs to you will never be the same as what happens to me and what I do. And we've investigated the question of whether, in spite of that, it still might not be possible to be one being to the ultimate degree, and live as two with one soul. We've measured out all sorts of answers with a compass, but I forgot the simplest, that both people could be minded and able to take everything they experience only as a simile. Just consider that for the understanding every simile is equivocal, but for the emotions it's unequivocal. For someone to whom the world is just a simile could also probably, according to his standards, experience as one thing what according to the world's standards is two. At this moment the idea also hovered before Ulrich that, in an attitude toward life for which being in one place is merely a metaphor for being in another, even that which cannot be experienced being one person in two bodies wandering about separately would lose the sting of its impossibility, and he made ready to talk about this further. But Agatha pointed at the cloud and interrupted him glibly. Hamlet, do you see yonder cloud that's almost in shape of a camel? Polonius, by Th. Mass, and 'tis like a camel indeed. Hamlet, methinks it is like a weasel. Polonius, it is backed like a weasel. Hamlet, or like a whale. Polonius, very like a whale. She said this so that it was a caricature of assiduous accord. Ulrich understood the objection, but it did not prevent him from continuing. One says of a simile, too, that it is an image. And it could be said just as well of every image that it's a simile. But none is an equation. And just for that reason, the fact that it's part of a world ordered not by quality but by similitude explains the enormous power of representation, the forceful effect that characterizes even quite obscure and unlike copies, which we've already spoken about. This idea itself burgeoned through its twilight, but he did not complete it. The immediate recollection of what they had said about portrayals combined in it with the image of the twins and with the picture-perfect numbness Agatha had experienced, which had repeated itself before her brother's eyes, and this brew was animated by the distant memory of how often such conversations, when they were at their finest and came from heart and soul, themselves proclaimed an inclination to express themselves only in similes. But today that did not happen, and Agatha again hit the sensitive spot like a marksman as she upset her brother with a remark. Why, for heaven's sake, are all your words and desires directed at a woman who, oddly enough, is supposed to be your exact second edition? She exclaimed, innocently offending. She was, nevertheless, a little afraid of the reply, and protected herself with the generalization, is it comprehensible that in the whole world the ideal of all lovers is to become one being, without considering that these ungrateful people owe almost all the chan offload to the fact that they are two beings, and of seductively different sexes? She added sanctimoniously, but with even craftier purpose, they even sometimes say to one another, as if they wanted to accommodate you, you're my doll. But Ulrich accepted the ridicule. He considered it justified, and it was difficult to counter it with a new accommodation. At the moment it was not necessary either. For although brother and sister were speaking quite differently, they were still in agreement. From some undetermined boundary on, they felt as one being, the way that from two people playing piano four-handedly, or reading with two voices a scripture important for their salvation, a single being arises, whose animated, brighter outline is indistinctly set off from a shadowy background. as in a dream, what hovered before them was a melting into one form just as incomprehensibly, convincingly, and passionately beautifully as it happens that two people exist alongside each other and are secretly the same, and this unity was partly supported and partly upset by old Dubai House manipulation that had lately emerged. It can be said of these reflections that it should not be impossible that the effects the emotions can achieve in sleep can be repeated when one is wide awake, perhaps with omissions, certainly in an altered fashion and through different processes, but it could also be expected that it would then happen with greater resistance to dissolving influences. To be sure, they saw themselves sufficiently removed from this, and even the choice of means they preferred distinguished them from each other, to the extent that Ulrich inclined more to accounting for things, and Agatha to spontaneously credulous resolution. That is why it often happened that the end of a discussion appeared to be further from its goal than its beginning, as was also the case this time in the garden, where the meeting had begun almost as an attempt to stop breathing and had then gone over to suppositions about ways of building variously imagined houses of cards. But it was basically natural that they should feel inhibited about acting according to their all too dying ideas. For how were they to turn into reality something that they themselves planned as pure unreality, and how should it be easy for them to act in one spirit, when it was really an enchanted spirit of inaction? This was why in the midst of this conversation far removed from the world they suddenly had the urgent desire to come into contact with people again. Part 2 Drafts of Character and Incident Ulrich and Agatha mid-1920s. Ulrich visits the clinic. He encountered Muusbrugger towering broadly among the cunning deceivers. It was heroic, the futile struggle of a giant among these people. He seemed through some quality or other to actually deserve the admiration that he found a sham but enjoyed in a naively ridiculous way. In the grossest distortions of insanity, there is still a self struggling to find something to hang on to. He was like a heroic ballad in the midst of an age that creates quite different kinds of songs but out of habitual admiration still preserves the old things. Defenseless, admired power, like a club among the arrows of the mind. One could laugh at this person and yet feel that what was comic in him was shattering. The clouding of this mind was connected with that of the age. "Do you have a friend?" Ulrich asked in a moment when they were unobserved. -1 mean, Muusbrugger, don't you have anyone who could get you out of here? There's no other way. Muusbrugger said he did, but he wouldn't be easy to find. What is he? A locksmith. But he's a locksmith who works on cabinets. Muusbrugger grinned rather sheepishly. He's not easy to find, he works in many places. He'd do it, but Ulrich would have to go to his wife and get his address from her. And he didn't want to impose that on him. This wife was an awful person. Muusbrugger was visibly cutting capers and preening in a courtly way before Ulrich. Ulrich said she would probably give him the information, whether she was awful or not. Yes, she no doubt would. He would have to mention Muusbrugger's name. Before his last wandering, when he was working in Vienna, he had lived with her himself. The heart of the matter now emerged, Muusbrugger, but she was a woman with low tastes, a 1414 A middle. The man with 0 UT qualities criminal, a quite common sort. Muusbrugger shows all the symptoms of his hatred for women only because he is afraid that Ulrich might have a poor opinion of him when he sees this woman. So she would tell Ulrich where he could meet her partner. Ulrich went to see her. Born by the automatism that accompanies all deeds of daring. He was really not in the least surprised when he entered an apartment that looked like 40 others in a building on the outskirts of the city, and encountered in the kitchen a young woman doing chores, who must have been just like the 40 other housewives. Nor did the suspicion with which he was greeted in any way differ from the suspicion one often finds in these circles. As soon as he entered he had to say something, and through the general European courtesies he uttered was immediately placed in a quite impersonal relationship. There wasn't a breath of crime in this environment. She was a coarse young woman, and her breasts moved under her blouse like a rabbit under a cloth. When he brought up the name of Muusbrugger or Fräulein Hornlicher smiled deprecatingly, as if to say, the useless crazy things he gets himself into, but she was willing to help him. Of course it depended on Karl, but she didn't think he'd leave Muusbrugger in the lurch. This all took place in courteous exchanges, as when a businessman who's got himself into a coma begs his solid neighbors for support. She gave Ulrich the name of a small tavern where he would presumably find Karl. He'd probably have to go several times, since Karl's movements were never entirely predictable. He should tell the tavern keeper who had sent him and whom he wanted to speak to and calmly sit down and wait. Ulrich was lucky, and found Karl busiest on his first dry. Again an automatic play of limbs and thoughts carried him there, but this time Ulrich was paying attention, and followed with curiosity what seemed to be happening to him rather than to be something he was doing. His emotions were the same as they were the time when he had been arrested. From that moment, when Clarissa's interest had cautiously begun to tickle him like the end of a thread, until now, where events were already being woven into a heavy rope, things had taken their own course, one thing leading to another with a necessity that merely carried him along. It seemed incredibly strange to him that the course of most people's lives is this course of things that so alienated him, while on the contrary for other people it is quite natural to let themselves be borne along by whatever turns up, and thus finally be raised to a solid existence. Ulrich also felt that soon he would no longer be able to tum around, but this made him as curious as when one suddenly notices the inexorable movement of one's own breathing. And he made yet another observation. When he imagined how much mischief could arise from what he was proposing to do, and that it soon would no longer be in his power to avoid initiating the process. With an evil deed that he felt on his conscience as if it had already been committed, he saw the world he was walking through in a different way. Almost as if he had a vision in his heart. Of God, or a great invention, or a great happiness. Even the starry sky is a social phenomenon, a structure of the shared fantasy of our species, man, and changes when one steps out of its circle. Mu's brother Ulrich told himself will wreak more havoc if I help him to freedom. There's no denying that sooner or later he will again fall victim to his disposition, and I will bear the responsibility for it. But when he tried grave self-reproach in order to stop himself, there was something really untruthful in it. About as if one were to take the stance of being able to see clearly through a fog. The sufferings of those victims were really not certain. Had he seen the suffering creatures before him, he would probably have been overcome by a fierce empathy, for he was a person of oscillations, and that also meant of sympathetic oscillations. But as long as this suggestive power of experiencing with the senses was missing, and everything remained only a play of mental forces, these victims remained adherents of a mankind that he would really have liked to abolish, or at least greatly change, and no amount of sympathy diminished the emotional force of this dislike. There are people whom this horrifies. They are under the impress of a very strong moral or social power of suggestion. They speak up and start shouting as soon as they notice even the most remote injustice, and are furious at the badness and coldness of feeling that they frequently find in the world. They demonstrate violent emotions, but in most cases these are the emotions imposed on them by their ideas and principles, that is, an enduring suggestiveness, which like all powers of suggestion has something automatic and mechanical about it, whose path never dips into the realm of living emotions. The person who lives disinterestedly is, in contrast to them, ill-disposed and indifferent toward everything that does not touch his own circle of interests. He not only has the indifference of a mass murderer, in its passive form, when he reads in his morning paper about the accidents and misfortunes of the previous day, but he can also quite easily wish all kinds of misfortune on people he doesn't care about, if they annoy him. Certain phenomena lead one to assume that a forward-marching civilization based on shared works also strengthens the repressed and immured antagonists of these emotions. This was what was going through Ulrich's mind as he walked along. Mu's brother's victims were abstract, threatened, like all the thousands who are exposed to the dangers of factories, railroads, and automobiles. When he happened to look around on his way to Herr Bizist, he thought he could see that all the life we have created has been made possible only through our neglecting our duty to care for our more distant neighbor. Otherwise we would never think of putting on the street machines that kill him. Indeed, we would never let him go out on the streets himself, as is actually the case with cautious parents and their children. Instead of this, however, we live with a statistically predictable annual percentage of murders, which we commit rather than deviate from our manner of living and the line of development we hope to maintain. Ulrich suddenly thought, too, that part of this was a general division of labor in which it is always the task of a particular group of people to heal injuries caused by the indispensable activities of others, but we never restrain a force by demanding that it moderate itself. And finally there are still quite specific institutions, like parliaments, kings, and the like, that serve exclusively as equalizers. Ulrich concluded from this that for him to assist Mu's brother's escape had no significance, for there were enough other people whose job it was to prevent any injuries that might result, and if they fulfilled their obligations they were bound to succeed, which made his personal deed no worse than an irregularity. This individual, moral prohibition that he was nevertheless obliged as an individual not to let things go that far was in this context nothing more than a doubled coefficient of security, which the knowledgeable person could afford to neglect. The vision of a different order of things hovering far in advance of these specific ideas, an order that was more honest, one might say technically without clichés, accompanied Ulrich even as the adventure enticed him, tired as he was of the indecisive life of a person of today. Possibly, it was not his good fortune to be effective in the world and to be defined by that. Like Thomas Mann or the good upstanding citizen of this age. Nor was he involved in the struggle for something. Thus this path was not unlike the dive into the water, well known to Ulrich, from a height of 30 feet. On the way down one sees one's own image rushing toward one faster and faster in a watery reflection and can adjust small errors in one's position, but for the rest, one can no longer change anything in what is taking place. When he had found the tavern, Ulrich did everything as Fräulein Hornlicher had indicated. He mentioned her name, told the proprietor what he wanted, was asked to sit down and told that he might have to wait quite a while. He inspected the guests, many of whom spoke to the proprietor as they entered and left, felt himself observed, but could not make out a great deal himself. It was an hour at which the patrons were intermingled with workers and petty bourgeois. Finally, he thought he could make out the criminals among the guests by the peculiarly ridiculous elegance of their clothes. Ulrich had not made out Herr Bizist, who, when he came in, spoke with the proprietor like the others after glancing quickly around the room and, after he had sat down, was looked at in the same way by everyone else around the room, and who was dressed with an equally counterfeit elegance with a somewhat different elegance. Nor did the owner give Ulrich any sign. Bizist was drinking with several men, then stood up to go, stopped as if idly by Ulrich's table, and asked him dismissively what it was he was after. Ulrich had the tact not to stand, but to look up carelessly and offer Bizist a chair. This was of course presumptuous, but since he could be certain that Bizist was still interested in Mu's brother, he could permit himself to meet the great man on the same level. He told him that Mu's brother would be executed within a few weeks if no one helped him. For some reason or other, Ulrich seemed to himself like a spoiled boy who is playing with street urchins and is showing off with fairy tales he has invented. Bizist seemed to disapprove of Ulrich as of an incorrigible blockhead. Still dismissive, he asked Ulrich how he thought this could be done. Ulrich quickly emptied his glass and by a rather vague gesture left it to the proprietor whether he was to bring another glass for himself and his table mate as well. Then he related that arranging an escape from the observation clinic would not be all that difficult. Herr Bizist was interested in this new milieu that Ulrich described to him. Ulrich became inventive. It amused him to think it out in front of a hardened criminal, and on the spot he made up a specific plan in which only the hour remained unfixed but that otherwise, thanks to Ulrich's exact knowledge of the place, didn't seem at all bad. 3 men would be needed, one as a lookout outside the garden wall they had to climb over, so that on their way out they would not fall into the hands of a police patrol or give themselves away to passers-by. The other 2 would be enough to bring Moosbrugger civilian clothes and hold off any guard who might come by until Moosbrugger had changed. The arrogant irony with which Bizist listened to this plan, as Ulrich spoke faster and faster from nervousness, was striking. Then Bizist stood up and said, "If you come to such and such a place on Wednesday, perhaps we can talk about it some more. Will you bring along a third person?" Bizist shrugged his shoulders, and Ulrich was dismissed. It gave Ulrich a peculiar, bitter pleasure that in the meantime everything else went on inexorably. On the day Bizist had set, he had gone to the rendezvous but did not meet the third man. Zist, treating the whole business casually, merely said to him that for a certain sum this third man had declared himself willing. He mentioned the day and time, and revealed that Ulrich would have to go over the wall too, since he was the only one who knew the layout. All Bizist probably wanted to do was frighten him, and for money a new partner could have been found, but the bizarre situation attracted Ulrich. Since one could also break one's neck skiing, why should he not climb over a wall in the night with criminals? Incidentally, he heartily wished the police on this puffed-up Bizist. He put on his oldest suit, omitted a collar, and topped it off with a sports cap. In this way his silhouette in the shadows of the night was not conspicuously different from that of the other people one might encounter on the remote street along which the wall of the asylum garden ran. Moosbrugger had been alerted. Over time, 3 linen sheets had disappeared in the hospital, to serve as a rope on which he was to let himself down. Ulrich could probably have smuggled in a climber's rope, but he wanted to avoid anything that might betray the assistance supplied, since it was not out of the question that suspicion would fall on him. On this night the window of Moosbrugger's room was dimly lit. Ulrich had got him the stump of a candle so that they would be able to orient themselves in the darkness of the moonless night. Bizist had climbed onto the back of the seconded gentleman, swung himself up on top of the wall, and could be heard jumping down into the leaves on the other side. As Ulrich was about to follow, voices were heard. The gentleman stood up so inconsiderately that Ulrich, who had already got a foot up to mount on his back, nearly fell, and the other man strolled, hands in pockets, into the night. Ulrich's heart was pounding and he felt a need to run, which he controlled with effort, but in order not to attract attention by behaving oddly, he imagined that he ought not to be walking alone, caught up with the gentleman, and took his arm like that of a drinking companion, which the gentleman seems to find ridiculously overdone. The voices died away, and the gentleman again offered his back. Ulrich grasped the mortar and brick dust, felt the stab of a pulled muscle in his leg, so forcefully had he swung it up in his excitement, hung there, let himself fall into the darkness, and ended in an applauding sound of dead leaves such as he had not heard since his boyhood. He stood up in total darkness, unable to discern the slightest trace of Bizist. He groped right and left, in the hope that another noise would answer his own, but it remained as quiet as it was dark. He had to make up his mind to go in the direction of the building alone, hoping that he would meet up with Bizist on the way. Again Ulrich's heart pounded, the bushes scratched, as if in his fear he was making only inappropriate movements. Distances, odors, physical contacts, sounds, everything was new, never experienced. He had to stop, collect his will, and tell himself that he had no other recourse than to see this stupid adventure through. He stumbled onto a path and deduced which direction would lead to the building most quickly, but was suddenly overcome by the problem of whether he should walk on the crunching gravel or go on working his way through the bushes. That damned Bizist ought to have waited for him, but at the same time he longed for him as if he were a stronger brother. If he would not have been ashamed of himself because of the fellow on the other side of the wall, Ulrich would have turned around. But he did not even know what signal he was supposed to give to find out whether all was clear on the other side. He realized that he was a fool, and gained some respect for these rogues. But he was not a man to let himself be defeated so easily. It would have been ridiculous for an intellectual not to be able to cope with this too. Ulrich marched forward straight through the shrubbery. The excitement he was in and the self-control his progress required, entirely without reflection, it was simply moral pains, made him ruthlessly crack, break, and rustle the bushes. To have slunk forward like an Indian seemed to him just then incredibly silly and childish, and this was the moment in which the normal person in him began to reawaken. When he came to the edge, Bizist, as Ulrich really might have expected from the first, was squatting there observing the building, and he turned a witheringly punitive glance toward his noisy rival. Moosbrugger's window was dimly lit. Bizist whistled through his teeth. The huge shoulders of the murderer filled the rectangle of the window, the rope fashioned from the sheets rolled down, but Moosbrugger was not skilled in crime and had underestimated the strength of the rescue line required for his enormous weight. Hardly had he suspended himself from it when it broke, and the force of his landing exploded the stillness with a muffled detonation. At this moment 2 guards materialized in the half-light that illuminated the wall. 2 days earlier, 2 mentally ill prisoners had escaped from another observation clinic, but Ulrich had neither heard nor read about it. And so he had not known that since yesterday security had been generally tightened and old, long-forgotten measures were again being enforced for a while. Among these was the 2-man patrol, which, perhaps drawn by the noises Ulrich had made and now alarmed by the muffied fall, stopped, looked around, recognized in the sand a heavy body that with great effort was trying to get up, rushed over, saw a rope hanging from the window, and with all their lung powers signaled for help through shrill little whistles. Musil Brugge had dislocated his shoulder and broken an ankle, otherwise it would have been an unhappy encounter for the guards who jumped on him. As it was, he knocked one bleeding into the sand, but when he tried to straighten up to shake off the second, pain deprived him of his footing. The guard hung on his neck and whistled piercingly. The second man, full of pain and rage, pounced on him, and at this moment Bizist sprang out of the bushes. With a powerful blow of his fist, he smashed one guard's whistle between his teeth so that he tumbled off Musil Brugge, but now the other whistled like mad and rushed at Bizist. Such guards are strong men, and Bizist was not exceptionally powerful. If at this instant Ulrich had come forward to help, with his considerable trained strength, they would no doubt have succeeded in rendering both attackers mute and motionless for a while, but Ulrich did not feel the slightest desire to do so. In the tangle before him his sympathies lay quite honestly with the men unexpectedly set upon, who were fighting for their duty, and if he had only followed his emotions, he would have grabbed this Bizist by the collar and given him a solid hook to the chin. But perhaps that was also merely the somewhat comical maternal voice of bourgeois order in him, and as the situation tensed his muscles and nerves, so his mind ebbed, filling him with disgust at contradictions whose resolution was not worth the effort. Another semi-event, Ulrich said to himself. A very painful sensation of the awful ludicrousness of his situation came over him. Bizist reached for his knife. But before he raised it to thrust, his glance, practiced in weighing risk and advantage, revealed to him the hopelessness of the outcome. Musil Brugge could not stand up without assistance. The noise of the alarmed people on night duty was already coming out of the darkness from the wing of the building. Flight was the only recourse. The guard, who would not let him go, screamed, hit by a stab in the arm. Bizist disappeared, leaving Ulrich behind, as Ulrich ascertained with cheerful satisfaction in spite of the quite awkward situation. He had meantime been thinking how he himself might get out of this stupid business. The way over the wall was blocked, for he hadn't the slightest desire to meet Herr Bizist and his friend ever again in his life, nor did he feel like climbing over the wall alone and perhaps being detained by the curious drawn to the scene by the shouts of the guards, who would certainly be chasing after Bizist. He settled on the only thing that occurred to him, a very stupid thing, to run a little farther, quickly find a bench, and pretend to be asleep in case he was found. He raised the collar of his coat so his bare neck could not be seen, took off his cap, and awoke with as much surprise as possible when, surrounded by a maze of lights, he was knocked from the bench by an incredible fist and his arms grabbed by 6 men. He did not know whether he gave a good performance as the righteous person drunk with sleep. It was his good fortune that one of the guards immediately recognized him, upon which he was released with reluctant respect. He was taken for a doctor who was doing studies at the clinic. He now tried to make credible that after a visit he had been walking in the grounds and had fallen asleep here. To this end, he involuntarily looked at his watch, remembered that he had left it at home but could no longer take back the gesture and therefore found it missing, reached into his jacket and pants pockets and immediately found his money missing too, for he had of course also not brought it along, and as stupid as this comedy was, as he told himself, there was an even stupider guard who believed it, or really just one whose servile officiousness and desire to please Ulrich suggested what Ulrich wanted him to believe, so that he immediately called out, "The rascals have also robbed the Herr Doctor." Ulrich did not say either yes or no, but only went on like someone who missed his belongings without knowing anything about what had happened and now found out the entire drama backward and in snatches. As an object of respect and the remaining center of interest, he left the clinic in this feigned role as quickly as he could. He was not to enter it again as long as it sheltered Musil Brugge. For after this attempted flight Musil Brugge was placed under heavy guard, and Ulrich, on the orders of the head of the clinic, was no longer allowed to visit him. Nor did Ulrich have the slightest desire to. Still, the unpleasant uncertainty, whether the doctor, the very unpleasant doubt remained whether, upon investigating the circumstances, they had not come to suspect him, which of course they would not express but were just as little ready to abandon. In mania, this would be a depressive cycle of short duration. Late 1920s. Her brother's conduct, the restlessness that the visit to Leinsner had intensified in her, stimulated Agatha to a degree that remained hidden even from herself. She did not know how it had happened, or when, suddenly her soul was transported out of her body and looked around curiously in the alien world. This world pleased her so uncommonly. Anything that might have disturbed it was lost in the completeness of its pleasure. Agatha dreamed. Her body lay on the bed without stirring, though it was breathing. She looked at it and felt a joy like polished marble at the sight. Then she observed the objects that stood farther back in her room. She recognized them all, but they were not exactly the things that otherwise were hers. For the objects lay outside her in the same way as her body, which she saw resting among them. That gave her a sweet pain. Why did it hurt? Apparently because there was something death-like about it. She could not act and could not stir, and her tongue was as if cut off, so that she was also unable to say anything about it. But she felt a great energy. Whatever her senses lit upon she grasped immediately, for everything was visible and shone the way sun, moon, and stars are reflected in water. Agatha said to herself, "You have wounded my body with a rose," and turned to the bed in order to take refuge in her body. Then she discovered that it was her brother's body. He, too, was lying in the reflecting glorious light as in a crypt. She saw him not distinctly but more penetratingly than usual, and touched him in the secrecy of the night. She raised him up, he was a heavy burden in her arms, but she nevertheless had the strength to carry and hold him, and this embrace had a supernatural charm. Her brother's body nestled so lovably and indulgently against her that she rested in him, as he in her. Nothing stirred in her, not even now the beautiful desire. And because in this suspense sign they were one and without distinctions, and also without distinctions within themselves, so that her understanding was as if lost and her memory thought of nothing and her will had no activity, she stood in this calm as if facing a sunrise, and melted into it with her earthly details. But while this was happening, joyously, Agatha perceived surrounding her a wild crowd of people who, as it appeared, found themselves around her in great fear. They were running excitedly back and forth, and gesturing warningly and resentfully with increasing din. In the manner of a dream, this was happening quite close to her but without involving her. But only until the noise and fright suddenly intruded violently into her mind. Then Agatha was afraid, and quickly stepped back into her sleeping body. She had no idea at all how everything might have been changed, and for a time left off dreaming. But after a while she began again. Again she left her body, but this time met her brother immediately. And again her body was lying naked on the bed. They both looked at it, and indeed the hair over the genitals of this unconscious body that had been left behind burned like a small golden fire on the marble tomb. Because there was no IOU between them, this being three did not surprise her. Ulrich was looking at her softly and earnestly in a way she did not recognize as his. They also looked at their surroundings together, and it was their house in which they found themselves, but although Agatha knew all the objects quite well, she could not have said in which room this was happening, and that again had a peculiar charm, for there was neither right nor left, earlier nor later, but when they looked at something together they were united like water and wine, a union that was more golden or silver, depending on whichever was poured in greater quantity. Agatha knew immediately, this is what we have so often talked of, total love, and paid close attention so as not to miss anything. But she still missed how it was happening. She looked at her brother, but he was looking in front of him with a stiff and embarrassed smile. At this moment she heard a voice somewhere, a voice so exceedingly beautiful that it had nothing to compare with earthly things, and it said, "Cast everything you have into the fire, down to your shoes, and when you no longer have anything don't even think of a shroud, but cast yourself naked into the fire." And while she was listening to this voice and remembering that she knew this sentence, a splendor rose into her eyes and radiated from them, a splendor that took away precise earthly definition even from Ulrich, though she had no impression that anything was missing from him, and her every limb received from it in the manner of its special pleasure great grace and bliss. Involuntarily she took some steps toward her brother. He was coming toward her from the other side in the same way. Now there was only a narrow chasm between their bodies, and Agatha felt that something must be done. At this place in her dream she began, too, with the greatest effort, to think again. If he loves something and receives and enjoys it, she said to herself, then he is no longer he, but his love is my love. She doubtless sensed that this sentence, the way she had uttered it, was somehow distorted and emasculated, but still she understood it through and through, and it took on a significance that clarified everything. In the dream, she explained it to herself, one must not think about things, then everything will happen. For everything she was thinking she believed to see transpiring, or rather, what happened and partook of the desire of matter also partook of the desire of the spirit, which penetrated it as thought in the profoundest possible way. This seemed to her to give her a great superiority over Ulrich, for while he was now standing there helplessly, without stirring, not only did the same splendor as before rise into her eyes and fill them, but its moist fire suddenly broke out from her breasts and veiled everything that faced her in an indescribable sensation. Her brother was now seized by this fire and began to burn in it, without the fire growing more or less. Now you see, Agatha thought. We've always done it wrong. One always builds a bridge of hard material and always crosses over to the other at a single place, but one must cross the abyss at every place. She had seized her brother by the hands and tried to draw him to her, but as she pulled, the burning naked male body, without really being changed, dissolved into a bush or a wall of glorious flowers and, in this form, came loosely closer. All intentions and thoughts vanished in Agatha. She lay fainting with desire in her bed, and as the wall strode through her she also believed that she had to wander through large brooks of soft-skinned flowers, and she walked without being able to make the spell vanish. I am in love, she thought, as someone finds a moment when he is able to draw breath, for she could hardly still bear this incredible excitement that did not want to end. Since the last transformation she also no longer saw her brother, but he had not disappeared. And looking for him, she woke up, but she felt that she wanted to go back once more, for her happiness had attained such an intensification that it went on increasing. She was quite confused as she got out of bed. The beginnings of wakefulness were in her mind, and all the list of her body held the not yet ended dream that apparently wanted to have no end. Since the dream, there had been in Agatha an intention to lead her brother astray on some mad experiment. It was not clear even to herself. Sometimes the air was like a net in which something invisible had got caught. It spread the web apart but was not able to break through it. All impressions had somewhat too great a weight. When they greeted each other in the morning, the first impression was of a quite sharply sensual delimitation. They emerged from the ocean of sleep onto the islands of you and I. The body's color and shape drifted like a bouquet of flowers on the depths of space. Their glances, their movements, seemed to reach farther than usual. The inhibition that otherwise catches and stops them in the secret mechanism of the world must have grown weaker. But words were often suppressed by the fear that they would be too weak to utter this. In order to understand such a passion, one must remember the habits of consciousness. Not long ago, for example, a woman wearing glasses not only was considered ridiculous, but really looked it. Today is a time in which they make her look enterprising and young. Those are habitual attitudes of consciousness. They change but are always present in some connection, forming a scaffolding through which perception enters into consciousness. The image is always present before its component parts are, and is what first gives significance to the meaningless daubings of sense impressions. Polonius's cloud, which appears sometimes as a ship, sometimes as a camel, is not the weakness of a servile courtier but completely characterizes the way God has created us. The play between self and external world is not like the die and the stamping but is reciprocal and capable of extremely fine motions, to the extent that it is freed from the cruder mechanisms of utility. One rarely imagines how far this extends. In truth it reaches from beautiful, ugly, good, and evil, where it still seems natural to everyone that one man's morning cloud should be another man's camel, through bitter and sweet, fragrant and stinking, as far as the apparently most precise and least subjective impressions of colors and forms. Herein lies perhaps the deepest sense of the support that one person seeks in another. But Ulrich and Agatha were like two people who, hand in hand, had stepped out of this circle. What they felt for each other was by no means simply to be called love. Something lay in their relationship to each other that could not be included among the ordinary notions of living together. They had undertaken to live like brother and sister, if one takes this expression in the sense not of an official marriage bureau document but of a poem. They were neither brother and sister nor man and wife, their desires like white mist and witcher fire bums. But that sufficed at times to remove their hold on the world from what they were for each other. The result was that what they were became senselessly strong. Such moments contain a tenderness without goals or limits. And also without names or aid. To do something for someone's sake contains in the doing 1,000 connections to the world. To give someone pleasure contains in the giving all considerations that bind us to other people. A passion, on the other hand, is an emotion that, free from all contaminants, can never do enough for itself. It is simultaneously the emotion of a powerlessness in the person and that of a movement proceeding from it, which seizes the entire world. And it is not to be denied that in the company of her brother Agatha tasted the bitter sweetness of a passion. Today one often confuses pastime and vice. Cigarette smoking, cocaine, and the vigorously esteemed recurrent need for coitus are, God knows, no passions. Agatha knew that, she knew the substitutes for passion, and recognized passion at the first moment in that not only the self bums, but the world as well. It is as if all things were behind the air just above the tip of a flame. She would have liked to thank the Creator on her knees that she was experiencing it again, although it is just as much a feeling of devastation as of happiness. Agatha felt, too, that this life is like a ship gliding along in infinite seclusion. The sounds on the shore become ever weaker, and objects lose their voice. They no longer say, "Now you should do this or that with me." Movement dies away, the nimble words die away. At times in the mornings there already lay, between the house they were living in and the street, a nothingness that neither Ulrich nor Agatha could penetrate. Life's charms lost their power to evoke the ridiculous little decisions that are so vital, putting on a hat, inserting a key, those small touches of the rudder by means of which one moves forward. But the space in the rooms was as if polished, and everything was full of a soft music, which ceased only when one strained to hear it more clearly. And that was why the loving anxiety was there. The silence behind the sound of a word, behind a handshake, a movement, could often suddenly detach itself for a moment from a series of others, divest itself of the chains of temporal and spatial connections and send the sound out onto an infinite deep, above which it rested motionless. Life then stood still. The eye, in sweet torment, could not withdraw itself from the image. It sank into existence as into a wall of flowers. It sank ever deeper and ever more slowly. It reached no bottom. It could not turn around. What might the clocks be doing now? Agatha thought. The idiotic little second hand she remembered, with its precise forward movement around its little circle, with what longing for salvation she now thought of it. And should a glance be absorbed in the other, how painful it was to withdraw it, as if their souls had linked together. It was very nearly comical, this silence. A heavy mountain of soulfulness. Ulrich often struggled to find a word, a jest. It would not matter in the least what one led about, it only needed to be something indifferent and real that is domesticated in life and has a right to a home. That puts souls back into connection with reality. One can just as well start talking about the lawyer as come up with any clever observation. All it had to be was a betrayal of the moment. The word falls into the silence then, and in the next moment other corpses of words gleam around it, risen up in great crowds like dead fish when one throws poison into the water. Agatha hung on Ulrich's lips while he was searching for such a word, and when his lips could no longer find it and no longer part, she sank back exhausted into the silence that burnt her too, like a pallet consisting of nothing but little tips of flame. whenever Ulrich resisted, "But we do have a mission, an activity in the world." Agatha answered, "Not I, and you are certainly only imagining yours. We have some idea of what we have to do, be together. What difference does it make what progress is made in the world?" Ulrich disagreed, and attempted to convince her ironically of the impossibility of what it was that kept him bound in chains. "There's only one explanation for our inactivity that is to some degree satisfactory, to rest in God and be subsumed in God. You can use another word instead of God, the primal one, being, the unconditional. There are a few dozen words, all powerless. They all oppose assurance to the terror at the sweet cessation of being human. You have arrived at the edge of something that is more than being human. Philosophical prejudices then take care of the rest." Agatha replied, "I understand nothing of philosophy. But let's just stop eating. Let's see what comes of that." Ulrich noticed that in the bright childishness of this proposal there was a fine black line. What would come of that? He answered in detail, first hunger, then exhaustion, then hunger again, raging fantasies about eating, and finally either eating or dying. You can't know without having tried it. But, Agatha, it's been tried and tested 1,000 times. By professors. Or by bankrupt speculators. Do you know, dying must be not at all like one says. I nearly died once, it was different. Ulrich shrugged his shoulders. He had no idea how close together in Agatha the two feelings were, to impulsively ignore all her lost years or, if that failed, to want to stop. She had never, like Ulrich, felt the need of making the world better than it is. She was happy lying around somewhere, while Ulrich was always on the go. This had been a difference between them since childhood, and it remained a difference until death. Ulrich did not so much fear death as regard it as a disgrace that is set as a final price on all striving. Agatha had always been afraid of death when she imagined it, as every young and healthy person does, in the unbearable and incomprehensible form. Now you are, but at some point you will no longer be. But at the same time she had, in her early youth, already become acquainted with the gradual process of separation that is capable of inserting itself into the tiniest span of time, that hurtlingly rapid in spite of all its slowness, being turned away from life and becoming tired of and indifferent to it, and striving trustingly into the approaching nothingness that sets in when the body is grievously harmed by an illness without the senses being affected. She had confidence in death. Perhaps it's not so bad, she thought. It's always, in any case, natural and pleasant to stop, in everything one does. But decay, and the rest of those horrible things, for heaven's sake, isn't one used to everything happening to one while one has nothing to do with it? You know, Ulrich, she terminated the conversation, you like this, if you're given leaves and branches, you always sew them together into a tree, but I would like to see what would happen if we would once, for instance, sew the leaves thinly onto ourselves. And yet Ulrich, too, felt they had nothing else to do but be together. Whenever Agatha called through the rooms, "Leave the light on," lay quick call, before Ulrich on his way out darkened the room to which Agatha wished to return once more. Ulrich thought, a request, hasty. What more? Oh, what more? No less than Buddha running to catch a tram. An impossible gate. A collapse of absurdity. But still, how lovely Agatha's voice was. What trust lay in the brief request, what happiness that one person can call out something like that to another without being misunderstood. Of course, such a moment was like a piece of earthly thread running among mysterious flowers, but it was at the same time moving, like a woolen thread that one places around one's beloved's neck when one has nothing else to give her. And when they then stepped out into the street and, walking side by side, could not see much of each other but only felt the tender force of unintended contact, they belonged together like an object that stands in an immense space. It lies in the nature of such experiences that they urge their own telling. Within the tiniest amount of happening they contain an extreme of inner processes that needs to break a path for itself to the outside. And as in music or a poem, at a sickbed or in a church, the circle of what can be uttered in such circumstances is peculiarly circumscribed. Not, as one might believe, through solemnity or some other subjective mood, but through something that has far more the appearance of an objective thing. This can be compared with the remarkable process through which one assimilates intellectual influences in one's youth. There, too, one takes in not every truth that comes along but really only a truth that comes to meet it from one's own mind, a truth that therefore, in a certain sense, has only to be awakened, so that one already knows it in the moment one comes across it. There are at that age the truths that are destined for us and those that aren't. Bits of knowledge are true today and false tomorrow. Ideas light up or go out not because we change our minds but because with our thoughts we are still connected to our life as a whole and, fed by the same invisible springs, rise and sink with them. They are true when we feel ourselves rising at the moment of thinking them, and they are false when we feel ourselves falling. There is something inexpressible in ourselves and the world that is increased or diminished in the process. In later years this changes, the disposition of the emotions becomes less flexible, and the understanding becomes that extraordinarily flexible, firm, doughty tool which we know it to be when we refuse to allow ourselves to be swayed by emotion. At this point the world has already divided itself, on the one side into the world of things and dependable sensations of them, of judgments and, as it can also be put, recognized emotions or will, on the other side into the world of subjectivity, that is of caprice, of faith, taste, intimation, prejudices, and all those uncertainties, taking an attitude in regard to which, whatever it may be, there remains a kind of private right of the individual, without any claims to public status. When that happens, individual industry may sniff out and take in everything or nothing. It rarely happens in the steeled soul that in the fire of the impression the walls, too, stretch and move. But does this attitude really permit one to feel as secure in the world as it might lead one to think? Does not the whole solid world, with all our sensations, buildings, landscapes, deeds, drift on countless tiny clouds? Beneath every perception lies music, poem, feeling. But this feeling is tied down, made invariable, excluded, because we want to perceive things truly, that is, without emotion, in order to let them guide us, instead of our guiding them, which, as one knows, amounts to meaning that we finally, quite suddenly, have really learned to fly instead of merely dreaming about flying, as the millennia before us did. To this emotion imprisoned in objects there corresponds, on the individual side, that spirit of objectivity which has pushed all passion back into a condition where it is no longer perceptible, so that in every person there slumbers a sense of his value, his usefulness, and his significance that cannot be touched, a basic feeling of equilibrium between himself and the world. Yet this equilibrium need only be disturbed at any point, and everywhere the imprisoned little clouds escape. A little fatigue, a little poison, a little excess of excitement, and a person sees and hears things he doesn't want to believe. Emotion rises, the world slides out of its middling condition into an abyss or rises up energetically, solitary, like a Viscyan and no longer comprehensible. Often everything that he and Agatha undertook, or what they saw and experienced, seemed to Ulrich only simile. This tree and that smile are reality, because they have the quite specific quality of not merely being illusion, but are there not many realities? Was it not just yesterday that we were wearing wigs with long locks, possessed very imperfect marchines, but wrote splendid books? And only the day before yesterday that we carried bows and arrows and put on gold hoods at festivals, over cheeks that were painted with the blue of the night sky, and orange-yellow eye sockets? Some kind of vague sympathy for these things still quivers within us today. So much was like today and so much was different, as if it was trying to be one of many hieroglyphic languages. Does not this mean that one should also not set too much store in present things? What is bad today will perhaps in part be good tomorrow, and the beautiful ugly, disregarded thoughts will have become great ideas, and dignified ideas decay to indifference. Every order is somehow absurd and like a wax figure, if one takes it too seriously, everything is a frozen individual instance of its possibilities. But those are not doubts, rather a dynamic, elastic, undefined quality that feels itself capable of anything. But it is a peculiarity of these experiences that they are almost always experienced only in a state of non-possession. Thus the world changes when the impassioned person yearns for God, who does not reveal himself, or the lover for his distant beloved, who has been snatched from him. Agatha as well as Ulrich had known these things, and to experience them reciprocally when they were together sometimes gave them real difficulty. Involuntarily they pushed the present away, by telling each other for the first time the stories of their past in which this had happened. But these stories again reinforced the miraculousness of their coming together, and ended in the half-light, in a hesitant touching of hands, silences, and the trembling of a current that flowed through their arms. And sometimes there were violent rebellions. Let's make an assumption, Ulrich said to himself. For example, in order to exclude it again later, and let's suppose that Agatha would feel loathing at the love of men. In that case, in order to please her as a man, I would have to behave like a woman. I would have to be tender toward her without desiring her. I would have to be good in the same way to all things in order not to frighten her love. I could not lift a chair unfeelingly, in order to move it to some other place in unsentient space, for I may not touch it out of some random idea. Whatever I do must be something, and it is involved with this spiritual existence, the way an actor lends his body to an idea. Is that ridiculous? No, it's nothing other than festive. For that's the sense of sacred ceremonies, where every gesture has its significance. That is the sense of all things when they emerge again before our eyes for the first time with the morning sun. No, the object is not a means for us. It is a detail, the little nail, a smile, a curly hair of our third sister. Oh, and you are only objects too. But we are objects that are engaged in exchanging signals with each other. That is what gives us the miraculous. Something is flowing back and forth between us. I cannot look at your eyes as if at some dead object. We are burning at both ends. But if I want to do something for your sake, the thing is not a dead object either. I love it. That means that something is happening between me and it. I don't want to exaggerate. I have no intention of maintaining that the object is alive like me, and has feeling and talks with me, but it does live with me. We always stand in some relationship to each other. I have said we are sisters. You have nothing against my loving the world, but I must love it like a sister, not like a man or the way a man loves a woman. A little sentimentally, you and it and I give one another presents. I take nothing away from the tenderness that I present you with if I also make a present to the world. On the contrary, every prodigality increases our wealth. We know that each of us has our separate relations to one another that one could not totally reveal even if one wanted to. But these secrets do not arouse any jealousy. Jealousy assumes that one wishes to turn love into a possession. However, I can lie in the grass, pressed to the lap of earth, and you will feel the sweetness of this moment along with me. But I may not regard the earth as an artist or a researcher, then I would be making it my own, and we would form a couple that would exclude you as a third. What, then, in everyday life really distinguishes the most primitive affect or flow from mere sexual desire? Mixed in with a desire to rape is a dread, a tenderness, one might almost say something feminine mixed in with the masculine. And that's the way it is with all emotions, they are peculiarly pitted of their seeds and magnified. Ulrich elsewhere defines the three sisters as himself, Agathe, and the other condition. Trans. Morality? Morality is an insult in a condition in which every movement finds its justification in contributing to the honor of that condition. But the more vivid Ulrich imagined this assumed sisterly feeling, the more. To previous page, one could variously call the cardinal sin in this paradise, having, wanting, possessing, knowing. Round about it gather the smaller sins, envying, being offended. They all come from one's wanting to put oneself and the other in an exclusive relationship. From the self wanting to have its way like a crystal separating from a liquid. Then there is a nodal point, and nothing but nodal points collect around it. But if we are sisters, then you will want not the man, nor anything or thought but yours. You do not say, I say. For everything will be said by everything. You do not say, I love. For love is the beloved of all of us, and when it embraces you it smiles at me. When Agathe next entered Lindner's house, he seemed to have fled in a hurry a short time before. The inviolable order in hall and rooms had been thrown into disorder, which admittedly did not take much, for quite a few of the objects that were not in their usual places in these rooms were quite upsetting to look at anyway. Hardly had Agathe sat down to wait for Lindner when Peter came rushing through the room. He had no idea that she had come in. He seemed bent on smashing to pieces everything in his path, and his face was bloated, as if everywhere beneath the pink skin tears were hiding, preparing themselves for an eruption. Peter? Agathe asked in dismay. What's the matter? He wanted to go right by, but suddenly stopped and stuck out his tongue at her with such a comical expression of disgust that she had to laugh. Agathe had a soft spot for Peter. She understood that it could be no fun for a young man to have Professor Lindner for a father, and when she imagined that Peter perhaps suspected her of being his father's future wife, his antagonistic attitude toward her met with her secret applause. Somehow she felt him to be a hostile ally. Perhaps only because she remembered her own youth as a pious convent schoolgirl. He had as yet no roots anywhere, was seeking himself, and seeking to grow up, growing up with the same pains and anomalies inside as outside. She understood that so well. What could wisdom, faith, miracles, and principles mean to a young person who is still locked up in himself and not yet opened up by life to assimilate such things? She had a strange sympathy for him, for his being undisciplined and recalcitrant, for his being young, and apparently, too, simply for the badness of his way of thinking. She would gladly have been his playmate, at least here. These surroundings gave her this childish thought, but she sadly noticed that he usually treated her like an old woman. Peter. What's the matter? He aped her. He'll tell you anyhow? You soul sister of his. Agathe laughed even more and caught him by the hand. Do you like that? Peter went after her unabashedly. Do you like me to howl? How old are you anyway? Not so much older than I am, I should think, but he treats you the way he treats the sublime Plato. He had disengaged himself and examined her, looking for an advantage. What has he really done to you? Agathe asked. What's he done? He's punished me. I'm not at all ashamed in front of you, as you see. Soon he's going to pull down my pants, and you'll be allowed to hold me. Peter. For shame. Agathe warned innocently. Did he really beat you? Did he? Peter? Maybe you like that? Shame on you, Peter. Not at all. Why don't you call me Herr Peter? Anyway, what do you think, there? He stretched out his tensed leg and grasped his upper thigh, strengthened from playing soccer. Have a look for yourself. I could murder him with one hand. He doesn't have as much strength in both legs as I have in one arm. It's not me, it's you who ought to be ashamed, instead of prattling wisdom with him. Do you want to know what he's done to me? No, Peter, you can't talk to me that way. Why not? Because your father's heart is in the right place. And because but here Agathe could not find the right way to proceed. She was no good at preaching, although the youth was indeed in the wrong, and she suddenly had to laugh again. So what did he do to you? He took away my allowance. Wait. Agathe asked. Without stopping to think, she fished out a banknote and handed it to Peter. She herself did not know why she did this. Perhaps she thought the first thing to do was to get rid of Peter's anger before she could have an effect on him. Perhaps it only gave her pleasure to thwart Lindner's pedagogy. And with the same suddenness she had addressed Peter with the familiar do. Peter looked at her in astonishment. Behind his lovely misted eyes something quite new awoke. The second thing he imposed on me, he continued, grinning cynically, without thanking her, is also broken, the school of silence. Do you know it? Man learns through silence to remove his speech from all inner and outer irritations and make it the handmaid of his innermost personal considerations. You surely said some improper things, said Agathe, falling back on the normal pronoun of address. This is how it was. The first response of man to all interventions and attacks from without happens by means of the vocal cords. He quoted his father. That's why he's ruined today and my day off from school tomorrow with room arrest, observes total silence toward me, and has forbidden me to speak a single word with anybody in the house. The third thing he mocked is control of the instinct for food. But, Peter, you must now really tell me, Agatha interrupted him, amused. What did you do to set him off? The conversation in which he was mocking his father through his foster mother had put the youth in the best of spirits. That's not so simple, Agatha, he replied shamelessly. There is, you ought to know, something that the old man fears the way the devil fears holy water, jokes. The tickling of jokes and humor, he says, comes from idle fantasy and malice. I always have to swallow them. That's exemplary for one's character. Because, if we look at the joke more closely, enough. Agatha commanded. What was your forbidden joke about? About you, said Peter, his eyes boring into hers in challenge. But at this moment he shrank back, because the doorbell rang, and both recognized from the sound of the ring that it was Professor Lindner. Before Agatha could make any reproaches, Peter pressed his fingernails with painful violence into her hand and stole out of the room. There were also violent rebellions. Agatha owned a piano. She was sitting at it in the twilight, playing. The uncertainty of her frame of mind played along with the notes. Ulrich came in. His voice sounded cold and mute as he greeted her. She interrupted her playing. When the words had died away, her fingers went a few steps further through the boundless land of music. Stay where you are, ordered Ulrich, who had stepped back, drawing a pistol from his pocket. Nothing's going to happen to you. He spoke altogether differently, a stranger. Then he fired at the piano, shooting into the center of its long black flank. The first bullet cut through the dry, tender wood and howled across the strings. A second churned up leaping sounds. As shot followed shot, the keys began to hop. The jubilantly sharp reports of the pistol drove with increasing frenzy into a splintering, screaming, tearing, drumming, and singing uproar. When the magazine was empty, Ulrich let it drop to the carpet. He only noticed it when he futilely tried to get off 2 more shots. He gave the impression of a madman, pale, his hair hanging down over his forehead. A fit had seized him and carried him far away from himself. Doors slammed in the house, people were listening. Slowly, in such impassions, reason again took possession of him. Agatha had neither lifted her hand nor uttered the slightest sound to prevent the destruction of the expensive piano or flee the danger. She felt no fear, and although the beginning of her brother's outbreak could have seemed insane, this thought did not frighten her. She accepted it as a pleasant end. The strange cries of the wounded instrument aroused in her the idea that she would have to leave the earth in a swarm of fantastically fluttering birds. Ulrich pulled himself together and asked if she was angry with him. Agatha denied it with radiant eyes. His face again assumed its usual expression. I don't know, he said, why I did it. I couldn't resist the impulse. Agatha reflectively tried out a few isolated strings that had survived. I feel like a fool, Ulrich pleaded, and cautiously ran his hand through his sister's hair, as if his fingers could find refuge from themselves there. Agatha withdrew them again by the wrist and pushed them away. What came over you? She asked. I have no idea, Ulrich said, making an unconscious motion with his arms as if he wanted to brush off the embrace of something tenacious and kick it away. Agatha said, if you wished to repeat that, it would turn into a quite ordinary target practice. Suddenly she stood up and laughed. Now you will have to have the piano completely rebuilt. What won't that all lead to? Orders, explanations, bills. For that reason alone something like this can't happen again. One had to do it, Ulrich explained shyly. -1 would just as gladly have shot at a mirror if you'd happened to be looking in it. And now you're upset that one can't do such a thing twice. But it was beautiful just as it was. She pushed her arm in his and drew close to him. The rest of the time you're never willing to do anything unless you know where it will lead. On the same evening, Ulrich had to put in an appearance at a garden party. He could not very well beg off, although he would have done so had not his despair depression impelled him to go. But he arrived late. It was near midnight. The greater part of the guests had already laid aside their masks. Among the trees of the old grounds torches flamed, rammed into the ground like burning spears or fastened with brackets to the trunks of trees. Gigantic tables had been set up, covered with white cloths. A flickering fire reddened the bark of the trees, the silently swaying canopy of leaves overhead, and the faces of countless people crowded together, which from a little distance seemed to consist only of such red and black spots. It seemed to have been the watchword among the ladies to appear in men's costumes. Ulrich recognized a Frau Meyer Sommer as a soldier from the army of Maria Theresa, the painter von Hartbach as a Tyrolean with bare knees, and Frau Clara Kahn, the wife of the famous physician, in a Beardsley costume. He also discovered that even among the younger women of the upper nobility, so far as he knew them by sight, many had chosen a mannish or boyish disguise. There were jockeys and elevator boys, half-mannish Dianas, female Hamlets, and corpulent Turks. The fashion of slacks for women, advocated just recently, seemed, although no one had followed it, to have had some effect upon the imagination nonetheless, for that time, in which women belonged to the world at most from ground level to halfway up their calves, but between there and the neck only to their husbands and lovers. To be seen like that at a party where one might expect to see members of the imperial house was something unheard of, a revolution. even if only a revolution of caprice, and the precursor of the vulgar customs that the older and stouter ladies were already privileged to predict, while the others noticed nothing but exuberance. Ulrich thought he could excuse himself from greeting the old prince, around whom as master of the house a group of people was in constant attendance. While he barely knew him, he looked for his valet, Sid, to ask him to do something, but when he could not find him anywhere assumed that the industrious man had already gone home, and sauntered away from the center of activity to the edge of a grove of trees, from which, over an enormous grass lawn, one could catch a glimpse of the castle. This magnificent old castle had fastened to it long rows of electric lights like footlights, which shone from under cornices or ran up pillars and liquefied, as it were, the forms of the architecture from out of the shadows, as if the stem old master who had devised them was among the guests and a little tipsy beneath a blanched paper hat. Below, one could see the servants running in and out through the dark door openings, while above, the ugly reddish-grey night sky of the city arched forward like an umbrella into the other, pure dark night sky, which one glimpsed, with its stars, whenever one lifted one's eyes. Ulrich did so, and was as if drunk from a combination of disgust and joy. As he let his glance fall, he perceived a nearby figure that had previously escaped his notice. It was a tall woman in the costume of a Napoleonic colonel, and she was wearing a mask, by which Ulrich recognized immediately that it was Diotima. She acted as if she did not notice him, looking at the shining castle, sunk in thought. "Good evening, cousin," he addressed her. "Don't try to deny it, I recognize you unmistakably because you're the only person still wearing a mask." "What do you mean?" the mask asked. "Very simple, you feel ashamed. Tell me why so many women showed up in trousers?" Diotima vehemently shrugged her shoulders. The word went around beforehand. "My God, I can understand it, the old ideas are already so worn out. But I really must confess to you that I'm annoyed. It was a tactless idea. You think you've stumbled into a theatrical fancy dress ball. The whole thing is impossible," Ulrich said. "Such parties don't work anymore because their time is past." "HMPH," Diotima answered perfunctorily. She found the sight of the castle romantic. "Would the colonel command where one might find a better opinion?" Ulrich asked, with a challenging look at Diotima's body. "Oh, my dear friend, don't call me colonel." There was something new in her voice. Ulrich stepped close to her. She had taken off her mask. He noticed two tears that fell slowly from her eyes. This tall, weeping officer was totally ridiculous, but also very beautiful. He seized her hands and gently asked what the matter was. Diotima could not answer. A sob she was trying to suppress stirred the bright sheen of the white riding breeches that reached far up beneath her flung-back coat. They stood thus in the half-darkness of the light sinking into the lawns. "We can't talk here," Ulrich whispered. "Come with me somewhere else. If you permit, I'll take you to my house." Diotima tried to draw her hand away from his, but when this didn't work she let it be. Ulrich felt by this gesture what he could hardly believe, that his hour with this woman had come. He grasped Diotima respectably around the waist and led her, supporting her tenderly, deeper into the shadows and then around to the exit. "A kiss right here?" Before they again emerged into the light, Diotima had of course dried her tears and mastered her excitement, at least outwardly. "You've never noticed, Ulrich," she said in a low voice, "that I've loved you for a long time, like a brother. I don't have anyone I can talk to." Since there were people nearby, Ulrich only murmured, "Come, we'll talk." But in the taxi he did not say a word, and Diotima, anxiously holding her coat closed, moved away from him into the Kammer. She had made up her mind to confess her woes to him, and when Diotima resolved to do something it was done, although in her whole life she had never been with another man at night than Section Chief Tutsi. She followed Ulrich because before she had run into him she had made up her mind to have a long talk with him if he was there, and had a great, melancholy longing for such a talk. The excitement of carrying out this firm resolve had an unfortunate physical effect on her. It was literally true that her resolve lay in her stomach like some indigestible food, and when, in addition, the excitement suppressed all the juices that could dissolve it, Diotima felt cold sweat on her forehead and neck as if from nausea. She was diverted from herself only by the impression that arriving at Ulrich's made on her. The small grounds, where the electric bulbs on the tree trunks formed an alley, seemed to her charming as they strolled through. The entry hall with the antlers and the small baroque staircase reminded her of hunting horns, packs of hounds, and horsemen, and since nighttime reinforces such impressions and conceals their weaknesses, out of admiration for her cousin she could not understand why he had never showed off this house but had, as it always seemed, only made fun of it. Ulrich laughed, and got something warm to drink. Looked at more closely. "It's a stupid frivolity," he said, "but let's not talk about me. Tell me what's been happening to you." Diotima could not utter a word. This had never happened to her before. She sat in her uniform and felt illuminated by the many lights that Ulrich had turned on. It confused her. "So Arnheim has acted badly?" Ulrich tried to help. Diotima nodded. Then she began. Arnheim was free to do as he pleased. Nothing had ever happened between her and him that would, in the ordinary sense, have imposed any obligations on him or given him any privileges. "But if I've observed rightly, the situation between you had already gone so far that you were to get a divorce and marry him?" Ulrich interjected. "Oh, many," the colonel said. We might perhaps have got married, if he had behaved himself better. That can come like a ring that one finally slips on loosely, but it ought not to be a band that binds. But what did Arnheim do? Do you mean his escapade with Leona? Do you know this person? Barely. Is she beautiful? One might call her that. Does she have charm? Intelligence? What sort of intelligence does she have? But, my dear cousin, she has no intelligence of any kind whatsoever. Diotima crossed one leg over the other and allowed herself to be handed a cigarette. She had gathered a little courage. Was it out of protest that you appeared at the party in this outfit? Ulrich asked. Am I right? Nothing else would have moved you to do such a thing. A kind of overman in you enticed you. After men failed you, I can't find the right words. But, my dear friend, Diotima began, and suddenly behind the smoke of the cigarette tears were again running down her face. I was the oldest of 3 daughters. All my youth I had to play the mother. We had no mother. I always had to answer all the questions, know everything, watch over everything. I married Section Chief Tutsi because he was a good deal older than I and already beginning to lose his hair. I wanted a person I could finally subject myself to, from whose hand my brow would receive grace or displeasure. I am not unfeminine. I am not so proud as you know me. I confess to you that during the early years I felt bliss in Tutsi's arms, like a little girl that death abducts to God the Father. But for years I've had to despise him. He's a vulgar utilitarian. He doesn't see or understand anything about anything else. Do you know what that means? Diotima had jumped up, her coat remained lying in the chair, her hair hung over her cheeks like a schoolgirl's, her left hand rested now in manly fashion on the pommel of her sabre, now in womanly fashion went through her hair, her right arm made large oratorical flourishes, she advanced one leg or closed her legs tightly together, and the round belly in the white riding breeches had in this lent a remarkably comic effect, not the slightest irregularity such as a man betrays. Ulrich now first noticed that Diotima was slightly drunk. In her doleful mood she had, at the party, tossed off several glasses of hard spirits one after another, and now, after Ulrich, too, had offered her alcohol. The tipsiness had been freshly touched up. But her intoxication was only great enough to erase the inhibitions and fantasies of which she normally consisted, and really only exposed something like her natural nature, not all of it, to be sure, for as soon as Diotima came to speak of Arnheim, she began to talk about her soul. She had given her entire soul to this man. Did Ulrich believe that in such questions an Austrian has a finer sensibility, more culture? No. But perhaps he does! Arnheim was certainly an important person. But he had failed ignominiously. Ignominiously I gave him everything, he exploited me, and now am I miserable. It was clear that the superhuman and suggestive love play with Arnheim, rising physically to no more than a kiss but mentally to a boundless, floating duet of souls, a love play that had lasted many weeks, during which Diotima's quarrel with her husband had kept it pure, had so stirred up Diotima's natural fire that, to put it crudely, someone ought to be kicking it out from under the kettle to prevent some kind of accident of exploding nerves. This was what Diotima, consciously or not, wanted from Ulrich. She had sat down on a sofa, her sword lay across her knees. The sulphurous mist of gentle rapture over her eyes, as she said, "Listen, Ulrich, you're the only person before whom I'm not ashamed. Because you're so bad. Because you're so much worse than I am." Ulrich was in despair. The circumstances reminded him of the scene with Gerda that had taken place here weeks ago, like this one the result of a preceding overstimulation. But Diotima was no girl overstimulated by forbidden embraces. Her lips were large and open, her body damp and breathing like turned-up garden soil, and under the veil of desire her eyes were like 2 gates that opened into a dark corridor. But Ulrich was not thinking of Gerda at all. He saw Agatha before him, and wanted to scream with jealousy at the sight of this feminine inability to resist any longer, although he felt his own resistance fading from second to second. His expectation was already a mirror in which he saw the breaking of these eyes, their growing dull, as only death and love can achieve, the parting in a faint of lips between which the last breath steals away, and he could hardly still expect to feel this person sitting there before him collapsing completely and looking at him as he turned away in decay, like a Capuchin monk descending into the catacombs. Apparently his thoughts were already heading in a direction in which he hoped to find salvation, for with all his strength he was fighting his own collapse. He had clenched his fists and was drilling his eyes, from Diotima's viewpoint, into her face in a horrible way. At this moment she felt nothing but fear and approval of him. Then a distorted thought occurred to Ulrich, or he read it from the distortion of the face into which he was looking. Softly and emphatically he replied, "You have no idea how bad I am. I can't love you, I'd have to be able to beat you to love you." Diotima gazed stupidly into his eyes. Ulrich hoped to wound her pride, her vanity, her reason, but perhaps it was only his natural feelings of animosity against her that had mounted up in him and to which he was giving expression. He went on, "For months I haven't been able to think of anything but beating you until you howl like a little child." And he suddenly seized her by the shoulders, near the neck. The imbecility of sacrifice in her face grew. Beginnings of wanting to say something still twitched in this face, to save the situation through some kind of detached comment. Beginnings of standing up twitched in her thighs, but reversed themselves before reaching their goal. Ulrich had seized her sabre and half drawn it from its scabbard. For God's sake? He felt. If nothing intervenes, I'll hit her over the head with it until she gives no more signs of her damned life. He did not notice that in the meantime a decisive change had been taking place in the Napoleonic colonel. Diotima sighed heavily as if the entire woman that she had been since her 12th year was escaping from her bosom, and then she leaned over to the side so as to let Ulrich's desire pour itself over her in whatever way he liked. If her face had not been there, Ulrich would at this moment have laughed out loud. But this face was indescribable the way insanity is, and just as infectious. He threw away the sabre and gave her, twice, a rough smack. Diotima had expected it to be different, but the physical concusssion nevertheless had its effect. Something started going the way clocks sometimes start when they are roughly treated, and in the ordinary course that events took from that point on something unusual was also mingled, a scream and rattle of the emotions. Childish words and gestures from long ago mingled with it, and the few hours until morning were filled with a kind of dark, childish, and blissful dream state that freed Diotima from her character and brought her back to the time when one does not yet think about anything and everything is good. When day shone through the panes she was lying on her knees, her uniform was scattered over the floor, her hair had fallen over her face, and her cheeks were full of saliva. She could not recall how she had come to be in this position, and her awakening reason was horrified at her fading ecstasy. There was no sign of Ulrich. Valerie, a young person tells himself, I'm in love. For the first time. He tells himself, he doesn't just do it, for there is in him still a little of the childish pride of wanting to possess the world of grown-ups, the whole world. He might have previously desired and possessed beautiful women. He might also have been in love before, in various ways, impatiently, boldly, cynically, passionately, and yet the moment may still come when he tells himself for the first time, I'm in love. Ulrich had at the time immediately loosened the bonds that tied him to the woman with whom this happened, so that it was almost like a breaking up. He left from one day to the next, said, we won't write much. Then wrote letters that were like the revelation of a religion, but hesitated to mail them. The more powerfully the new experience grew in him, the less he let any of it show. He suddenly began to recall this vividly. At that time he had been quite young, an army officer, on leave in the countryside. Perhaps that was what had brought about his shift in mood. He was spiritedly caught in a woman, older than he, the wife of a cavalry captain, his superior. She had for a long time been favorably inclined toward him, but seemed to be avoiding an adventure with this beardless little man who confused her with his unusual philosophical and passionate speeches, which came from beyond her circle. On a stroll, he suddenly seized her hand. Fate had it that the woman left her hand for a moment and is as if powerless, and the next instant a fire blazed from arms to knees and the lightning bolt off low felled both of them, so that they almost fell by the side of the path, to sit on its moss and passionately embrace. The night that followed was sleepless. Ulrich had said goodbye in the evening and said, tomorrow we run away. Desire aroused and not yet satisfied threw the woman back and forth in her bed, dry as thirst, but at the same time she feared the stream that was to moisten her lips in the morning, because of its overflowing suddenness. The entire night she reproached herself for cause of the other's youth, and also on account of her husband, for she was a good wife, and in the morning wept tears of relief when she had handed to her Ulrich's letter, in which he took such an abrupt departure amid piled-up protestations. Valerie had been the name of this good-natured woman, Ulrich remembered, and at that time, in spite of his inexperience, he must have already been clearly aware that she was only the impetus, but not the content, of his sudden experience. For during that sleepless night, shot through with passionate ideas, he had been borne farther and farther away from her, and before morning came, without his rightly knowing why, his resolve was fixed to do something the like of which he had never done before. He took nothing but a rucksack along, travelled a quite short stretch on the train, and then wandered, his first step already in unknown territory, through a completely isolated valley to a tiny shrine hidden high in the mountains, which at this season no one visited and where hardly anyone lived. What he did there was, if one were to make a story of it to someone, absolutely nothing. It was fall, and in the mountains the early autumn sun has a power of its own. Mornings it lifted him up and bore him to some tree high up on the slopes, from beneath which one looked into the far distance, for in spite of his heavy hiking boots he was really not conscious of walking. In the same self-forgetful way he changed his location several times during the day and read a little in a few books he had with him. Nor was he really thinking, although he felt his mind more deeply agitated than usual, for his thoughts did not shake themselves up as they usually do, so that a new idea is always landing on top of the pyramid of the earlier ones while the ones at the bottom are becoming more and more compacted until finally they fuse with flesh, blood, skull case, and the tendons supporting the muscles. But his insights came like a jet into a full vessel, in endless overflowing and renewal, or they passed in an everlasting progression like clouds through the sky in which nothing changes, not the blue depths and not the soundless swimming of those mother-of-pearl fish. It could happen that an animal came out of the woods, observed Ulrich, and slowly bounded away without anything changing, that a cow grazed nearby, or a person went past, without any more happening than a beat of the pulse, twin to all the others of the stream of life that softly pounds without end against the walls of the understanding. Ulrich had stumbled into the heart of the world. From there it was as far to his beloved as to the blade of grass beside his feet or to the distant tree on the sky-bare heights across the valley. Strange thought, space, the nibbling in little bites, distance distanced, replaces the warm husk and leaves behind a cadaver. But here in the heart they were no longer themselves. Everything was connected with him the way the foot is no farther from the heart than the breast is. Ulrich also no longer felt that the landscape in which he was lying was outside him, nor was it within, but had dissolved or permeated everything. The sudden idea that something might happen to him while he was lying there, a wild animal, a robber, some brute, was almost impossible of accomplishment, as far away as being frightened by one's own thoughts. Later, nature itself is hostile. The observer need only go into the water. And the beloved, the person for whose sake he was experiencing all this, was no closer than some unknown traveler would have been. Sometimes his thoughts strained like ice to imagine what they might do now, but then he gave it up again, for when he tried to approach her this way it was as if through alien territory that he imagined her in her surroundings, while he was linked to her in subterranean fashion in a quite different way. "You're working?" She did not conceal her disappointment, for with remarkable certainty she felt it as disloyalty whenever Ulrich leafed through books in his hand and his forehead became stiff as bone. "I have to. I can't bear the uncertainty of what we're going through. And we're not the first people it's happening to either. Twin siblings? That's perhaps something especially elect. But I don't believe in such mysteries as being chosen," he quickly corrected himself. "Hundreds of people have had the experience of believing that they were seeing another world open up before them. Just as we do. And what came of it? Books. But it can't have been just books. Madness. Superstition. Essays. Morality. And religion. The 5 things. You're in a bad mood. I could read to you or talk with you for hours about things from these books. What I began yesterday was an attempt to do that. You can go back as far as you like from this moment in which we're now talking, millennia or as far as human memory can reach, and you will always find described the existence of another world that at times rises up like a deep sea floor when the restless floods of our ordinary life have receded from it. Since we've been together I've been comparing as much of this as I could get hold of. All the descriptions state, in odd agreement, that in that condition there is in the world neither measure nor precision, which have made our world of the intellect great, neither purpose nor cause, neither good nor bad, no limit, no greed, and no desire to kill, but only an incomparable excitement and unaltered thinking and willing. For as objects and our emotions lose all the limitations that we otherwise impose on them, they flow together in a mysterious swelling and ebbing, a happiness that fills everything, an agitation that is in the true sense boundless, one and multiple in shape as in a dream. One might perhaps add that the ordinary world, with its apparently so real people and things that lord it over everything like fortresses on cliffs, if one looks back at it, together with all its evil and impoverished relationships, appears only as the consequence of a moral error from which we have already withdrawn our organs of sense. That describes exactly as much as we ourselves experienced when we looked into each other's eyes for the first time. The condition in which one perceives this has been given many names, the condition of love, goodness, turning away from the world, contemplation, seeing, moving away, returning home, willingness, intuition, union with God, all names that express a vague harmony and characterize an experience that has been described with as much passion as vagueness. Insane peasant women have come to know it, and dogmatic professors of theology, Catholics, Jews, and atheists, people of our time and people of tens of thousands of years ago, and as amazingly similar as the ways are in which they have described it, these descriptions have remained remarkably undeveloped. The greatest intellect has not told us any more about it than the smallest, and it appears that you and I will not learn any more from the experience of millennia than we know by ourselves. What does this mean? Agatha looked at him questioningly. Lindner, she said, when I once asked him about the significance of such experiences, and by the way, he dismisses them, maintains that they go back to the difference between faith and knowledge, and that for the rest, they're neurotic exaggerations. Very good, Ulrich interrupted her. If you had reminded me of that yesterday, it might perhaps have spared my despair at my lack of results. But we'll come back to Lindner later. Of course that's fibbing. If I believe something, I at least want to have the hope that under favorable circumstances I could also experience it, but not keep stopping after the same first steps all the time. No, Agatha, it means something quite different. What would you say if I maintain that it signifies nothing other than a lost paradise? It is a message. A message in a bottle that has been drifting for thousands of years. Paradise is perhaps no fairy tale, it really exists. Up till then he had spoken with such rational decisiveness that these words had a quite remarkable sound. If he had said, I've done some reconnoitering, come along, we have to go out by the window and then through a dark corridor, and so on, then we'll get there. It would not have seemed strange to Agatha to set off immediately. He really ought to explain it twice, once with yearning, then the way one explains it as pre-logical, etc. But Ulrich merely went on reporting the results of his inquiries.